hardworking, dedicated Canadians that industry supports across our country.
Russian President Vladimir Putin attended the launch ceremony of the new nuclear submarine. Putin said the new submarine, which carries advanced hypersonic missile, will enhance the security of Russia's maritime borders and protect national interest in various areas of the world ocean, including the Arctic Ocean. Thousands of Israeli protesters gathered in Tel Aviv to demonstrate as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu moves to oust top security and legal officials. Demonstrators also demanded that Netanyahu reach a deal to release hostages held in Gaza. White House has pulled the representative Elise Stefanik's nomination to be U.S. ambassador to the UN. Decision is a stunning turnaround for President Donald Trump's cabinet pick after her confirmation had been stalled over concern about Republicans' tight margins in the House. In a Truth Social post, the president wrote, "It was essential that we maintain every Republican seat in the Congress." Chief Advisor Mohammad Yunus is all set to meet Chinese President Xi Jinping in Beijing on March 28. The visit comes as Yunus is making efforts for both nations to deepen the strategic cooperation. The meeting will also mark the 50th anniversary of the Bangladesh-China diplomatic relations, and there's a possibility of signing many other bilateral agreements, according to a diplomatic source. Rattled with the unconcerned approach of U.S. President Trump about the fear of alleged Russian aggression, European leaders gathered in Paris on Thursday to discuss how to support Ukraine against Russia. And the summit discussed feasibility of raising a supportive peacekeeping force of the war-torn country. But there was no unanimity. More in this report next.
Ukraine's allies from across Europe gathered in Paris to discuss how to support Kyiv as it pushes for a ceasefire with Russia. The summit of leaders of 30 European countries is co-led by French President Emmanuel Macron and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. The summit comes at a crucial juncture with intensifying diplomatic efforts to broker ceasefires between Ukraine and Russia. The leaders at the Paris summit discussed the possibility of deploying a peacekeeping force to Ukraine with US support as part of a future peace agreement. However, the meeting did not turn efficacious. French President Emmanuel Macron informed that there is no unanimity on deployment of forces in Ukraine.
Forces de réassurance, c'est l'objet de la proposition franco-britannique d'il y a plusieurs semaines, n'ont pas vocation à être des forces de maintien de la paix. J'ai répondu hier à l'un de vos collègues pour bien clarifier ce point. Elles n'ont pas vocation à être des forces présentes sur la ligne de contact. Elles n'ont pas vocation à être des forces qui se substituent aux armées ukrainiennes. Mais ce seraient des forces de quelques États membres présents, parce qu'il n'y a pas unanimité sur ce point. Certains États n'ont pas la capacité de le faire, d'autres le contexte politique qui le leur permet, ou l'accord. Mais ce seraient des forces présentes dans certains endroits stratégiques préidentifiés avec les Ukrainiens, qui signeraient un soutien dans la durée, une réassurance des Européens et auraient un caractère de dissuasion à l'égard d'une potentielle agression russe.
European leaders, rattled with President Donald Trump's nonchalant approach towards their fear of Russia, are now fighting to thwart alleged Russian aggression by strengthening Ukraine. However, the task seems easier said than done since there is no unanimity on the issue yet.
An Indonesian parliament has passed an amendment bill to the existing law which expands the role of the military in the government, reminiscent of the country's dictatorial past. Now, this has agitated people who fear the government of President Subianto is attempting to bring back the black days of military rule under General Suharto. In protest, the people have come out in the streets opposing the bill. Here's more.
Protests erupted in Jakarta after Indonesian parliament unanimously voted to amend a law that will allow military officers to serve in more government posts without resigning from the armed forces. Subianto's government proposed for the amendment in the parliament last week at a plenary session. In the plenary session, all 8 political parties represented in parliament backed the bill. The House of Representatives is largely controlled by parties supporting the president. The passing of the bill triggered protests in Indonesia since it brings back memory of the military dictatorship of General Suharto. The 3 decades of military rule under Suharto from 1968 to 1998 was marked with authoritarianism and violent suppression of opposition. There is a growing fear among the pro-democratic factions of the country that the bill passed by the parliament also indirectly empowers the armed forces, undermining democratic ethos.
Dan saya nggak mau itu terjadi lagi gitu. Saya tahu di zaman-zaman itu banyak sekali penyalahgunaan kekuasaan dan memikirkan bahwa hal itu akan terjadi kepada anak saya, keluarga saya itu saya takut sekali jujur.
Currently, active military officers can only serve in ministries or state institutions related to security, defense, or intelligence. New law will allow active officers to take civilian positions without having to retire or resign from the service in 5 more bodies.
Coming up, viewers, Supreme Court is slated to hear a plea seeking directions to the Delhi police register an FIR and cause an effective and meaningful investigation into Justice Verma cash haul case. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे.
Sir, fans हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans, they are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले fans. I thought
Cricket fans. यार तुम अपने podcast के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगे क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
You know, Field Marshal Claude Auchinleck, the Commander-in-Chief of British India, said the entire loyalty of the British Indian Armed Forces, the Indian soldiery, is now suspect. Because of Bose, because of INA, their loyalty to the Raj has been shaken. He made a military appreciation of the situation in December 1945, in which he said he expected a minor revolt by spring, February.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj and this is Live Morning, where we get you started with all the latest updates that need to get you ready for the day. This and a lot more, but first a quick check on the headlines. Supreme Court is slated to hear a plea seeking direction to the Delhi police to register an FIR and cause an effective and meaningful investigation in Justice Yashwant Verma cash haul case. Massive encounter underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Katwa. 3 terrorists have been killed by the security forces. 3 security personnel also killed in the line of duty. Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee in a mass knife attack near Amsterdam's Central Dam Square. Suspect has been arrested, but the motive for the stabbing remains unclear. European nations hold parallel talks with Ukraine, UK and France to send defense chiefs to Ukraine as Starmer says Putin is playing for time. European nations to hold parallel talks with Ukraine. UK and France to send defense chiefs to Ukraine. As Starmer says, Putin is playing for time. A fierce gun battle in a remote forested area of Katwa district has left 3 terrorists dead and 5 security personnel injured as the security forces intensified their operation to neutralize an infiltrating group of about 5 terrorists in the valley. Now remember viewers, this is day 6 of anti-terror operations in the Katwa district. The operations are being carried out not just by the special forces of the Indian Army, but were most recently also joined by the Border Security Force, which had deployed its battalions in heavy numbers in the valley. In fact, the operations are also being led by the elite National Security Guard from the front, and in the latest, at least 3 terrorists have been killed in the valley after a fierce gun battle in a remote forested area of Katwa district. Also being joined by my colleague Gursimran live on the broadcast to get us more details. Gursimran, day 6 of continuous operations and crackdown against terrorists in Katwa. Talk to us about the recent operations.
See, 3 brave hearts of the Jammu and Kashmir police have been killed in the action. They are the selection grade constable who were PSOs of the deputy SP of the border, that is Dheerat Katoch, who was also injured in the gunfight with the terrorists, while 3 Pakistani terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed have been neutralized in the ongoing encounter. That is what we are getting to know. Now the bodies of the troops who have fallen in line of the duty are being recovered. 3 of them have been recovered. 1 is still missing, that is the head constable who was from the Safayan police post where the encounter is underway. The 3 terrorist body, 1 has been recovered, 2 have been detected using the drones of the special forces of the Indian Army, and the operation continues because 5 is the number of terrorists which are believed to be hiding in this very area. 3 of them have been neutralized, 2 are still believed to be somewhere here because there have been heavy bombardment using the rocket launchers yesterday late evening, which means that there lies a possibility that there might be 2 other dead, but their bodies are yet to be traced out, and that's why the operation intensified. But this is one of the major setbacks to the Jammu and Kashmir police, though they always take the casualties in the line of duty, but when it comes to the recent trend of the terrorism in the Jammu region, at least last 4 to 5 years that we have seen, there has not been at this level of casualties to the Jammu and Kashmir police during any operation. But since it was the first hit that came to the Jammu and Kashmir police, they have taken the casualties but have also ensured that the terrorists are neutralized. But this is really very concerning because the way the terrorists have been able to travel for more than 40 kilometers from one place to another, that is from the Sanyal village of the Hiranagar to the Rajbagh's Jathana upper reaches of Safai, this shows clearly that the terrorists are having some of the navigations or over their overground workers that help them to move from one place to another, and this makes really very difficult for the security forces the ongoing anti-terror operation. Reason being the growing overground network of the Pakistani terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir.
Right,
these are no local terrorists, but the Pakistani terrorists, the way they are getting the local support is really concerning.
Right, Gursimran, thanks very much for getting us those details on the broadcast. For now, viewers, it's time to shift focus. A major controversy has erupted following announcement of the Haryana government converting holidays on Eid to restricted holiday. The Nayab Singh Saini government has said that the gazetted holidays on the 31st of March will be converted into a restricted holiday as the day coincides with the financial year's closing on Monday. However, the opposition Congress has slammed the government, saying that the decision exposes the mindset of the BJP. Here's more on that matter. Take a look.
The Nayab Singh Saini government in Haryana has announced that 31st of March has been converted into a restricted holiday from a gazetted holiday. The date of Eid, March 31, shall be observed as a restricted holiday scheduled the 2nd instead of a gazetted holiday. The notification further says March 29th and March 30th are weekend off days, and March 31 being the closing day of the financial year 2024 to 2025. Now the politics has erupted over the issue, with Congress slamming the Haryana government over the cancellation of a gazetted holiday. Congress leader Aftab Ahmed accused Haryana Chief Minister and the BJP government of disregarding the sentiments of the minority community.
31 मार्च पूरे हिंदुस्तान में क्लोजिंग है फाइनेंशियल, और इस बात का बहाना लेके आप एक गजटेड हॉलीडे समाज जो पूरे हरियाणा में जिसकी आबादी 10-12% के करीब है, उस आबादी का एक प्रमुख त्यौहार की छुट्टी को गजटेड हॉलीडे के बजाय रिस्ट्रिक्टेड हॉलीडे करते हो। इसको फैसले को बदले। बीजेपी ने अपनी मानसिकता और अपनी जो अक़लियतों के प्रति, खासतौर पे मुस्लिमों के प्रति जो उसका नज़रिया है, उसको दोहराने का काम किया है, और ये बिल्कुल जो है हमारी जो एक मूल भावनाओं हैं उससे आहत करने का काम बीजेपी की सरकार ने हरियाणा में किया है।
The move has sparked widespread criticism from the opposition parties and the community leaders.
सरकार ये नहीं कह रही कि छुट्टी नहीं ले सकते, आप रिस्ट्रिक्टेड हॉलीडे जिससे छुट्टी लेनी है छुट्टी ले, ईद मनाएं, ईद मनाने में कोई रोक नहीं है, परंतु जिनको अपना कारोबार करना है उनको कारोबार करने की छूट मिले, क्योंकि ये पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है कि 31 मार्च के दिन ईद आई है, इसलिए सरकार को ऐसा फैसला करना पड़ा। मुझे लगता है इसमें राजनीतिक पक्ष नहीं खोजना चाहिए।
Now the major question is, could this have been avoided?
The Supreme Court is set to hear a plea today seeking directions for the Delhi police to register an FIR and conduct a thorough investigation into allegations of burnt cash found at the residence of Justice Yashwant Verma of the Delhi High Court. The matter, which raises concerns over a possible cover-up, will be heard by a bench of Justices Abhay S. Oka and Ujjal Bhuyan. The petition questions the delay in registering the FIR following the discovery of unaccounted cash on the 14th of March. Earlier, Chief Justice of India Sanjeev Khanna declined to fast-track the case after a plea for urgent listing. A fierce gun battle in Katwa. A fierce gun battle in Katwa district on Thursday resulted in the deaths of 3 terrorists and the martyrdom of 3 police personnel, with 4 others injured. The encounter, which took place near Jakhole village in the Ghati Jutana area of Rajbagh, saw intense firing and explosions as security forces led by the Jammu and Kashmir's Police's Special Operations Group clashed with a group of approximately 5 militants.
The security forces have been able to neutralize 2 of them, and it is still believed that 3 more terrorists are active in the area. But 5 jawans of the security forces, that include 3 from the Jammu and Kashmir police and 2 from the Indian Army, they have also been injured, and 3 injured of the Jammu and Kashmir police are said to be critical in this gunfight. For a while, there have been 2 missing in actions that have been reported, that is the Deputy SP of the Jammu and Kashmir police.
The Mohali District Court is set to deliver its verdict today in the 2018 Zirakpur rape case involving the self-styled Pastor Bajinder Singh. Following the conclusion of arguments, the court is expected to pronounce its orders. Authorities have heightened security measures with heavy police deployment in and around the court premises. Additionally, followers of Pastor Bajinder Singh are anticipated to gather as per sources amid heightened tensions surrounding the case. In a horrific case that has surfaced from Bengaluru, police have arrested a man who allegedly murdered his wife, chopped her body and then stuffed her into a suitcase. As per the report, the man then fled to Pune. The crime came to light when the accused, Rakesh, reportedly called his wife's parents and confessed to the murder. The victim, a 32-year-old Gauri Anil Sambekar, had a background in mass media and communication. A proposal to rename Mustafabad is expected to be introduced in the Delhi Assembly today, with local MLA Mohan Singh Bisht advocating for the change. However, the new name has not been revealed. Additionally, the Delhi Assembly has adopted a motion to conclude all pending matters before various committees. This decision, made on the 27th of March, aims to bring closure to 8 ongoing court cases filed by the Delhi government officials. Viewers, shifting focus to Punjab, where the self-styled pastor Bajinder Singh, who is accused of sexual harassment, in a fresh trouble over a video of him thrashing two people. An assault and criminal intimidation case has now been filed against him. The verdict in this case is expected today. Meanwhile, heavy security is deployed in and outside the Mohali court ahead of the verdict. Also joining me live on the broadcast is my colleague Lalit, live from Chandigarh, to get us more details into the matter. Lalit, finally, after a very long delay, a verdict can be expected today from the side of the Mohali court. Talk to us about this, Lalit.
Well, definitely. The case is of 2018, which is being heard in the district court Mohali, in which the self-styled pastor of Punjab, Bajinder Singh, have been booked under different sections of IPC. It's the section 376, that is rape, 420, that is cheating, 354, outraging the modesty of a woman, 294, obscenity, 323, causing hurt, and 506, criminal intimidation. So these are the cases, these are the sections which have been imposed on the self-styled pastor Bajinder Singh. So the pronouncement is expected late afternoon in the district court Mohali. But before that, there is anticipation that heavy deployment of police would be done, as large number of followers of Pastor Bajinder Singh could reach the court premises. So there is anticipation that there could be tension, but before that, the Mohali police have also made arrangements looking into this whole issue. As around 2 days before, also in the women that has been assaulted in that purported video which has been surfaced in the social media, in that also 2 days before, the followers of Pastor Bajinder Singh have camped into the SSP offices in Mohali. But looking into the heavy security deployment also that day, for around 1.5 to 2 hours, they have shouted slogans and have camped into the SSP office. But looking into this today now, heavy deployment of police would be done. Back to the studio.
Right, Lalit. Thanks very much for joining in with those details. Viewers, shifting focus. Union Home Minister launched a no-holds-barred attack in the Lok Sabha over a series of issues. Shah also spoke on the Immigration Bill 2025 and took the Bengal government head on. Take a look at this detailed report that gets you all the details.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah launched a scathing attack on the opposition and addressed the issue of infiltration in the parliament. Replying to a debate on the Immigration and Foreigners Bill in the Lok Sabha, Amit Shah said that India is not a dharamshala and those who pose a threat to the national security of the country will not be allowed.
कई बार अलग अलग भाषणों में, अलग अलग जलसों में ये विषय उठा जाता है। बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के लिए बीएसएफ क्या कर रही है, सेना क्या कर रही है, कि रोहिंग्या दिल्ली तक आ गए, आपके नाक के नीचे आया। मान्यवर, ये बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिए हो या रोहिंग्याज हो, जो घुस कर आते हैं, पहले असम से भी आते थे जब कांग्रेस की सरकार, अब बंगाल से आते हैं टीएमसी की सरकार, घुस कर आते हैं, इनको आधार कार्ड दादा कौन देता है? नागरिक कहां के बने हैं? कहां के बने हैं? जितने बांग्लादेश से पकड़े गए 24 परगना जिले का आधार कार्ड और नागरिकता है मान्यवर। और ये जो आप आधार कार्ड इश्यू करते हो, वो आधार कार्ड लेकर, वो वोटर कार्ड लेकर ये दिल्ली तक आते हैं, आप उनको आधार कार्ड इश्यू न करो, आदमी क्या परिंदा भी पैर नहीं मार पाएगा। जो अपना धर्म बचाने के लिए, अपने परिवार को बचाने के लिए यहां आए हैं, वो शरणार्थी है मान्यवर। और इसलिए हम सीए लेने के लिए लेकर आए हैं मान्यवर, इसमें कोई भेदभाव नहीं।
Amit Shah also highlighted that the number of people taking refuge in India has increased, which can make the country unsafe. The Union Home Minister also slammed the Mamata Banerjee government for obstructing the border security efforts by not providing land for fencing and showing mercy to the infiltrators.
ये 450 किलोमीटर के लिए मान्यवर मैंने डीओ लेटर लिखकर 10 रिमाइंडर करे हैं, बंगाल सरकार भूमि नहीं देती। मान्यवर ये 450 किलोमीटर के लिए गृह सचिव बंगाल के मुख्य सचिव के साथ 7 मीटिंग करे, ये भूमि नहीं देते हैं। मान्यवर, जहां फेंसिंग लगाने जाते हैं, सत्ताधारी पार्टी का कैडर आकर हुड़दंग करता है, धार्मिक नारे लगाता है। और मान्यवर, मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि ये 450 किलोमीटर फेंसिंग रुकी है तो केवल और केवल बंगाल सरकार की दया की दृष्टि घुसपैठियों के पर जो है, इसके कारण। और मान्यवर, इससे आगे ये 450 किलोमीटर शायद ये भाषण सुनकर ममता जी भूमि दे भी दे तो हम खत्म कर देंगे, फिर भी 112 किलोमीटर खुली सीमा रहती है।
Shah further accused Mamata Banerjee-led government of providing identification documents to the infiltrators. After Amit Shah's address in the Lok Sabha, the issue of infiltrators is likely to gather steam in the coming days.
West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's visit to Oxford University has sparked controversy and intense reactions, with a furious crowd questioning her on key issues, from her handling of Hinduphobia to the RJ Kar case and the Tata controversy. Mamata Banerjee battled an onslaught of tough questioning. As chaos erupted during her address, Banerjee's response raised more questions than answers. Here's more on that. Take a look.
Addressing a packed hall of 200 at Oxford University Kellogg College, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee faced an enraged crowd that questioned and confronted her position on Hinduphobia, RJ Kar and Tata.
I am for all.
Scrambling to answer questions, Mamata's fumble was caught on camera. Instead of clarifying on her selective appeasement towards Muslim and festering Hinduphobia in West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee chose to slam audiences communal. Listen in.
Where I go, I am for all. I am for all. I am for Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Keizai. I am for all. I am for all. I am for unity. You people are not. Don't mention only one caste. Mention all the castes together.
Amid the chaos, the crowd even demanded answer from her on gross mishandling of the RJ Kar rape and murder. And here's how she snubbed the question as political drama.
The case is sub judice, and also it is central government has taken over. It is not with us. Please don't do politics here. It is not a political state. That you can do it with me in my state, not here. And you know better than me, the crowd funding and all. I don't, this is absolutely, you are lying. Brother, you don't do it, brother. Don't do it, brother. Don't do it. I have a special affection for you. We love all of you. But don't try to make it into a political platform. If you want to make it a political platform, go to Bengal and tell your party to be more strong and more strength to fight against the communal people.
When asked on her infamous Tata controversy, Mamata's words failed to suffice the question on West Bengal's anti-industry image and its failure to attract big-ticket investments.
It may be economic corridors.
Please convey.
That is wrong. Tata Cognizant, please realize, they have already started Tata Cognizant. I am not lying, please. My brother, please listen. Please listen carefully. I'll be very happy if you ask me the question. I don't mind.
Mamata's visit to Britain has been under increasing scrutiny, especially as it comes amid the backdrop of a wave of political drama that has been unfolding in West Bengal. Be it the cancelling of Vishwakarma Puja holidays or cover-up attempts to subdue the truth in the RJ Kar rape and murder case.
Amid the growing pro-Palestine protests in the US, the Trump administration has asked universities and schools to list the name of the students who have been involved in the ongoing protests. This and a lot more only on Republic TV for you right after this short break. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
You know, Field Marshal Claude Auchinleck, the Commander-in-Chief of British India, said the entire loyalty of the British Indian Armed Forces, the Indian soldiery, is now suspect. Because of Bose, because of INA, their loyalty to the Raj has been shaken. He made a military appreciation of the situation in December 1945, in which he said he expected a minor revolt by spring, February, March 1946, and that he expected the major revolt to come around the middle of the year. He said there were 2.5 million combat hardened Indian soldiers, 25 lakh soldiers of the British Indian Army who had defeated the Germans, defeated the Japanese, defeated the Italians. And this time they had 25,000 Indian officers. Remember, first war of independence, we had only NCOs, not even JCOs. There was no leadership. This time, Karyappa had become a brigadier. Thimaya, Shirnagesh, etc. were full colonels. Ayub Khan, they were full colonels, right? So he said that in case this major revolt occurs, I need 5 British divisions of Gora troops. I need so much. Quantified air power has been listed out, and we will have to virtually reconquer the whole of India. That was the level of panic. They had drawn up Operation Gondola. Operation Gondola was a contingency plan of how the British civilians and families and the soldiers would...
Welcome back. Thanks very much for staying with us. And amid the growing pro-Palestine protests in the US, the Trump administration has asked universities and schools to list the names of students who've been involved in the protests. The recent development also puts Indian students at the risk of deportation. Listen into this report.
The Trump administration has asked the educational institutions in the United States to make a list of students involved in the pro-Palestine protest. Following the announcement, Indian students who make up a big chunk of the international students studying in the United States are also at the risk of deportation. Recently, an Indian PhD student, Ranjani Srinivasan in the United States, self-deported herself after her visa was revoked for being a terror sympathizer. Just a few days ago, a Turkish student at the Tufts University was arrested for having alleged ties with the terror group Hamas. Reports suggest that those getting arrested have an anti-establishment or a pro-Palestinian stand. Meanwhile, some have criticized the move, accusing Trump government of political suppression. While the deportations continue, it remains to be seen how it impacts the immigration to the United States.
Five people were left injured after a mass stabbing incident in central Amsterdam. The incident occurred in Dam Square, which is one of the most busiest areas in the city. Listen into this report.
5 people were injured in a mass stabbing incident in Amsterdam on Thursday. According to the police, an unidentified man with a knife indiscriminately attacked pedestrians, causing multiple injuries and creating panic in the city.
This afternoon there are multiple people stabbed by one person. They're wounded and they're brought to the hospital. The suspect in this is been arrested and also wounded. At this moment we're investigating what happened.
The police has detained the accused. However, the motive of the attack still remains unclear. According to the eyewitnesses, the police and emergency services responded quickly. The injured have been shifted to the nearby local hospital and are being treated. Meanwhile, police have urged people to come forward with any visuals or images of the stabbing incident.
A tragic incident has unfolded off the coast of Egypt's Red Sea, where a tourist submarine capsized during a routine excursion, leading to the death of several tourists. Rescue operations remained underway as authorities worked to manage the aftermath. Details are still emerging. Watch our report to know more from the scene.
Amid a tragic incident in the Red Sea coast of Egypt, 6 tourists died and 39 were rescued. This happened as a tourist submarine capsized into water 1 kilometer from the coast. As rescue operations remain underway, the local governor has assured that no one remains missing. As per initial reports from Egyptian authorities, 45 tourists from Russia, Norway, Sweden and India, along with 5 local crew members, were on board the fateful vessel. With the case remaining under investigation, the company in charge, Sindbad, has cancelled upcoming trips. While Russian and Egyptian authorities tried to decipher the cause of vessel sinking, Governor of the Egyptian Red Sea region visited the hospital treating the survivors. Earlier in November last year, another tourist yacht had sank off the Egyptian Red Sea coast, leading to the death of 4 individuals.
As Canada prepares for its federal elections scheduled in April, campaigning for the elections have been marred by serious allegations of foreign interference. The Canadian Security Intelligence Service has accused India of attempting to influence the election outcomes. Meanwhile, Canadian media is making explosive claims about India's involvement in the country's former elections as well. All this comes amid the backdrop of tumultuous relations between New Delhi and Ottawa. Watch our report to know more on this.
As Canada gears up for the election scheduled in April 28, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service has leveled some serious allegations against India. Making a sensational claim, the spy service has alleged that India has been making efforts to subvert the federal elections while launching sophisticated disinformation campaigns. Doubling down on the spectre of allegations against India, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre claimed having won the 2022 elections. Adding to the slew of allegations, it has been reported that Indian agents were involved in fundraising and organizing with Canada's South Asian community to support Poilievre. This comes amid the ouster of the Liberal Party MP Chandra Arya. As per the party, the 3-time MP made multiple unaccounted visits to India at a time when bilateral relations between the two nations were in trouble. While the Liberal Party did not clarify the reason of ouster, allegations of Arya linked to India remain rife. However, India is not the only nation dragged into the campaign. Covert sources from Canada have even drawn Russia, China, Iran and Pakistan into the slugfest.
President Donald Trump has revealed new import tariffs of 25% on cars entering the US, effective from the 2nd of April for vehicles and expected to begin in May for parts. This and a lot more right on the other side of this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे.
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans, they are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले फैंस. I thought
Cricket fans. यार तुम अपने पॉडकास्ट के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगे क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
So I want to start with this. On my own, I have been fascinated by the personality of Netaji. I have also done 3 books on Netaji, and I am very happy to state that the last of my books has become a textbook for an army promotion exam on Netaji and the INA. So that is the extent to which the armed forces are now looking at Netaji.
Oh,
you know,
that's wonderful.
So therefore I was very keen to get hold of this book and to see, and I am very happy to state that it has added to my knowledge. I thought I had also done the last word on Netaji, but then there is so much more to learn. Let me at the outset make one thing clear to our audience. If you are free today, Let me state bluntly and categorically,
Supreme Court is slated to hear a plea seeking direction to the Delhi police to register an FIR and cause an effective and meaningful investigation in Justice Yashwant Verma cash haul case. Massive encounter underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Katwa. 3 terrorists have been killed by the security forces. 3 security personnel also killed in action. Chaos and protests at Mamta's event at Oxford College. Protesters question Mamta's position on RG Kar case. Five people have been injured in a mass knife attack near Amsterdam's Central Dam Square. Suspect has been arrested, but the motive for the stabbing remains unclear. European nations hold parallel talks with Ukraine, UK and France to send defense chiefs to Ukraine as Starmer says Putin is playing for time. Malayali superstar Mohanlal has triggered a controversy after his visit to the Sabrimala temple. The actor faced major backlash from several sections of the society in Kerala for performing a puja on behalf of a non-Hindu friend. Meanwhile, the Minority Affairs Minister of Kerala took stock of the situation in damage control. Watch a report to know more on what unfolded.
Actor Mohanlal is in a controversy over his visit to Sabrimala temple. The superstar triggered huge uproar after reports came that he offered prayer at Lord Ayappa temple in Sabrimala on behalf of actor Mammootty. Mammootty is Muslim by faith and his original name is Muhammad Paraparambil Ismail. Angry fans of Mohanlal are slamming the actor for hurting the religious sentiments of Hindus by performing the puja. On the other hand, a section of Muslims asked if Mammootty knew about the puja as it is against Islamic belief. Meanwhile, the Minority Welfare Minister of Kerala, V. Abdurrahman, waded into the controversy demanding apology from those criticizing Mohanlal's action. He called statements on Mohanlal's offering narrow-minded and uncivilized.
Neha Kakkar's show organizers have threatened to expose the singer after she puts blame of a delayed appearance for a music show on her organizers. Neha appeared 3 hours late at her music concert in Melbourne, which enraged the audience, and the singer was subjected to trolling. Neha later alleged that the show organizers ran away with all her money, and now the show producers have vowed to expose Neha and reveal the truth behind the concert fiasco. Avengers Doomsday cast are finally introduced. The lineup includes Vanessa Kirby, Chris Hemsworth, Robert Downey Jr. and Anthony Mackie, along with some new superheroes. Old cast members who are returning for Avengers Doomsday include Chris Hemsworth, Sebastian Stan, Anthony Mackie and Paul Rudd. Avengers Doomsday is set to hit the cinemas on 1st of May 2026. Ella Langley leads the nominees for the 2025 Academy of Country Music Awards with 8 nominations. Cody Johnson, Lainey Wilson and Morgan Wallen closely follow Langley's nomination with 7 each. Chris Stapleton has 6 nominations. Riley Green and Post Malone are tied with 5. The nominations for the 60th Annual ACM Awards were announced on Thursday. The award ceremony will take place on the 8th of May at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco, Texas. Reba McEntire will also host the show once again. Jason Statham and Jason Fleming will be seen together once again in upcoming actioner A Working Man. The two haven't worked together since Transporter 2 released in 2005. In the movie, Fleming plays a Russian mobster who is involved in the kidnapping.
I'd done it before. David Toohey was like, I need to see the chemistry between you and Jason, you know, because he's like rescuing someone and you're the Russian who's trying to find him. And I'm like, why don't you just watch Transporter 2? It's the same film. Me and Jason chasing each other around the world, me pretending to be Russian and him him being very sexy and hard. So that was fun. And I just think, I mean, basically it's like any accent, you just got to try and be as respectful as possible and do it as phonetically as possible.
Chinese designer Mark Gong unveiled his 2025 autumn-winter collection. Gong made previously headlines for designing Lisa's Oscar look earlier this month. For his new collection, he was inspired by millennial celebrities.
It's an outfit that inspired from James Bond, but it was originally from the show we just did, from the AW25 shows. And Lisa's stylist didn't pick out that jacket, and then we retailored it and we used different materials, and we made that James Bond inspiration dress for her Oscar debut.
Shifting focus and speaking of sports, Lucknow Super Kings registered an emphatic 5-wicket win over the Sunrisers Hyderabad in just 16.1 overs at Rajiv Gandhi International Stadium in Hyderabad on Thursday. Shardul Thakur took 4 wickets to restrict Sunrisers Hyderabad's under 200 runs, with the hosts ending with just 190 runs for 9. Lucknow Super Giants won the toss and opted to field first against host Sunrisers Hyderabad. Nicholas Puran and Michelle Marshall made mockery of SRH's total, helping LSG register an easy 5-wicket win. Here's more on that. Take a look.
What a game it turned out to be at the Uppal. One thought and punted on the home side to get past 300. But what happened was the opposite. Lucknow won the game, and with 4 overs to spare, the Rishabh Pant-led side gunned down the 190-run chase in merely 16.1 overs and by 5 wickets to register their first win of the season after succumbing to a heartbreaking loss against Delhi. If it was old warhorse Shardul Thakur with the ball for Lucknow, then it was Nicholas Puran with the bat. So what were the talking points of the match? Shardul Thakur went unsold at the mega auction and then somehow sneaked into the Lucknow side thanks to injuries to other players. And now he is the purple cap holder after picking up 4 wickets for 34 runs in his quota of 4 overs. Not just that, he picked up crucial early wickets to never allow the hosts to break free. Thakur not just came up with the heroics with the ball, but also set social media on fire. Thanks to their aggressive batting last season and in the opening game this season, the expectation was that they would become the first team ever in IPL history to get to 300. This was expected because Lucknow's inexperienced bowling lineup was what they were up against. But to their surprise, old warhorse Shardul propped out of the syllabus, and sure, they did not have answers for him. 190 never looked par, and Lucknow showed that, and how. Another day, another blitz. It has become a very good habit Puran has, and with time it is getting better. The veteran Windies cricketer smashed a breathtaking 26 ball 70 to take Hyderabad completely out of the game. His knock was laced with 6 sixes and 6 fours. It was truly a night that belonged to Puran. Before the game started, Lucknow hadn't won a single game as they lost against Delhi and were reeling outside the top 4 in the 6th spot. But after this handsome win, they have zoomed to the 2nd spot in the points table, and at the moment RCB lead the points table with a win over Kolkata.
Game 7 of the ongoing IPL 2025 saw Sunrisers Hyderabad lock horns with Lucknow Super Giants. Both sides faced off at the Rajiv Gandhi International Stadium in Hyderabad on the 27th of March, and the clash began with Hyderabad coming in to bat first after losing the toss. LSG got off to a good start in the first innings as they took the wicket of opener Abhishek Sharma quite early. Furthermore, they followed it up with another exceptional delivery to Ishan Kishan, who departed on a duck. In doing so, Kishan went on to register an unwanted record to his name. Departing on a golden duck, Kishan became the only second batter in IPL history to get out on a golden duck after scoring a century in his previous game. Former India cricketer Suresh Raina was the first batter to do so. Former Australia cricketer Shane Watson recently came forward and opened on how spin trio of Ravindra Chandran Ashwin, Ravindra Jadeja and Noor Ahmed of Chennai Super Kings could prove to be too much to handle for Royal Challengers Bengaluru in the upcoming IPL 2025 clash. Both sides are set to lock horns in the 8th game of the tournament at the M.A. Chidambaram Stadium in Chennai on the 28th of March, and with both teams having won their first game of the tournament, they will hope to continue their winning spree. Star Chennai Super Kings pacer Mathisha Pathirana is likely to miss the high-voltage clash against Royal Challengers Bengaluru on the 28th of March at M.A. Chidambaram Stadium in Chennai. Head coach Stephen Fleming confirmed that the Sri Lanka international is still recovering, which might force the 5-time champions to alter their playing 11 in the upcoming match. Notably, Pathirana was also unavailable for selections in CSK's opening game of the season against arch rivals Mumbai Indians. While the finish line is in sight for runway League One leader Paris Saint-Germain, the fight for the second place is heating up down south. Marseille is only 2 points ahead of Monaco and Nice, who face each other in the French Riviera Derby on Saturday. Marseille visits a Reims side without a league win since November. Reims made a bright start to the season, winning 4 and drawing 2 of the first 7 games, including 2-2 at Marseille. Chris Wood will miss Nottingham Forest's FA Cup quarter-final against Brighton because of a right hip injury while playing for New Zealand in the World Cup qualifying this week. Wood, who is 4th in the Premier League scoring chart with 18 goals, was substituted in the 53rd minute of the Oceania qualifying final against New Caledonia on Monday with the score 0-0. New Zealand won 3-0 to become the second team after Japan to qualify for the 2026 World Cup. Viewers, President Donald Trump has revealed new import tariffs of 25% on cars entering the US, effective from the 2nd of April for vehicles and expected to begin in the month of May for parts. The president stated the move will stimulate tremendous growth in the American auto industry, generating more jobs and in fact also investments. However, analysts warn that these tariffs could lead to temporary shutdowns in the US car production and raise consumer prices and potentially strain diplomatic relations between countries. Watch our reports to get all the details on the ongoing matter.
We're going to have very strong policing, and it's pretty easy to do. If parts are made in America and a car isn't, those parts are not going to be taxed or tariffed.
The increase in tariffs by Donald Trump on automakers and auto component manufacturers is going to create a lot of dilemma. So on one side, we can say that protectionism is on the rise. Everybody is looking for making their own markets. And on the other side, the hike of 25%, which has been announced, will clearly create a lot of turmoil, a lot of uncertainty in the market. So obviously, when we talk about exports of vehicles from India to US, there won't be much impact on cars. But if we talk about two-wheelers, we have players like Royal Enfield, which exports to US, which will get impacted by this hike. On the other side, we have component manufacturers like Sonokoa, like Bharat Forge, like Motherson Sumi, which exports to US or North America. So primarily, if we talk about some numbers, some statistics here, so India exports almost $22 billion parts, and almost 1/3 of it is consumed by North America. So primarily the hikes are only from Trump, but at the end of the day, Canada and Mexico are also facing equal problem. So it's the time for uncertainty in the market. Obviously, component manufacturers may not get directly impacted, but one thing is very clear: with the increase in these tariffs, there will be redefined in the supply chains, there will be rerouting, and the consumer preference will change, which can indirectly impact the component manufacturers. And one thing is that every component manufacturer will take new investments, very seriously when it comes to exports, to these markets. And moreover, from India perspective, I think now these manufacturers have to push more volumes in India to sustain the overall production levels. So which also means, that we may see some more aggressive discounting in the market, typically in two-wheelers or primarily, where the models which are being exported, but otherwise in cars, so because Ford and GM have already exited and India long time back, and there is not much of cars export.
Emkay Global Financial Services has projected that India could face a loss of up to $10 billion in exports to the US due to an anticipated 10 to 25% tariff hike. The US government is expected to impose broad country-level tariffs rather than sector or commodity-specific levies, given the complexities of value chain assessments. As the 2nd April deadline nears, India is preparing for the potential impact of broad reciprocal tariffs from the United States. India's total exports to the US in financial year 24 stood at $77.5 billion, contributing to 2.1% of the GDP. As the United States prepares to impose fresh tariffs, concerns are mounting over their potential impact on India's exports. However, analysts remain cautiously optimistic, suggesting that while the tariff poses a challenge, they will not deal a major blow to India's economy. They suggest India must intensify efforts to expand its market share amid shifting global trade dynamics. The Nifty Bank Index, which follows the movement of the country's top 12 listed banks, closed 366.85 points or 0.72% higher. The Indian equity market showed resilience during the expiry session as the Nifty 50 index rebounded from early weakness to close with gains of approximately 105 points, ending near the 23,600 zone. Despite a lackluster start, the benchmark found buying support from the 23,400 to 23,420 range, coinciding with the gap area and the 40-hour moving average, signaling a promising technical outlook. India ranks 3rd worldwide in the number of billionaires, behind the United States, which has 870 billionaires, and China. India's billionaire population has significantly increased throughout the years. According to the Hurun Global Rich List for 2025, India now has 284 billionaires with a total worth of 98 lakh rupees crore, which is about 1/3 of India's GDP. Mumbai continues to lead as the home of India's richest individuals, with 90 billionaires living in the city alone. India Ratings and Research anticipates that the Reserve Bank of India's Monetary Policy Committee will opt for a 25 basis points cut in policy rates in its upcoming April 2025 meeting. With headline inflation expected to ease to 4.7% in financial year 2025, Ratings and Research predicts a measured approach to monetary easing, limiting the total rate cuts in financial year 2026 to 75 basic points. 5 people were left injured after a mass stabbing incident in central Amsterdam. We're getting you all the details on this and a lot more right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
The impact is there. There is a huge global uncertainty that we are seeing. Global markets are in the clutch of uncertainty. Very difficult for companies to make business models. Very difficult for governments to figure out. Overall, if you see, US is importing about $3.3 trillion worth of goods and $800 billion of services every year. India is a small portion of that as far as goods are concerned. We export about $80 billion of goods to the US every year, and we are taking about roughly $30 billion of goods from the US. Now, if reciprocal tariffs come in, it would hurt us. One of the foreign brokerages about 2 months back, they had said if 25% tariffs come across the board on the entire Indian export basket to the US, the GDP could be impacted as much as 0.5%. Those fears have reduced after.
Thanks very much for staying with us. You're watching Republic TV, and 5 people were left injured after a mass stabbing incident in central Amsterdam. The incident occurred in Dam Square, which is one of the busiest areas in the city. Listen into this report.
5 people were injured in a mass stabbing incident in Amsterdam on Thursday. According to the police, an unidentified man with a knife indiscriminately attacked pedestrians, causing multiple injuries and creating panic in the city.
This afternoon there are multiple people stabbed by one person. They're wounded and they're brought to the hospital. The suspect in this is been arrested and also wounded. At this moment we're investigating what happened.
The police has detained the accused. However, the motive of the attack still remains unclear. According to the eyewitnesses, the police and emergency services responded quickly. The injured have been shifted to the nearby local hospital and are being treated. Meanwhile, police have urged people to come forward with any visuals or images of the stabbing incident.
A tragic incident has unfolded off the coast of Egypt's Red Sea, where a tourist submarine capsized during a routine excursion, leading to the death of several tourists. Rescue operations remained underway as authorities worked to manage the aftermath. Details are still emerging in the case. Watch our report to get to round as to what has happened up until now in the submarine capsize.
Amid a tragic incident in the Red Sea coast of Egypt, 6 tourists died and 39 were rescued. This happened as a tourist submarine capsized into water 1 kilometer from the coast. As rescue operations remain underway, the local governor has assured that no one remains missing. As per initial reports from Egyptian authorities, 45 tourists from Russia, Norway, Sweden and India, along with 5 local crew members, were on board the fateful vessel. With the case remaining under investigation, the company in charge, Sindbad, has cancelled upcoming trips. While Russian and Egyptian authorities tried to decipher the cause of vessel sinking, Governor of the Egyptian Red Sea region visited the hospital treating the survivors. Earlier in November last year, another tourist yacht had sank off the Egyptian Red Sea coast, leading to the death of 4 individuals.
As Canada prepares for its federal elections scheduled in April, campaigning for the elections have been marred by serious allegations of foreign interference. The Canadian Security Intelligence Service has accused India of attempting to influence the election outcomes. Meanwhile, Canadian media is making explosive claims about India's involvement in the country's former elections. All this comes amid a backdrop of turbulent relations between New Delhi and Ottawa. Watch our report to know more on this matter.
As Canada gears up for the election scheduled in April 28th, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service has leveled some serious allegations against India. Making a sensational claim, the spy service has alleged that India has been making efforts to subvert the federal elections while launching sophisticated disinformation campaigns. Doubling down on the spectre of allegations against India, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre claimed having won the 2022 elections. Adding to the slew of allegations, it has been reported that Indian agents were involved in fundraising and organizing with Canada's South Asian community to support Poilievre. This comes amid the ouster of the Liberal Party MP Chandra Arya. As per the party, the three-time MP made multiple unaccounted visits to India at a time when bilateral relations between the two nations were in trouble. While the Liberal Party did not clarify the reason of ouster, allegations of Arya linked to India remain rife. However, India is not the only nation dragged into the campaign. Covert sources from Canada have even drawn Russia, China, Iran and Pakistan into the slugfest.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney called President Donald Trump's new tariffs on auto imports Supreme Court is slated to hear a plea seeking direction to the Delhi police to register an FIR and cause an effective and meaningful investigation in Justice Yashwant Verma's cash haul case. Tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे.
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans, they are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले फैंस. I thought
Cricket fans. यार तुम अपने पॉडकास्ट के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगे क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
You know, Field Marshal Claude Auchinleck, the Commander-in-Chief of British India, said the entire loyalty of the British Indian Armed Forces, the Indian soldiery, is now suspect. Because of Bose, because of INA, their loyalty to the Raj has been shaken. He made a military appreciation of the situation in December 1945, in which he said he expected a minor revolt by spring, February, March 1946, and that he expected the major revolt to come around the middle of the year. He said there were 2.5 million combat hardened Indian soldiers, 25 lakh soldiers of the British Indian Army who had defeated the Germans, defeated the Japanese, defeated the Italians. And this time they had 25,000 Indian officers. Remember, first war of independence, we had only NCOs, not even JCOs. There was no leadership. This time, Karyappa had become a brigadier. Thimaya, Shirnagesh, etc. were full colonels. Ayub Khan, they were full colonels. Right? So he said that in case this major revolt occurs, I need 5 British divisions of Gora troops. I need so much. Quantified air power has been listed out. And we will have to virtually reconquer the whole of India. That was the level of panic. They had drawn up Operation Gondola. Operation Gondola was a contingency plan of how the British civilians and families and the soldiers would escape from India
in 2 days
by going to the various airfields, towns with airfields, and like Kabul, recently, the British soldiers would fight last ditch battles as they were flown out, the families and the civilians were flown out. That was the level of panic. This report was sent to Field Marshal Lord Viscount Wavell. then the Viceroy of India, and he totally concurred with his Commander-in-Chief. He had also served in the British Indian Army for ages. He totally concurred, and he told London, we have 18 months.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, a very good morning. We are live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Our top story is the Justice Verma probe, the cash burn probe, which is gaining momentum. We're getting you all those details coming right in. But as usual, the headlines we're tracking. Let's get started. Supreme Court is going to hear a plea seeking direction to the Delhi police to register an FIR and cause an effective and meaningful investigation in Justice Yashwant Verma cash-haul case. Massive encounter underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua. 3 terrorists have been killed by the security forces. 3 security personnel also killed in the line of duty. Chaos and protests at Mamta's event at Oxford College. Protesters question Mamta's position on RG Kaur case. 5 people have been injured in a mass knife attack near Amsterdam Central Dam Square. Suspect has been arrested, but the motive for the stabbing remains unclear. European nations hold parallel talks with Ukraine, UK and France to send defense chiefs to Ukraine as Starmer says Putin is playing for time. Viewers, let's go ahead to the top story coming in. 2-judge bench of the Supreme Court by the Justice A.S. Oka and Justice Ujjwal Bhuyan will hear a public interest litigation seeking the registration of an FIR against Justice Yashwant Verma over allegations linked to a large stash of cash found at his official residence. A very big story and a probe continues, viewers. In this case, a 2-judge bench of Supreme Court led by Justice A.S. Oka, Justice Ujjwal Bhuyan will hear this PIL. Now, this PIL is about seeking the registration of an FIR against Justice Verma over the allegation linked to a large stash of cash found at his official residence. And I want to go across to Gopi. Let's go to Gopi. If you have Gopi, let's go to Gopi right now, joining us live from New Delhi. Gopi, the PIL was filed by 3 lawyers. A petition challenges jurisdiction of the 3-member committee constituted by the Collegium to investigate the incident that occurred when heaps and heaps of notes were discovered at Justice Verma's residence following a fire. Yes, Gopi, go ahead and take our viewers through the details about this PIL.
Well, Shivangi, it indeed is a big day today because the Supreme Court is going to hear the petition which was filed by Justice Nedumpara. Now, this particular PIL focuses entirely on that this case should be handed over to the police. It should lead to further police investigation, and it shouldn't be led by the bench of special committee which has been formed by the Supreme Court. So this is the major concern. While it will be heard in the bench of Justice Oka as well as Ujjwal Bhuyan, as you have correctly mentioned, the reconsideration of Judicial Accountability Bill of 2010 is also pleaded in that particular PIL. We will have to see. Yesterday we saw how Chief Fire Officer's statement was also recorded again, because there were many contradictions and U-turns in his statement. Hence his proper pressure on police and police investigation. This plea is all about giving and sending a larger amount of scale to this case by presiding the entire case to the police and not to the special bench of Supreme Court. Yes, back to you. We will have to wait and watch what happens at the Supreme Court today. We will be giving you minute-to-minute update from the Supreme Court. Back to you, Shivang.
Right. All right. The SC will be hearing a plea seeking FIR against Justice Verma. And Gopi will be getting us those details as the day's developments go ahead. Let's move ahead right now, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's visit to Oxford University has sparked controversy and intense reactions, with a furious crowd questioning her on key issues, from a handling of Hindu phobia to the RG Kaur case and the Tata controversy. Mamata Banerjee battled an onslaught of tough questions as chaos erupted during her address. Banerjee's response raised more questions than answers. Here is more on this.
Addressing a packed hall of 200 at Oxford University Kellogg College, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee faced an enraged crowd that questioned and confronted her position on Hindu phobia, RG Kaur and Tata.
I am for all.
Scrambling to answer questions, Mamata's fumble was caught on camera. Instead of clarifying on her selective appeasement towards Muslim and festering Hindu phobia in West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee chose to slam audiences communal. Listen in.
Where I go, I am for all. I am for all. I am for Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Keizai. I am for all. I am for all. I am for unity. You people are not. Don't mention only one caste. Mention all the castes together.
Amid the chaos, the crowd even demanded answer from her on gross mishandling of the RG Kaur rape and murder. And here's how she snubbed the question as political drama.
The case is sub judice, and also it is central government has taken over. It is not with us. Please don't do politics here. It is not a political state. That you can do it with me in my state, not here. And you know better than me, the crowd funding and all.
When we come and ask you questions in Kolkata, your ministers say we will break your finger. Yeah, you're going to break your fingers.
I don't. This is absolutely, you are lying. Brother, you don't do it, brother. Don't do it, brother. Don't do it. I have a special affection for you. We love all of you. But don't try to make it into a political platform. If you want to make it a political platform, go to Bengal and tell your party to be more strong and more stable to fight against the communal people.
When asked on her infamous Tata controversy, Mamata's words failed to suffice the question on West Bengal's anti-industry image and its failure to attract big-ticket investments.
It may be economic corridors.
Please convey.
That is wrong. Tata Cognizant, please realize, they have already started Tata Cognizant. I am not lying, please. My brother, please listen. Please listen carefully. I'll be very happy if you ask me the question. I don't mind.
Mamata's visit to Britain has been under increasing scrutiny, especially as it comes amid the backdrop of a wave of political drama that has been unfolding in West Bengal. Be it the cancelling of Vishwakarma Puja holidays or cover-up attempts to subdue the truth in the RG Kaur rape and murder case.
And viewers, we move ahead right now to some of the other stories we are tracking. Let's get started with the other news coming in. Supreme Court is set to hear a plea today seeking directions for the Delhi police to register an FIR and conduct a thorough investigation into the allegations of burnt cash found in the residence of Justice Verma of the Delhi High Court. The matter, which raises concerns over a possible cover-up, will be heard by a bench of Justices Abhay S. Oka and Ujjwal Bhuyan. That the petition questions the delay in registering the FIR following the discovery of an unaccounted cash on March 14. Earlier, Chief Justice of India, Sanjeev Khanna, declined to fast-track the case after a plea for urgent listing. A fierce gun battle in Kathua district resulted in the deaths of 3 terrorists and the martyrdom of 3 police personnel, with 4 others injured. The encounter, which took place near Rajbagh, saw intense firing and explosions as security forces led by Jammu and Kashmir Police's Special Operations Group clashed with a group of approximately 5 militants.
Forces have been able to neutralize 2 of them, and it is still believed that 3 more terrorists are active in the area. But 5 Jawans of the security forces, that include 3 from the Jammu and Kashmir Police and 2 from the Indian Army, they have also been injured, and 3 injured of the Jammu and Kashmir Police are said to be critical in this gunfight. For a while, there have been 2 missing in actions that have been reported. That is the Deputy SP of the Jammu and Kashmir Police.
Mohali District Court is set to deliver its verdict today in the 2018 Zinakpur rape case involving self-styled pastor Parjinder Singh. Following the conclusion of the arguments, the court is expected to pronounce its orders. Authorities have heightened security measures with heavy police deployment in and around the court premises. Additionally, followers of Pastor Parjinder Singh are anticipated to gather as per sources amid heightened tensions surrounding the case. Horrific case has surfaced from Bengaluru. Police have arrested a man who allegedly murdered his wife, chopped her body and then stuffed into a suitcase. As per report, the man then fled to Pune. The crime scene came to light when the accused Rakesh reportedly called his wife's parents and confessed to the murder. The victim, 32-year-old Gauri Anil Sambekar, had a background in mass media and communication. Proposal to rename Mustafabad is expected to be introduced in the Delhi Assembly today, with local MLA Mohan Singh Bisht advocating for the change. However, the new name has not been revealed. Additionally, the Delhi Assembly has adopted a motion to conclude all pending matters before various committees. Decision made on March 27 aims to bring closure to 8 ongoing court cases filed by Delhi government officers. Alright, viewers, getting you some updates coming in. Bengaluru police have arrested a man who allegedly murdered his wife, stuffed her body into a suitcase and fled to Pune. The accused, identified as Rakesh from Maharashtra, was tracked down using call detail records and detained by the Pune police. So we're getting these updates coming in right now. The investigation is continuing in this case. We'll try to connect to our reporters as well to understand what is happening. It's a very, very shocking case. Let's go ahead and play out what the police is saying, and then we'll try to connect to our reporters on this.
5:30 ನಂತರ ನಮ್ಮ ಸೌತ್ ಈಸ್ಟ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ರೂಮ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಈ ಥರ ಏನೋ ಹ್ಯಾಂಗಿಂಗ್ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು. ಆ ಕಾಲ್ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಹುಲಿಮಾವು ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಟೀಮ್ ಬಂದು ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಮನೆ ಲಾಕ್ಡ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದು ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತೆ ಬಾತ್ರೂಮ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸೂಟ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಪ್ರಾಬಬ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಅಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಫೊರೆನ್ಸಿಕ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದು ತೆಗೆದು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಲೇಡಿದು ಬಾಡಿ ಇದೆ, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಇಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್, ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಹಸ್ಬೆಂಡ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಹಸ್ಬೆಂಡು ಡಿಟೈನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟೇಕನ್ ಅಪ್ ದ ಒನ್ ಮರ್ಡರ್ ಕೇಸ್. ಈಗ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವರು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವರಿಬ್ರು 2 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ ಮದುವೆ ಆಗಿ, ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದವರು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದ ತಿಂಗಳು ಬಂದಿದ್ರು.
All right, let's go across to my colleague joining us from Bengaluru, Abhishek. Abhishek, very shocking incident coming in. Man murders wife, stuffs body in suitcase, escapes to Pune, and the crime, very, very serious crime, has come to light. If you could take our viewers through, what happened, what was the motive of this crime, and the details that are following, that we're learning of.
Well, Shivangi, Rakesh and Gauri, who were married for the last 2 years, were basically from Maharashtra, and they shifted to Bangalore 2 months ago, is what the landlord claimed. And they usually had heated argument every now and then for the last 2 months, and they usually get physical while they get fight. Also, we've been informed that the wife usually slapped the husband over a couple of fights, and now this incident happened on Wednesday evening, and the fight escalated to an extent where the husband took a knife and stabbed his wife 3 times on the stomach and he slit her throat. After which he put her in a trolley box and the box was kept in the bathroom is what we've been informed. He actually fled the place after the incident, being it's on a Wednesday night. So he took a car nearby and he went to Maharashtra and made sure that he called another co-resident to inform that he had murdered his wife, and he also requested him to make sure that her family will get to know about this information as well. Shocked by the information shared by Rakesh, the co-tenant also called the landlord, and landlord informed police. When the police arrived at the location, the door was locked from outside, and they made sure they wanted to also have the FSL team visit the spot, and that is when the body was secured in the bathroom. However, speaking to the media, DCP Sara Fatima claimed that the body hasn't been chopped and the body is found intact. The reasons for this crime, we'll have to wait and see, and we'll have to conduct the interrogation. Based on the call detail records of Rakesh, the police tried to secure him in Maharashtra, and he was found in Pune while he was driving back from Mumbai to Pune. And the reasons are yet unknown because of he is not yet in the custody of Bangalore City Police. So we'll have to see what Rakesh will have to talk about this incident. He is also said to have been a well-educated person who was working as a project manager in one of the private companies. And even his wife Gauri, who's got murdered, was also a mass communication student, and she was jobless for the last 2 years, and she was actively searching for jobs. Is the primary information which we've been shared as of now, and we'll have to wait and see until the interrogation is done as to why or is there any motive behind this murder until now. Shivangi.
Right. Okay. We'll come back to the story soon. Thank you, Abhishek, for getting us those details as the probe continues. Let's move ahead right now, viewers. A major controversy has erupted following announcement of Haryana government converting holiday on Eid to restricted holiday. Now the Saini government has said that the gazetted holiday on March 31st will be converted into a restricted holiday as the day coincides with the financial year's closing on Monday. However, the opposition Congress has slammed the government, saying the decision exposes the mindset of the BJP. Here's more.
The Arnab Goswami government in Haryana has announced that 31st of March has been converted into a restricted holiday from a gazetted holiday. The date of Eid, March 31, shall be observed as a restricted holiday scheduled the 2nd instead of a gazetted holiday. The notification further says March 29th and March 30th are weekend off days, and March 31 being the closing day of the financial year 2024 to 2025. Now the politics has erupted over the issue, with Congress slamming the Haryana government over the cancellation of a gazetted holiday. Congress leader Aftab Ahmed accused Haryana Chief Minister and the BJP government of disregarding the sentiments of the minority community.
31 मार्च पूरे हिंदुस्तान में क्लोजिंग है फाइनेंशियल, और इस बात का बहाना लेके आप एक गजटेड हॉलीडे, समाज जो पूरे हरियाणा में जिसकी आबादी 10-12% के करीब है, उस आबादी का एक प्रमुख त्यौहार की छुट्टी को गजटेड हॉलीडे के बजाय रिस्ट्रिक्टेड हॉलीडे करते हो, इसको फैसले को बदले। बीजेपी ने अपनी मानसिकता और अपनी जो अक़लियतों के प्रति, खासतौर पे मुस्लिमों के प्रति जो उसका नज़रिया है, उसको दोहराने का काम किया है, और ये बिल्कुल जो है हमारी जो एक मूल भावनाओं हैं उससे आहत करने का काम बीजेपी की सरकार ने हरियाणा में किया।
The move has sparked widespread criticism from the opposition parties and the community leaders.
सरकार ये नहीं कह रही कि छुट्टी नहीं ले सकते, आप रिस्ट्रिक्टेड हॉलीडे, जिससे छुट्टी लेनी है छुट्टी ले, ईद मनाएं, ईद मनाने में कोई रोक नहीं है, परंतु जिनको अपना कारोबार करना है उनको कारोबार करने की छूट मिले, क्योंकि ये पहली बार ऐसा हुआ कि 31 मार्च के दिन ईद आई है, इसलिए सरकार को ऐसा फैसला करना पड़ा। मुझे लगता है इसमें राजनीतिक पक्ष नहीं खोजना चाहिए।
Now the major question is, could this have been avoided?
All right, viewers, getting you some updates coming in after the break as Canada prepares for its federal elections scheduled in April. Campaigning for the elections have been marred by serious allegations of foreign interference. Stay tuned.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
So I want to start with this. On my own, I have been fascinated by the personality of Netaji. I have also done 3 books on Netaji, and I am very happy to state that the last of my books has become a textbook for an army promotion exam on Netaji and the INA. So that is the extent to which the armed forces are now looking at Netaji. You know,
wonderful.
So therefore, I was very keen to get hold of this book and to see, and I am very happy to state that it has added to my knowledge. I thought I had also done the last word on Netaji, but then there is so much more to learn. Let me at the outset make one thing clear to our audience. If you are free today, let me state bluntly and categorically, it is because of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose and the INA. Period. You see, the simple fact is that though Gandhi ji may have turned the freedom movement into a mass-based movement, involved the masses, but I am afraid the historical fact is that it never gained the critical mass, the critical traction which would make the British flee India. That was achieved only and only by Netaji Bose and his Indian National Army. We know it not only on the basis of a
Viewers, welcome back. We are live this morning as Canada prepares for its federal elections scheduled in April. Campaigning for the elections have been marred by serious allegations of foreign interference. The Canadian Security Intelligence Service has accused India of attempting to influence the election outcomes. Meanwhile, Canadian media is making explosive claims about India's involvement in country's former election. All this comes amid the backdrop of tumultuous relations and diplomatic standoff between India and Canada. Watch our report to know more on this.
As Canada gears up for the election scheduled in April 28th, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service has leveled some serious allegations against India. Making a sensational claim, the spy service has alleged that India has been making efforts to subvert the federal elections while launching sophisticated disinformation campaigns. Doubling down on the spectre of allegations against India, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre claimed having won the 2022 elections. Adding to the slew of allegations, it has been reported that Indian agents were involved in fundraising and organizing with Canada's South Asian community to support Poilievre. This comes amid the ouster of the Liberal Party MP Chandra Arya. As per the party, the 3-time MP made multiple unaccounted visits to India at a time when bilateral relations between the two nations were in trouble. While the Liberal Party did not clarify the reason of ouster, allegations of Arya linked to India remain rife. However, India is not the only nation dragged into the campaign. Covert sources from Canada have even drawn Russia, China, Iran and Pakistan into the slugfest.
A tragic incident has unfolded off the coast of Egypt's Red Sea, where a tourist submarine capsized during a routine excursion, leading to the death of several tourists. Rescue operations remain underway as authorities work to manage the aftermath. Details are still emerging. Watch our report to know more on this and what happened from the scene.
Amid a tragic incident in the Red Sea coast of Egypt, 6 tourists died and 39 were rescued. This happened as a tourist submarine capsized into water 1 kilometer from the coast. As rescue operations remain underway, the local governor has assured that no one remains missing. As per initial reports from Egyptian authorities, 45 tourists from Russia, Norway, Sweden and India, along with 5 local crew members, were on board the fateful vessel. With the case remaining under investigation, the company in charge, Sindbad, has cancelled upcoming trips. While Russian and Egyptian authorities tried to decipher the cause of vessel sinking, Governor of the Egyptian Red Sea region visited the hospital treating the survivors. Earlier in November last year, another tourist yacht had sank off the Egyptian Red Sea coast, leading to the death of 4 individuals.
And viewers, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we are tracking. Let's get started with all the other stories making the news. Russian President Vladimir Putin said that the US is serious about its plans regarding Greenland. Speaking at the plenary session of the International Arctic Forum, and Putin called it a mistake to believe that these are some of the kind of extravagant talks of the new American administration. Greenlanders are increasingly worried that their homeland, a self-governing region of Denmark, has become a pawn in the competition between the US, Russia and China as a global warming opens up access to the Arctic. European far-right leaders were in Jerusalem for a conference organized by the Israeli government aimed at combating anti-Semitism. Jordan Bardella, president of the far-right French National Rally Party, gave a keynote address in which he blamed rising anti-Semitism in Europe and migration and Islamism. Simultaneously at the meeting, Netanyahu blamed the wave of rising anti-Semitism on activities that have been unfolding in Yemen and Gaza. The event was shunned by mainstream Jewish leaders because of the divisive guest list.
Now this hatred has re-emerged. It has re-emerged through its radical Islamist carriers in Yemen, Iran, Lebanon, Gaza, and elsewhere. These anti-Semites wish to destroy not only the Jewish state, they seek to destroy the forces of modernity in the Arab and Muslim world. They seek to drag it back to a primitive and violent medievalism.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that a potential mineral deal with the US is taking time because the terms constantly change. Zelensky stressed that Ukraine is committed to securing a deal. His statements come amid a high-level meeting convened by the French President Emmanuel Macron on the fate of the war in Ukraine. Major anti-abortion groups gathered in Washington to begin a lobbying effort with Congress and President Trump's administration aimed at eliminating funding for Planned Parenthood. The groups are taking aim at abortion providers under an initiative called Defund Planned Parenthood, which targets federal Medicaid funding for the reproductive health care provider. China has filed a lawsuit through a World Trade Organization's WTO dispute settlement mechanism against the US over additional tariffs on Chinese goods and will proceed with the subsequent procedures in accordance with the WTO rules, the Chinese Commerce Ministry spokesman said on Thursday. Amid the growing pro-Palestine protests in the US, the Trump administration has asked universities and schools to list the names of the students who have been involved in the protests. Now, this recent development also puts Indian students at the risk of deportation. Listen in to the report.
The Trump administration has asked the educational institutions in the United States to make a list of students involved in the pro-Palestine protest. Following the announcement, Indian students who make up a big chunk of the international students studying in the United States are also at the risk of deportation. Recently, an Indian PhD student, Ranjani Srinivasan in the United States, self-deported herself after her visa was revoked for being a terror sympathizer. Just a few days ago, a Turkish student at the Tufts University was arrested for having alleged ties with the terror group Hamas. Reports suggest that those getting arrested have an anti-establishment or a pro-Palestinian stand. Meanwhile, some have criticized the move, accusing Trump government of political suppression. While the deportations continue, it remains to be seen how it impacts the immigration to the United States.
And viewers, we'll be right back with much more. We'll put our focus back on some of the top stories that are coming in, and we'll put our focus on sports stories, what is happening when it comes to IPL, and much more. Stay tuned as we are live this morning.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे.
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans, they are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले फैंस. I thought
Cricket fans. यार तुम अपने पॉडकास्ट के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगे क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
The impact is there. There is a huge global uncertainty that we are seeing. Global markets are in the clutch of uncertainty. Very difficult for companies to make business models. Very difficult for governments to figure out. Overall.
Viewers, top headline: Supreme Court is slated to hear a plea seeking direction to the Delhi police to register an FIR and cause an effective and meaningful investigation in Justice Verma cash haul case. Massive encounter underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua. 3 terrorists have been killed by the security forces. 3 security personnel also killed in line of duty. Chaos and protests at Mamta's event at Oxford College. Protesters question Mamta's position on Raji Kaur case. 5 people have been injured in a mass knife attack near Amsterdam's Central Dance Square. Suspect has been arrested, but the motive for the stabbing remains unclear. European nations hold parallel talks with Ukraine. UK and France to send defense chiefs to Ukraine as Starmer says Putin is playing for time. Viewers, we are live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Now we shift our focus to sports news. What's happening in the world of sports? Among the teams that have created a very, very loyal fan base, Royal Challengers Bangalore and Chennai Super Kings are at the forefront. The two will be facing each other at the stadium in Chennai this evening. The last time RCB beat CSK in Chennai, that was back in 2008 during the commencement of the game series. Here is more. Take a look.
So yes, it is the much-awaited Southern Derby today, where two of the most popular teams in the history of IPL, CSK and RCB, lock horns. It is not just another match, but much more than that. To be precise, it is MS Dhoni versus Virat Kohli, two of India's biggest cricketing legends ever. Even after 18 years, watching the rivalry between Dhoni and Kohli has an absolute different fan base. So with CSK and RCB ready to write another chapter in their glorious IPL history, let's look at what is in store for the fans ahead of the Southern Derby at Chepauk. Over the years, the Chennai side have had the wood over Bengaluru. The Chennai side has won 22 times in comparison with Bengaluru, who have won merely 11 times. To make matters worse, Bengaluru have just won 1 game at the Chepauk, while Chennai have won 8 times. But again, in IPL, these records will not matter much, as it is a new day and a new game. So what will be Chennai's biggest strength? Without a doubt at Chepauk, CSK will start favourites. It is their fortress. They would rely heavily on spin to win mantra, something that has become their template at home. And to reap the rewards with spin and choke the opposition, Chennai have Noor Ahmed, Ravi Ashwin and Ravindra Jadeja. On the other hand, Bengaluru would be heavily reliant on their batters. Also, what would not make Bengaluru's cause good is the fact that they do not have a lot of quality, experienced spinners in their ranks. That is bound to hurt them at Chepauk, which is presumably going to help the spinners. Let's understand what to expect at the strip at Chepauk. Chennai is one of the venues that works in synergy with the franchisee. So expect the conditions to continue helping the slower bowlers. Spin will rule. The matchup to watch out for would be between Virat Kohli and Ravi Ashwin. you can see neither wants to lose. Only one dismissal in 147 balls, but a strike rate of only 123.12. But again, that would be a matchup that should favor Bengaluru. Meanwhile, Chennai opened their IPL 2025 campaign with a 5-wicket win over Mumbai Indians at home, while Bengaluru clinched a crucial yet statement win over defending champions Kolkata in the tournament opener at Eden Gardens. Both the teams are coming into this match with wins on their back and would certainly like to keep it that way even after the Southern Derby gets over. Surely it promises to be a humdinger at Battleground Chepauk.
And viewers, we'll be going next right now to what else is happening in the world of sports for all our sports enthusiasts. Let's get started. Game 7 of the ongoing IPL 2025 saw Sunrisers Hyderabad lock horns with Lucknow Super Giants. Both sides faced off at the Rajiv Gandhi International Stadium in Hyderabad. And the clash began with Hyderabad coming in to bat first after losing the toss. LSG got off to a good start in the first inning as they took the wicket of opener Abhishek Sharma quite early. Furthermore, they followed it up with another exceptional delivery to Ishan Kishan, who departed on a duck. In doing so, Kishan went on to register an unwanted record to his name. Departing on a golden duck, Kishan becomes the only second batter in IPL to get out on a golden duck after scoring a century in his previous game. Former India cricketer Suresh Raina was the first batter to do so. Former Australia cricketer Shane Watson recently came forward and opined how the spin trio of Ravichandran Ashwin, Ravichandran Jadeja and Noor Ahmed of Chennai Super Kings could prove to be so much to handle for Royal Challengers Bengaluru. In the upcoming IPL 2025 clash, both sides are set to lock horns in the 8th game of the tournament at the MH Chidambaram Stadium in Chennai on March 28th. And with both teams having won their first game of the tournament, they will hope to continue their winning run. Star Chennai Super Kings pacer is likely, Matisha is likely to miss the high voltage clash against Royal Challengers Bengaluru. This will happen at the stadium. The head coach Stephen Fleming has confirmed that the Sri Lanka international is still recovering, which might force the 5-time champions to alter the playing 11 in the upcoming match. Notably, we are seeing that he was also unavailable for selection in CSK's opening game of the season against arch rivals Mumbai Indians. While the finish line is in sight for runaways leader Paris Saint-Germain, the fight for second place is heading up down south. Marseille is only 2 points ahead, and we're seeing that a big clash is waiting as the PSG eyes the title. Chris Wood will miss Nottingham Forest FA Cup quarterfinals against Brighton because of a right hip injury while playing for New Zealand in World Cup qualifying this week. Wood, who is 4th in the Premier League scoring chart with 18 goals, was substituted in the 53rd minute of the playing of the Oceania qualifying final against New Caledonia. With the score 0-0, New Zealand won 3-0 to become the second team after Japan to qualify for the 2026 World Cup. Let's move ahead right now. President Trump has revealed a new import tariff of 25% on cars entering the US effective April 2nd for vehicles and expected to begin in May for parts. The president stated that the move would stimulate tremendous growth in the American auto industry, generating more jobs and investments. However, analysts warned that the tariffs could lead to temporary shutdowns in US car production, raise consumer prices, and potentially strain diplomatic relations. Watch our report to know more on this.
We're going to have very strong policing, and it's pretty easy to do. If parts are made in America and a car isn't, those parts are not going to be taxed or tariffed.
The increase in tariffs by Donald Trump on automakers and auto component manufacturers is going to create a lot of dilemma. So on one side, we can say that protectionism is on the rise, everybody is looking for making their own markets. And on the other side, the hike of 25%, which has been announced, will clearly create a lot of turmoil, a lot of uncertainty in the market. So obviously, when we talk about exports of vehicles from India to US, there won't be much impact on cars. But if we talk about two-wheelers, we have players like Royal Enfield, which exports to US, which will get impacted by this hike. On the other side, we have component manufacturers like Sonokoa, like Bharat Forge, like Motherson Sumi, which exports to US or North America. So primarily, if we talk about some numbers, some statistics here, so India exports almost $22 billion parts, and almost 1/3 of it is consumed by North America. So primarily, the hikes are only from Trump, but at the end of the day, Canada and Mexico are also facing equal problem. So it's the time for uncertainty in the market. Obviously, component manufacturers may not get directly impacted, but one thing is very clear: with the increase in these tariffs, there will be redefined in the supply chains, there will be rerouting, and the consumer preference will change, which can indirectly impact the component manufacturers. And one thing is that every component manufacturer will take new investments, very seriously when it comes to exports, to these markets. And moreover, from India perspective, I think now these manufacturers have to push more volumes in India to sustain the overall production levels. So which also means, that we may see some more aggressive discounting in the market, typically in two-wheelers or primarily, where the models which are being exported, but otherwise in cars, so because Ford and GM have already exited and India long time back, and there is not much of cars export.
Getting us some updates coming in right now from the world of business. MK Global Financial Services has projected that India could face a loss up to $10 billion in exports to the US due to an anticipated 10 to 25% tariff hike. US government is expected to impose broad country-level tariffs rather than sector or commodity-specific levels. Given the complexities of value chain assessments, as a 2nd April deadline nears, India is preparing for the potential impact of broad reciprocal tariffs from the United States. India's total exports to the US in financial year 2024 stood at $37.5 billion, contributing to 22.1% to the GDP. As the US prepares to impose fresh tariffs, concerns are mounting over the potential impact on India's exports. However, analysts remain cautiously optimistic, suggesting that while the tariff poses a challenge, they will not deal a major blow to India's economy. They suggest India must intensify efforts to expand its market share amid shifting global trade dynamics. Nifty Bank Index, which follows the movements of the country's top 12 listed banks, closed 366.85 points or 0.72% higher. Indian equity markets showed resilience during the expiry session as the Nifty 50 index rebounded from early weakness to close with gains of approximately 105 points, ending nearly at 23,600 zone. Despite a lackluster start, the benchmark found buying support around 23,400 to 23,420 range, coinciding with the gap area and the 40-hour moving average, signaling a promising technical outlook. India ranks 3rd worldwide in the number of billionaires, behind the US, which has 870 billionaires, and China. India's billionaire population has significantly increased throughout the years. According to the Global Rich List of 2025, India has now 284 billionaires with a total of 98 lakh crores, which is about 1/3 of India's GDP. Mumbai continues to lead as a home of India's richest individuals, with 90 billionaires living in the city. India Ratings and Research anticipates that the Reserve Bank of India Monetary Policy Committee will opt for a 25 basis points cut in policy rates in its upcoming April meeting, with headline inflation expected to ease to 4.7%. Ratings and Research predicts a measured approach to monetary easing, limiting the total rate cuts to 75 basis points. And Viewers, Malayali superstar Mohanlal has triggered controversy after his visit to the Sabrimala temple. The actor faced major backlash from several sections of the society in Kerala for performing a puja on behalf of a non-Hindu friend. Meanwhile, the Minority Affairs Minister of Kerala took stock of the situation in damage control, and this is a report highlighting the latest updates.
Actor Mohanlal is in a controversy over his visit to Sabrimala temple. The superstar triggered huge uproar after reports came that he offered prayer at Lord Ayyappa temple in Sabrimala on behalf of actor Mammootty. Mammootty is Muslim by faith and his original name is Muhammad Paraparambil Ismail. Angry fans of Mohanlal are slamming the actor for hurting the religious sentiments of Hindus by performing the puja. On the other hand, a section of Muslims asked if Mammootty knew about the puja as it is against Islamic belief. Meanwhile, the Minority Welfare Minister of Kerala, V. Abdur Rahman, waded into the controversy demanding apology from those criticizing Mohanlal's action. He called statements on Mohanlal's offering narrow-minded and uncivilized.
Getting also updates coming in, Neha Kakkar's show organizers have threatened to expose the singer after she put the blame for her delayed appearance for a music show. On organizers, Neha appeared 3 hours late at a music concert in Melbourne, which enraged the audience, and the singer was subject to trolling. Neha later alleged that the show organizers ran away with her money. Now, show producers have vowed to expose Neha and reveal the truth behind the concert fiasco. Avengers Doomsday cast are finally introduced. The lineup includes Vanessa Kirby, Chris Hemsworth, Robert Downey Jr. and others, along with some new superheroes. All cast members who are returning for Avengers Doomsday include Chris Hemsworth, Sebastian Stan and others. Avengers Doomsday is set to hit cinemas on May 1st, 2026. Ella Langley leads the nominees for 2025 Academy of Country Music Awards with 8 nominations. Corey Johnson, Lainey Wilson and Morgan Wallen closely follow Langley's nomination with 7 each. Chris Stapleton has 6 nominations. Riley Green and Post Malone are tied with 5. The nominations for the 60th Annual ACM Awards were announced on Thursday. Award ceremony will take place May 8th at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco, Texas. Jason Statham and Jason F. All of them, both the Jasons will be seen together once again in upcoming action movie of Working Man. The two have not worked together since Transporter 2, released in 2005. In the movie, the characters plays a Russian mobster who is involved in the kidnapping.
Means a lot of people. David Toohey was like, I need to see the chemistry between you and Jason, you know, because he's like rescuing someone and you're the Russian who's trying to find him. And I'm like, why don't you just watch Transporter 2? It's the same film. Me and Jason chasing each other around the world, me pretending to be Russian and him pretending, well, him being very sexy and hard. So that was fun. And so I just think, I mean, basically it's like any accent, you just got to try and be as respectful as possible and do it as phonetically as possible.
Chinese designer Mark Gong unveiled his autumn-winter collection. Gong made previously headlines for designing Lisa's Oscars look earlier this month. For his new collection, he was inspired by millennium celebrities.
Inspired from James Bond, but it was originally from the show we just did, from the AW25 shows. And Lisa's stylist didn't pick out that jacket, and then we retailored it and we used different materials, and yeah, we made that James Bond inspiration dress for her Oscar debut.
Coming up, viewers, a tourist submarine capsizes during a routine excursion, leading to deaths of several tourists. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Field Marshal Claude Auchinleck, the Commander-in-Chief of British India, said the entire loyalty of the British Indian Armed Forces, the Indian soldiery, is now suspect. Because of Bose, because of INA, their loyalty to the Raj has been shaken. He made a military appreciation of the situation in December 1945, in which he said he expected a minor revolt by spring, February, March 1946, and that he expected the major revolt to come around the middle of the year. He said there were 2.5 million combat hardened Indian soldiers, 25 lakh soldiers of the British Indian Army who had defeated the Germans, defeated the Japanese, defeated the Italians. And this time they had 25,000 Indian officers. Remember?
Welcome back, Villa. This morning, a tragic incident has unfolded off the coast of Egypt's Red Sea, where a tourist submarine capsized during a routine excursion, leading to the death of several tourists. Rescue operations remain underway as authorities work to manage the aftermath. Details are still emerging. Watch a report to know more.
Amid a tragic incident in the Red Sea coast of Egypt, 6 tourists died and 39 were rescued. This happened as a tourist submarine capsized into water 1 kilometer from the coast. As rescue operations remain underway, the local governor has assured that no one remains missing. As per initial reports from Egyptian authorities, 45 tourists from Russia, Norway, Sweden and India, along with 5 local crew members, were on board the fateful vessel. With the case remaining under investigation, the company in charge, Sindbad, has cancelled upcoming trips. While Russian and Egyptian authorities try to decipher the cause of vessel sinking, Governor of the Egyptian Red Sea region visited the hospital treating the survivors. Earlier in November last year, another tourist yacht had sank off the Egyptian Red Sea coast, leading to the death of 4 individuals.
Viewers, as Canada prepares for its federal elections scheduled in April, campaigning for the elections have been marred by serious allegations of foreign interference. The Canadian Security Intelligence Service has accused India of attempting to influence the election outcomes. Meanwhile, the Canadian media is making explosive claims about India's involvement in country's former elections. All this and much more coming right up in our next report.
As Canada gears up for the election scheduled in April 28th, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service has leveled some serious allegations against India. Making a sensational claim, the spy service has alleged that India has been making efforts to subvert the federal elections while launching sophisticated disinformation campaigns. Doubling down on the spectre of allegations against India, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre claimed having won the 2022 elections. Adding to the slew of allegations, it has been reported that Indian agents were involved in fundraising and organizing with Canada's South Asian community to support Poilievre. This comes amid the ouster of the Liberal Party MP Chandra Arya. As per the party, the 3-time MP made multiple unaccounted visits to India at a time when bilateral relations between the two nations were in trouble. While the Liberal Party did not clarify the reason of ouster, allegations of Arya linked to India remain rife. However, India is not the only nation dragged into the campaign. Covert sources from Canada have even drawn Russia, China, Iran and Pakistan into the slugfest.
Getting some updates coming in, viewers. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney called President Trump new tariffs on auto imports unjustified and in violation of our existing trade agreements. He added that Canada would impose retaliatory tariffs of its own. Speaking, Carney says that I promise Canada's retaliation would have maximum impact in the US and minimum impact in Canada.
Yesterday, in the latest salvo in his trade war, President Trump again imposed unjustified tariffs on our nation in violation of our existing trade agreements. This time, he targeted the auto industry and the more than 500,000 hardworking, dedicated Canadians that industry supports across our country.
Russian President Putin attended the launch ceremony of a new nuclear submarine. Putin said the new submarine, which carries advanced hypersonic missiles, will enhance the security of Russia's maritime borders and protect national interests in various areas of world ocean, including the Arctic zone. Thousands of Israeli protesters gathered in Tel Aviv to demonstrate as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu moves to oust top security and legal officials. Demonstrations continue and demand that Netanyahu reach a deal to release hostages held in Gaza. White House has pulled up Elise Stefanik's nomination to be U.S. ambassador to the UN. Decision is a stunning turnaround for Trump's cabinet pick after her confirmation had been stalled over concerns about Republicans' tight margins in the House. In a Truth Social post, the president wrote that it was essential that we maintain every Republican seat in the Congress. Chief Advisor Mohammad Yunus is also to meet Chinese President Xi Jinping in Beijing. The visit comes as Yunus is making efforts for both nations to deepen their strategic cooperation. The meeting will also mark the 50th anniversary of Bangladesh-China diplomatic relations, and there is a possibility of signing several bilateral agreements, according to a diplomatic source. Viewers, 5 people were left injured after a mass stabbing incident in central Amsterdam. The incident occurred in Dam Square, which is one of the busiest areas in the city. Listen into what happened and what really took place in Amsterdam in a next report.
5 people were injured in a mass stabbing incident in Amsterdam on Thursday. According to the police, an unidentified man with a knife indiscriminately attacked pedestrians, causing multiple injuries and creating panic in the city.
This afternoon there are multiple people stabbed by one person. They're wounded and they're brought to the hospital. The suspect in this is been arrested and also wounded. At this moment we're investigating what happened.
The police has detained the accused. However, the motive of the attack still remains unclear. According to the eyewitnesses, the police and emergency services responded quickly. The injured have been shifted to the nearby local hospital and are being treated. Meanwhile, police have urged people to come forward with any visuals or images of the stabbing incident.
Coming up, Supreme Court is slated to hear a plea seeking direction to the Delhi police to register an FIR and cause an effective and meaningful investigation in Justice Verma cash haul case. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे.
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans, they are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले fans. I thought
Cricket fans. यार तुम अपने podcast के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगे क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
So I want to start with this. On my own, I have been fascinated by the personality of Netaji. I have also done 3 books on Netaji, and I am very happy to state that the last of my books has become a textbook for an army promotion exam on Netaji and the INA. So that is the extent to which the armed forces are now looking at Netaji.
Oh,
you know,
wonderful.
So therefore, I was very keen to get hold of this book and to see. And I am very happy to state that it has added to my knowledge. I thought I had also done the last word on Netaji, but then there is so much more to learn. Let me at the outset make one thing clear to our audience. If you are free today, let me state
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Supreme Court is slated to hear a plea seeking direction to the Delhi police to register an FIR and cause an effective and meaningful investigation in Justice Yashwant Verma cash haul case. Chaos and protests at Mamta's event at Oxford College. Protesters question Mamta's position on Arjikor case. Verdict in Pasture sexual assault case is expected today. BJP questions Maan government over why he hasn't been arrested yet. Bengaluru man kills wife, stuffed her body inside a suitcase and fled to Pune. Massive encounter underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Katwa. 3 terrorists have been neutralized by the security forces. 3 security personnel have also martyred in the line of duty. Good morning, viewers. This is Republic and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Madhurima Mishra. Big breaking news coming in. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, who is in London for past couple of days, was heckled by a group of protesting students who interrupted her speech at the Kellogg College at the Oxford University in London. The event turned into chaos after students confronted the West Bengal Chief Minister over the August 2024 Arjikor rape and murder case. The students, viewers, also questioned Mamta's take and approach towards Hindus in the state. So it was an embarrassing day for Mamata Banerjee, viewers, because pro-Hindu groups, including many ordinary Bengalis over there living in London, reached Mamta's event and then further questioned her approach towards Hindus and also the investigation as well in the Arjikor rape and murder case. Listen in what the West Bengal Chief Minister had to say.
You know, the case is sub judice and also it is central government has taken over. It is not with us. Please don't do politics here. It is not a political state. That you can do it with me in my state, not here. And you know better than me, the crowd funding and all.
Come and ask you questions in Kolkata, your ministers say we will break your finger. Yeah, you're going to break your fingers.
I don't, this is absolutely, you are lying. Brother, you don't do it, brother. Don't do it, brother. Don't do it. I have a special affection for you. We love all of you. But don't try to make it into a political platform. If you want to make it a political platform, go to Bengal and tell your party to be more strong and more stable. Wherever I go, I am for all. I am for all. I am for Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Isai. I am for unity. You people are not. Don't mention only one caste. Mention all the castes together.
Viewers, you just saw that sequence. Mamata Banerjee was left red-faced over there at the event when she went on and even dubbed those voices and slogans raised against her there as political vendetta. Now, the Bharatiya Janata Party has also given a sharp reaction to it. Listen in.
देखिए, ये तो पहले से मालूम था। मैंने भी बोला था कि ममता बनर्जी लंदन जा रहे हैं, भाषण देंगे, तो वहाँ के लोग पूछेंगे आरजीकर में क्या हुआ। आज आरजीकर जैसा घटना तो पूरा बंगाल में हो रही है। महिलाओं की कोई सुरक्षा नहीं। सबसे नाबालिग का शादी लड़कियों की बंगाल में हो रही है। हजारों लड़कियां प्रेग्नेंट है, अंडर एज। क्यों हो रहा है? ये क्या चल रहा है समाज में? ये सबको मालूम है। तो वो अगर प्रश्नों कोई करेगा, उत्तर देना है। आप बिगड़ जाएंगे, नाराज हो जाएंगे, कौन छोड़ेगा आपको?
Viewers, joining us live on this broadcast is our senior editor Mayuk Ranjan Ghosh. Mayuk, we saw Mamata Banerjee. She was left red-faced over there at the event when those ordinary Bengalis living there in the vicinity of London questioned her approach towards Hindus in the state of West Bengal. Also, they question as to what's happening in Arjikar rape and murder case, Mayuk, because we here at Republic were at the forefront when this entire case unraveled and we fought for Abhaya's justice. Mayuk.
Well, absolutely, and most importantly, industry. Mamata Banerjee was questioned. What amount of industry has come to Bengal in the last 14 years? Mamata Banerjee has constantly given data, constantly said that her government is concerned about the decline in industry, and they are trying to make industry in Bengal. In fact, time and again, Mamata Banerjee roped in Saurav Ganguly, the former Indian skipper, to portray him as an industrialist. Can you imagine Saurav Ganguly, the former Indian captain, now being portrayed as an industrialist, and every time reassuring the state of West Bengal that yes, something or the other is happening, that too from the version of Saurav Ganguly. This time also Saurav Ganguly came and the assurances of industries were giving, but the students in Oxford, especially the Indian students, they have questioned Mamata Banerjee. Rightly, you have said that they have questioned regarding the Hindus getting killed in West Bengal, the atrocities against Hindus in West Bengal, and most importantly, the Arjikar rape and murder case, Abhaya's justice. It is delivered.
Yes, Mayuk. Yes, Mayuk, thank you for those details. Joining me live on this broadcast is Bharatiya Janata Party's national spokesperson, Shazia Ilmi. Shazia, Mamata was left red-faced over there at the event when she was confronted with some of the very tough questions she has been avoiding for a very long time as to what is the approach of the TMC government there against Hindus. What happened in Abhaya's rape and murder case? There were multiple loopholes in the case. Republic Media Network, in fact, Shazia, was the only channel that led that case from the front. But when Mamata was questioned, she said that it is nothing but politics happening there, and she said that avoid it, I'll take and do politics in the state of West Bengal, not here.
You know, it is so unfortunate. I would like to point out to two things and two very important, facts. You know, the stagnation, the economic stagnation of West Bengal is well known. A state which actually contributed 10.5% to the GDP, to the national GDP, has now reduced to, the contribution is 5.6%. Even the per capita income has gone down drastically. And more than that, the complete breakdown of law and order in West Bengal. You see what happened in Arjikar Hospital. I mean, it was deplorable. And how Mamata runs the government, Mamata Banerjee ji runs the government with a whole lot of goons there at the grassroots levels. And even her other team, you know, the whole ecosystem is such that represents political violence and breakdown of law and machinery. And can you imagine this was a political appointee, the man who was actually finally, sent to jail for this absolutely heinous rape was actually a political appointee. And Mamata Banerjee and her team tried to hush the matter. So obviously there would be questions asked. There would be tough questions asked of Mamata. Also, what happened with the Tatas, you know, in terms of how her willingness to have industries and show some industrial growth in the country. So in the region. So I think Mamata is beleaguered, Mamata ji, and you know she can't stand criticism. This is what happens in West Bengal. I think your channel has experienced it. Others have experienced it. The minute you say anything against Mamata Banerjee, ask her any question, you're accused of being politically motivated. That is just how they look at this. and she cannot tolerate anything negative about her governance style, about her manner, about the way appeasement happens, and about the terrible situation the state is in.
Well, absolutely, Shazia. Now, what's a pertinent point over there that was raised by those ordinary Bengalis living there in London as to what is Mamata Banerjee's approach towards Hindus? We cannot forget what happened in Sandesh Khali and continues to happen. We've been raising our voice against this, but Mamata Banerjee has been trying to brush it under the carpet. She said that I am for all. I am for Sikh, Isai, Hindu, everybody. How do you see that?
You know, she can say that as many times. She can shout it from all the roofs. But the fact of the matter is that people and Hindus and Muslims experience Mamata ji differently in the state. And there is ample evidence of that. And the way she went on against even crowds of people saying Jai Shri Ram shows the abhorrence she has for Lord Ram. But more than that, constantly this Muslim appeasement, which also doesn't help the Muslims. Because if you see the socio-economic indices, you see Muslims are still at the lowest rung, so to speak. So she will not actually work for Muslims, do anything good for them. She wants them to stay in this state of, being driven by some radical thoughts instead of education, employment, employability. She will not look at that at all, things that really matter to the community. But she will use their names because she knows, and their religion, everything is religion, only because it helps in electoral politics. And it is her wish and desire to ensure that Muslims don't progress, do not ask questions, are like political slaves of Mamata Banerjee, which is exactly what they are. And you just see how poorly they're faring in all your indices.
Yes, well, thank you, Shazia, for those details and your opinion as well. We'll keep coming back to you because it's going to snowball into a major controversy as Mamata Banerjee has been heckled over there. Also, she tried to brush it under the carpet, viewers, by saying that her approach towards Hindus is absolutely fine. She's a secular person. We have obtained some exclusive footage, viewers, of that particular event where slogans were raised, posters were raised, and placards were put out against Mamata Banerjee over there at Kellogg University. Have a look.
Where you have to allow the people to lose.
You kill Abhaya.
Don't behave like this.
You kill Abhaya.
Don't behave like this. It is a misbehaving.
This is not Calcutta.
You are insulting your own institution. Don't disrespect your institution. You can disrespect me, but you cannot disrespect your institution. I am humbled. You cannot disrespect.
You kill Abhaya. You kill Abhaya. You kill Abhaya.
Anything for the Kellogg Annually? Huh? Anything for the Kellogg Annually? Any word for Hindus? Any word for Hindus?
Wherever I go,
Mamata ji, any word for Hindus?
I am for all. I am for all. I am for Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Islam.
Anyone? How many Hindus got killed?
Mention only one caste. Mention all the castes together.
So, how many Hindu killed?
You killed
Mamata ji, how many Hindu got killed here?
Abhaya, the young girl killed under your leadership. You are selling the human body parts. You came to kill that person. Don't show fingers. Don't show fingers. Abhaya got killed under your leadership.
You have corrupted everything. And the people who have the negative words here, see the negative words here, but please my answer. Communal worship. Don't behave like this. It won't be proper. But right now, That your agenda, your fulfilled. I love that. My best wishes to all of you. Please have a good sleep.
We don't want your best
Have a
wishes.
good sleep.
So those were exclusive visuals we bring for you from London, where some very tough questions were posed in front of West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, and placards reading "Meet and greet the cheat and criminal of West Bengal" were also put out, leaving Mamata Banerjee rest-faced over there. She had nothing but to dub all of these concerns and tough questions as political vendetta. Viewers, now we'll shift our focus to the national capital, where a two-judge bench of the Supreme Court, led by Justice A.S. Oka and Justice Ujjwal Bhuvam, will hear a public interest litigation seeking registration of an FIR against Justice Yashwant Verma over the allegations linked to a large stash of cash found at his official residence here in the national capital. Remember, viewers, this is coming after multiple Bar Association chiefs from various states flew down to the national capital and met the Chief Justice of India. They told Republic TV exclusively, viewers, that the CJI has agreed to fulfill all the demands that have been made by them. And today, this is going to be a crucial hearing. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Gopi. She's reporting from outside the Supreme Court over there. Gopi, a very crucial hearing today, where the court is going to listen to this PIL, because remember, the last time the court had refused for an urgent hearing in this entire matter. And in fact, the Supreme Court Collegium in this case, Gopi, had even referred that Justice Verma should be brought back into the work culture. What's going to happen today? Gopi.
Well, indeed, Madhurima, as you've correctly pointed out, the item is listed for today, and Matthew Nedumbara's petition will be heard today. And as let's tell our viewers what is the main point of this petition. He has in fact focused on shifting the entire matter and handing over the entire matter to police rather than the special committee which has been formed by the Supreme Court. So this is the major challenge for the Supreme Court, where they are going to consider if the matter should be shifted entirely to the police or should the special bench be investigating the same. Yesterday we saw that statements of various stakeholders in this particular case, which includes servants, family, relatives of Justice Verma, as well as Chief Fire Officer's statement along with police officials, have been recorded by the special committee which has been formed by the Supreme Court. So all eyes today at this hearing, while also let's tell our viewers that there is another focus to look at the picture of judiciary, the larger picture of judiciary. Nedumbara has also focused on reconsidering the bill which was passed in 2010, which focuses on judicial standards and accountability. So we will have to wait and watch what happens at the Supreme Court today. Back to you, Madhurima.
Absolutely, Gopi. Thank you for those details. Viewers, remember that the only demand that was emanating from all quarters of the judicial fraternity was why differentiate between a politician, a bureaucrat, and a judge for that matter when they are facing severe charges of corruption. Now, viewers, we'll shift our focus to more news coming in from across the country in this edition of Bharat in 5. Former Karnataka Chief Minister and BJP MP Basavaraj Bommai has criticized the Siddaramaiah-led Congress government over the milk price hike, claiming the increase is a tactic to cover up the financial troubles caused by their guarantees. On Thursday, Karnataka government announced a price hike for Nandini milk and curd by ₹4 per litre, set to take effect from April 1st.
He is now very well known for bankruptcy, corruption and price rise. Almost all commodity prices have been increasing and on day-to-day basis. Today itself they have increased the price of the milk by ₹4. In 1 year, there is a third time increase in the milk. Plus, this is a second time increase in the power. Now they are putting a blame on KRC.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board has appealed to Muslims across the country to wear black armbands on Alvida Jummah, the last Friday of Ramzan, in protest against the Waqf Amendment Bill 2024. The All India Muslim Personal Law Board expressed its concern over the bill, describing it as a sinister conspiracy that aims to deprive Muslims of their religious and charitable institutions. Bharatiya Janata Party MP Jagdambika Pal said that infiltration in West Bengal will come to an end when the party forms a government in the state. Pal's comment came as part of the ongoing debate surrounding illegal immigration, particularly from Bangladesh into India via West Bengal.
वेस्ट बंगाल की सरकार से कह चुका हूं कि 450 किलोमीटर फेंसिंग के लिए बाढ़ लगाने के लिए ज़मीन दी जाए, लेकिन वो ज़मीन आज तक नहीं दी गई और पूरे देश में उसी का कारण है कि जो भी इल्लीगल इमिग्रेंट्स, अवैध घुसपैठिए, चाहे बांग्लादेशी हों चाहे रोहिंग्या हों, वो आ रहे हैं।
Mahavir Singh Fogart praised the work done by CM Nayab Saini after the Haryana government announced reward for wrestler Vinesh Fogart's uncle. Further lauded the chief minister for fulfilling the promises made by him.
देखिए, बड़ी खुशी की बात है जो नायब सैनी जो हरियाणा के मुख्यमंत्री ने एक जो हटके जो ये पहल शुरू की है, जो सराहनीय है, बहुत अच्छा काम किया है। जो आज एक जो वादा किया था उसको निभा रहे हैं। तो आज तक ये किसी ने जो पहले भी गए हैं, जो मेडल से वंचित भी रह गए, जो किसी ने ये काम नहीं किया। जो आज जो नायब सैनी ने जो ये काम किया है, जो इसके लिए बहुत अच्छा काम किया है।
After being released from Muktasar Sahib prison, former leader Sarwan Singh Pandher issued a statement condemning the Punjab government for destroying the temporary fronts set by them at Shambhu and Kanori borders. Police took action against the farmers after they decided to head towards the borders following an inconclusive meeting with the government. After Delhi Assembly Deputy Speaker Mohan Singh Bisht proposed a name change of Mustafabad constituency, Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjeev Jha took a scathing attack at BJP and claimed that the party is known for changing names of constituency wherever they're elected. He further questioned BJP's promise of offering rupees 2,500 to women under Mahila Samman Yojana scheme, which is not yet been delivered.
जनता ने काम के लिए भेजा है। ये नाम बदलने वाली सरकार है। जहां जाओ नाम बदल लो। अरे नाम बदलने से लोगों की सेहत और शौक नहीं बदलेगा। हजारों उर्दू नाम है, सब बदल दो। पर उस बदलने से जनता का क्या भला होने वाला बताओ? जनता का भला तो आज मुस्तफाबाद में महिलाओं को 2500 रुपए कम मिलेगा, उससे मुस्तफाबाद भला होने वाला है। मुस्तफाबाद के लोगों को होली पे सिलेंडर मिला कि नहीं मिला, उस पर बात कर लेते, उससे उनका भला हो जाता। मुस्तफाबाद के जनता के विकास के काम कैसे होगा उस पर चर्चा करो, वो नहीं कर रहे।
Security forces conducted anti-terrorist operations in Jammu and Kashmir's Katwa after heavy gunfight ensued between terrorists and the forces. The operation remains underway. Congress leader B.K. Hariprasad has accused the BJP and the RSS of trying to reduce the representation of southern states in the parliament and assemblies through delimitation and said that the Saffron party was resorting to such tactics as it was struggling to win seats in the southern region. The proposed delimitation exercise has faced strong opposition from several political parties, particularly in southern states.
डिलिमिटेशन क्योंकि दक्षिण भारत में कुछ नहीं कर सकता है भारतीय जनता पार्टी और आरएसएस, इसलिए उधर उसको नंबर गठा के इसको संसद में या असेंबली में कुछ गड़बड़ करना चाहते हैं। हम लोग मानेगा नहीं। क्योंकि सरकार का जो नीति नियम था फैमिली प्लानिंग के बारे में, हमारा जनसंख्या घटे हैं। इधर ये लोग कोई सरकार का जो गाइडलाइंस है या उसका कानून है या उसका नियम है, रीति है, कोई फॉलो नहीं करता। इसका मतलब सारे हमारे ऊपर क्यों थोपना है?
Well, viewers, more breaking news coming in. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has appealed to Muslims across India to wear a black armband on Jummah Atul, which is the last Friday of the Ramzan, to protest against Waqf Amendment Bill 2024. Remember, viewers, this is not the first time that the All India Muslim Personal Law Board has raised such a request. In the past couple of weeks, we have seen that multiple protests have been staged by All India Muslim Personal Law Board and their workers across the nation, one being there at Jantar Mantar, the second was held a couple of days back in Patna. But what was seen there on ground, viewers, that those protesting did not know much about what Waqf Amendment Bill was. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Riyanka. Riyanka, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board is at it again. They have called for a unique protest this time. They have said that on the last day of the Ramzan, all Muslims across the country should wear a black band to protest against the Waqf Amendment Bill. Now, Riyanka, we've seen in the past that how these protests have taken place, but the protesters are not aware of what's really in the Waqf Amendment Bill.
Well, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board is rigorously protesting against the Waqf Amendment Bill, and they have done it in the past as well with a protest in the national capital and then followed by a nationwide protest announcement, one which happened in Bihar's Patna previously, and also many more planned up across Kerala, Hyderabad, in Kolkata, as well as several other areas in the nation. Now, in a very, very unique style of their protest, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board has now urged all the Muslims across the country to wear a black armband on their right hand side, and this should be worn on the last day of their prayers of the Jummah prayers, the Friday prayers, the last day of the last Friday rather of the Ramzan. And at this point in time, what we also understand that they have urged the Muslims to make a video of that particular armband and share it with the online desk of the All India Muslim Personal Law Board. So the protest, on the other hand, increasing on that front from the Muslim body as they continue to protest against the amendments proposed by the centre in the Waqf Amendment Bill. We will continue to get you more details on this particular story. Do stay tuned with us. We will come right back after this short break.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
The impact is there. There is a huge global uncertainty that we are seeing. Global markets are in the clutch of uncertainty. Very difficult for companies to make business models. Very difficult for governments to figure out. Overall, if you see, US is importing about $3.3 trillion worth of goods and $800 billion of services every year. India is a small portion of that as far as goods are concerned. We export about $80 billion of goods to the US every year, and we are taking about roughly $30 billion of goods from the US. Now, if reciprocal tariffs come in, it would hurt us. One of the foreign brokerages about 2 months back, they had said if 25% tariffs come across the board on the entire Indian export basket to the US, the GDP could be impacted as much as 0.5%. Those fears have reduced after Prime Minister Modi's visit to the White House, after Piyush Goyal, our Commerce Minister, was in the US as well negotiating. Our Foreign Minister Jaishankar was there, and that has helped now bring a negotiating agreement. That has helped to bring the US to the negotiating table for a bilateral trade agreement, which will take 5 to 6 months to work out. But
Supreme Court is slated to hear a plea seeking directions to the Delhi police to register an FIR and cause an effective and meaningful investigation in Justice Yashwant Verma cash haul case.
You killed Abhaya! You killed
Chaos and protest at Mamta's event at Oxford College. Protesters question Mamta's position on Arjikar case. Verdict in Pasture sexual assault case is expected today. BJP questioned Man government over why he hasn't been arrested yet. Bengaluru man kills wife, stuffed her body inside a suitcase and fled to Pune. Massive encounter underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua. 3 terrorists have been neutralized by the security forces. At the same time, 3 security personnel have also martyred their lives in the line of duty. Viewers, we start this edition with breaking news coming in from the state of Punjab. Now, viewers, the self-styled pastor Bajinder Singh, who is accused of sexual harassment, in fresh trouble over him. A video of him thrashing 2 people in assault and criminal intimidation case has been filed against him. The verdict in this case is expected today. Meanwhile, heavy security has been deployed at the Mohali court. Now, viewers, it's going to be a crucial day because we here at Republic Media Network have exposed how this tainted pastor all along these years has been sexually assaulting multiple women, torturing them, harassing people. There have been accusations of hawala transactions as well, viewers. And now today it's going to be a crucial case hearing there at the Mohali District Court, and it will be pronouncing a verdict in the matter. Remember, viewers, this pastor who claims to have godly capabilities has been fooling people for a very long time. Multiple victims have spoken exclusively to Republic Media Network and exposed his modus operandi as to how he works, and later on how he lures women, make their videos, and then goes on to even further sexually assault them using those videos as leverage. Now, joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague. He's live from Mohali. Akhil, it's going to be a crucial day today. The Mohali court is going to announce the verdict. What are we expecting?
Well, Madhurima, if you see, there have been multiple cases in which pastor name has been involved. And if you see, 3 cases has been the most prominent. Today, in one of the cases, which include, if you see, the Zirakpur case, which is a rape case in which a woman has claimed that self-styled pastor Mr. Bajinder Singh has raped her in 2018. And after that, what we have seen that he was unavailable for comments during that period in time. And then a non-bailable warrant was issued against him, and while he was trying to flee to London at that point in time, the Haryana police, in a joint operation with the Delhi police, arrested self-styled pastor from Delhi airport while he was trying to flee to London. And then since then this case was going on. Today the verdict is going to come out in the rape case at Mohali court, so that everyone is waiting for this moment. And earlier what we have seen that when the case hearing was going going on Monday. At that point in time, approximately more than thousands of supporters of Pastor Bajinder Singh also arrived over there and tried to create ruffle just outside the courts, and they were basically trying to manhandle the media persons as well. And in the second case, if you see what has happened, that the last week another victim who was physically assaulted in that case at Marjorie. What we have seen that in that video, it's very obvious. If you just go to the CCTV footage, it's very clear that the pastor was physically assaulting that woman, and after that woman has basically filed a case in Mullanpur. So this is the second case. And if you talk about the third case, which has been filed as Kapurthala, and in that case what we have seen that a woman has also said that she was basically sexually assaulted by the self-styled pastor Mr. Bajinder Singh. So there are three cases which is continuously basically creating troubles for self-styled pastor
Akhil.
Mr. Bajinder Singh at this point in time.
Akhil, I would also like to ask you as to now this pastor controversy has also stirred a political one as well. There's a political controversy around him as well. Now the Bharatiya Janata Party is saying that this pastor is hand in glove with the Aam Aadmi Party government, and that is why he's been evading arrest for so long, even after facing such serious charges, Akhil. What more can you tell us on this?
Well, that's right, Madhurima. If you see, I have spoken to several victims, at least 4 to 5 victims in connection with the case, and they are those victims who are basically work inside the Church of Glory and Wisdom. Basically, if you see, the church which is being run by the self-styled pastor Mr. Bajinder Singh is known as Church of Glory and Wisdom, and the staff and the employees of that Church of Glory and Wisdom has said this to us off camera, that if you see, that person basically does drug businesses also. And apart from that, he is basically involved in several other bad things as well, which is not right to comment at this point in time, because when I tried to basically ask those women to come on camera, they were basically refusing, fearing the threat of their life. So at this point in time, if you see, Pastor Bajinder Singh's close aides basically threatening those women. They are basically calling them and basically threatening that they are going to kill them if they are going to come forward and complain in the police. And apart from to the second question which we have asked regarding the political affiliation, we have been constantly asking this question to some of the senior leaders in the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Some Aam Aadmi Party leaders are refraining to comment on this at this point in time. And while I've been speaking to some of the victims, they are saying that he has got some political affiliations. That's why for the last 9 years, because if you see the first case which of rape which was filed in 2016, and that case is still going on, and that man, the self-styled pastor, is still out on bail.
Well, thank you, Akhil. We'll keep coming back to you for more details on this, as this hearing is a crucial one. Viewers, stay tuned to Republic TV for that. Now let's shift our focus to what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir. A fierce gun battle in the remote forested area of Katwa district has left 3 terrorists dead and 5 security personnel injured, as the security forces have intensified the operation to neutralize an infiltrating group of about 5 terrorists. Remember, viewers, it is the day 6 of this encounter which is underway in Katwa district. Joining me live is my colleague Gursimran from Katwa. Gursimran, what more updates do you have for us on this? The encounter has entered day 6 now.
Yes, Madhurima, it's the day 6 of the ongoing anti-terror operation in the Katwa district, and 3 terrorists have been neutralized by the security forces. In a short while from now, the Indian Army is going to come up with the official statement. Apart from this, 3 brave hearts of the Jammu and Kashmir police, all 3 selection grade constables, have also made the supreme sacrifice when they came in contact with the terrorist who opened fire at them. But they managed to gun down the terrorist, and also one of the cop, the head constable rank cop who was leading this team, is still missing. Right right now we are at that very place, and I'll request Gaurav to show you a general area that how difficult this area is. That if you look at the terrain, this terrain is densely forested terrain. There are steep heights, and at some places it is a complete rock structures that are there that act as a natural hideout for these terrorists, and that is the sole reason that for the last 4 days, because here in this forest every leaf act as a hideout for the terrorists. They give the cover to the terrorists, and it becomes really very challenging for the security forces, because the security forces have to enter the area that is completely unknown for them. And now Gaurav is showing you the ridge that is there, and when we move beyond this ridge, you will see the massive deployment of the security forces. It's Jammu and Kashmir police, the special forces of the Indian Army, all are deployed here. It has been done to ensure that this outer cordon is intact. In a short while from now, the IG CRPF Gopalakrishnan Rao, along with the IGP Jammu Zone, Jammu and Kashmir Police, Bhimsen Tuti, they are arriving here at the spot, and they will be monitoring the operation from here ground. But it is very likely that the security forces will be in a position to come out with a statement, because the firefight has stopped for last couple of minutes. There has been only a standalone fire and move tactics being followed by the security forces. Ambulances too have been kept on the standby, so that in case of any contingency, if it is needed, they are at the standby at this very given place, because it's roughly an aerial distance of 500 meters from this very place where the fierce gun battle took place yesterday, and also today morning there was an exchange of fire between the terrorists and the security forces. But now, as we speak, the forces are trying to zero into the area so that they go combing and they locate the locations, because all those brave hearts, those who have fallen in line of the duty, 3 of the Jammu and Kashmir police, 1 head constable who is still missing, their bodies are yet to be retrieved by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and so does for the terrorists. The terrorist bodies are also yet to be retrieved. They have been spotted in the drone, and in a short while from now, we are expecting the statement from the 9 Corps of the Indian Army to be issued with regards to this ongoing operation. But Madhurima, a big success that infiltrating group of Jaish terrorists, all Pakistanis, have been neutralized by the forces, but 3 brave hearts have made the supreme sacrifice.
Well, thank you, Gursimran, for those details. We'll keep coming back to you as that encounter in Katwa is still underway, viewers. Viewers, now shift our focus to the national capital, where Union Home Minister Amit Shah tore into the opposition and launched a no-hold-bar attack in the Lok Sabha over a series of issues. Amit Shah spoke on the Immigration Bill 2025 and took on the Bengal government straight head-on. Take a look at this detailed report.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah launched a scathing attack on the opposition and addressed the issue of infiltration in the parliament. Replying to a debate on the Immigration and Foreigners Bill in the Lok Sabha, Amit Shah said that India is not a dharamshala and those who pose a threat to the national security of the country will not be allowed.
कई बार अलग अलग भाषणों में, अलग अलग जलसों में ये विषय उठा जाता है। बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के लिए बीएसएफ क्या कर रही है, सेना क्या कर रही है, कि रोहिंग्या दिल्ली तक आ गए, आपके नाक के नीचे आया। मान्यवर, ये बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिए हो या रोहिंग्याज हो, जो घुस कर आते हैं, पहले असम से भी आते थे जब कांग्रेस की सरकार, अब बंगाल से आते हैं टीएमसी की सरकार, घुस कर आते हैं, इनको आधार कार्ड दादा कौन देता है? नागरिक कहां के बने हैं? कहां के बने हैं? जितने बांग्लादेशी पकड़े गए, 24 परगना जिले का आधार कार्ड और नागरिकता है मान्यवर। और ये जो आप आधार कार्ड इश्यू करते हो, वो आधार कार्ड लेकर, वो वोटर कार्ड लेकर ये दिल्ली तक आते हैं, आप उनको आधार कार्ड इश्यू न करो, आदमी क्या परिंदा भी पैर नहीं मार पाएगा। जो अपना धर्म बचाने के लिए, अपने परिवार को बचाने के लिए यहां आए हैं, वो शरणार्थी है मान्यवर, और इसलिए हम सीए लेने के लिए लेकर आए हैं मान्यवर, इसमें कोई भेदभाव नहीं।
Amit Shah also highlighted that the number of people taking refuge in India has increased, which can make the country unsafe. The Union Home Minister also slammed the Mamata Banerjee government for obstructing the border security efforts by not providing land for fencing and showing mercy to the infiltrators.
ये 450 किलोमीटर के लिए मान्यवर मैंने डीओ लेटर लिखकर 10 रिमाइंडर करे हैं। बंगाल सरकार भूमि नहीं देती। मान्यवर, ये 450 किलोमीटर के लिए गृह सचिव बंगाल के मुख्य सचिव के साथ 7 मीटिंग करे, ये भूमि नहीं देते हैं। मान्यवर, जहां फेंसिंग लगाने जाते हैं, सत्ताधारी पार्टी का कैडर आकर हुड़दंग करता है, धार्मिक नारे लगाता है। और मान्यवर, मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि ये 450 किलोमीटर फेंसिंग रुकी है तो केवल और केवल बंगाल सरकार की दया की दृष्टि घुसपैठियों के पर जो है, इसके कारण। और मान्यवर, इससे आगे ये 450 किलोमीटर शायद भाषण सुनकर ममता जी भूमि दे भी दे तो हम खत्म कर देंगे, फिर भी 112 किलोमीटर खुली सीमा रहती है।
Shah further accused Mamata Banerjee-led government of providing identification documents to the infiltrators. After Amit Shah's address in the Lok Sabha, the issue of infiltrators is likely to gather steam in the coming days.
Well, viewers, that was Union Home Minister Amit Shah who made that sharp attack against the TMC government over infiltration of illegal Bangladeshis via route of West Bengal into the country. Remember, the new immigration bill is intended to control that. Now, viewers, let's shift our focus to the state of Karnataka, where the Bengaluru police have arrested a man who allegedly murdered his wife, stuffed her body inside a suitcase and fled to Pune. The accused has been identified as Rakesh from Maharashtra, was tracked down using call detail records and was further detained by the Pune police. Yet another gory case coming in front of viewers, where a person killed her wife and stuffed her body inside a suitcase and fled to the neighboring state of Maharashtra. Listen in to what the DCP had to say.
5:30 ನಂತರ ನಮ್ಮ ಸೌತ್ ಈಸ್ಟ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ರೂಮ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಈ ಥರ ಏನೋ ಹ್ಯಾಂಗಿಂಗ್ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆ ಕಾಲ್ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಹುಳಿಮಾವು ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಟೀಮ್ ಬಂದು ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಮನೆ ಲಾಕ್ಡ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದು ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತೆ ಕಿ ಬಾತ್ರೂಮ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸೂಟ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಸೊ ಪ್ರಾಬಬ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಅಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಫೊರೆನ್ಸಿಕ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದು ತೆಗೆದು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಲೇಡಿದು ಬಾಡಿ ಇದೆ, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಇಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್, ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್. ಮತ್ತು ಅದು ಹಸ್ಬೆಂಡ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅದು ಹಸ್ಬೆಂಡು ಡಿಟೈನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟೇಕನ್ ಅಪ್ ದ ಒನ್ ಮರ್ಡರ್ ಕೇಸ್. ಈಗ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವರು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವರಿಬ್ರು 2 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ ಮದುವೆ ಆಗಿ, ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದವರು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದ ತಿಂಗಳು ಬಂದಿದ್ರು ಜಾಬ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ. ಅವರು IT-ದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಹಿಟಾಚಿ ಕಂಪ್ನಿದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಹೌಸ್ ವೈಫ್ ಇದ್ರು, ಜಾಬ್ ಹುಡುಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅಂತೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಪೀಸಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಾಡಿ ಫುಲ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೂಟ್ಕೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ನಾಳೆ ಇದರಿಂದ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ ನಾವು PM ಮಾಡಿಸಿದಾಗ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ರೂಮ್ ಬಂದು ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂತು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Abhishek from Bengaluru. Abhishek, what we're learning is that the man did not chop off the mortal remains of his wife. In fact, he stuffed it inside a suitcase. Her body was intact and has been sent for post-mortem. What more can you tell us?
Well, Madhurima, it is a horrific murder which has happened in Bangalore once again. This is not a new day to Bangalore, because we've seen a couple of women being killed and stacked into a briefcase, and this is one such crime which is unearthed once again. A 36-year-old technical project director who was working in Bangalore for the last 2 months, who was basically from Maharashtra, shifted to Bangalore 2 months ago along with his wife, who is 32-year-old, who's also has done mass communications degree and who was actively searching for a job. It is believed that these couple were probably fighting for a couple of days, and whenever they fought, the people in the building probably tried to sort them out, but The incident happened on Wednesday night when the husband, who's 36-year-old Rakesh from Maharashtra, stabbed his wife thrice on her abdomen and slit her throat. And he made sure that she was tagged in a briefcase, and the briefcase was kept in the restroom, after which he fled the city in a nearby car. After with some time, or probably on Thursday morning, he has called another co-tenant to inform that he had killed his wife, and he wanted the tenant to inform the parents and the family of deceased wife so that they could continue with her final rites. And this is when the co-tenant called the owner or the landlord, and the landlord in turn called the police. So at this point of time, based on the call detail records of Rakesh, who's the prime accused in this case, he has been secured and arrested by the counterpart of police in Pune limits. So he is being brought back to the city. The DCP, Sara Fatima, has made claim that the body has been found intact,
Yes,
and
Abhishek.
the investigation and probe will continue, will start once they secure the accused. So we'll have to wait and watch for more updates, Madhurima.
Yes, thank you, Abhishek, for all those details in the matter. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Viewers, a crucial hearing in the Supreme Court is slated for later in the day, where the Apex Court is going to hear the Justice Yashwant Verma cash haul case. It's a PIL that the Supreme Court will be hearing. It's a crucial hearing because in the previous one, the Supreme Court had denied an urgent hearing. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a very short break.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे.
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans, they are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले फैंस. I thought
Cricket fans, यार तुम अपने पॉडकास्ट के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगे क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
You know, Field Marshal Claude Auchinleck, the Commander-in-Chief of British India, said the entire loyalty of the British Indian Armed Forces, the Indian soldiery, is now suspect. Because of Bose, because of INA, their loyalty to the Raj has been shaken. He made a military appreciation of the situation in December 1945, in which he said,
Former Karnataka Chief Minister and BJP MP Basavaraj Bommai has criticized the Siddaramaiah-led Congress government over milk price hike, claiming that the increase is a tactic to cover up the financial trouble caused by their guarantees. On Thursday, the Karnataka government announced a price hike for Nandini milk and curd by 4 per litre, set to take effect from April 1st.
He is now very well known for bankruptcy, corruption and price rise. Almost all commodity prices have been increasing and on day-to-day basis. Today itself they have increased the price of the milk by 4 rupees. In 1 year there is a third time increase in the milk. Plus this is a second time increase in the power. Now they are putting a blame on KARC.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board has appealed to Muslims across the country to wear black armbands on Al-Wida Jummah, the last Friday of the Ramzan, in protest against Waqf Amendment Bill 2024. The All India Muslim Personal Law Board expressed its concern over the bill, describing it as a sinister conspiracy that aims to deprive Muslims of their religious and charitable institutions. Bharatiya Janata Party MP Jagdambika Pal said that infiltration in West Bengal will come to an end when the party forms a government in the state. Pal's comment came as part of the ongoing debate surrounding the illegal immigration, particularly from Bangladesh into India via West Bengal.
वेस्ट बंगाल की सरकार से कह चुका हूं कि 450 किलोमीटर फेंसिंग के लिए बाढ़ लगाने के लिए ज़मीन दी जाए, लेकिन वो ज़मीन आज तक नहीं दी गई। और पूरे देश में उसी का कारण है कि जो भी इल्लीगल इमिग्रेंट्स, अवैध घुसपैठिए, चाहे बांग्लादेशी हों चाहे रोहिंग्या हों, वो आ रहे हैं।
Mahavir Singh Fogart praised the work done by CM Nayab Saini after the Haryana government announced a reward for wrestler Vinesh Fogart's uncle. Further lauded the Chief Minister for fulfilling promises made by him.
देखिए, बड़ी खुशी की बात है जो नायब सैनी जो हरियाणा के मुख्यमंत्री ने एक जो हटके जो ये पहल शुरू की है, जो सराहनीय है, बहुत अच्छा काम किया है। जो आज एक जो वादा किया था उसको निभा रहे हैं। तो आज तक ये किसी ने जो पहले भी गए हैं, जो मेडल से वंचित भी रह गए, जो किसी ने ये काम नहीं किया, जो आज जो नायब सैनी ने जो ये काम किया है, जो देश के लिए बहुत अच्छा काम किया है।
After being released from Muktasar Sahib prison, farmer leader Sarwan Singh Pandher issued a statement condemning the Punjab government for destroying temporary fronts set up by them at the Shambhu and Kannori border. Police took action against the farmers after they decided to head towards the borders following an inconclusive meeting with the state government. After Delhi Assembly, Deputy Speaker Mohan Singh Bisht proposed a name change of Mustafabad constituency. Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjeev Jha took a scathing attack at the BJP and claimed that the party is known for changing names of the constituencies whenever they are elected. He further questioned BJP's promise of offering Rs 2,500 to women under Mahila Samman Yojana scheme, which is not yet been delivered.
जनता ने काम के लिए भेजा है। ये नाम बदलने वाली सरकार है। जहां जाओ नाम बदल लो। अरे नाम बदलने से लोगों की सेहत और शौक नहीं बदलेगा। हजारों उर्दू नाम हैं, सब बदल दो। पर उस बदलने से जनता का क्या भला होने वाला बताओ? जनता का भला तो आप मुस्तफाबाद में महिलाओं को 2500 रुपए कम मिलेगा, उससे मुस्तफाबाद भला होने वाला है। मुस्तफाबाद के लोगों को होली पे सिलेंडर मिला कि नहीं मिला, उस पे बात कर लेते, उससे उनका भला हो जाता। मुस्तफाबाद के जनता के विकास के काम कैसे होगा, उस पर चर्चा करो, वो नहीं कर रहे।
Security forces conducted anti-terrorist operations in Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua after heavy gunfight ensued between terrorists and the forces. The operation remains underway. Congress leader B.K. Hariprasad has accused the BJP and the RSS of trying to reduce representation of the southern states in the parliament and assemblies through delimitations, and asserted that the Saffron Party was resorting to such tactics as it was struggling to win seats in the southern region. The proposed delimitation exercise has faced strong opposition from several political parties, particularly in the southern states.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
So I want to start with this. On my own, I have been fascinated by the personality of Netaji. I have also done 3 books on Netaji, and I am very happy to state that the last of my books has become a textbook for an army promotion exam on Netaji and the INA. So that is the extent to which the armed forces are now looking at Netaji.
Oh,
you know,
wonderful.
So therefore, I was very keen to get hold of this book and to see, and I am very happy to state that it has added to my knowledge. I thought I had also done the last word on Netaji, but then there is so much more to learn. Let me at the outset make one thing clear to our audience. If you are free today, let me state bluntly and categorically, it is because of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose and the INA. Period. You see, the simple fact is that though Gandhi ji may have turned the
West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee was left red-faced, viewers, after she was confronted with some very tough questions regarding her positions for Hindus in the state of West Bengal and as to what happened in the gang rape and murder of Abhaya. Stay tuned, we'll bring you more on this right after a very short break.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे.
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans, they are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले fans. I thought
Cricket fans. यार तुम अपने पॉडकास्ट के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगे क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
The impact is there. There is a huge global uncertainty that we are seeing. Global markets are in the clutch of uncertainty. Very difficult for companies to make business models. Very difficult for governments to figure out. Overall, if you see, US is importing about $3.3 trillion worth of goods and $800 billion of services every year. India is a small portion of that as far as goods are concerned. We export about $80 billion of goods to the US every year, and we are taking about roughly $30 billion of goods from the US. Now, if reciprocal tariffs come in, it would hurt us. One of the foreign brokerages about 2 months back, they had said if
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Supreme Court is slated to hear a plea seeking direction to the Delhi police to register an FIR and cause an effective and meaningful investigation in Justice Yashwant Verma cash haul case. Chaos and protests at Mamta's event at Oxford College. Protesters question Mamta's position on RG Kaur case. Verdict in pastor sexual assault case is expected today. BJP questions the Maan government over why the government hasn't arrested the pastor yet. Bengaluru man kills wife, stuffed her body into a suitcase and fled to Pune. Massive encounter underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Katwa. 3 terrorists have been killed by the security forces. Also, 3 security personnel killed in action. Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. And starting up, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, during her visit in the UK, was speaking at an event at the Oxford University where she was completely heckled by protesters and students of the Kellogg College who questioned her not just on her handling of the RG Kaur rape and murder case, but also her stand on Hinduism. And they in fact also questioned about the Tata's exit from the state of West Bengal. In fact, fact, crowds were also heard saying that Mamata Banerjee killed Abhaya. Listen in to that sequence first.
You know, the case is sub judice, and also it is central government has taken over. It is not with us. Please don't do politics here. It is not a political state. That you can do it with me in my state, not here. And you know better than me, the crowdfunding and all.
Because when we come and ask you questions in Kolkata, your ministers say we will break your finger. Yeah, you're going to break your fingers.
I don't. This is absolutely, you are lying. Brother, you don't do it, brother. Don't do it, brother. Don't do it. I have a special affection for you. We love all of you. But don't try to make it into a political platform. If you want to make it a political platform, go to Bengal and tell your party to be more strong and more stable. Wherever I go, I am for all. I am for all. I am for Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Isai. I am for unity. You people are not. Don't mention only one caste. Mention all the castes together.
However, the BJP has taken full cognizance of what unfolded in the UK, and in fact the party has also reacted over the matter. First up, listen in to BJP's Dilip Ghosh.
देखिए, ये तो पहले से मालूम था। मैंने भी बोला था कि ममता बनर्जी लंदन जा रहे हैं, भाषण देंगे, तो वहाँ के लोग पूछेंगे आरजीकर में क्या हुआ। आज आरजीकर जैसा घटना तो पूरा बंगाल में हो रही है। महिलाओं की कोई सुरक्षा नहीं। सबसे नाबालिग का शादी लड़कियों की बंगाल में हो रही है। हजारों लड़कियां प्रेग्नेंट है, अंडर एज। क्यों हो रहा है? ये क्या चल रहा है समाज में, ये सबको मालूम है। तो वो अगर प्रश्नों कोई करेगा, उत्तर देना है। आप बिगड़ जाएंगे, नाराज हो जाएंगे, कौन छोड़ेगा आपको। देखिए, ये तो पहले से मालूम था। मैंने भी बोला था कि ममता बनर्जी लंदन जा रहे हैं, भाषण देंगे, तो वहाँ के लोग पूछेंगे आरजीकर में क्या हुआ। आज आरजीकर जैसा घटना तो पूरा बंगाल में हो रही है। महिलाओं की कोई सुरक्षा नहीं। सबसे नाबालिग का शादी लड़कियों की बंगाल में हो रही है। हजारों लड़कियां प्रेग्नेंट है, अंडर एज। क्यों हो रहा है? ये क्या चल रहा है समाज में, ये सबको मालूम है। तो वो अगर प्रश्नों कोई करेगा, उत्तर देना है। आप बिगड़ जाएंगे, नाराज हो जाएंगे, कौन छोड़ेगा आपको।
Viewers, Mamata Banerjee was heckled by protesters and students of the Kellogg College at Oxford University in the UK, where she was addressing the students. However, they launched a protest asking her to answer tough questions on the West Bengal government's stand on the Arjikar rape and murder case. In fact, the crowds also said verbatim that Mamata Banerjee killed Abhaya. There were placards that were raised, posters that were erected against the West Bengal Chief Minister in a foreign land in the UK, where Indians gathered and they protested against Mamata Banerjee and her government's handling of multiple issues, plethora of issues, including from businesses to rights of women in the state. Viewers, shifting focus to the biggest story that we've been tracking this entire week, the biggest judicial scandal in India. A two-bench justice of the Supreme Court is set to hear a PIL, a public litigation, which has been filed in the case of Justice Yashwant Verma. Justices A.S. Oka and Justice Ujjal Bhuyan will hear a public interest litigation which seeks the registration of an FIR against Justice Yashwant Verma. Now, this is not the first time an FIR is in question in the case. In fact, just yesterday, when the chiefs of all High Court Bar Associations were meeting with the CJI, the Chief Justice of India, Sanjeev Khanna, even then, demands for an FIR were raised against Justice Yashwant Verma. In fact, there are multiple developments that are happening in the case, and to get us to round with those developments, joining us on the broadcast is my colleague Gopi, who is right outside the Supreme Court. Gopi, tell us more about the hearing that we're expecting in just moments from now, the crucial PIL which is in question.
Well, Gesu, this is a PIL filed by Matthew Nedumpara. Let's tell our viewers that the main focus of this particular petition is that he has been demanding that this entire investigation should be handed to the police and not we shouldn't be relying on that particular special bench or committee which has been formed by the Supreme Court. So today the hearing is on this petition, while the other point of discussion in this particular petition is also that he has requested to reconsider another bill which was brought in 2010, which is of judicial standards and accountability. So these are the two main points of discussions of this particular petition. While we have been seeing since yesterday, the special committee which has been formed has in fact recorded the statements of various stakeholders and various responsible first responders in this particular case of Yashwant Verma, which includes the people who were present at the residence of Yashwant Verma during the time when fire was caught at his particular residence. Now all eyes on the hearing which is going to happen at the Supreme Court today. While the matter is 69th in the list today, it might be moved up. We will get the updated list in next 15 minutes and will update the viewers accordingly. Back to you.
Right, Gopi. In fact, I also want to understand, just to get our viewers a little bit of background before the crucial hearing begins. This demand has not been made for the first time. In fact, it's been echoing for a while. In fact, there were echoes from the side of the HCBA also, the High Court Bar Associations also. Talk to us about that regard also, Gopi.
Well, correct, Gesu. Yesterday we have seen that heads of 6 different states of Bar Association were here and they had met CJI. While the meeting went really positive, and CJI has almost accepted all the demands of the Bar Association. Again, to reiterate on this fact that everybody is on the same lines, that this case should be looked at as any other normal case, like any other citizen of this country. If cash had been found at the house of a politician or a bureaucrat, by now ED and CBI would have been roped in, but in this case that thing is not happening. So this is the major demand of the Bar Associations, as well as the petition which has been filed today at the court, which will be heard. So all this and much more, this particular investigation is getting murkier with the kind of statements and conclusions that we are getting. We have seen the kind of U-turns and contradictions in various statements that we have witnessed from the police as well as from the chief fire officer. So we will have to wait and watch what happens next. Back to you, Gesu.
Thanks very much for joining us and getting us those details, Gopi, and we'll keep tracking the story as and when there are developments, and surely all eyes are on the crucial public interest litigation. Shifting focus, viewers, to the Lok Sabha, where the Union Home Minister Amit Shah launched a no-barred attack in the Lok Sabha. In fact, he also spoke about the Immigration Bill 2025 and took on the Bengal government head-on. Here's a detailed report on what unfolded. Take a look.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah launched a scathing attack on the opposition and addressed the issue of infiltration in the parliament. Replying to a debate on the Immigration and Foreigners Bill in the Lok Sabha, Amit Shah said that India is not a dharamshala and those who pose a threat to the national security of the country will not be allowed.
कई बार अलग अलग भाषणों में, अलग अलग जलसों में ये विषय उठा जाता है बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के लिए बीएसएफ क्या कर रही है, सेना क्या कर रही है, कि रोहिंग्या दिल्ली तक आ गए, आपके नाक के नीचे आया। मान्यवर, ये बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिए हो या रोहिंग्याज हो जो घुस कर आते हैं, पहले असम से भी आते थे जब कांग्रेस की सरकार, अब बंगाल से आते हैं टीएमसी की सरकार, घुस कर आते हैं। इनको आधार कार्ड दादा कौन देता है? नागरिक कहां के बने हैं? कहां के बने हैं? जितने बांग्लादेश से पकड़े गए 24 परगना जिले का आधार कार्ड और नागरिकता है मान्यवर। और ये जो आप आधार कार्ड इश्यू करते हो, वो आधार कार्ड लेकर, वो वोटर कार्ड लेकर ये दिल्ली तक आते हैं, आप उनको आधार कार्ड इश्यू न करो, आदमी क्या परिंदा भी पैर नहीं मार पाएगा। जो अपना धर्म बचाने के लिए, अपने परिवार को बचाने के लिए यहां आए हैं, वो शरणार्थी है मान्यवर, और इसलिए हम सीए लेने के लिए लेकर आए हैं मान्यवर, इसमें कोई भेदभाव नहीं।
Amit Shah also highlighted that the number of people taking refuge in India has increased, which can make the country unsafe. The Union Home Minister also slammed the Mamata Banerjee government for obstructing the border security efforts by not providing land for fencing and showing mercy to the infiltrators.
ये 450 किलोमीटर के लिए मान्यवर मैंने डीओ लेटर लिखकर 10 रिमाइंडर करे हैं, बंगाल सरकार भूमि नहीं देती। मान्यवर ये 450 किलोमीटर के लिए गृह सचिव बंगाल के मुख्य सचिव के साथ 7 मीटिंग करे, ये भूमि नहीं देते हैं। मान्यवर जहां फेंसिंग लगाने जाते हैं, सत्ताधारी पार्टी का कैडर आकर हुड़दंग करता है, धार्मिक नारे लगाता है। और मान्यवर मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि ये 450 किलोमीटर फेंसिंग रुकी है तो केवल और केवल बंगाल सरकार की दया की दृष्टि घुसपैठियों के पर जो है, इसके कारण। और मान्यवर इससे आगे ये 450 किलोमीटर शायद ये भाषण सुनकर ममता जी भूमि दे भी दे तो हम खत्म कर देंगे, फिर भी 112 किलोमीटर खुली सीमा रहती है।
Shah further accused Mamata Banerjee-led government of providing identification documents to the infiltrators. After Amit Shah's address in the Lok Sabha, the issue of infiltrators is likely to gather steam in the coming days.
Viewers, cutting across to some fresh breaking news in the case of Disha Salian's murder. The death of Disha Salian has resurfaced as her father's lawyer, advocate Nilesh Ojha, met with Joint Commissioner of Police Lakshmi Gautam to press for action on their complaint. The legal team has also demanded that the case be officially registered and assigned a crime number without further delay, citing the government's recent acknowledgement of the matter. This development comes fresh at the heels of the Maharashtra government's acknowledgement of the Disha Salian murder case, where they said that the perpetrators will be brought to justice. In fact, just a few days back, Disha Salian's father, Satish Salian, along with the lawyer Nilesh Ojha, met with the Commissioner of Police of Mumbai and spoke about registering an FIR. And that FIR was also registered moments later. And today, in the recent most development, the case has resurfaced again. The lawyer has demanded, after meeting with the Joint Commissioner of Police, to press for action on their complaint and for the registration of a crime number. Also being joined by my colleague Satya Prakash on the broadcast to get us more details into the matter. Satya Prakash, इन डेवलपमेंट्स को आप क्लोजली फॉलो कर रहे हैं, इनके बारे में और बताइए।
देखिए, कल शाम को दिशा सालियान के पिता सतीश सालियान के साथ साथ उनके साथ जो वकील की टीम मुंबई पुलिस के जॉइंट कमिश्नर से मुलाकात किया और मांग किया कि इस मामले को लेकर FIR दर्ज किया जाए और फिर से इस मामले की जांच शुरू की जाए। जहां पे महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने SIT नियुक्त किया है, SIT जांच कर रही है, वहीं जो है दिशा सालियान के पिता इसको फिर से जांच करने की मांग किया है। दिशा सालियान के पिता ने सुरक्षा की भी मांग किया है कि इस मामले में जिस तरह से मामला उठा है, जिस तरह से लगातार मुंबई पुलिस गुहार लगा रहे हैं, तो हमें सुरक्षा दिया जाए और साथ ही वकील को सुरक्षा दिया जाए। साथ ही उन्होंने कहा कि हमें नार्को टेस्ट करने की जरूरत है, अगर ठाकरे को किया जाता है तो हमारा भी किया जाए। जो लोग सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं उनको कहीं का जवाब देना है। तो कहीं भी इस मामले को लेकर जहां दिशा सालियान के पिता लगातार मुंबई पुलिस कमिश्नर के ऑफिस पहुंच रहे हैं और मांग कर रहे हैं कि हमारी बेटी को न्याय मिलना चाहिए, वहीं इस मामले की सुनवाई जो है 2 अप्रैल को बॉम्बे हाईकोर्ट में है। अब देखना कि बॉम्बे हाईकोर्ट क्या आदेश देता है महाराष्ट्र सरकार।
जी सत्य प्रकाश, धन्यवाद हम तक ये इन्फॉर्मेशन पहुंचाने के लिए। बने रहेंगे हम आपके साथ इस केस पे जब डेवलपमेंट्स होंगी। व्यूअर्स, इट्स टाइम टू शिफ्ट फोकस, मार्किंग अ माइलस्टोन फॉर इंडिया। कंट्रीज फर्स्ट वर्टिकल लिफ्ट रेलवे ब्रिज is all set to be inaugurated in Pamban, Rameshwaram. Listen into this report that gets you all the details on that.
India's first vertical lift railway sea bridge is all set to be inaugurated in Pamban, Rameshwaram.
Constructed at a cost of Rs 531 crores in collaboration with Rail Vikas Nigam Limited, the newly constructed bridge will replace the historic British-era railway bridge that connects Indian mainland to Rameshwaram Island. A century after the original, the new bridge stands as a monument of engineering brilliance, revolutionizing railway infrastructure with cutting-edge technology. Optimized for faster trains and increased railway traffic, the new bridge is expected to boost religious tourism and provide economic benefits to businesses. Following the inauguration, the new bridge services will significantly help in improving Rameshwaram's connectivity with other parts of India.
Verdict in pastor sexual assault case is expected today. The BJP has questioned why the Maan government has not arrested the self-styled pastor Bajinder Singh yet. Tracking this and a lot more for you. Don't go anywhere. Right after this short break on Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे.
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans, they are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले फैंस. I thought
Cricket fans. यार तुम अपने पॉडकास्ट के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगी क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
You know, Field Marshal Claude Auchinleck, the Commander-in-Chief of British India, said the entire loyalty of the British Indian Armed Forces, the Indian soldiery, is now suspect. Because of Bose, because of INA, their loyalty to the Raj has been shaken. He made a military appreciation of the situation in December 1945, in which he said he expected a minor revolt by spring, February, March 1946, and that he expected the major revolt to come around the middle of the year. He said there were 2.5 million combat-hardened Indian soldiers, 25 lakh soldiers of the British Indian Army who had defeated the Germans, defeated the Japanese, defeated the Italians. And this time they had 25,000 Indian officers. Remember, first war of independence, we had only NCOs, not even.
Thanks very much for staying with us. You're watching Republic TV. It's time to take a quick check of news from across the country. This is Bharat in 5 minutes for you. Take a look. Former Karnataka Chief Minister and BJP MP Basavaraja Bommai has criticized the Siddaramaiah-led Congress government over the milk price hike, claiming the increase is a tactic to cover up the financial troubles caused by their guarantees. On Thursday, the Karnataka government announced a price hike for Nandini milk and curd by 4 rupees per litre, set to take effect from the 1st of April.
He is now very well known for bankruptcy, corruption and price rise. Almost all commodity prices have been increasing and on day-to-day basis. Today itself they have increased the price of the milk by 4 rupees. In 1 year there is a third time increase in the milk. Plus this is a second time increase in the power. Now they are putting a blame on KRC.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board has appealed to Muslims across the country to wear black armbands on Al-Wida Jummah, the last Friday of Ramadan, in protest against the Waqf Amendment Bill 2024. The AIMPLB expressed its concerns over the bill, describing it as sinister conspiracy that aims to deprive Muslims of their religious and charitable institutions. Bharatiya Janata Party MP Jagdambika Pal said that infiltration in West Bengal will come to an end when the party forms a government in the state. Pal's comments come as part of the ongoing debate surrounding illegal immigration, particularly from Bangladesh into India via West Bengal.
वेस्ट बंगाल की सरकार से कह चुका हूं कि 450 किलोमीटर फेंसिंग के लिए बाढ़ लगाने के लिए ज़मीन दी जाए, लेकिन वो ज़मीन आज तक नहीं दी गई। और पूरे देश में उसी का कारण है कि जो भी इल्लीगल इमिग्रेंट्स, अवैध घुसपैठिए, चाहे बांग्लादेशी हों चाहे रोहिंग्या हों, वो आ रहे हैं।
Mahavir Singh Fogart praised the work done by Chief Minister Nayab Saini after the Haryana government announced reward for wrestler Vinesh Fogart. Fogart's uncle further lauded the Chief Minister for fulfilling the promises made by him.
देखिए, बड़ी खुशी की बात है जो नायब सैनी जो हरियाणा के मुख्यमंत्री ने एक जो हटके जो ये पहल शुरू की है, जो सराहनीय है, बहुत अच्छा काम किया है। जो आज एक जो वायदा किया था उसको निभा रहे हैं। तो आज तक ये किसी ने जो पहले भी गए हैं, जो मेडल से वंचित भी रह गए, जो किसी ने ये काम नहीं किया। जो आज जो नायब सैनी ने जो ये काम किया है, जो ने इसके लिए बहुत अच्छा काम किया है।
After being released from Muktsar Sahib prison, farmer leader Sarwan Singh Pandher issued a statement condemning the Punjab government for destroying the temporary fronts set by them at Sambhu and Kannori borders. Police took action against the farmers after they decided to head towards the borders following an inconclusive meeting with the government. After Delhi Assembly Deputy Speaker Mohan Singh Bisht proposed a name change of Mustafabad constituency, AAP leader Sanjeev Jha took a scathing attack at BJP and claimed that the party is known for changing names of constituencies whenever they're elected. He further questioned the BJP's promise of offering 2,500 rupees to women under the Mahila Samman Yojana scheme, which has not been delivered yet.
जनता ने काम के लिए भेजा है। ये नाम बदलने वाली सरकार है। जहां जाओ नाम बदल लो। अरे नाम बदलने से लोगों की सेहत और शौक नहीं बदलेगा। हजारों उर्दू नाम हैं, सब बदल दो। पर उस बदलने से जनता का क्या भला होने वाला बताओ? जनता का भला तो आप मुस्तफाबाद में महिलाओं को 2500 रुपए कम मिलेगा, उससे मुस्तफाबाद का भला होना वाला है। मुस्तफाबाद के लोगों को होली पे सिलेंडर मिला कि नहीं मिला, उस पर बात कर लेते, उससे उनका भला हो जाता। मुस्तफाबाद के जनता के विकास के काम कैसे होगा, उस पर चर्चा करो, वो नहीं कर रहे।
3 personnel of the Jammu and Kashmir police have been martyred after security forces conducted anti-terrorist operations in Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua district after a heavy gunfight ensued between terrorists and the forces. While the operation remains underway, at least 3 terrorists have been shot down. Congress leader B.K. Hari Prasad has accused the BJP and the RSS of trying to reduce the representation of southern states in the parliament and assemblies through delimitation, and said the Saffron party was resorting to such tactics as it was struggling to win seats in the southern region. The proposed delimitation exercise has faced strong opposition from several political parties, including in the southern states.
डीलिमिटेशन क्योंकि दक्षिण भारत में कुछ नहीं कर सकता है भारतीय जनता पार्टी और आरएसएस, इसलिए उधर उसको नंबर गठा के इसको संसद में या असेंबली में कुछ गड़बड़ करना चाहते हैं। हम लोग मानेगा नहीं, क्योंकि सरकार का जो नीति नियम था फैमिली प्लानिंग के बारे में, हमारा जनसंख्या घटे हैं। इधर ये लोग कोई सरकार का जो गाइडलाइंस है या उसका कानून है या उसका नियम है, रीति है, कोई फॉलो नहीं करता। इसका मतलब सारे हमारे ऊपर क्यों थोपना है?
In a horrific case, Bengaluru man kills wife, stuffed her body into a suitcase and fled to Pune. Tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side on Republic TV.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
So I want to start with this. On my own, I have been fascinated by the personality of Netaji. I have also done 3 books on Netaji, and I am very happy to state that the last of my books has become a textbook for an army promotion exam on Netaji and the INA. So that is the extent to which the armed forces are now looking at Netaji. You know, wonderful. So therefore, I was very keen to get hold of this book and to see, and I am very happy to state that it has added to my knowledge. I thought I had also done the last word on Netaji, but then there is so much more to learn. Let me at the outset make one thing clear to our audience. If you are free today, let me state bluntly and categorically, it is because of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose and the INA. Period. You see, the simple fact is that though Gandhi ji may have turned
India's first vertical lift railway sea bridge is all set to be inaugurated in Pamban Rameshwaram. Constructed at a cost of Rs 531 crores in collaboration with Rail Vikas Nigam Limited, the newly constructed bridge will replace the historic British-era railway bridge that connects Indian mainland to Rameshwaram Island. A century after the original, the new bridge stands as a monument of engineering brilliance, revolutionizing railway infrastructure with cutting-edge technology. Optimized for faster trains and increased railway traffic, the new bridge is expected to boost religious tourism and provide economic benefits to businesses. Following the inauguration, the new bridge services will significantly help in improving Rameshwaram's connectivity with other parts of India.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे.
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans, they are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले फैंस. I thought
Cricket fans. यार तुम अपने पॉडकास्ट के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगे क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
The impact is there. There is a huge global uncertainty that we are seeing. Global markets are in the clutch of uncertainty. Very difficult for companies to make business models. Very difficult for governments to figure out. Overall, if you see, US is importing about $3.3 trillion worth of goods and $800 billion of services every year. India is a small portion of that as far as goods are concerned. We export about $80 billion of goods to the US every year, and we are taking about roughly $30 billion of goods from the US. Now, if reciprocal tariffs come in, it would hurt us. One of the foreign brokerages about 2 months back, they had said if 20.
I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. A lot lined up for you in this show as we keep getting you back-to-back updates. We're getting various updates coming in and different developing stories. We'll get to everything you need to know, but as usual, the headlines we're tracking. Let's get started. Supreme Court is slated to hear a plea seeking direction to the Delhi police to register an FIR and cause an effective and meaningful investigation in Justice Yashwant Verma Cash Hall case.
You killed Abhaya! You killed Abhaya!
Chaos and protests at Mamta's event at Oxford College. Protesters question Mamta's position on RG Kaur case. Verdict in pastor's sexual assault case expected today. BJP questions Maan government over why he has not been arrested yet. Bengaluru man kills wife, stuffs her body into a suitcase and fled to Pune.
Massive encounter underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua. 3 terrorists have been killed by the security forces. 4 security personnel also killed in line of duty. All right, viewers, getting you some more updates coming in. Mamta Banerjee heckled by a group of protesting students who interrupted her speech at the Kellogg College, Oxford University in London. Now, the event turned into chaos after students confronted the West Bengal Chief Minister on the August 2024 RG Kaur rape case. Her take on Hindus and Tata's pullout from Bengal and more. So, we're getting these details coming in right now on Republic TV, where we are learning that the Bengal CM, West Bengal CM, there was a huge uproar which had erupted in the packed auditorium of Kellogg College at Oxford University as Mamta Banerjee, the CM of West Bengal, was delivering her speech. And in the latest coming in, what we are seeing right now is that the event turned into a chaos after students confronted the West Bengal CM on the RG Kaur rape case. Let's listen in.
You know, the case is sub judice, and also it is central government has taken over. It is not with us. Please don't do politics here. It is not a political state. That you can do it with me in my state, not here. And you know better than me, the crowd funding and all.
Because when we come and ask you questions in Kolkata, your ministers say we will break your finger. Yeah, you're going to break your fingers.
I don't. This is absolutely, you are lying. Brother, you don't do it, brother. Don't do it, brother. Don't do it. I have a special affection for you. We love all of you. But don't try to make it into a political platform. If you want to make it a political platform, go to Bengal and tell your party to be more strong and more stable. I am for all. I am for all. I am for Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Isai. I am for unity. You people are not. Don't mention only one caste. Mention all the castes together.
We're getting some reactions coming in from the BJP as well. BJP has reacted, including multiple reactions coming in. Let's go ahead and play out the reactions we're getting on the story.
देखिए, ये तो पहले से मालूम था. मैंने भी बोला था कि ममता बनर्जी लंदन जा रहे हैं, भाषण देंगे, तो वहाँ के लोग पूछेंगे आरजीकर में क्या हुआ. आज आरजीकर जैसा घटना तो पूरा बंगाल में हो रही है. महिलाओं की कोई सुरक्षा नहीं. सबसे नाबालिग का शादी लड़कियों की बंगाल में हो रही है. हजारों लड़कियां प्रेग्नेंट है, अंडर एज. क्यों हो रहा है? ये क्या चल रहा है समाज में, ये सबको मालूम है. तो वो अगर प्रश्नों कोई करेगा, उत्तर देना है. आप बिगड़ जाएंगे, नाराज हो जाएंगे, कौन छोड़ेगा आपको.
Mamata Banerjee should understand that people across the world, the students of Oxford University, not only students of Oxford University, but the entire world are questioning her real love for this nation. In fact, this type of attitude shows that the leaders who are in opposition party, especially the members of the India Alliance, have developed so much of hatred towards BJP and Modi that they also started hating India. And they don't acknowledge the progress and the growth India has so far made. I think Sushri Mamata Banerjee has to be condemned. But anyhow, people of Bengal are seeing this. They will definitely bring the Bharatiya Janata Party to power next time.
Mamata Banerjee's behavior on foreign soil, and that too somebody who holds a constitutional position of Chief Minister, is disgraceful to say the least. When the moderator tells her that India has overtaken the UK economy, is the 5th largest economy, and will become the largest economy, she has a problem with that. She says, I differ with that. Imagine a Chief Minister of Indian state, saying on foreign soil that she has a problem with India becoming the largest economy. Who does that? This is called the Bharat Berating Brigade. They go on foreign soil and they berate Bharat, Bharat's institutions, Bharat's economy, Bharat's Loktantra. Only because they have a problem with one party, they will do virod of the entire country. And when she had to face tough questions from many people, youngsters especially, on the Arjikar case, the way Bengal government handled it. Bengal police did a cover-up when she had to handle questions on the post-poll violence, the atrocities on Hindus, the kind of corruption that is taking place under her watch, the entire collapse of West Bengal under her governance. Then, instead of addressing those questions, she started saying it's political protest. She started accusing the youngsters themselves. This is the intolerance of Mamata Banerjee. Anytime she is asked a difficult question, the police is unleashed on them, because this time they could not unleash the West Bengal police or they could not unleash the goons of TMC. Now she is coloring the questions itself with political motive. But the fact of the matter is that even India's achievements were undermined by her on foreign soil.
We've been joined right now on the phone line by Mr. Jagannath Sarkar, West Bengal BJP MP, is live with us. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Sarkar. After being asked some tough questions there at the event, Mamata Banerjee said, do not do politics here. She was being asked some tough questions, and this is what that was her reply. What is your first reaction, Mr. Sarkar?
देखिए, ममता का जो रोल है आज हिंदुस्तान, सारी नेगेटिव बात बोलने वाली, वो जो अच्छा ही हो रहा है उनके खिलाफ बोलते हैं, और बंगाल में जो हो रहा है ये जानकारी मोदी जी तो हिंदुस्तान का डिजिटल बना दिया, हिंदुस्तान आगे बढ़ रहा है, इनका पता सभी को है। वहाँ जो है बंगाल के बहुत आदमी है, बाहर का है, हिंदुस्तान का है, पाकिस्तान का है, वो पढ़ने वाला, तो इसलिए उनका सब जानकारी है, इसलिए वो जो बोला उस दिन उनका खिलाफ है, इसलिए सारी जो स्टूडेंट है वो जो वहाँ पढ़ने वाला सब उनका खिलाफ बोल दिया, हल्ला पता है, तो अभी वो बोल रहा है तो हिंदुस्तान के खिलाफ बोल रहे हैं। आज हिंदुस्तान का बाहर का कोई इंडियन हो, बाहर का सिटीजन हो, उनका खिलाफ बोलेगा, उनका ऊपर नाराजी होगा, इसलिए ऐसा होना स्वाभाविक है।
राइट मिस्टर सरकार, ऐसा क्यों है कि ममता बनर्जी ने आंसर क्यों नहीं दिया? शी हैज नॉट आंसर्ड वेरी टफ क्वेश्चंस. देयर वर क्वेश्चंस बी रेज्ड ऑन लैक ऑफ डेवलपमेंट इन वेस्ट बंगाल, plight of Hindus, the horrific Arjik Kaur case, which have happened under her tenure. She was not giving straight answers. Why do you think that is?
देखिए, उनका पास आंसर नहीं है। जो हो रहा है अभी आज काल जो घटा मालदा मोथाबाड़ी में, इतना वो ढूंढ के हिंदू के ऊपर हमला हो रहा है, इनका मकान तोड़ रहा है, दुकान तोड़ रहा है, तो बिजनेस खत्म कर दे रहा है, तब भी उनका पुलिस खड़ा होकर देख रहा है, कुछ नहीं है पुलिस। इसलिए वो जो आज हाल है, उनका क्वेश्चन का जवाब ममता का पास नहीं है, इसलिए वो पूरा पता सबको आ गया। अगली जो चुनाव हो रहा है वो 26 में वो ममता का डिफीट होगा ही होगा।
All right. Thank you for getting us your perspective, Mr. Jagannath Sarkar, West Bengal BJP MP. As we see back-to-back updates coming in, West Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee faced strong protests and tough questions from the audience during her visit to Oxford University's Kellogg College. All right, getting you some more breaking news coming in. Trouble mounts for self-styled Pastor Bajendra Singh in sexual assault case. POCSO Act added in the Kapurthala sexual assault case. Back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV viewers, and in the latest that we are seeing, there are more developments. Coming the backdrop of also the hearing, which will begin very soon. The hearing will start in the Mohali court in the Pastor Bajendra Singh rape case very shortly. In the midst of all this, trouble is mounting for the pastor, and we are seeing fresh cases, fresh sections being added. Speaking of that, we see that the POCSO Act added in the Kapurthala sexual assault case. I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us right now. Being joined right now by Akil, who is in Mohali, getting us top updates. Akil, we see that the hearing is due in the case, but there are some sections which have been added. If you could take our viewers through this coming in, we already know that there are very, very, very serious allegations already that this pastor is facing.
Well, Shivani, if you see, this case is very different from the another case, which is about the Kapurthala sexual assault case, in which POCSO Act has been added. Today, the verdict which is going to come is it's in the Zarikpur rape assault case, which took place in 2018, and the case which we are talking about, the Kapurthala case, is it of 2020. So what is happening? You can see I'm just standing right outside a Mohali court complex over here. So today that verdict is going to come out in that rape assault case which took place in 2018, because what we have seen earlier, that pastor, self-styled pastor Mr. Bajendra Singh has claimed that he has got some supernatural powers, and after that he basically tried to persuade his followers, and he has got large number of followers, and what we have seen that one of his followers basically claimed that he basically assaulted her, not only physically assaulted her, but physically manhandled her also. And then after that a case was filed at Zirakpur Police Thana in 2018, and when the main accused Mr. Bajendra Singh tried to flee from India to London, at that point in time Delhi police in a joint operation with the Punjab police nabbed that pastor from Delhi airport while he was trying to flee. So today it's a very crucial day, because if you see, I have just spoken to the victim in this case. Victim has just went inside the very court at this point in time, and she has said that she has complete faith in the judiciary system at this point in time, if you see, because she has been fighting a long battle, because this incident took place back in 2018, and right now, if you see, 7 years have passed and no judgment has come forward, and she is very hopeful that she is going to see a positive outcome in this entire case.
All right, thank you for getting those details coming in. I'll be coming back to you as back-to-back updates are coming in the story. Trouble mounts for self-styled pastor Bajendra Singh in sexual assault case. POSCO added in the Kapurthala sexual assault case. So a lot of fresh trouble for the pastor. We move ahead right now, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. Let's go ahead to some more breaking updates coming in. Then we go to Kathua, where a fierce gun battle is underway in a remote forested area of Kathua district. 4 cops killed in action so far, left 3 terrorists dead and 5 security personnel injured. Encounter underway in Kathua. 4 cops have been killed, 3 terrorists neutralized. This is the latest update coming in, and I'll try to connect to our colleague as well, because this is something which is happening, because the gun battle is still underway. So as we speak, the gun battle is still underway in a remote forested area of Kathua district. I will try to find out how many terrorists are still engaged in that gun battle. But from what we understand so far, 3 terrorists have been neutralized, and 4 cops have been killed and martyred. Okay, some security personnel have also been injured. I want to go across to my colleague joining us, Gursimran, who can give us a better picture of what is happening. Gursimran, unfortunately, we have lost some of our security personnel, and 3 terrorists have also been neutralized. If you could just take us through a quick update of what is happening right now as we speak.
See, yes, a big success for the Jammu and Kashmir police, as they have been able to bring down 3 terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed. All 3 are Pakistani terrorists that have been neutralized by the security forces. Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha has also come out with a statement wherein he has said that he bows down to those brave hearts who have given their supreme sacrifice, and he has also said that several terrorists have also been neutralized, which clearly means that very soon it is going to be the end of the operation, because this is the general area that we are showing you, the dense area where every leaf of the tree act as the supporter of the terrorists, to give them a hideout, to give them a shield. But now the loud bangs that we can hear in the background, they are of the final assault that is taking place. The security forces are trying to ensure that in next couple of hours the operation is completed, because it's the day 2nd of this part of the operation. If we speak of the overall operation, it's been 6 days of the operation going on in the Kathua. First was in Hiranagar, and then in the Safan village, where the operation is underway. And now the security forces are trying to ensure that the terrorists are neutralized, because there have been casualties to the Jammu and Kashmir police as well.
All right, thank you for getting those details coming in. We also see that the Lieutenant Governor Jammu and Kashmir has said that a bow to the martyrs of Jammu and Kashmir police who laid down their lives for our motherland. Jammu and Kashmir police security forces are on the job. Operation is in progress. I'll have to move on right now to some of the other stories we're tracking, viewers. All right, now we move ahead, marking a milestone for India. The country's first vertical lift railway bridge is all set to be inaugurated in Pamban, Rameshwaram. Listen in to this report for more.
India's first vertical lift railway sea bridge is all set to be inaugurated in Pamban, Rameshwaram. Constructed at a cost of Rs 531 crores in collaboration with Rail Vikas Nigam Limited, the newly constructed bridge will replace the historic British-era railway bridge that connects Indian mainland to Rameshwaram Island. A century after the original, the new bridge stands as a monument of engineering brilliance, revolutionizing railway infrastructure with cutting-edge technology. Optimized for faster trains and increased railway traffic, the new bridge is expected to boost religious tourism and provide economic benefits to businesses. Following the inauguration, the new bridge services will significantly help in improving Rameshwaram's connectivity with other parts of India.
All right, viewers, Union Home Minister has launched a no-holds-barred attack in the Lok Sabha over a series of issues. Shah also spoke on the Immigration Bill 2025 and took the Bengal government head-on. Take a look at this detailed report for more.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah launched a scathing attack on the opposition and addressed the issue of infiltration in the parliament. Replying to a debate on the Immigration and Foreigners Bill in the Lok Sabha, Amit Shah said that India is not a dharamshala and those who pose a threat to the national security of the country will not be allowed.
कई बार अलग अलग भाषणों में अलग अलग जलसों में ये विषय उठा जाता है बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के लिए बीएसएफ क्या कर रही है सेना क्या कर रही है कि रोहिंग्या दिल्ली तक आ गए आपके नाक के नीचे आया मान्यवर ये बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों हो या रोहिंग्याज हो जो घुस कर आते हैं पहले असम से भी आते थे जब कांग्रेस की सरकार अब बंगाल से आते हैं टीएमसी की सरकार घुस कर आते हैं इनको आधार कार्ड दादा कौन देता है नागरिक कहां के बने हैं जितने बांग्लादेशी पकड़े गए 24 परगना जिले का आधार कार्ड और नागरिकता है मान्यवर और ये जो आप आधार कार्ड इश्यू करते हो वो आधार कार्ड लेकर वो वोटर कार्ड लेकर ये दिल्ली तक आते हैं आप उनको आधार कार्ड इश्यू न करो आदमी क्या परिंदा भी पैर नहीं मार पाएगा जो अपना धर्म बचाने के लिए अपने परिवार को बचाने के लिए यहां आए हैं वो शरणार्थी है मान्यवर और इसलिए हम सीए लेने के लिए लेकर आए हैं मान्यवर इसमें कोई भेदभाव नहीं
Amit Shah also highlighted that the number of people taking refuge in India has increased, which can make the country unsafe. The Union Home Minister also slammed the Mamata Banerjee government for obstructing the border security efforts by not providing land for fencing and showing mercy to the infiltrators.
ये 450 किलोमीटर के लिए मान्यवर मैंने डीओ लेटर लिखकर 10 रिमाइंडर करे हैं बंगाल सरकार भूमि नहीं देती मान्यवर ये 450 किलोमीटर के लिए गृह सचिव बंगाल के मुख्य सचिव के साथ 7 मीटिंग करे ये भूमि नहीं देते हैं मान्यवर जहां फेंसिंग लगाने जाते हैं सत्ताधारी पार्टी का कैडर आकर हुड़दंग करता है धार्मिक नारे लगाता है और मान्यवर मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि ये 450 किलोमीटर फेंसिंग रुकी है तो केवल और केवल बंगाल सरकार की दया की दृष्टि घुसपैठियों के पर जो है इसके कारण और मान्यवर इससे आगे ये 450 किलोमीटर शायद ये भाषण सुनकर ममता जी भूमि दे भी दे तो हम खत्म कर देंगे फिर भी 112 किलोमीटर खुली सीमा रहती है
Shah further accused Mamata Banerjee-led government of providing identification documents to the infiltrators. After Amit Shah's address in the Lok Sabha, the issue of infiltrators is likely to gather steam in the coming days.
All right, viewers, getting you much more coming right up. Next, we will go to Bharat in 5 minutes, where we tell you exactly what is happening all across the nation. Former Karnataka CM and BJP MP Basuraj Bommai has criticized Siddaramaiah-led Congress government over the milk price hike, claiming the increase is a tactic to cover up the financial troubles caused by their guarantees. On Thursday, the Karnataka government announced a price hike for Nandini milk and curd by Rs 4 per litre, set to take effect from April 1st.
He is now very well known for bankruptcy, corruption and price rise. Almost all commodity prices have been increasing and on day-to-day basis. Today itself, they have increased the price of the milk by 4 rupees. In 1 year, there is a third time increase in the milk. Plus, this is a second time increase in the power. Now they are putting a blame on KRC.
All India Muslim Personal Law Board has appealed to Muslims across the country to wear black armbands on the last Friday of Ramzan in protest against the Waqf Amendment Bill. AIMPLB has expressed its concerns over the bill, describing it as a sinister conspiracy that aims to deprive Muslims of their religious and charitable institutions. The BJP MP Jagdambika Pal said that the infiltration in West Bengal will come to an end when the party forms a government in the state. The comments come as a part of the ongoing debate surrounding illegal immigration, particularly from Bangladesh into India through West Bengal.
वेस्ट बंगाल की सरकार से कह चुका हूं कि 450 किलोमीटर फेंसिंग के लिए बाढ़ लगाने के लिए ज़मीन दी जाए, लेकिन वो ज़मीन आज तक नहीं दी गई और पूरे देश में उसी का कारण है कि जो भी इल्लीगल इमिग्रेंट्स, अवैध घुसपैठिए, चाहे बांग्लादेशी हों चाहे रोहिंग्या हों, वो आ रहे हैं.
Mahavir Singh Fogart praised the work done by CM Saini after the Haryana government announced the reward for wrestler Vinesh Fogart. Fogart's uncle further lauded the Chief Minister for fulfilling the promises made by him.
देखिए, बड़ी खुशी की बात है जो नायब सैनी जो हरियाणा के मुख्यमंत्री ने एक जो ने हटके जो ये पहल शुरू की है, जो सराहनीय है, बहुत अच्छा काम किया है. जो आज एक जो वायदा किया था उसको निभा रहे हैं. तो आज तक ये किसी ने जो पहले भी गए हैं, जो मेडल से वंचित भी रह गए, जो किसी ने ये काम नहीं किया. जो आज जो नायब सैनी ने जो ये काम किया है, जो देश के लिए बहुत अच्छा काम किया है.
After being released from the prison, farmer leader Sarwan Singh issued a statement. Pandher has issued a statement for Punjab government for destroying the temporary fronts set by them at the Shambu and the Kanori borders. Police took action against our farmers after they decided to head towards the borders following an inconclusive meeting with the government. Much coming up, viewers. We are live and breaking. Bengaluru man kills wife, stuffs body into a suitcase and runs away to Pune. Stay tuned.
Field Marshal Claude Auchinleck, the Commander-in-Chief of British India, said the entire loyalty of the British Indian Armed Forces, the Indian soldiery, is now suspect. Because of Bose, because of INA, their loyalty to the Raj has been shaken. He made a military appreciation of the situation in December 1945, in which he said he expected a minor revolt by spring, February, March 1946, and that he expected the major revolt to come around the middle of the year. He said there were 2.5 million combat hardened Indian soldiers, 25 lakh soldiers of the British Indian Army who had defeated the Germans, defeated the Japanese, defeated the Italians. And this time they had 25,000 Indian officers. Remember, first war of independence, we had only NCOs, not even JCOs. There was no leadership. This time, Karyappa had become a brigadier. Thimaya, Shirnagesh, etc. were full colonels. Ayub Khan, they were full colonels, right? So he said that in case this major revolt occurs, I need 5 British divisions of Gora troops. I need so much. Quantified air power has been listed out, and we will have to virtually reconquer the whole of India. That was the level of panic. They had drawn up Operation Gondola. Operation Gondola was a contingency plan of how the British civilians and families and the soldiers would escape from India
in 2 days
by going to the various airfields, towns with airfields, and like Kabul recently, the British soldiers would fight last ditch battles as they were flown out, the families and the civilians were flown out. That was the level of panic. This report was sent to Field Marshal Lord Viscount Wavell, then the Viceroy of India, and he totally concurred with his Commander-in-Chief. He had also served in the British Indian Army for ages. He totally concurred, and he told London, we have 18 months, provided you start the transfer of power negotiations now. Otherwise, we will not be able to control events in India. London, which was far away from all the chaos that was taking place post the INA trials, was skeptical. And they suggested, or they hinted to Wavell, that these old generals in India have lost their nerve. And Wavell virtually exploded. He shot back. If His Majesty...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. This is Republic and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Madhurima Mishra. Viewers, now West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee was left red-faced there at the Oxford University when she was confronted with some very tough questions as to what is her stance and her government's stance as far as Hindus are concerned in the state of West Bengal. Similarly, some more tough questions regarding the RG case investigation was also posed in front of Mamata Banerjee. But she dubbed all of it as political vendetta and said that one should not politicize the event that she was in. Viewers, those were some ordinary Hindu Bengalis over there raising some pertinent questions, but Mamata brushed them aside, calling them witch hunt, political witch hunt. We'll get you more on this, but after the headlines. Supreme Court is slated to hear pleas seeking direction to the Delhi police to register an FIR and cause an effective and meaningful investigation in Justice Yashwant Verma cash haul case.
You killed Abhaya! You killed Abhaya!
Chaos and protest at Mamata's event at Oxford College. Protesters question Mamata's position on RG case. Verdict in Pasture sexual assault case is expected today. BJP questioned Maan government over why he has not been arrested yet.
देश धर्मशाला नहीं, जो चाहे जिस उद्देश्य से चाहे यहाँ आकर रह जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं होगा। सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा है, उसको रोकने का प्रावधान करने का हमारी संसद का अधिकार भी है।
Bengaluru man kills wife, stuffed her body into a suitcase and fled to Pune. Massive encounter underway in J&K's Katwa. 3 terrorists have been killed by security forces. 3 security personnel also killed in the line of duty. Viewers, now Mamta Banerjee was left red-faced over there at the Oxford University during her visit there at the Kellogg College in the Oxford University. Now West Bengal Chief Minister was posed with multiple questions, but there's massive row, viewers, after Mamta Banerjee has rejected India's growth. A question was posed to her, viewers, as to how does she has to react over the fact that India is growing well and is on the right trajectory to become the world's largest economy soon, to which Mamta Banerjee went on and said that she has a different opinion. The fact that Mamta Banerjee does not believe the fact, viewers, that India is on a right trajectory and has the capacity to become the largest economy on the planet. She went on to say that she differs from the opinion, the larger opinion across the globe, that India has the potential to become the world's largest economy. Let's listen in to what Mamta had to say when she was posed with that question there at the Oxford University. Listen in.
India has already overtaken the UK. We are now the 6th largest economy. India is the 5th largest economy. Soon it will be the 3rd largest economy in the world. By 2060, I predict it will be the #1 economy in the world. And India as a country.
So I will defer that.
India has already.
Well, viewers, you just heard Mamta Banerjee. See, she said that she has a very different opinion as far as India's growth trajectory and capabilities are concerned. Now, this has stroked a massive controversy across political quarters, where BJP has now called Mamta a part of Bharat Badnami Brigade. Viewers, listen in.
Mamta Banerjee's behavior on foreign soil, and that too somebody who holds a constitutional position of chief minister, is disgraceful, to say the least. When the moderator tells her that India has overtaken the UK economy, is the 5th largest economy, and will become the largest economy, she has a problem with that. She says, I differ with that. Imagine a chief minister of Indian state, saying on foreign soil that she has a problem with India becoming the largest economy. Who does that? This is called the Bharat Berating Brigade. They go on foreign soil and they berate Bharat, Bharat's institutions, Bharat's economy, Bharat's Loktantra. Only because they have a problem with one party, they will do virod of the entire country. And when she had to face tough questions from many people, youngsters especially, on the Arjikar case, the way Bengal government handled it, Bengal police did a cover-up. When she had to handle questions on the post-poll violence, the atrocities on Hindus, the kind of corruption that is taking place under her watch, the entire collapse of West Bengal under her governance, then instead of addressing those questions, she started saying it's political protest. She started accusing the youngsters themselves. This is the intolerance of Mamta Banerjee. Anytime she is asked a difficult question, the police is unleashed on them, because this time they could not unleash the West Bengal police, or they could not unleash the goons of TMC. Now she is coloring the questions itself with political motive. But the fact of the matter is that even India's achievements were undermined by her on foreign soil.
Mamta Banerjee should understand that people across the world, the students of Oxford University, not only students of Oxford University, but the entire world, are questioning her real love for this nation. In fact, this type of attitude shows that the leaders who are in opposition party, especially the members of the India Alliance, have developed so much of hatred towards BJP and Modi that they also started hating India. And they don't acknowledge the progress and the growth India has so far made. I think Sri Mamta Banerjee has to be condemned. But anyhow, people of Bengal are seeing this. They will definitely bring the Bharatiya Janata Party to power next time.
Where you have to allow the people to lose sleep.
You kill Abhaya.
Don't behave like this.
You kill Abhaya.
Don't behave like this. It is a misbehaving.
This is not Calcutta.
You are insulting your own institution. Don't disrespect your institution. You can disrespect me, but you cannot disrespect your
For inviting a rape of
You kill Abaya. You kill Abaya. You kill Abaya. Anything for the Gaurav Ganguly? Anything for the Gaurav Ganguly? Any word for Hindus? Any word for Hindus?
Wherever I go,
Mamta ji, any word for Hindus?
I am for all. I am for all. I am for Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Islam.
Any word? Any word? How many Hindus got killed?
Mention only one caste. Mention all the castes together.
So, how many Hindu killed? You killed. Mamta ji, how many Hindu got killed here? Abaya, the young girl killed under your leadership. You are selling the human body parts.
Be repeated.
You came to give that don't show fingers. Don't show fingers. Abaya got killed under your leadership.
You have corrupted everybody. And the people here with the negative words here. See the negative words here. But there is my answer. It won't be forward. That your agenda is fulfilled. I love that. My best wishes to all of you. Please have a good sleep.
We don't want your best wishes.
Well, viewers, you just saw how Mamata Banerjee reacted to those very tough questions put out by the local Bengalis residing there in London. Now, she was also confronted by these people over there who asked her about her stance in the Arjikor rape and murder case and the rights of Hindus in the state of West Bengal. See how she reacted.
You know, the case is sub judice and also it is central government has taken over. It is not with us. Please don't do politics here. It is not a political state. That you can do it with me in my state, not here. And you know better than me, the crowd funding and all.
Because when we come and ask you questions in Kolkata, your ministers say we will break your finger.
Yeah, you're going to break your fingers.
I don't. This is absolutely, you are lying. Brother, you don't do it, brother. Don't do it, brother. Don't do it. I have a special affection for you. We love all of you. But don't try to make it into a political platform. If you want to make it a political platform, go to Bengal and tell your party to be more strong and more stable. I am for all. I am for all. I am for Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Islam. I am for unity. You people are not. Don't mention only one caste. Mention all the castes together.
Well, viewers, Mamata Banerjee over there trying to brush the entire controversy aside under the carpet, where she dubbed it as political vendetta. But the Bharatiya Janata Party called this incident as an inevitable one. They said this was bound to happen. People were supposed to ask her to have questions, and now it has actually taken place. Take a look.
देखिए, ये तो पहले से मालूम था. मैंने भी बोला था कि ममता बनर्जी लंदन जा रहे हैं, भाषण देंगे, तो वहाँ के लोग पूछेंगे आरजीकर में क्या हुआ. आज आरजीकर जैसा घटना तो पूरा बंगाल में हो रही है. महिलाओं की कोई सुरक्षा नहीं. सबसे नाबालिग शादी लड़कियों की बंगाल में हो रही है. हजारों लड़कियां प्रेग्नेंट है, अंडर एज. क्यों हो रहा है? ये क्या चल रहा है समाज में? ये सबको मालूम है. तो वो अगर प्रश्नों कोई करेगा, उत्तर देना है. आप बिगड़ जाएंगे, नाराज हो जाएंगे, कौन छोड़ेगा आपको?
So you heard, viewers, Bharatiya Janata Party taking on West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, highlighting the Sandesh Khali events, the Arjikor event and multiple death of Hindus across the state of West Bengal. The BJP believes that these were some very tough questions that were bound to come out, and Mamata had to face them sometime, and it has actually happened on the foreign soil, where Mamata Banerjee was posed with some very difficult questions as to what is her stance in connection with Hindus of the state, and she brushed it aside as political witch hunt. Viewers, let's shift our focus to the state of Punjab, where self-styled Pastor Bajinder Singh, who is accused of sexual harassment, is in fresh trouble now over a video of him thrashing two people. An assault and criminal intimidation case has been filed against him. Verdict in this case is expected today, viewers. Meanwhile, heavy security deployment has been set out on Mohali, and now, after another case that has been filed against Pastor Bajinder, many victims are speaking out. Listen in.
अच्छा मैडम, आप अपने बयान से कभी पलटे तो नहीं? आप टिके?
नहीं, मैं किसी बयान से नहीं पलटी हूँ। 7 साल हो गए मुझे ये केस लड़ते हुए, और मेरे ऊपर बहुत प्रेशर था, कॉम्प्रोमाइज करने के लिए बहुत प्रेशर था। मेरे ऊपर बहुत सारे क्रॉस पर्चे भी हो रखे हैं, और मेरे हस्बैंड के ऊपर भी बहुत पर्चे हो रखे हैं। हस्बैंड मेरे साथ ही आप बात कर सकते हैं। मैं अभी
उम्मीद कर रहे हैं, आज क्या उम्मीद कर रहे हैं आप?
मुझे मानजोग अदालत पे पूरा विश्वास है, और उस भगवान वाल्मीकि जी पे पूरा विश्वास है, जो होगा इंसाफ होगा।
Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Akhil. He's reporting from Mohali. Viewers, Akhil, it's a very crucial hearing today. The security has been beefed up. What more can you tell us?
Well, Madhurima, if you see at this point in time, security has been beefed up at Mohali District Court, because if you see, large number of followers have gathered, over thousands of followers have gathered last time when the hearing was on. So it is very expected, it is very likely that when the hearing is going to begin, it is very likely that followers of self-styled Pastor Mr. Bajinder Singh is also going to arrive, and they are going to create ruckus, because last time when our team basically questioned Pastor Bajinder Singh, at that point in time, his followers basically tried to shove the media at that point in time. So today, if you see from the side of the court, the development which we are expecting today inside the court is that in 2018 Zirakpur rape case, today the verdict is going to come out, and we have just played this video of the victim in which she has said that for the last 7 years she has been fighting this long battle, and she's expecting that that this time the result, the final verdict which is going to come out in this case is going to give some positive outcome. Because if you see, this is not just the one woman in this case. Earlier what we have seen that several women have come out in this regard. If you see, there was another incident in Kapurthala in which a sexual assault case has been reported by one of the victims of that Church of the Glory and Wisdom, which is the church basically being run by self-styled Pastor Mr. Bajinder Singh. So at this point in time, what we have seen that in that very case, a POCSO Act has also been added. Apart from that, if you see, the third case which has come forward in this case in the month of March itself is of physical assault. In that case, what we have seen that pastor has been seen in that CCTV footage thrashing a woman who is another pastor in that very premises of the Church of Glory and Wisdom. So there are 3 different cases in which he has to face, the pastor has to face legal action. And today, in one of the cases, what we have seen in 2018 Zirakpur rape assault case, the verdict is going to be out at around 2 p.m. Back to you in the studio, Badriba.
Well, yes, absolutely, Akhil. What I would like to ask you is that this entire controversy has also stirred a political storm as well, where the Bharatiya Janata Party, Akhil, has accused the Aam Aadmi Party government to be working hand in glove with this tainted Pastor Bajinder Singh. And they have said that he has political support, and hence he has been evading arrest for a very long time. And the similar sentiments were also echoed by the victim's lawyer as well. Akhil.
Well, Madhurima, if you see, he's a repeat offender. This is not the first time when he has been facing the law and order situation, because earlier what we have seen that he was also charged on murder cases. And if you see, in this very rape case, and apart from this case, if you see another sexual assault case which was filed in Kapurthala, apart from, if you see, in the Mohali as well, in Zirakpur as well. So there are 3 different cases in which he has been charged. So at this point in time, what we have been seeing that several leaders are refusing to comment at this point in time. But But apart from that, if you just go and talk to the victims in this case, they are saying that he is a very influential because he has got a large followers, he has got a large fan base followers. Because if you just go on his YouTube profile if you just see his Instagram profile, you will find a large number of followers. So at this point in time, he has been, when he was asked several times, several victims have claimed that he always say this, and I quote, as the victim said, कि प्रशासन जो है वो मेरी जेब में है. This is what he has been seen saying multiple times. So this is what he has been claiming over the years, that मैं जो भी चाहूँगा कर सकता हूँ. So apart from that, if you see, the victims has been constantly claiming that he is trying to create pressure on the administration, and that's why he has got away so far in the last 7 years in different cases.
Well, absolutely, Akhil. There is a larger conspiracy at play in this matter, because vote bank politics is a massive allegation that has been leveled by the Bharatiya Janata Party against this pasture and the Aam Aadmi Party government. Thank you, Akhil. We'll keep coming back to you as the Mohali court is going to give that verdict soon at around 2 p.m. Now, viewers, let's shift our focus to the national capital, where the Delhi police has registered an FIR against Aam Aadmi Party national convener Arvind Kejriwal and others over an alleged violation of the Public Property Act. The FIR was filed following a complaint regarding the misuse of public money for placing large hoardings in the Dwarka area of the national capital in 2019. A complainant's report has been submitted by the Delhi police in the Rouse Avenue court, and the case has been scheduled for next hearing on April 18th. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Riyanka. Riyanka, the Delhi police has registered an FIR against Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, and he has been accused of using public money to put out hoardings and advertisement. Riyanka, remember, this is not the first time that the Aam Aadmi Party and Mr. Kejriwal has been accused of something like this. Just yesterday, the now Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta had highlighted how the AAP government over the past 10 years misused taxpayers' money for various advertisements.
Very rightly said there, Madhurima, with the fact that Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party has been misusing the taxpayers' money, which is one of the major allegations that have been cornering the Aam Aadmi Party as well as Arvind Kejriwal, specifically in this case as well, where we see that there has been a misuse of public money. Remember, back in 2019, there was a complaint filed of the Aam Aadmi Party putting in large, huge hoardings of the party in Dwarka area, and a complaint was submitted back in 2019. Subsequently, an FIR was also registered. Now, on the other hand, what we understand is that the Delhi police has gone ahead and filed a compliance report at the Rouse Avenue court regarding this particular matter, and the hearing has been now scheduled to take place on 18th of April. But what we see that Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party has been constantly coming down to the fact that they have been misuse of the taxpayers' money in the public property that have been at this point in time. The Public Property Act was violated during this particular procedure of putting in such huge hoardings, and we know a lot of backlash coming in from the side of the BJP when it comes to these particular issues, ranging from whether it is the liquor scam or the CAG reports in the transport as well as in the healthcare system. Misuse of public money has been one of the major focuses that has been doubling down on the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, thank you, Riyanka, for those details. Now, viewers, let's shift our focus to Sambal in Uttar Pradesh. Now, a day after the no namaz on road directive in Sambal was put in order, security has been stepped up in Sambal. The latest developments suggest that tents have been set up inside Shahi Jama Masjid, and that there are at least 4,000 policemen deployed over there. CCTV surveillance system has been put in place. Take a look at this report that has been filed exclusively by my colleague Sagar.
की विवादित शाही जामा मस्जिद के ठीक सामने देखिए इस समय फोर्स की भारी संख्या में तैनाती कर दी गई है। आरआरएफ की टुकड़ियां आपको दिखाई दे रही हैं क्योंकि पूरे संभल में प्रशासन इस समय अलर्ट मोड पर दिखाई दे रहा है। संभल की विवादित शाही जामा मस्जिद से जो 4 गलियां यहां पर आसपास लगती हैं, हर एक चप्पे चप्पे पर यहां पर देखिए पीएससी के जवानों की तैनाती है। आरआरएफ की टुकड़ियां देखिए, ये जो गली हम जाती है, पहले आपको इधर आपको दिखाएं, एक बार मुकेश इधर आइए। देखिए फिलहाल इधर भी देखिए ये जो गली जाती है, यहाँ पर भी देखिए आरआरएफ की टुकड़ियां लगभग 20 की संख्या में यहाँ पर भी फोर्सें यहाँ पर तैनात हैं। जो 4 रास्ते जाते हैं उन चारों देखिए रास्तों पर इसी तरह से पुलिसकर्मी, चाहे हम बात करें आंसू गैस के गोलों के साथ, बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट के साथ, अपने हथियारों के साथ यहाँ पर हर एक चप्पे चप्पे पर मुस्तैद हैं। ये देखिए विवादित शाही जामा मस्जिद की तरफ जाने वाली ये पहली गली है। यहाँ से ठीक सामने देखिए आपको रास्ता आपको दिखाई देगा विवादित शाही जामा मस्जिद का, जहाँ पर लोग देखिए नमाज के लिए पहुँचेंगे और यहाँ पर प्रशासन कितना अलर्ट मोड पर है ये आप देख सकते हैं। ये नहीं, चारों रास्तों पर इसी तरह से, क्योंकि आज के दिन देखिए प्रशासन ने कई सारी गाइडलाइन जारी की है, चाहे सड़कों पर नमाज पढ़ने को लेकर बात करें या फिर जो आसपास छतें आप देख रहे हैं वहाँ पर भी नमाज पढ़ने पर रोक है। ऐसे में मुस्लिम भाई लोगों ने भी प्रशासन के इस फैसले का समर्थन किया। उन्होंने इस बात का जिक्र किया कि हाँ, सब कुछ बहुत शांतिपूर्वक संभल में होगा। जो भी देखिए व्यवस्थाएं प्रशासन की तरफ से की गई हैं उसका देखिए हम यहाँ पर पालन करेंगे। अब हम आपको दिखाते हैं विवादित शाही जामा मस्जिद के सामने देखिए क्या बड़ी संख्या में फोर्स की तैनाती, वहाँ पर पीएससी के जवानों की भी साफ तौर पर देखिए दिखाई दे रही है। देखिए यहाँ पर पीएससी के जवानों की तैनाती है हर तरफ। इधर देखिए अब 2 रास्ते हम आपको और दिखा रहे हैं। यहाँ पर भी देखिए आरआरएफ की लगभग 2 से 3 कंपनियाँ यहाँ पर भी तैनात की गई हैं। पीएससी के जवान आपको यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रहे हैं। हर तरफ इसी तरह से प्रशासन मुस्तैद है चप्पे चप्पे पर, ताकि कहीं से भी हालात अगर बिगड़े तो उसको कंट्रोल कैसे किया जाए, और प्रशासन की मुस्तैदी साफ तौर पर यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रही है।
Viewers, joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Jatin. Jatin, after that order that made it abundantly clear that nobody is allowed to offer namaz either outside on the road or on the roofs, what is the atmosphere like there in Sambal?
बिल्कुल देखिए, प्रशासन बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट है इस पूरे सर्कुलर को लेकर। सड़क पर और इमारतों पर, जो कि जर्जर इमारतें हैं, अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन इमारतें, वहां पर किसी भी तरीके से नमाज जो है वो अदा नहीं होगी। और उसी को लेकर अभी तकरीबन 3 से 4 किलोमीटर का जो पूरा फ्लैग मार्च है वो किया गया। लेकिन आज की तैयारियां क्या, आप ये देखिए, शाही जामा मस्जिद पीछे बाहर कुछ इस तरीके के टेंट लगाए गए हैं और शाही जामा मस्जिद परिसर के अंदर ही कुछ कारपेट्स बिछाए गए हैं, क्योंकि अगर भीड़ ज्यादा होती है तो आप इस जगह पर आकर नमाज को अदा कर सकते हैं। आप ये देखेंगे कि ये शाही जामा मस्जिद परिसर के अंदर का ही पूरा एरिया है, लेकिन टेंट लगाकर कारपेट यहां पर बिछाया गया है। और यहां पर जो भीड़ आएगी, अगर अंदर जगह नहीं मिलती है तो बाहर आकर नमाज अदा करेंगे। दूसरी तरफ जो सिक्योरिटी है वो यहां पर टाइट की गई है। आप देखेंगे कि रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स का जो एक तरीके से फुट पेट्रोलिंग है वो आपको बीच बीच में कुछ इस तरीके से नजर आ जाएगा। जो डिप्लॉयमेंट है वो लगातार यहां पर किया जा रहा है। एंटी राइट्स इक्विपमेंट्स के साथ रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स के जवानों की तैनाती यहां पर की गई है। और आप ये देखेंगे कि अपने अपने मोर्चे पर तमाम जो ऑफिसर्स हैं वो यहां पर फुट पेट्रोलिंग करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। दूसरी तरफ मेन गेट पर अगर हम जाते हैं शाही जामा मस्जिद की, तो इस शाही जामा मस्जिद की तरफ आने वाले तमाम रास्ते उनको पूरे तरीके से बंद किया गया है। आप यहां पर देखेंगे कि लकड़ी के जो बैरिकेड्स हैं वो लगा दिए गए हैं ताकि कोई भी गाड़ी लेकर अंदर ना आए, और जो भी लोग अंदर आ रहे हैं प्रॉपर पुलिस की स्कैनिंग के बाद ही वो लोग अंदर की तरफ आ रहे हैं। और मेन गेट पर जब हम जा रहे हैं तो मेन गेट पर भी जो टेंट है वो संभवतः यहां पर लगाया गया है। ये आज बताया जा रहा है कि तकरीबन 6 से 7 हजार जो नमाजी हैं वो यहां पर पहुंचेंगे और नमाज को अदा करेंगे। लेकिन उससे पहले की तमाम तैयारी है, चाहे वो म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन के जरिए हो। आप देखेंगे कि लगातार बाउंड्री को बनाना, साफ सफाई करने का जो काम है वो यहां पर किया जा रहा है। दूसरी तरफ जो सिक्योरिटी का डिप्लॉयमेंट है, रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स का डिप्लॉयमेंट है, संभल पुलिस का डिप्लॉयमेंट है, आरआरएफ की जो तैनाती है वो यहां पर की गई है। तो तकरीबन 4000 पुलिस फोर्स के जो ऑफिसर्स हैं वो आज संभल के अलग अलग इलाकों में तैनात हैं। 10 पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स की कंपनियों को तैनात किया गया है और एडिशनल 1 कंपनी जो रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स की है उसको तैनात किया गया है। लेकिन सबसे महत्वपूर्ण कि जिन इमारतों पर चढ़ने से प्रशासन मना कर रहा है वो दरअसल कुछ ऐसी इमारतें जो कि बेहद पुरानी है, जर्जर है, पुराना कंस्ट्रक्शन है। अगर इन इमारतों पर चढ़कर कोई नमाज अदा करेगा तो कोई हादसा हो सकता है। और यही कारण है कि प्रशासन ड्रोन कैमरे के जरिए इस पूरे इलाके में आसपास की इमारतों में नजर रख रही है ताकि छतों पर किसी भी तरीके की जो गैदरिंग है वो संभवतः यहां पर ना हो। आप देखेंगे कि अलग अलग पॉइंट्स पर कुछ सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज जो डिप्लॉयमेंट है वो यहां पर किया गया है। और इसी तरीके से आसपास की जितनी भी गलियां हैं जितनी भी सड़क है वहां पर आपको सिक्योरिटी का जो डिप्लॉयमेंट है वो नजर आ जाएगा। दूसरी तरफ आप ये देखेंगे कि शाही जामा मस्जिद के आसपास ऐसी बहुत सी इमारतें हैं। ये देखिए, ये भी एक ऐसी इमारत है जो बहुत पुरानी है, बहुत पुराना कंस्ट्रक्शन है, पीले रंग का गेट, लकड़ी का गेट जो पहले के जमाने में होता था। इन छतों पर कोई ना चढ़े, उसको लेकर प्रशासन की नजर है। और जो डिप्लॉयमेंट यहाँ पर किया गया, आप देखेंगे, अगर मेरे विजय विकास आगे की तरफ आएंगे तो आप देखेंगे कि संकरी गलियों में भी जो आरआरएफ है वो संभवतः यहाँ पर की गई है। तो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन को देखते हुए, 6 से 7 हजार नमाजियों को देखते हुए हर कोशिश की जा रही है कि आज शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से जो नमाज है वो अदा कराई जा सके।
Absolutely. Thank you, Jatin, for those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this.
3 terrorists have been killed in the ongoing Kathua encounter, while 3 cops from the Jammu and Kashmir police have also made the supreme sacrifice. One head constable of the Jammu and Kashmir police is still missing and his whereabouts are unknown as the operation enters the final stage, and Indian Army is set to issue a statement shortly. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
So I want to start with this. On my own, I have been fascinated by the personality of Netaji. I have also done 3 books on Netaji, and I am very happy to state that the last of my books has become a textbook for an army promotion exam on Netaji and the INA. So that is the extent to which the armed forces are now looking at Netaji. You know,
wonderful.
So therefore, I was very keen to get hold of this book and to see, and I am very happy to state that it has added to my knowledge. I thought I had also done the last word on Netaji, but then there is so much more to learn. Let me at the outset make one thing clear to our audience. If you are free today, let me state bluntly and categorically, it is because of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose and the INA. Period. You see, the simple fact is that though Gandhi ji may have turned the freedom movement into a mass-based movement, involved the masses, but I am afraid the historical fact is that it never gained the critical mass, the critical traction which would make the British flee India. That was achieved only and only by Netaji Bose and his Indian National Army. We know it not only on the basis of a third-hand conversation reported between Justice P.B. Chakrabarti and Lord Clement Attlee, Prime Minister of England, of Britain, who signed the Independence of India Act, etc. But a whole lot of research has been done in the transfer of power archives in London, which were declassified in 19...
Supreme Court is slated to hear a plea seeking direction to the Delhi police to register an FIR and cause an effective and meaningful investigation in Justice Yashwant Verma cash haul case.
You killed Abhaya! You killed Abhaya!
Chaos and protests at Mamta's event at Oxford College. Protesters question Mamta's position on RG Kaur case. Verdict in pastor's sexual assault case expected today. BJP questions the Man government over why he has not been arrested yet.
माननीय देश धर्मशाला नहीं, जो चाहे जिस उद्देश्य से चाहे यहाँ आकर रह जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं होगा। सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा है, उसको रोकने का प्रावधान करने का हमारी संसद का अधिकार भी।
Amit Shah accuses Mamata Banerjee of aiding Bangladeshis Rohingya, says India is not a dharamshala. Massive encounter underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua. 3 terrorists have been killed by the security forces. 3 security personnel also killed in the line of duty. Viewers, we're live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Supreme Court is set to hear a plea today seeking directions for Delhi police to go ahead and register an FIR against Delhi High Court Judge Justice Yashwant Verma following the discovery of a large sum of cash at his official residence during a fire on March 14. The petitioner argues that forming a 3-judge committee to investigate the matter is not needed and that the investigation should now be carried out by the police. Additionally, the petitioner urges the government to take effective and meaningful action to curb corruption at all levels in the judiciary. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Remember that the Delhi High Court cash scandal has really, raised a lot of concerns. HCBA, the High Court Bar Association presidents are also going ahead and planning meetings and meeting the CGI. I want to go straight across to my colleague Gopi, who's joining us. Gopi, this story is running on various fronts, different developments, which I just highlighted for our viewers. But let's talk a little bit about the Supreme Court hearing the plea, seeking direction to Delhi police to register an FIR, the PIL on that. Let's go ahead and tell our viewers about what is happening next in this angle specifically.
Well, Shivangi, the petitioner Matthew Nedampara has in fact sought permission from the Supreme Court. He is the one who has filed the petition. Now, when you speak of this particular petition, it completely focuses on how this entire investigation should be shifted to the police and not rely on the special committee which has been formed by the Supreme Court. This is the prime and most important demand of the petitioner. The other one being that, there was another rule of 2010. There was another bill which was passed on judicial accountability and standards. So that also needs to be taken care of to understand and to monitor the larger picture of judiciary, because there is not just this one instance which we have come across, but there have been multiple instances. Now, speaking of investigation taking place at different places, yes, see, one is police has been investigating this as there were many U-turns and contradictory statements which have come out during the investigation. While yesterday we saw that how the special committee which was formed had recorded statement of the chief fire officer as well as the first responders who are responsible or who were the witnesses of that particular day at Yashwant Verma's residence. So all that we are hearing from our sources is at around 12:30, between around 12:30 to 1, the case would be taken up by the Supreme Court and they are going to hear the petition which has been filed by the advocate Matthew Nedampara. We will have to wait and watch what happens at the Supreme Court. Back to you, Shivangi.
All right, thank you for getting at those details. I'll be coming back to you, Gopi, because we're tracking multiple developments in the Justice Verma cash burn case. Okay, going ahead, self-styled Pastor Bajendra Singh, who is accused of sexual harassment, is now in fresh trouble over a video of him thrashing 2 people. Now, an assault and a criminal intimidation case has now been filed against him. The verdict is expected today. So, meanwhile, as we track those developments, heavy security is deployed in the Mohali court, and now after another, many victims are coming out, speaking out on this issue. Let's go ahead and play out some of the reactions.
अच्छा मैडम, आप अपने बयान से कभी पलटे तो नहीं? आप
नहीं, मैं किसी बयान से नहीं पलटी हूँ। 7 साल हो गए मुझे ये केस लड़ते हुए और मेरे ऊपर बहुत प्रेशर था, कॉम्प्रोमाइज करने के लिए बहुत प्रेशर था। मेरे ऊपर बहुत सारे क्रॉस पर्चे भी हो रखे हैं और मेरे हस्बैंड के ऊपर भी बहुत पर्चे हो रखे हैं। हस्बैंड मेरे साथ ही आप बात कर सकते हैं। मैं अभी
उम्मीद कर रहे हैं, आज क्या उम्मीद कर रहे हैं आप?
मुझे मानजोग अदालत पे पूरा विश्वास है और उस भगवान वाल्मीकि जी पे पूरा विश्वास है, जो होगा इंसाफ होगा।
All right, trying to go across to Akil, who's getting us back-to-back developments coming in, but we are tracking the story very, very closely. It all started when we saw this very disturbing video of the pastor assaulting 2 individuals, and that had gone viral. And incident has brought to attention the history of fraudulent claims and criminal allegations, and he has a lot of them. I want to go straight to Akil, who's joining us. Akil, we're waiting for the top updates to come in this story, and especially what is going to be next. Next is that we're expecting the verdict in the case. Just take our viewers through the case once more, which case this is, because there's a history of, there's a history sheeter in this case, so there are multiple cases against him, and what we can expect next.
Well, Shivangi, if you see, there have been multiple FIRs filed against Pastor Bajinder Singh. Today, in Zirakpur rape assault case, the verdict is going to come out. Here you can see behind me the visuals of Mohali High Court, where I'm standing just outside the very court. So today, in Mohali District Court, basically, if you see, the verdict is going to come out in Zirakpur rape case, in which Pastor Bajinder Singh basically sexually assaulted a person a woman basically who was working with him back then in 2018. And since then, for the last 7 years, this case has been going on. Apart from that, if you see the second case which has been filed against Mr. Bajinder Singh in the month of February was of another sexual assault case in Kapurthala. In Kapurthala district, this case was filed, in which we have already spoken to the victim. The victim has said that she has been facing a lot of pressure from the side of Pastor's family. His followers has been requesting her to just withdraw her complaint at this point in time, but she's refusing, and she has been relentless in her pursuit. And she has said that while speaking to the Republic TV that she will continue this fight, because if you see in the very first case which took place in 2018, this person, Mr. Bajinder Singh, is a self-styled pastor. He has been involved in several other cases. If you just talk about another incident which took place in the month of March, on 15th of March, this month itself, in that case what we have seen that he has physically assaulted. So he physically assaulted, he basically slapped a woman who basically worked with him at that point in time, and basically she refused to comment on something, and after that this person, Mr. Bajinder Singh, Pastor Bajinder Singh, physically assaulted that woman. So there are three different cases which basically multiple FIRs have been filed against Pastor Bajinder Singh. But if you see at this point in time, what we have been seeing that anytime soon we can expect Mr. Bajinder Singh to come over here. And if you see at this point in time, what we have seen that the lawyer of Mr. Bajinder Singh has already arrived, and he's inside the court, and the victim of this entire incident is also inside the very court. And she, while speaking to the Republic TV, she has said that she has complete faith in the judiciary, and she is expecting a positive outcome from this verdict. Back to you in the studio, Shivangi.
All right, thank you for getting us those details. I will be coming back to you, Akil, because we see the verdict in the Pastor case expected today, and he's also a history sheeter. Okay, let's move ahead right now, viewers, because we're getting our viewers more updates coming in. Union Home Minister launched a no-holds-barred attack in the Lok Sabha over a series of issues. Shah also spoke on the immigration bill 2025 and took the Bengal government head-on. Take a look at this detailed report.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah launched a scathing attack on the opposition and addressed the issue of infiltration in the parliament. Replying to a debate on the immigration and foreigners bill in the Lok Sabha, Amit Shah said that India is not a dharamshala and those who pose a threat to the national security of the country will not be allowed.
कई बार अलग-अलग भाषणों में, अलग-अलग जलसों में ये विषय उठा जाता है। बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के लिए बीएसएफ क्या कर रही है, सेना क्या कर रही है, कि रोहिंग्या दिल्ली तक आ गए, आपके नाक के नीचे आया। मान्यवर, ये बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों हो या रोहिंग्याज हो, जो घुस कर आते हैं, पहले असम से भी आते थे जब कांग्रेस की सरकार, अब बंगाल से आते हैं टीएमसी की सरकार, घुस कर आते हैं, इनको आधार कार्ड दादा कौन देता है? नागरिक कहां के बने हैं? कहां के बने हैं? जितने बांग्लादेशी पकड़े गए 24 परगना जिले का आधार कार्ड और नागरिकता है मान्यवर। और ये जो आप आधार कार्ड इश्यू करते हो, वो आधार कार्ड लेकर, वो वोटर कार्ड लेकर ये दिल्ली तक आते हैं, आप उनको आधार कार्ड इश्यू न करो, आदमी क्या परिंदा भी पैर नहीं मार पाएगा। जो अपना धर्म बचाने के लिए, अपने परिवार को बचाने के लिए यहां आए हैं, वो शरणार्थी है मान्यवर, और इसलिए हम सीए लेने के लिए लेकर आए हैं मान्यवर, इसमें कोई भेदभाव नहीं।
Amit Shah also highlighted that the number of people taking refuge in India has increased, which can make the country unsafe. The Union Home Minister also slammed the Mamata Banerjee government for obstructing the border security efforts by not providing land for fencing and showing mercy to the infiltrators.
ये 450 किलोमीटर के लिए मान्यवर मैंने डीओ लेटर लिखकर 10 रिमाइंडर करे हैं, बंगाल सरकार भूमि नहीं देती। मान्यवर ये 450 किलोमीटर के लिए गृह सचिव बंगाल के मुख्य सचिव के साथ 7 मीटिंग करे, ये भूमि नहीं देते हैं। मान्यवर जहां फेंसिंग लगाने जाते हैं, सत्ताधारी पार्टी का कैडर आकर हुड़दंग करता है, धार्मिक नारे लगाता है। और मान्यवर मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि ये 450 किलोमीटर फेंसिंग रुकी है तो केवल और केवल बंगाल सरकार की दया की दृष्टि घुसपैठियों के पर जो है इसके कारण। और मान्यवर इससे आगे ये 450 किलोमीटर शायद ये भाषण सुनकर ममता जी भूमि दे भी दे तो हम खत्म कर देंगे, फिर भी 112 किलोमीटर खुली सीमा रहती है।
Shah further accused Mamata Banerjee-led government of providing identification documents to the infiltrators. After Amit Shah's address in the Lok Sabha, the issue of infiltrators is likely to gather steam in the coming days.
Getting a much more viewers, chaos and protests and Mamta's event at Oxford College. Protesters question Mamta's position in Archie Corps case. Stay tuned.
The impact is there. There is a huge global uncertainty that we are seeing. Global markets are in the clutch of uncertainty. Very difficult for companies to make business models. Very difficult for governments to figure out. Overall, if you see, US is importing about $3.3 trillion worth of goods and $800 billion of services every year. India is a small portion of that as far as goods are concerned. We export about $80 billion of goods to the US every year, and we are taking about roughly $30 billion of goods from the US. Now, if reciprocal tariffs come in, it would hurt us. One of the foreign brokerages about 2 months back, they had said if 25% tariffs come across the board on the entire Indian export basket to the US, the GDP could be impacted as much as 0.5%. Those fears have reduced after.
Getting us some updates coming in, former Karnataka CM and BJP MP Boma has criticized the Siddaramaiah-led Congress government over the milk price hike, claiming the increase is a tactic to cover up the financial troubles caused by their guarantees. On Thursday, the Karnataka government announced a price hike for Nandini milk and curd by ₹4 per litre, set to take effect from April 1st.
He is now very well known for bankruptcy, corruption and price rise. Almost all commodity prices have been increasing and on day-to-day basis. Today itself they have increased the price of the milk by 4 rupees. In 1 year there is a third time increase in the milk. Plus this is a second time increase in the power. Now they are putting a blame on KRC.
All India Muslim Personal Law Board has appealed to Muslims across the country to wear black armbands on last Friday of Ramzan in protest against the Waqf Amendment Bill. AIM PLB expressed its concerns over the bill, describing it as a sinister conspiracy that aims to deprive Muslims of their religious and charitable institutions. BJP MP Jagadampika Pal said that the infiltration in West Bengal will come to an end when the party forms a government in the state. The comments come as a part of the ongoing debate surrounding illegal immigration, particularly from Bangladesh into India through West Bengal.
वेस्ट बंगाल की सरकार से कह चुका हूं कि 450 किलोमीटर फेंसिंग के लिए बाढ़ लगाने के लिए ज़मीन दी जाए लेकिन वो ज़मीन आज तक नहीं दी गई और पूरे देश में उसी का कारण है कि जो भी इलीगल इमिग्रेंट्स, अवैध घुसपैठिए, चाहे बांग्लादेशी हों चाहे रोहिंग्या हों, वो आ रहे हैं।
Mahavir Singh Fogart praised the work done by CM Saini after the Haryana government announced reward for wrestler Vinesh Fogart. Fogart's uncle further lauded the Chief Minister for fulfilling the promises made by him.
देखिए, बड़ी खुशी की बात है जो नायब सैनी जो हरियाणा के मुख्यमंत्री ने एक जो हटके जो ये पहल शुरू की है, जो सराहनीय है, बहुत अच्छा काम किया है। जो आज एक जो वायदा किया था उसको निभा रहे हैं। तो आज तक ये किसी ने जो पहले भी गए हैं, जो मेडल से वंचित भी रह गए, जो किसी ने ये काम नहीं किया। जो आज नायब सैनी जो ये काम किया है, जो देश के लिए बहुत अच्छा काम किया है।
After being released from prison, the farmer leader, Sarwan Singh Pandey, has issued a statement condemning the Punjab government for destroying the temporary fronts led by them at the Shambu and Kanori borders. Police took action against the farmers after they decided to head towards the borders following an inconclusive meeting with the government.
Was threatened because of the reopening of an old Gurdwara. There was also an abduction and conversion issue with one girl from that community. There were two cases pertaining to the Ahmadiyya community. In one case, a mosque was sealed, and in another case, 40 graves were desecrated. And there was one case pertaining to the Christian community, where a Christian person who reportedly was mentally unstable was charged with blasphemy. So the answer to the honorable member, sir, is yes, we track it very, very closely. We take it up, and we take it up at the international level also. Again, to give two recent examples, sir, in the month of February, our representative at the UN Human Rights Council pointed out that Pakistan is a country where, I quote him, where human rights abuses, persecution of minorities, and systematic erosion of democratic values are state policies. They constitute state policies which brazenly harbors UN-sanctioned terrorists, and Pakistan is in no position to lecture anyone. Instead, Pakistan should focus on providing actual governance and justice to its own people. Our ambassador in the UN General Assembly also just 2 weeks ago underlined the fanatical mindset of Pakistan, which he said was very well known, and its record of bigotry. So we are taking it up at the international level.
जी बताएं, माननीय पूछें। माननीय, मेरा दूसरा पूर्व प्रश्न हमारे पड़ोसी देश बांग्लादेश में रह रहे हिंदू भाइयों की सुरक्षा के बारे में है। यह सही है कि हमारी सरकार केंद्र सरकार से बांग्लादेश में हिंदुओं की सुरक्षा, सम्मान और भलाई सुनिश्चित करने के लिए हर संभव प्रयास कर रही है। ओके। लेकिन बांग्लादेश में हिंदुओं के खिलाफ हिंसा और अत्याचार की घटनाएं लगातार बढ़ रही हैं। माननीय मंत्री जी, मान्यवर, एक सेकंड मान्यवर, हो गया आपका प्रश्न। बस माननीय मंत्री जी, हमारे पार्टी
Sir, like with Pakistan, we also track the welfare and well-being of the minority in Bangladesh. I would like to inform the House, sir, through you, that in 2024, we've had
Field Marshal Claude Auchinleck, the Commander-in-Chief of British India, said the entire loyalty of the British Indian Armed Forces, the Indian soldiery, is now suspect. Because of Bose, because of INA, their loyalty to the Raj has been shaken. He made a military appreciation of the situation in December 1945, in which he said he expected a minor revolt by spring, February, March 1946, and that he expected the major revolt to come around the middle of the year. He said there were 2.5 million combat hardened Indian soldiers, 25 lakh soldiers of the British Indian Army who had defeated the Germans, defeated the Japanese, defeated the Italians. And this time they had 25,000 Indian officers. Remember, first war of independence, we had only NCOs, not even JCOs. There was no leadership. This time, Karyappa had become a brigadier. Thimaya, Shirnagesh, etc. were full colonels. Ayub Khan, they were full colonels. Right? So he said that in case this major revolt occurs,
इस पाकिस्तान को बांग्लादेश में उसी करारी कार्रवाई हमारी सरकार करेगी क्या, इसे मेरे आपसे माध्यम से पूछना है।
Sir, I would like to inform the honorable member through you that we are tracking the treatment of minorities. We are making our position very well known. We are taking it up at the international level. But we as a government and a country cannot change the mindset of a neighbor which is a fanatical, bigoted mindset. So even Indira Gandhi could not do it. So I would like the honorable member to appreciate that it was because the honorable member raised that issue. So the issue in question is Pakistan has this mindset, and therefore to refer to something in the past is not an accurate reflection.
Sri Ravi Shankar Prasad.
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, कृतज्ञ हूं कि आपने मुझे अवसर दिया। मुझे माननीय विदेश मंत्री से एक प्रश्न करना है कि आपने के दोनों पक्ष हैं ए और बी, पाकिस्तान में जो आपने स्थिति बताई है वो बहुत चिंताजनक है। कृपया आप सदन को बताएंगे कि ये किस इलाकों में हो रहा है और ये कार्रवाई का कोई आपके पास आप जानकारी है, क्या कार्रवाई हो रही है। उसी प्रकार से बांग्लादेश में जो समाचार पत्रों से प्रतीत होता है वो डिनायल में रहते हैं कि दुनिया में हमारे खिलाफ एक कैंपेन चल रहा है। द क्वेश्चन अबाउट बांग्लादेश इज व्हाट एक्शंस हैव दे टेकन perceptible in terms of arresting the culprits? These two questions I'll be really appreciating if you reply. Thank you.
Sir, I would like to inform the honorable members that the incidents we see are widespread. I would not say they are limited to a particular area. And yes, unfortunately, despite many of these cases being public, despite it being taken up in international forums and bodies, the government of Pakistan does not take action to protect its minorities, and this is a position on which we have been very public and very clear.
क्वेश्चन निशिकांत जी, आप शॉर्ट में पूछ लें।
निशिकांत जी।
अध्यक्ष महोदय धन्यवाद। 4 एग्रीमेंट है अध्यक्ष महोदय, 1946-47 का जो
Indian markets are, they have recovered well on the basis of domestic factors. So we are seeing a recovering economy. We are seeing recovering corporate earnings growth. We are seeing recovering fiscal expenditure. Along with that, monetary policy has started easing. So the RBI cut rates, RBI injected liquidity. RBI has also made it easier to lend to some segments which it had increase the risk weightages on. So macroprudential easing has also come in from the RBI. Along with that, inflation fell. So the prospect for an RBI rate cut on April 9th has gone up. Along with that, the rupee not falling anymore and appreciating is giving some space for RBI to cut rates. So domestically, we are doing much better than a lot of other markets which are exposed to the US trade and the Trump trade wars. We are doing much better. That's helped our markets. The FPI sentiment is also changing based on better valuations than they were in September last year. Our valuations have come to 10-year median valuations on the benchmark indices. On the broader indices, still it's on the it's a tad higher, but there is growth there. So what we have seen FPI sentiment also turning. And as the dollar weakens, as money comes out of the US markets, institutional money has been going to Europe and Japan and China. China got $13 billion of institution money this year already, while we have seen outflows of about $11 billion. So as that trade turns, you will see more money coming into India from the FPIs, and that will help our markets. But we have a very strong domestic macro, and we have very strong domestic investment pool, which is coming in. Mutual funds are sitting on about 3 lakh crores of cash in their equity funds. So they are also maintaining a healthy cash level to buy the dip. The Indian retail investor is waiting to buy the dip. So that is giving a lot of strength to the Indian market.
When same thing can be repeated when your leaders will visit. Please remember this. It is not proper. You are my brother and sister. Don't do politics here. It is very easy to do the politics here, to do the narrative work here, to see.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome. You're watching Republic. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and Bengal's Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee was completely heckled at the Oxford University during her address, where protesters asked her to clear her stand not just on Hinduism but also on the RG Kaur rape and murder case. Tracking that and a lot more for you, but first a quick check on the headlines. Supreme Court is slated to hear a plea seeking direction to the Delhi police to register an FIR and cause an effective and meaningful investigation in Justice Yashwant Verma cash haul case. Chaos and protests at Mamata's event at Oxford College. Protesters question Mamata's position on RG Kaur case. Verdict in pastor sexual assault case is expected today. BJP questions Maan government over why the pastor has not been arrested yet. Amit Shah accuses Mamata Banerjee of aiding Bangladeshis, Rohingyas, says India is not a dharamshala.
मानव देश धर्मशाला नहीं, जो चाहे जिस उद्देश्य से चाहे यहाँ आकर रह जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं होगा। सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा है, उसको रोकने का प्रावधान करने का हमारी संसद का अधिकार भी।
Massive encounter underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Katwa district. 3 terrorists have been killed by the security forces and 3 security personnel also killed in action. Viewers, starting up with the biggest story that we're tracking about the biggest judicial scandal in India. Justice Yashwant Verma is all set to be presented before the Supreme Court Collegium of 3-member committee at 1 p.m. today, and he will leave his residence at around 12:30 noon today. This comes as there is a petition that has already reached the Supreme Court, which the top court is all set to hear, demanding or seeking an FIR against Justice Yashwant Verma. And now in the latest, Justice Yashwant Verma will likely appear before the internal committee of the Supreme Court at 1 p.m. today in the afternoon. This again comes in relation with the massive scandal that was unearthed on the 14th of March, where piles of stacked cash was found burning at Justice Yashwant Verma's official Delhi residence. Also being joined by my colleague Riyanka to get us more details on the broadcast. Riyanka, speak to us about this internal committee meeting that is to take place, where Justice Yashwant Verma will be presented at 1 p.m. today afternoon.
Well, we are gathering news from our sources that at this point in time, one of the biggest developments coming in this cash discovery case, Justice Yashwant Verma is likely to leave from his residence at around 12:30, and this is in accordance to his appearance before the internal committee that has been formed by the Supreme Court, and he will be present in front of the committee, most likely at the Haryana State Guest House, where the committee is holding meetings, especially where it had in fact questioned the fire chief as well as several other officers, one of the first responders in this case. And we currently continue to show you these visuals from outside Justice Yashwant Verma's residence. And for now, there is no movement, but it's likely that around 12:30 and 1, between this half an hour, there could be the movement of Justice Yashwant Verma. These are the sources, source-based information coming in at this point in time. He will be likely going ahead and giving out his statements in front of the internal committee, as the committee is investigating every loophole, every possible evidence in this particular case. So we will be getting all those minute-to-minute updates and details from this very location.
Right, Priyanka. In fact, also speak to us about the fact that this comes on the same day as when the top court is all set to hear the PIL, which has been filed in the same case regarding an FIR to be registered against Justice Yashwant Verma and the judge scandal that is unfolded in the national capital. Priyanka.
Well, absolutely. There have been calls of filing an FIR in this case. There has been a PL in the Supreme Court, which the court is likely, hearing at this point in time. When this particular hearing begins, we will be getting in more updates on that front.
Right,
but yes, there are growing clamor that continues to say that there has to be an FIR which must be registered in this particular case.
Priyanka, we're also being joined by my colleague Piyush Ori on the broadcast to get us further details into the matter. Piyush, you're tracking the story closely. Tell us more about this meeting at 1 p.m. today afternoon.
So yes, what I can tell you is that this is the Haryana State Guest House, and over here only you can see that how there is arrangements being made as far as barricading is concerned, because as what we have been told now is that Justice Yashwant Verma, the person who has been accused, Hello?
Yes, Piyush, go ahead, please. I think there was some network errors there. However, viewers, just to give you a quick reminder, today in the afternoon at 1 p.m., Justice Yashwant Verma will appear before the internal committee of the Supreme Court for further probe into the case. He will, in fact, leave his residence at about 12:30 p.m. today. And Republic reporters are reporting from the ground to get you all details into the matter. Viewers, shifting focus to Uttar Pradesh. Now, the police in Uttar Pradesh has issued a directive and order calling for namaz to not be held on the roads on the last Friday of Ramadan. This comes as, of course, the month of Ramadan is nearing its end. And they have, in fact, also said that namaz cannot be held at rooftops. In fact, the latest development suggests that tents have been set up inside the Shahi Jama Masjid and that there are at least 4,000 policemen and even CCTV surveillance systems that have been put in place. The road directive in Sambhal that has been issued, over that security has also been stepped up in Sambhal. These are the visuals on your screens. Heavy police deployment and heavy security deployment in Sambhal ahead of the last Friday of Ramadan. The latest developments have also revealed that tents have been set up inside the Shahi Jama Masjid. Listen into this detailed report brought to you by my colleague Sagar from Sambhal.
संभल की विवादित शाही जामा मस्जिद के ठीक सामने देखिए इस समय फोर्स की भारी संख्या में तैनाती कर दी गई है। आरआरएफ की टुकड़ियां आपको दिखाई दे रही हैं क्योंकि पूरे संभल में प्रशासन इस समय अलर्ट मोड पर दिखाई दे रहा है। संभल की विवादित शाही जामा मस्जिद से जो 4 गलियां यहाँ पर आसपास लगती हैं, हर एक चप्पे चप्पे पर यहाँ पर देखिए पीएससी के जवानों की तैनाती है, आरआरएफ की टुकड़ियां। देखिए ये जो गली हम जाती है, पहले आपको इधर आपको दिखाएं, एक बार मुकेश इधर आइए। देखिए फिलहाल इधर भी देखिए ये जो गली जाती है, यहाँ पर भी देखिए आरआरएफ की टुकड़ियां लगभग 20 की संख्या में यहाँ पर भी फोर्सें यहाँ पर तैनात हैं। जो 4 रास्ते जाते हैं उन चारों देखिए रास्तों पर इसी तरह से पुलिसकर्मी, चाहे हम बात करें आंसू गैस के गोलों के साथ, बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट के साथ, अपने हथियारों के साथ यहाँ पर हर एक चप्पे चप्पे पर मुस्तैद हैं। ये देखिए विवादित शाही जामा मस्जिद की तरफ जाने वाली ये पहली गली है। यहाँ से ठीक सामने देखिए आपको रास्ता आपको दिखाई देगा विवादित शाही जामा मस्जिद का, जहाँ पर लोग देखिए नमाज के लिए पहुँचेंगे। और यहाँ पर प्रशासन कितना अलर्ट मोड पर है ये आप देख सकते हैं। ये नहीं, चारों रास्तों पर इसी तरह से, क्योंकि आज के दिन देखिए प्रशासन ने कई सारी गाइडलाइन जारी की है, चाहे सड़कों पर नमाज पढ़ने को लेकर बात करें या फिर जो आसपास छतें आप देख रहे हैं वहाँ पर भी नमाज पढ़ने पर रोक है। ऐसे में मुस्लिम भाई लोगों ने भी प्रशासन के इस फैसले का समर्थन किया। उन्होंने इस बात का जिक्र किया कि हाँ, सब कुछ बहुत शांतिपूर्वक संभल में होगा। जो भी देखिए व्यवस्थाएं प्रशासन की तरफ से की गई हैं उसका देखिए हम यहाँ पर पालन करेंगे। अब हम आपको दिखाते हैं विवादित शाही जामा मस्जिद के सामने देखिए क्या बड़ी संख्या में फोर्स की तैनाती, वहाँ पर पीएससी के जवानों की भी साफ तौर पर देखिए दिखाई दे रही है। देखिए यहाँ पर पीएससी के जवानों की तैनाती है हर तरफ। इधर देखिए अब 2 रास्ते हम आपको और दिखा रहे हैं। यहाँ पर भी देखिए आरआरएफ की लगभग 2 से 3 कंपनियाँ यहाँ पर भी तैनात की गई हैं। पीएससी के जवान आपको यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रहे हैं। हर तरफ इसी तरह से प्रशासन मुस्तैद है चप्पे चप्पे पर, ताकि कहीं से भी हालात अगर बिगड़े तो उसको कंट्रोल कैसे किया जाए, और प्रशासन की मुस्तैदी साफ तौर पर यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रही है।
While we continue tracking the situation in Sambhal for you, it's time to even look at what's happening with West Bengal's Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee, who during her recent address at the Kellogg College in Oxford University was completely heckled by students and protesters alike, who questioned her on tough situations and tough issues, including the declining trade and business situation in Bengal, where questions were asked about Tata's exit from the state. In fact, they also inquired her about the RG Kar rape and murder case and the fact that it happened not just under her leadership but also questions on her government's handling of the entire case. In fact, questions over Hindu phobia were also erected while her address was going on. And now the BJP has not stopped short. They have stepped back their attacks against Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee, also over the fact that she rejected India's growth story on a foreign soil. Take a look at this.
You know, the case is sub judice and also it is central government has taken over. It is not with us. Please don't do politics here. It is not a political state that you can do it with me in my state, not here. And you know better than me, the crowd funding and all.
When we come and ask you questions in Kolkata, your ministers say we will break your finger. Yeah, you're going to break your fingers.
I don't. This is absolutely, you are lying. Brother, you don't do it, brother. Don't do it, brother. Don't do it. I have a special affection for you. We love all of you. But don't allow the people to lose.
You killed Abhaya.
Don't behave like this.
You killed Abhaya.
Don't behave like this. It is a misbehaving.
This is not Calcutta.
You are insulting your own institution. Don't disrespect your institution. You can disrespect me, but you cannot disrespect your institution. I am humbled. You cannot disrespect.
For inviting a rape of
You killed Abhaya. You killed Abhaya.
I am so happy.
You killed Abhaya.
Anything for the Kellogg Ganguly? Huh? Anything for the Kellogg Ganguly? Any word for Hindus? Any word for Hindus?
Wherever I go,
Mamta ji, any word for Hindus?
I am for all. I am for all. I am for Hindu, Muslims. You have the negative block here. See the negative block. But please, my answer. Wherever I go.
Momta ji, any word for Hindus?
Your institution, you can reflect it. But you cannot be a
You killed Abhaya. You killed.
In fact, like I mentioned before, she was also confronted by Bengali Hindus in the UK who asked her tough questions on her and her government's stand on the RG Kaur rape and murder case and also on the safety of Hindus in West Bengal. Listen to this.
You know the case is sub judice and also it is central government has taken over. It is not with us. Please don't do politics here. It is not a political state. That you can do it with me in my state, not here. And you know better than me, the crowdfunding and all.
Because when we come and ask you questions in Kolkata, your ministers say we will break your finger.
Yeah, you're going to break your fingers.
Ministers do it.
I don't, this is absolutely, you are lying. Brother, you don't do it, brother. Don't do it, brother. Don't do it. I have a special affection for you. We love all of you. But don't try to make it into a political platform. If you want to make it a political platform, go to Bengal and tell your party to be more strong and more stable. I am for all. I am for all. I am for Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Keizai. I am for unity. You people are not. Don't mention only one caste. Mention all the castes together.
We're also tracking in more responses that are pouring in from the side of the BJP, which has hit out at the incident that took place at the Oxford University. They've in fact also questioned Mamta Banerjee over her rejection of India's growth story on a foreign soil. Listen to these reactions.
देखिए, ये तो पहले से मालूम था। मैंने भी बोला था कि ममता बनर्जी लंदन जा रहे हैं, भाषण देंगे तो वहाँ के लोग पूछेंगे आरजीकर में क्या हुआ। आज आरजीकर जैसा घटना तो पूरा बंगाल में हो रही है। महिलाओं की कोई सुरक्षा नहीं। सबसे नाबालिग शादी लड़कियों की बंगाल में हो रही है। हजारों लड़कियां प्रेग्नेंट है, अंडर एज। क्यों हो रहा है? ये क्या चल रहा है समाज में? ये सबको मालूम है। तो वो अगर प्रश्नों कोई करेगा, उत्तर देना है। आप बिगड़ जाएंगे, नाराज हो जाएंगे, कौन छोड़ेगा आपको? देखिए, ये तो पहले से मालूम था। मैंने भी बोला था कि ममता बनर्जी लंदन जा रहे हैं, भाषण देंगे तो वहाँ के लोग पूछेंगे आरजीकर में क्या हुआ। आज आरजीकर जैसा घटना तो पूरा बंगाल में हो रही है। महिलाओं की कोई सुरक्षा नहीं। सबसे नाबालिग शादी लड़कियों की बंगाल में हो रही है। हजारों लड़कियां प्रेग्नेंट है, अंडर एज। क्यों हो रहा है? ये क्या चल रहा है समाज में? ये सबको मालूम है। तो वो अगर प्रश्नों कोई करेगा, उत्तर देना है। आप बिगड़ जाएंगे, नाराज हो जाएंगे, कौन।
We also get you the exact statement that was made by West Bengal's Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee on India's economic situation and in fact also growth in the years to come. Take a look at this.
India has already overtaken the UK. We are now the 6th largest economy. India is the 5th largest economy. Soon it will be the 3rd largest economy in the world. By 2060, I predict it will be the #1 economy in the world. And India as a country.
So I will defer that.
India has already overtaken the UK. We are now the 6th largest economy. India is the 5th largest economy. Soon it will be the 3rd largest economy in the world. By 2060, I predict it will be the #1 economy in the world. And India as a country.
So I will defer that.
And the attacks do not just end here. The BJP has in fact also called Mamta Banerjee a part of the Bharat Badnami Brigade. Listen into these reactions as well.
Mamta Banerjee's behavior on foreign soil, and that too somebody who holds a constitutional position of Chief Minister, is disgraceful to say the least. When the moderator tells her that India has overtaken the UK economy, is the 5th largest economy and will become the largest economy, she has a problem with that. She says, I differ with that. Imagine a Chief Minister of India, Indian state, saying on foreign soil that she has a problem with India becoming the largest economy. Who does that? This is called the Bharat Berating Brigade. They go on foreign soil and they berate Bharat, Bharat's institutions, Bharat's economy, Bharat's Loktantra. Only because they have a problem with one party, they will do virod of the entire country. And when she had to face tough questions from many people, youngsters especially, on the Arjikar case, the way Bengal government handled it. Bengal police did a cover-up when she had to handle questions on the post-poll violence, the atrocities on Hindus, the kind of corruption that is taking place under her watch, the entire collapse of West Bengal under her governance. Then, instead of addressing those questions, she started saying it's political protest. She started accusing the youngsters themselves. This is the intolerance of Mamata Banerjee. Anytime she is asked a difficult question, the police is unleashed on them, because this time they could not unleash the West Bengal police, or they could not unleash the goons of TMC. Now she is coloring the questions itself with political motive. But the fact of the matter is that even India's achievements were undermined by her on foreign.
Mamata Banerjee should understand that people across the world, the students of Oxford University, not only students of Oxford University, but the entire world, are questioning her real love for this nation. In fact, this type of attitude shows that the leaders who are in opposition party, especially the members of the India Alliance, have developed so much of hatred towards BJP and Modi that they also started hating India. And they don't acknowledge the progress and the growth India has so far made. I think Sushri Mamata Banerjee has to be condemned. But anyhow, people of Bengal are seeing this. They will definitely bring the Bharatiya Janata Party to power next time.
Viewers, shifting focus to track a breaking news that we're getting at this hour. A 7.2 magnitude earthquake has struck Myanmar, and tremors have also been felt in Manipur and other parts of the northeastern India. In fact, this comes as Manipur experienced 2 consecutive earthquakes just a while back, causing tremors across the northeast. And now in the latest, a 7.2 magnitude earthquake on the Richter scale hit Myanmar, and tremors were felt in Manipur and different parts of northeast India. Till now, we do not have much information on whether or not there are any injuries or even fatalities in the earthquake, or what the damage of the 7.2 magnitude earthquake looks like. However, for now, there is a confirmation that a 7.2 heavy magnitude earthquake hit Myanmar, and strong tremors were felt in Manipur and other northeastern states in India. Also being joined by my colleague Antara live to get us more updates into the matter. Antara, talk to us about the earthquake. The magnitude is huge, a 7.2 in Myanmar, and tremors in Manipur and across the northeastern regions.
Absolutely, Gay. So in fact, the 7.2 magnitude earthquake has hit not just Myanmar, but it has also hit Thailand capital Bangkok. While there are no immediate reports of any damage, it is being anticipated that there might be a heavy damage on infrastructures. We do not have any immediate reports of any human casualties so far. But like you correctly pointed out, the magnitude is huge on the Richter scale, and the tremors have also been felt in Manipur and the northeast parts. Back to you.
Right, Antara. Thanks very much for getting us those details. Viewers will keep building on the story as and when there are more details. For now, it's time to take a quick check of news from across the country. This is Bharat in 2 minutes for you. Take a look. Prime Minister Modi will embark on a 2-day visit to Bangkok, Thailand from the 3rd till the 4th of April to participate in the 6th BIMSTEC summit on the invitation of the Thailand Prime Minister. This will be the Prime Minister's 3rd visit to Thailand. 3 workers were killed in a boiler blast factory in Ghaziabad today. As police continues to probe the case, the reason behind the blast remains unknown.
ये गथेड़ी पड़ता है यहाँ पे तो वहाँ पे नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न रबर एंड बोल्ट प्राइवेट लिमिटेड है, एक फैक्ट्री है जहाँ पे ये पेपर मिलरी यूज जो रोल होते हैं उनके रबर कोटिंग का काम, रबर चढ़ाने का काम करते हैं। यहाँ आज सुबह में एक हादसा हुआ है जिसमें बॉयलर फटा है, जिससे कि 3 लोगों की मौके पर डेथ हो गई है और एक स्क्वाड को चोट आई है। इसमें प्रतिरोध वार्ता की जा रही है और इसमें आवश्यक कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
In view of the last Friday of Ramzan, Cheti Chand festival and Eid ul-Fitr celebrations, the Gautam Buddha Nagar police have implemented Section 163 of Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita throughout the district from the 28th till the 31st of March. Section 163 is implemented to tighten security during festivals to avoid any disruption and maintain law and order during the festivities.
कल अलविदा जुमे की नमाज़ है, इसके बाद चंद्र दर्शन के हिसाब से आगे ईद का पर्व होगा, उसके बाद नवरात्रि हैं, रामनवमी का त्यौहार है। इन सभी जो आगे आने वाले उत्सव हैं, त्यौहार हैं, उसके संबंध में प्रयागराज कमिश्नरेट में पुलिसकर्मियों को सभी को सेंसिटाइज और ब्रीफ किया जा चुका है। जितने भी हमारे इस तरह के सेंसिटिव पॉइंट्स हैं उनकी लिस्ट हमारे पास तैयार है और सभी के लिए जो संबंधित कर्मचारी हैं उनकी तैनाती और उनकी ब्रीफिंग लगातार की जा रही है।
Verdict. TMC West Bengal Vice President Jai Prakash Majumdar took a dig at the BJP, calling its flagship initiative Ayushman Bharat a failed project and dismissed the prospects of the party coming to power in the state. Jai Prakash Majumdar said that the BJP's position in the state is in a downward trend. Verdict in pastor sexual assault case is expected today. The BJP questions Maan government over why the pastor has not been arrested yet. This and a lot more right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV. News and updates continue on the other side.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Indian markets are, they have recovered well on the basis of domestic factors. So we are seeing a recovering economy. We are seeing recovering corporate earnings growth. We are seeing recovering fiscal expenditure. Along with that, monetary policy has started easing. So the RBI cut rates, RBI injected liquidity. RBI has also made it easier to lend to some segments which it had increased the risk weightages on. So macroprudential easing has also come in from the RBI. Along with that, inflation fell. So the prospect for an RBI rate cut on April 9th has gone up. Along with that, the rupee not falling anymore and appreciating is giving some space.
India's first vertical lift railway sea bridge is all set to be inaugurated in Pamban Rameshwaram. Constructed at a cost of Rs 531 crores in collaboration with Rail Vikas Nigam Limited, the newly constructed bridge will replace the historic British-era railway bridge that connects Indian mainland to Rameshwaram Island. A century after the original, the new bridge stands as a monument of engineering brilliance, revolutionizing railway infrastructure with cutting-edge technology. Optimized for faster trains and increased railway traffic, the new bridge is expected to boost religious tourism and provide economic benefits to businesses. Following the inauguration, the new bridge services will significantly help in improving Rameshwaram's connectivity with other parts of India.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे.
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans, they are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले fans. I thought
Cricket fans. यार तुम अपने podcast के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगी क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
vote. Same thing can be repeated when your leaders will visit. Please remember this. It is not proper. You are my brother and sister. Don't do politics here. It is very easy to do the politics here, to do the narrative work here, to see the...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines at 12:30 p.m. Supreme Court is slated to hear a plea seeking direction to the Delhi police to register an FIR and cause an effective and meaningful investigation in Justice Yashwant Verma cash haul case. Chaos and protest at Mamta's event. Protesters question Mamta's position on Arjikar rape and murder case. Verdict in pastor sexual assault case is expected today. BJP questions Maan government over why he has not been arrested yet.
माननीय देश धर्मशाला नहीं, जो चाहे जिस उद्देश्य से चाहे यहाँ आकर रह जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं होगा। सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा है, उसको रोकने का प्रावधान करने का हमारी संसद का अधिकार भी।
Amit Shah accuses Mamata Banerjee of aiding Bangladeshis and Rohingyas, says India is not a dharamshala. And encounter underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua. 3 terrorists have been killed by security forces. 3 security personnel also killed in the line of duty. And we start this edition with breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with the controversial YouTuber, comedian Samay Rana, that has arrived at Maharashtra Cyber Cell for questioning in connection with the filth controversy case. Samay Rana, remember, who has been summoned time and again in Guwahati and Maharashtra. This time he has arrived in Maharashtra Cyber Cell for questioning in connection with the filthy comment controversy that was done on his show India's Got Latent. Along with him, there are other YouTubers, the controversial YouTubers who had been summoned as well. One of them being Apurva Makhija and Ranveer Alabadia, aka Bia Biceps. This is the second time that Samay Rana is being questioned by the Maharashtra Cyber Cell. Moving on to other news that's coming in. Self-styled pastor Bajinder Singh, who is accused of sexual harassment, is in a fresh trouble over a video of him thrashing 2 people in an assault and criminal intimidation case. An FIR, we know, has been filed against him. Verdict in the case is expected today. Meanwhile, heavy security deployment is there at the Mohali court where he will be presented. And now, after another, many victims are speaking out.
कोई दबाव अच्छा मैडम, आप अपने बयान से कभी पलटे तो नहीं? आप
नहीं, मैं किसी बयान से नहीं पलटी हूँ। 7 साल हो गए मुझे ये केस लड़ते हुए, और मेरे ऊपर बहुत प्रेशर था, कॉम्प्रोमाइज करने के लिए बहुत प्रेशर था। मेरे ऊपर बहुत सारे क्रॉस पर्चे भी हो रखे हैं, और मेरे हस्बैंड के ऊपर भी बहुत पर्चे हो रखे हैं। हस्बैंड मेरे साथ ही आप बात कर सकते हैं। मैं अभी उम्मीद कर रहे हैं, आज क्या उम्मीद कर रहे हैं? मुझे मानजोग अदालत पे पूरा विश्वास है, और उस भगवान वाल्मीकि जी पे पूरा विश्वास है। जो होगा इंसाफ होगा।
कोई दबाव
अच्छा मैडम, आप
कोई
अपने बयान से कभी पलटे तो नहीं? आप टिके
नहीं, मैं किसी बयान से नहीं पलटी हूँ। 7 साल हो गए मुझे ये केस लड़ते हुए, और मेरे ऊपर बहुत प्रेशर था, कॉम्प्रोमाइज करने के लिए बहुत प्रेशर था। मेरे ऊपर बहुत सारे क्रॉस पर्चे भी हो रखे हैं, और मेरे हस्बैंड के ऊपर भी बहुत पर्चे हो रखे हैं। हस्बैंड मेरे साथ ही आप बात कर सकते हैं। मैं अभी
उम्मीद कर रहे हैं, आज क्या उम्मीद कर रहे हैं आप?
मुझे मानजोग अदालत पे पूरा विश्वास है, और उस भगवान वाल्मीकि जी पे पूरा विश्वास है, जो होगा इंसाफ होगा।
Lalit, my colleague, is joining me on the broadcast on that. Lalit, take us through the cases, the FIR that has been filed against him, in which cases, and what are the possible arguments that we could see inside the court today?
If we talk about the self-styled Pastor Bajinder Singh, the legal trouble is mounting against him. Today, in the 2018 rape case in the district court, Mohali, the final pronouncement from the court could be done here in the district court. So the case would be starting after lunch, after 2, and possibly as per the sources what we are being informed that the self-styled Pastor Bajinder Singh would also be present in the court that time. So looking into this, there has been a heavy deployment of police, as there has been anticipation that large number of followers of Pastor Bajinder Singh could also come into the court premises. But if you talk about this case is of 2018 when a 22-year-old lady have alleged and said that the Pastor Bajinder Singh have sexually exploited her. So a rape case has been filed against him. So in this month, on 3rd March, the District Court Mohali have issued a non-bailable warrant against Pastor Bajinder Singh. So in the previous 2 hearings, Pastor Bajinder Singh had to appear himself in the court. So this is the 3rd time that today Pastor Bajinder Singh would be coming into the court, and as per the inputs what we are learning from the court, that there has been final arguments in this case, and today there could be the pronouncement of this case. Back to the studio.
Absolutely. All eyes will be on what verdict will be pronounced in the case. Thank you, Lalit, for joining us. Moving on to the other stories that we're tracking, and this one is about Mamata Banerjee. Now, in unprecedented scenes, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee was heckled, chanted at and grilled by a wound-up crowd during her address at the seminar room of Kellogg College at the prestigious Oxford University campus on Thursday. Visibly taken aback by full-throated chanting and questions that she has seldom faced on camera, Mamata lost her cool as she was accused, and then she accused the dissenters in the crowd of peddling an agenda. Here's what happened.
Did you kill Abhaya? Any word for Hindus? How many Hindus tortured? How many Hindus killed?
You killed Abhaya! You killed Abhaya! This is not Calcutta!
These were some of the straight questions thrown at Mamata as a furious crowd, largely made up of non-resident Bengali Hindus, cornered and grilled her at the Oxford University campus yesterday. Interrupting her speech at the seminar hall of the Kellogg College on the prestigious campus, a crowd of wound-up dissenters fired scathing questions, the likes of which she has seldom faced back home. Not mincing words, a member in the crowd invoked the alleged Arjikar rape and murder case cover-up, asking Mamata if she killed Abhaya.
You killed Abhaya!
Even as a visibly flustered Mamata fumbled for an answer, another member in the audience chanted, "You killed Abhaya."
You killed Abhaya! You killed Abhaya!
Another protesting member in the audience asked Mamata to come clean on how many Hindus were tortured and killed on her watch as a chief minister.
I am for Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Keizai. I am for unity. You people are not.
Another member in the audience accused the Bengal chief minister of selling human body parts. Republic earlier blew the lid off a thriving racket at Arjikar, which was into selling unclaimed corpses. A placard in Bengali went up in the crowd saying, "Your hands are smeared with Abhaya's blood." Another placard demanded former Indian cricket captain and Bengal's brand ambassador Sourav Ganguly to come clean on what became on his Promise Steel project on 30,000 acres that Mamata gave him for 1 rupee. Struggling to defend a volley of tough questions, Mamata accused the dissenters of peddling an agenda.
I am for all. I am for all. I am for Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Isai. I am for unity. You people are not. Don't mention only one caste. Mention all the castes together. But why not? That your agenda you have fulfilled. I love that. My best wishes to all of you.
As questions continue to hound Mamata even in faraway Oxford, can she hide behind her narratives and dubious claims?
You kill Abhaya!
Now, a day after the no namaz on road directive was issued in Sambhal in Uttar Pradesh, security has been stepped up in the place. Now, the latest development suggests that tents have been set up inside the Shahi Jama Masjid and that there are at least 4,000 policemen and CCTV surveillance systems in place. My colleague Sagar brings this report from Sambhal.
संभल की विवादित शाही जामा मस्जिद के ठीक सामने देखिए इस समय फोर्स की भारी संख्या में तैनाती कर दी गई है। आरआरएफ की टुकड़ियां आपको दिखाई दे रही हैं क्योंकि पूरे संभल में प्रशासन इस समय अलर्ट मोड पर दिखाई दे रहा है। संभल की विवादित शाही जामा मस्जिद से जो 4 गलियां यहां पर आसपास लगती हैं, हर एक चप्पे चप्पे पर यहां पर देखिए पीएससी के जवानों की तैनाती है। आरआरएफ की टुकड़ियां देखिए, ये जो गली हम जाती है, पहले आपको इधर आपको दिखाएं, एक बार मुकेश इधर आइए, देखिए फिलहाल इधर भी देखिए ये जो गली जाती है यहाँ पर भी देखिए आरआरएफ की टुकड़ियां लगभग 20 की संख्या में यहाँ पर भी फोर्सें यहाँ पर तैनात हैं। जो 4 रास्ते जाते हैं उन चारों देखिए रास्तों पर इसी तरह से पुलिसकर्मी, चाहे हम बात करें आंसू गैस के गोलों के साथ, बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट के साथ, अपने हथियारों के साथ यहाँ पर हर एक चप्पे चप्पे पर मुस्तैद हैं। ये देखिए विवादित शाही जामा मस्जिद की तरफ जाने वाली ये पहली गली है। यहाँ से ठीक सामने देखिए आपको रास्ता आपको दिखाई देगा विवादित शाही जामा मस्जिद का, जहाँ पर लोग देखिए नमाज के लिए पहुँचेंगे और यहाँ पर प्रशासन कितना अलर्ट मोड पर है ये आप देख सकते हैं। ये नहीं, चारों रास्तों पर इसी तरह से, क्योंकि आज के दिन देखिए प्रशासन ने कई सारी गाइडलाइन जारी की है, चाहे सड़कों पर नमाज पढ़ने को लेकर बात करें या फिर जो आसपास छतें आप देख रहे हैं वहाँ पर भी नमाज पढ़ने पर रोक है। ऐसे में मुस्लिम भाई लोग ने भी प्रशासन के इस फैसले का समर्थन किया। उन्होंने इस बात का जिक्र किया कि हाँ, सब कुछ बहुत शांतिपूर्वक संभल में होगा, जो भी देखिए व्यवस्थाएं प्रशासन की तरफ से की गई हैं उसका देखिए हम यहाँ पर पालन करेंगे। अब हम आपको दिखाते हैं विवादित शाही जामा मस्जिद के सामने देखिए क्या बड़ी संख्या में फोर्स की तैनाती, वहाँ पर पीएससी के जवानों की भी साफ तौर पर देखिए दिखाई दे रही है। देखिए यहाँ पर पीएससी के जवानों की तैनाती है हर तरफ। इधर देखिए अब 2 रास्ते हम आपको और दिखा रहे हैं। यहाँ पर भी देखिए आरआरएफ की लगभग 2 से 3 कंपनियां यहाँ पर भी तैनात की गई हैं। पीएससी के जवान आपको यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रहे हैं। हर तरफ इसी तरह से प्रशासन मुस्तैद है चप्पे चप्पे पर, ताकि कहीं से भी हालात अगर बिगड़े तो उसको कंट्रोल कैसे किया जाए, और प्रशासन की मुस्तैदी साफ तौर पर यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रही है।
And we shift our focus to breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with 2 massive earthquakes that has jolted Myanmar, strong tremors that have been felt in Bangkok as well. We learned that 2 back-to-back earthquakes of magnitude 7.7 and 6.4 struck Myanmar during the early hours today, with strong tremors that were felt in Thailand's capital Bangkok. Now, the iconic Ava Bridge in Myanmar's Mandalay reported collapsed into the river, and several buildings collapsed due to massive earthquakes whose epicenter was near Sagaing. Now, such was the impact of the earthquake that tremors rocked Bangkok around 900 kilometers away, forcing people to run out of their homes. A visual of that you see on your screens. The tremors were sent water sloshing out of the pools from high rises, and several buildings were evacuated as they swayed away due to the impact of the earthquake. We learned that there was no immediate report of damage or casualties in the Thai capital. More reports, more information on the same is awaited, but what we do know so far is that there are two back-to-back earthquakes of magnitude 7.7 and 6.4 that has struck Myanmar. Tremors were felt in Manipur as well. Bangkok was the other place where light tremors were felt. Joining us live on the broadcast is Antra, my colleague from the newsroom. Antra, there are two earthquakes that has struck Myanmar, tremors of which were felt in parts of Bangkok and Manipur as well. What was the epicenter, and do we have any details about any casualties or damage that was caused due to the earthquake?
Well, Tanisha, the strong 7.7 magnitude of earthquake that rocked the Thai capital of Bangkok, it's being said, on your screens are the visuals of high-rise buildings swaying because of the high tremors. There were also visuals of the poolside, the terrace-top pools, the water being on the edge because of the tremors. We are also coming to know that the Bangkok, which is home to 17 million people, many of whom were living in these high-rise apartments, they were quickly evacuated after the tremors were felt. These tremors were so strong that they were also felt in Manipur and parts of Northeast, as you correctly mentioned. Alarms went off in the buildings at around 1:30 p.m. when residents started evacuating the buildings. They were rushed down the staircase of the condominiums and the hotels in the densely populated area of Bangkok. We are also coming to know that while there have been reports of infrastructural damage, there are no immediate reports of casualties as of now, but we'll keep coming back to the story as and when we get more reports. Back to the studio.
Right, Andhra, thank you very much for sharing those updates. Moving on to the other stories that we're tracking, and this is in regard with the Judge Cash scam. Now, the Supreme Court is set to hear a plea today seeking directions for Delhi police to register an FIR against Delhi High Court Judge Justice Yashwant Verma following the discovery of large sum of cash, nearly about 15 crore, at his official residence during a fire on March 14th. Now, the petitioner argues that forming a 3-judge committee to investigate the matter is unnecessary and that the investigation should now be carried out by the police. Additionally, the petition urges the government to take effective and meaningful action to curb corruption at all levels of the judiciary.
Joining us live is the petitioner Matthew Nedampara. Sir, could you please walk us through the petition which you have filed at Supreme Court?
See, the petition which we are seeking a declaration that when a cognizable offence has taken place, the fundamental duty, statutory duty of the police is to register an FIR. And registration of FIR means setting this criminal law in motion. Then the police, it's for the police to decide how to investigate, when to investigate, all those things. So the police is sovereign in its domain, like the judiciary is sovereign in its domain. These are two independent wings of the state, the judiciary, that is adjudication of dispute. The executive, the police, is investigation and bringing the offenders to culprits to book. So there are two distinct functions. Now the police investigation has been restrained. Police has been prohibited from registering an FIR and investigating the crime. Supposing that, and this restriction has come in the form of a judgment of a 5-judge constitutional bench of the Supreme Court way back in 1991 in Veerasami's case. In Veerasami's case, the Supreme Court held that no FIR shall be registered without the prior permission of the FIR shall be registered against a judge of the High Court, Chief Justice of the High Courts, judges of the Supreme Court, without the prior permission of the Chief Justice of India. And that permission, that process has to be routed through the government. Therefore, today, the 14th, the offence occurred. Then, every moment's delay, not even a day's delay, every moment's delay will lead to destruction of evidences. See, the huge volume of the heap of cash, currency was was burnt, and the remnants of the same was removed. So the police remained a bystander because of the Supreme Court judgment.
So Yesterday, we witnessed presidents of bar associations were here. They met the CJI and they have also assured them that all their demands would be heard of. As per you, what are you expecting from the Supreme Court today?
But answer is very clear. The Supreme Court should forthright, in my request, not should, in all humility, I expect the Supreme Court to admit my writ petition, and I am seeking an ad interim order, an ad interim direction to the police to register an FIR and initiate the investigation process. And if investigation process means seizing whatever is available, preparing a mahasar, and examining the whoever is associated, never aware of the matters, and whoever is culpable, apprehending them, arresting them. All this process with the police now. The judges have no idea. The Chief Justice of India or one of the judges they are very erudite and experienced in their field, that is adjudication. When it comes to investigation, a police constable knows far better than the Chief Justice of India. For it is not a question of whether the Chief Justice knows how to investigate, whether he knows the policeman's job. That is not the issue. Chief Justice of India or the judges of the Supreme Court has no jurisdiction. Only police has got the jurisdiction. And the presidents of the bar associations, one of their major demands, they have completely joined me and agree with me that an FIR shall be registered forthwith. An investigation shall be initiated, and the culprits, whoever is, they'll be brought to book. Then Justice Verma's version is unbelievable, but let us assume, for argument's sake, let us assume it. Then if his version is to be true, then he is the first man to come and ask for a registration of FIR. Somebody has wanted to implicate him by bringing the crores and crores of rupees into his compound and put in the brain to implicate him. If that is that story, palpably laughable, but if that is the story to be, you have to buy that story, believe that for a moment, then he should be asking for investigation. So the Supreme Court has done, with the greatest respect, the Supreme Court has done a great disservice to the nation. The administration of justice has been put to ridicule. I am using a strong expression, and the people are laughing. And one of the petitioners, she is a businesswoman, she asked the Chief Justice, my lords, if an ordinary man were to be found with this amount of money, they would have immediately arrested. The police, ED, Income Tax Department, all would have come. So how can we have two class of lawyers, one class of lawyers who are above the law? So the principle is, the howsoever never see so high, the law is above you. Thomas Fuller's words. And Chief Justice Cox said, even the king is also under the law and the God. And I coined a terminology, I am coining a terminology, in a constitutional democracy, the law is the king.
So this was the main petitioner. Same voice being echoed since yesterday that FIR should be filed against Justice Verma.
All right, that was my colleague Gopi, who was speaking to Advocate Matthews, who has filed a petition in the Supreme Court to register an FIR in the Yashwant Verma cash scandal case. Moving on, Union Home Minister Amit Shah launched a no-holds-barred attack in the Lok Sabha over a series of issues. Amit Shah also spoke on the Immigration Bill 2025 and took the Bengal government head-on. Take a look at this detailed report.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah launched a scathing attack on the opposition and addressed the issue of infiltration in the parliament. Replying to a debate on the Immigration and Foreigners Bill in the Lok Sabha, Amit Shah said that India is not a dharamshala and those who pose a threat to the national security of the country will not be allowed.
कई बार अलग-अलग भाषणों में, अलग जलसों में ये विषय उठा जाता है। बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के लिए बीएसएफ क्या कर रही है, सेना क्या कर रही है, कि रोहिंग्या दिल्ली तक आ गए, आपके नाक के नीचे आया। मान्यवर, ये बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों हो या रोहिंग्याज हो, जो घुस कर आते हैं, पहले असम से भी आते थे जब कांग्रेस की सरकार, अब बंगाल से आते हैं टीएमसी की सरकार, घुस कर आते हैं, इनको आधार कार्ड दादा कौन देता है? नागरिक कहां के बने हैं? कहां के बने हैं? जितने बांग्लादेशी पकड़े गए 24 परगना जिले का आधार कार्ड और नागरिकता है मान्यवर। और ये जो आप आधार कार्ड इश्यू करते हो, वो आधार कार्ड लेकर, वो वोटर कार्ड लेकर ये दिल्ली तक आते हैं। आप उनको आधार कार्ड इश्यू न करो, आदमी क्या परिंदा भी पैर नहीं मार पाएगा। जो अपना धर्म बचाने के लिए, अपने परिवार को बचाने के लिए यहां आए हैं, वो शरणार्थी है मान्यवर। और इसलिए हम सीए लेने के लिए लेकर आए हैं मान्यवर। इसमें कोई भेदभाव नहीं।
Amit Shah also highlighted that the number of people taking refuge in India has increased, which can make the country unsafe. The Union Home Minister also slammed the Mamata Banerjee government for obstructing the border security efforts by not providing land for fencing and showing mercy to the infiltrators.
ये 450 किलोमीटर के लिए मान्यवर मैंने डीओ लेटर लिखकर 10 रिमाइंडर करे हैं। बंगाल सरकार भूमि नहीं देती मान्यवर। ये 450 किलोमीटर के लिए गृह सचिव बंगाल के मुख्य सचिव के साथ 7 मीटिंग करे, ये भूमि नहीं देते हैं मान्यवर। जहां फेंसिंग लगाने जाते हैं, सत्ताधारी पार्टी का कैडर आकर हुड़दंग करता है, धार्मिक नारे लगाता है। और मान्यवर मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि ये 450 किलोमीटर फेंसिंग रुकी है तो केवल और केवल बंगाल सरकार की दया की दृष्टि घुसपैठियों के पर जो है, इसके कारण। और मान्यवर इससे आगे ये 450 किलोमीटर शायद ये भाषण सुनकर ममता जी भूमि दे भी दे तो हम खत्म कर देंगे, फिर भी 112 किलोमीटर खुली सीमा रहती है।
Shah further accused Mamata Banerjee-led government of providing identification documents to the infiltrators. After Amit Shah's address in the Lok Sabha, the issue of infiltrators is likely to gather steam in the coming days.
Chaos and protest at Mamta's event at Oxford College. Protesters question Mamta. We'll get you all the details, but for now, it's time for us to slip into a short break.
عاصمة صنعاء يا الله يا الله استرك بس.
Okay. Prime Minister Modi will embark on a 2-day visit to Bangkok in Thailand from the 3rd till the 4th of April to participate in the 6th BIMSTEC Summit on the invitation of the Thailand Prime Minister. This will be the Prime Minister's 3rd visit to Thailand. Three workers were killed in a boiler blast in a factory in Ghaziabad today. As police continues to probe the case, the reason behind the blast remains unknown.
ये गथेड़ी पड़ता है यहाँ पे, तो वहाँ पे नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न रबर एंड बूट प्राइवेट लिमिटेड है। एक फैक्ट्री है जहाँ पे ये पेपर मिल यूज जो रोल होते हैं उन पर रबर कोटिंग का काम, रबर चढ़ाने का काम करते हैं। यहाँ आज सुबह में एक हादसा हुआ है जिसमें बॉयलर फटा है, जिससे कि 3 लोगों की मौके पर डेथ हो गई है और एक स्टॉल की चोट आई है। इसमें प्रज्वल वार्ता की जा रही है और इसमें आवश्यक कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
In view of the last Friday of Ramzan, Cheti Chand festival and Eid ul-Fitr celebrations, the Gautam Buddha Nagar police have implemented Section 163 of Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita throughout the district starting from 28th till the 31st of March. Section 163 is implemented to tighten security during festivals to avoid any disruption and maintain law and order during the festivities.
कल अलविदा जुमे की नमाज़ है, इसके बाद चंद्र दर्शन के हिसाब से आगे ईद का पर्व होगा, उसके बाद नवरात्रि हैं, रामनवमी का त्यौहार है। इन सभी जो आगे आने वाले उत्सव हैं, त्यौहार हैं, उसके संबंध में प्रयागराज कमिश्नरेट में पुलिसकर्मियों को सभी को सेंसिटाइज और ब्रीफ किया जा चुका है। जितने भी हमारे इस तरह के सेंसिटिव पॉइंट्स हैं उनकी लिस्ट हमारे पास तैयार है और सभी के लिए जो संबंधित कर्मचारी हैं उनकी तैनाती और उनकी ब्रीफिंग लगातार की जा रही है।
Good evening and welcome to this magnificent iftar dinner, very special, as we honor the Islamic holy month of Ramadan. Welcome to this magnificent iftar dinner, very special, as we honor the Islamic holy month of Ramadan. Let me begin by saying to our Muslim friends, of which I have many tonight, and I think we have many all over the world based on the results in Michigan, other places. But I just want to say hello to all of the people that supported us so strongly. Ramadan Mubarak.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bhardwaj and the Supreme Court is all set to hear a PIL seeking an FIR against Justice Yashwant Verma in the Judge Cash scandal case. Tracking that and a lot more for you, but first a quick check on the headlines. Supreme Court slated to hear pleas seeking the registration of an FIR in the Cash Judge scandal. Justice Verma also likely to appear for questioning before the inquiry committee.
You killed Abaya! You killed Abaya!
Major controversy after Mamata Banerjee rejects India's growth on foreign soil. Bengal Chief Minister also confronted and questioned by crowds at Oxford. Verdict in pastor sexual assault case expected today. BJP questions Maan government over why the pastor has not been jailed yet. Day after no namaz on roads directive in Sambhal, 4,000 police personnel and CCTV surveillance deployed near Shahi Jama Masjid amid Friday prayers. Massive encounter underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Katwa district. 3 terrorists neutralized and 4 police personnel killed in action. Viewers, starting from a story that comes from Punjab, where a self-styled pastor, Bajinder Singh, who is accused of sexual harassment, is now in fresh trouble over a video of him thrashing two people. An assault and criminal intimidation case has also been filed against the said pastor. Verdict in this case is to be expected today. And meanwhile, heavy security has been deployed in the Mohali court. And now, after another, many victims are speaking out, one after the other, bringing to light the horrific ordeal and the horrific assault of the self-styled pastor in question, Bajinder Singh. In fact, the Maan government, the AAP-led Maan government in Punjab has come under huge scrutiny from the side of the BJP and the Congress, who have demanded and asked tough questions for why the pastor has not been arrested as of yet, despite multiple accounts of the heinous crimes that he has committed, especially against women. These crimes range from sexual to mental to emotional and even physical assault on women. These are the visuals of the said pastor, Bajinder Singh, on your screens. In fact, till now, only an FIR has been registered, and now a verdict is expected from the side of the Mohali court today. In fact, security has been beefed up around the Mohali court before the verdict. Also being joined by Ranga Rajan, who is the chief priest at the Chilkur Balaji temple, to get us more information into the matter. Sir, thank you for speaking to Republic. Your first reaction on when something like this comes up and the delay, in fact, in dealing with a case so heinous.
See, I've been watching your channel since yesterday, and I have very, very serious feelings about this incident, where a person belonging to a particular religious sect, actually, whom people treat with respect because he is speaking the issues related to God, trying to educate people on spirituality, and trying to heal people by certain miraculous cures. When such a person is having so many followers and some allegations against him come up, it is a duty of the state should immediately react. When a lady, a lady is telling that she has been victimized and a police complaint has been lodged, it is up to the state to immediately react. And I would suggest that the police investigation should be done in very, very fast manner, because we have set a trend when such an allegation was on Asaram Bapu. When Asaram Bapu was given so much of criminal punishment for allegations, similar allegations, and the investigation was done, and he is been jailed actually. When the Supreme Court also has said such cases should prima facie treated with iron hand. So why is being delay done on this particular case? One more important aspect I would like to mention is such magic remedies. See, Drugs and Magic Remedies Act is a legislation which will prevent such malpractices in the name of curing. I have my doubts when somebody says I am a faith healer, because I have so many friends in Christianity. They don't they don't support such type of faith healing mechanism, because faith healers are quacks. That's what a lot of my Christian friends are telling me, because faith healing is some kind of a business, wherever it be. We have been talking about Nakli Babas who use the gullible people in the name of religion, so that, when a person is having a ill health, he is the most weakest person. If this person, Bajinder, is having so much of powers, I would ask him to go to a government hospital and help the doctors there. if we can make people walk from wheelchair, you go to government hospital. So many spine injury persons are coming. Please use the powers which the Almighty has given to you, so that the common man, the person who cannot afford medications, you go and show your powers there. Why are you doing a drama and using it on gullible people?
So quashing of these fake narratives in name of religion, point taken duly. Also, I want to understand, do you think that incidents like these that crop up, like you also spoke about Asaram Bapu, do you think that somewhere or the other, these are out to malign the image of religious leaders in general? And how do you, as somebody who is a practitioner themselves, how do you feel that this has to be combated?
See, any person who uses religion and wants to establish a business out of that religion should be looked with suspicion. Because religion does not allow you or give you freedom to make money in the name of curing and all that. And there are innumerable instances where such people have been exploited. And additional cases is Mr. Bajinder. You had incidents where your channel also took up Dera Sacha Sauda. Your channel took up the person in Haryana who also did something similar. I mean, the political bosses go and prostrate before them. That gives a wrong signal again. And I have my very serious feelings on allowing such quacks to build up their empire. If this person is having so many branches all over India, what are the law enforcing mechanisms doing? When we have people losing their lives in the name of betting apps, why are we waiting to ban such where we are trying to put them rein them in? Similarly, I've been advocating that faith healers or people who use religion for such businesses or use the gullible people, exploit them, all over India, they have to be identified and then there should be a strict action on them. Because unless you do that, real religious people, spiritual minded people, I have nothing against any religion. There are good Christians, there are good Christian pastors, there are good Maulvis, imams who are sincere to their kind of religious propagation. But there are a lot of other people who use religion for a lot of other things which are illegal, immoral and also exploiting the gullible people. And if your channel is the only channel which is bringing out such cases, definitely the government should take immediate action. I would urge the Punjab government. See, Punjab is a place where lot of the Sikh community resides. And the Sikh community have a lot of worship to the Gurbani. That is the word of Guruji. And a lot of conversion mechanisms are exploiting such gullible people. So I would like to request through you that immediately action should be taken, not only by the state government, even the central government should see that who are all these people exploiting the gullible people who are having health issues, who are having family issues, so that they become prey to such exploitation.
Right. In fact, Mr. Rangarajan, also one last thing that I want to ask you. There are questions that are being raised not only from the side of the BJP, but common people also, who are now questioning the Bhagwant Mann government for why has the pastor not been detained yet. No arrests have been made in the case, even though extremely heinous victim accounts have come to light. So do you think that somewhere or the other, the state not being active enough is also where the fault lies, and not just in people like these who are trying to be opportunists? Of course, they're wrong. But the state also being inactive sort of gives them a push. Do you think that is true?
See, one thing which these religious preachers, they always have a political clout. The political clout, even during Haryana government, last time you mentioned, when Rampal was the problematic situation, the government was afraid to take action on such people who are having huge followers. But I would say nobody is above law. Nobody is above law. When the judiciary today, the judge is being put in question, why not this person? Why not this person? Why is the government of Punjab hesitating to take action? I have serious questions to be asking them, because Aam Aadmi Party, I would say, see, I am not blaming any political party. If you people have come to power saying that you are doing different type of politics, not going to be cowed down by clout, please take an action and show to the world that we are different people. We take action not based on the clout. We are going to handle any situation which comes out of that kind of action.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Rangarajan, for getting us those insights. Truly appreciate your time. Meanwhile, viewers, Republic has brought to light the testimonies of many victims who've been emotionally and physically tortured by the pastor. Listen in.
अच्छा मैडम आप अपने बयान से कभी पलटे तो नहीं? आप
नहीं, मैं किसी बयान से नहीं पलटी हूँ। 7 साल हो गए मुझे ये केस लड़ते हुए, और मेरे ऊपर बहुत प्रेशर था, कॉम्प्रोमाइज करने के लिए बहुत प्रेशर था। मेरे ऊपर बहुत सारे क्रॉस पर्चे भी हो रखे हैं, और मेरे हस्बैंड के ऊपर भी बहुत पर्चे हो रखे हैं। हस्बैंड मेरे साथ ही आप बात कर सकते हैं। मैं अभी
उम्मीद कर रहे हैं, आज क्या उम्मीद कर रहे हैं आप?
मुझे मानजोग अदालत पे पूरा विश्वास है, और उस भगवान वाल्मीकि जी पे पूरा विश्वास है, जो होगा इंसाफ होगा।
Viewers, in fact, cutting across to a fresh breaking that we're getting at this hour, the Union Cabinet meeting has now commenced in the Parliament. In fact, they're likely to discuss US-India trade talks issue in the meeting. Now, this comes at the heels after a US delegation led by its Assistant Trade Representative, Brendan Lynch, arrived in India on Tuesday, just this Tuesday, to take part in negotiations on the contours of the proposed bilateral trade agreement between India and the US. Also being joined by my colleague Harsha to get us more details into the meeting that has commenced in the Parliament. Harsha, speak to us about the meeting and the fact that US-India trade talks are going to be the focus of the meet in the Parliament.
Yes, you rightly pointed out, now the Parliament meeting has commenced at around 1 o'clock, where all the Union Cabinet is there. Union Cabinet ministers have assembled there. Now the trade talks will begin as you know, the Trump's tariff deadlines are also nearing. It's very important because the tension has been growing between both the countries regarding the trade talks, regarding the tariffs as well. And now in the Union Cabinet there will be a discussion shortly exactly what has to be done and how India is going to go forward with it. And also, this has been the issue, gearing up issue since the time Donald Trump took the power in US, and also that after that the government has been continuously speaking on the tariff issues and the trade talks issue right now, which has been doing. Therefore, this meeting is very important. The meeting will go on for another for almost half an hour.
Right, Harsha.
We have to see exactly what will come out of the meeting.
Right, Harsha. Thanks very much for getting us those details. Viewers, shifting focus to the biggest story that we've been tracking, the biggest judicial scandal in India. The Supreme Court has now begun the hearing of a PIL which seeks directions for the Delhi police to register an FIR against the Delhi High Court Judge Justice Yashwant Verma. This comes following the discovery of a large sum of cash at his official residence in the national capital on the 14th of March. The lead petitioner is Matthews Nedumpara, who has urged the Supreme Court bench, led by Chief Justice of India Sanjeev Khanna, to list and hear the case urgently, arguing that it involves a larger public interest. Also being joined by our legal editor, Rhythm Bhardwaj, to get us more details into the matter. Rhythm, now that the hearing has commenced, what can be expected out of it, given that the PIL also demands for an FIR to be registered in the matter? Rhythm.
I personally feel not much is going to happen in the PIL that's been filed in the Supreme Court today. Justice Oka and Justice Ujjal Bhuyan are going to try and get some time out of this because they've already started an investigation into this. So they're stating why and what more can be done. Let me first tell our viewers, Justice Oka first has said, we've seen your prayers. Once the in-house inquiry is complete, all sorts of resources are open. If required, the Chief Justice will then direct the registration of the FIR. Why should we go into this today? And that is when they have been told that that the petitioner has then said that why no FIR was registered on the 14th of March. The petitioner says why no money was seized, why did the fire chief say that no cash was recovered. Justice Oka has then said today is not the day that we can interfere in this particular investigation at this stage. Justice Oka having said that, Justice Oka also said there are two to three judgments that can be seen at this stage. And therefore, if you represent the common man, someone has to educate the common man. There are 2-3 judgments laying down the mechanism for this. So largely, I want to tell the viewers what's going to be happening, and what the court is saying is that as of now, they're not going to interfere in it. They are saying that an inquiry procedure has been laid down, an inquiry committee has been set up. Let the inquiry committee do its job. Once that investigation is complete, they will see what the investigation has been asked for. Is the inquiry committee going to say that an FIR should be registered or not? Only then will some action be taken.
Right, Rhythm. In fact, also, I want to understand, the petitioner has also said that it is not fit for a judicial bench to be inquiring over this matter, and that the police, it's the police's duty, they're bound by duty to have registered an FIR in this case. So despite that, how does this work, that now in the Supreme Court a statement like this has been made where they've said that the FIR will come later? For now, they're refraining from registering an FIR in the case.
Well, when there's a constitutional authority, Gesu, like the Justice Yashwant Verma, who's a judge and therefore is a constitutional authority, in such cases they enjoy certain privileges, and therefore an immediate FIR which is done in the case not only of a common man but also in the case of an important man, I would say, like a politician or even like a administrative, foreign administrative or a police administrative service person, like an IAS officer. In such cases, the constitutional authorities enjoy certain privileges and therefore there is no FIR, which is what has shocked the conscience of many people. They should have actually allowed for an FIR to be registered, because cash has been found at the very residence of Justice Verma. Investigations is all right, that needs to take and be done finally. But what really should be done here should have been done and seen to be done. And that is why several advocates and top jurists have come on Republic TV. Harish Salve, top jurist, has come on the channel. Mr. Mukul Rohatgi has come on the channel. They've all said one thing. There needs to be a proper investigation and an FIR registered. Please understand, this is not only the desire of the common man, but this is also something that top jurists across the country, including several bar associations that have united in solidarity against the procedure that has been followed in this case, are saying together unequivocally there needed to have been more action. And why was action not taken at the very start on the 14th of March? All that having been said, I think the Supreme Court is not keen to interfere in this PIL today, and therefore there is this back and forth between the petitioners and the Supreme Court today. Justice Oka is talking about certain judgments. The petitioner is saying on the 14th there should have been something registered. We really have to see whether, like the petitioner is saying, there is a conflict between the judgment and the statute, and if anything can happen. I doubt in this PIL much will happen today. But the big question will really be whether the Supreme Court, after the in-house inquiry, comes out with some findings, does go ahead and immediately have an FIR be registered in this case.
Right, Rhythm. In fact, you know, the lead petitioner has also inquired about why was the money that was found burning, the cash, when the entire case, on basis of which the entire case began, why was that not kept by the authorities or the fire department? And where has that suddenly vanished? And I think the court has also refrained from getting into the nitty-gritties of that matter as well. If you could expand on what this means and why are questions like these not being answered?
The petitioner, in fact, as we are speaking, has also made certain arguments in the court and said, your lords may admit it as this needs to be examined, even if it is ultimately your lordships hold it against me. The 3-member committee is without jurisdiction. It is not found in any statutory provision that So he's also questioning the three-member committee that is looking into this particular case. The petitioner is saying a lot of things. What really needs to be seen is really in the larger sum of things, if anything really will happen. In this case, as the hearing that has begun in the Supreme Court will have any bearing, if the PIL will be really being heard, the petitioner being given a chance to be understood in the top court of the country, but Justice Oka extremely reluctant right now to have any other inquiry. As he says, there's an in-house committee that's looking into the matter, even as the petitioner has raised an important point as to why no FIR was registered on the 14th of March itself, and saying that this is something that we're all asking. Then he also raises questions and doubts on the in-house committee and says the three-member committee is without jurisdiction. So a lot of questions having been raised in this PIL that's challenging the decision of the Chief Justice of India to constitute a three-member committee to investigate the cash scandal. But ultimately, we have to see what the Supreme Court today will say. Will the Supreme Court accept this petition? Will there be any notice issued? Or will the Supreme Court say, give us time and keep this in abeyance? I believe they will either dismiss the PIL or more likely they will issue a notice and they will say we will hear it in time after the committee has looked into it. Possibly in a few minutes we shall know what the Supreme Court is going to do. Till then, we're possibly going to continue having to understand that the Supreme Court is keenly going to try and say that the committee is looking into the matter.
Right, Rhythm. In fact, coming across to one more point that has been made by the petitioner, where they have said that the three-member Supreme Court committee is without jurisdiction, like you mentioned just a little while ago, and it is not found in any statutory provision. What does this exactly mean, if you could break it down for our viewers first? And second, this is a complete challenge to the Supreme Court three-member committee, which has been formed to probe the case.
I also think that as we are speaking, the plea could have been disposed of. I'm waiting for the correct and the biggest updates on the story, but let's also break this down for our viewers that, okay, there's an order, and let's tell our viewers that at this stage it is not appropriate to entertain this petition, it's disposed of. So the big breaking news coming in, let's put this as breaking news. The Supreme Court has said as far as the grievance concerned in this case is there. Let's break it down and give the breaking news first, that the petition has been disposed of. So breaking news, please put it on the ticker as well. Plea has been disposed of. So the
viewers,
plea has been, yes, that's the big breaking news coming in.
Yes, viewers, getting in a big breaking. The plea, which was filed by three others and Matthews Nedumpara, has now been disposed of by the Supreme Court. In fact, this is the same plea that seeks an FIR against Justice Verma over the cash discovery at his official residence in the national capital, the biggest judicial scandal in India. And now, in the latest that has come in, that plea has been disposed of by the Supreme Court. Our editor for Legal continues to join us on the broadcast on the matter that the plea which was filed seeking an FIR against Justice Verma over cash discovery scandal has been disposed of by the Supreme Court. This plea was filed in unison by Matthews Nedumpara and three others, which has now been disposed of. Just moments ago, the hearing on the PIL began, and now the plea has been disposed of. Our executive editor for Legal, Rhythm Bharadwaj, continues to join us, who can get us the repercussions on what this means. Rhythm, I remember you said that not much is going to come out of the PIL in your view, and now the plea has been disposed of by the Supreme Court. Your first reaction on that?
Absolutely. Well, the way Justice Oka had started speaking, it was but obvious that this is exactly what was going to happen. We didn't want to preempt it, but the way the judges speak, I think in the first few words when a judge starts talking in the Supreme Court, for some of us, we can immediately make out the mind of the judge and what they're going to say, especially in this matter in which there has been heavy criticism of how the Supreme Court has conducted itself. It was very clear that the Supreme Court would not entertain this plea that is seeking for an FIR against Justice Yashwant Verma. And at this stage, the Supreme Court would not find it relevant to interfere. That is exactly what the Supreme Court has said. They have said as far as the grievance against Justice Verma is concerned, it's clear from the Supreme Court's website that the in-house procedure is adopted, the inquiry is in progress. They've also said after the report is submitted by the committee, there will be several options open before the Chief Justice of India. So, like I said, what the court is really going to do right now is only going to be looking at what the in-house committee comes out with, and once the in-house committee comes out with details, only then will they go forward, and then they will be looking into what things can be done.
Right, Rhythm. In fact, viewers, just to get you a quick roundup, a very rapid development in the case. The hearing on the PIL had just begun, and in moments, the Supreme Court has disposed of the plea which was filed by Matthews Nedumpara and 3 other people seeking an FIR against Justice Yashwant Verma in the judicial scandal. Krutharth, my colleague, also joins us live from the newsroom to get us the nitty-gritties of the plea being disposed of. Krutharth, take it forward.
Indeed, and Matthew J. Nedumpara, who was the advocate who went to the Supreme Court of India with this petition, had clearly stated that he is against the in-house procedure, and he had asked the Supreme Court to prevail on its wisdom and find that an FIR in this case is extremely important. The preliminary contention of Matthew J. Nedumpara, who had an exclusive conversation with the Republic, told us that it is not the job of the courts to go and investigate a case, but it is the purview of the police. The job of the judges is to adjudicate, was his preliminary argument, and he wanted that the police or the agencies are the rightful authorities who can actually conduct a probe in this matter, because they have the requisite authority as per the constitution and also the expertise. So he wanted that the in-house panel should be done away with, and instead the police should get into the investigative aspect of it, and later on the courts can decide on the basis of the investigation of the police. However, the Supreme Court has now decided that at this stage it is too early for the Supreme Court to come and intervene, and in fact they have passed the buck to the Chief Justice of India by saying that it is the job of the Chief Justice of India to decide whether or not there will be an FIR in this case based on the in-house inquiry report. I want to go across to our executive editor on legal affairs, Rhythm, to further explain the nitty-gritties of this case in this regard, on why the Supreme Court is adamant on following the in-house procedure as established by the law. Yeah, coming back to the updates, I think we are going to connect with them in just a moment. But again, the preliminary contention being whether the judges are the rightful authority in this case to investigate the specifics of the matter, in whether or not the cash was found, where was it burned, where did it go, and was the procedure correctly followed. I have Gopi joining us live from outside the Supreme Court of India, bringing us more updates on this entire story. Gopi, tell us what's the mood outside right now, the Supreme Court of India, now that the petition seeking an FIR against Justice Verma has been disposed of at this juncture.
Well, look, Krutharth, as you've correctly mentioned, that the in-house inquiry is ongoing, and to this, Justice Oka, in fact, has reiterated this fact that there's no point in listening or hearing this particular petition which has been filed by Matthews Nedumpara. So, yes.
Viewers, cutting across to Myanmar, where 2 powerful earthquakes measuring 7.7 and a whooping 6.4 in magnitude hit the country. The tremors were so strong that they were also felt in Thailand's capital, Bangkok. An under-construction building in Bangkok and a bridge in Myanmar collapsed due to the massive jolts of the earthquakes. The 2 earthquakes, 7.7 magnitude for the first one and 6.4 magnitude, the second earthquake, both of which were aggressive jolts that hit Myanmar, and the tremors were so strong that they were not just felt in Thailand's capital, Bangkok, but also in Manipur and other northeastern regions in India. The 2 violent earthquakes rocked Southeast Asia on Friday, which is today, causing buildings in the Thai capital of Bangkok to sway and prompting evacuations across the city as well as in neighboring Myanmar, where the epicenter was. Also being joined by my colleague Krutharth to get us more updates. Krutharth, we're slowly getting to know what the damages are of the two earthquakes, 7.7 and 6.4. Huge magnitudes there. Talk to us about it.
Indeed, and on the Richter scale, anything above 5 is considered to be devastating. So this is an extremely powerful earthquake that was felt all the way to Vietnam and Bangkok, despite of its center being somewhere in Myanmar, which shows us that this 7.7 scale, Richter scale earthquake was a massive jolt that was felt in even the Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. Both Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City, in fact, experienced tremors, is what the information is. Germany's GFZ Center of Geosciences also said that the depth of this earthquake was about 10 kilometers, so it was quite deep, and despite of it, the 7.7 Richter scale jolts have caused massive devastation and complete damage. In fact, very few buildings can also stand to the very limits and extremities of such an earthquake, and such was the scale and power of this earthquake, which was felt in the greater Bangkok area also, which is home to over 17 million people. So we can clearly see that Myanmar being the epicenter of this unprecedented 7.7 magnitude earthquake, which is extremely high on the Richter scale. And at the moment we see bridges collapsed, we see buildings collapsed because they were taken to the extremities of their engineering capabilities, and further information is awaited on what kind of human life and loss of property and human life has been dealt due to this very unfortunate earthquake that has taken place in Myanmar, which was felt almost across the entirety of Southeast Asia. Back to the studio.
Right, Krutharth, Republic TV is tracking all the latest updates on that story, viewers. Earthquake hitting Myanmar, and of course strong tremors also felt in India's Manipur. There you have the scenes of destruction from Mandalay in Myanmar. Those are the visuals coming in as a strong earthquake, an intense earthquake that hit Myanmar. And according to the US Geological Survey and Germany's GFG Center for Geosciences, said that the midday tremor was a shallow 10 kilometers, epicenter in Myanmar, and it is a 7.7 magnitude earthquake, viewers. It's a very strong, intense earthquake that rocked the Thai capital of Bangkok. Buildings, you can see in many visuals, they were swaying. People, of course, in a state of panic. You can see people, tourists, everybody there out on the streets as the buildings have been shaking, swaying, and quake, of course, originating the epicenter in Myanmar, and the tremors felt in Bangkok, in Manipur also in India, and the skyscrapers also were witnessed collapsing. There are many places where, of course, that people have been trapped. There's a state of emergency in Bangkok. The greater Bangkok area is home to more than 17 million people, remember. And they live in high-rise apartments. There are skyscrapers all across Bangkok. And the people, of course, in a state of chaos, alarms going off in buildings as the earthquake hit a while back. Residents were evacuated. Down the staircases of high-rise buildings, the hotels, they're densely populated, of course, and people, of course, coming out on the streets. You can see even the water you can be seen sloshing out of pools, and some high up in the high-rises as well, the tremors shaking. There you have the visuals coming in. There you can see that the destruction, you can see the skyscrapers also collapsing. Thailand Prime Minister has called for an emergency meeting as well. And a massive infrastructural damage has been reported in Myanmar and Thailand. And if you talk about the exact epicenter, it was in central Myanmar, about 50 kilometers east of the city of Moniva. And no immediate reports of the effect if we talk about in Myanmar, but you can see what happened in Bangkok, in Thailand. There you can see the water bodies and everything. My colleague Krutharth continues to be with us from the newsroom. Krutharth, well, we do understand that, Bangkok is a very heavily populated area. You can see that people came out on the streets. It's also, an area where there are skyscrapers, there are high-rise buildings. It's a tourist spot as well, and a trading center as well. And we expect that there were lots and lots of people, millions of people who have been affected.
Indeed, and infrastructure in the modern era is built to stand jolts which are very strong in terms of an earthquake. But we can clearly see that an earthquake which was almost 50 kilometers off the capital city of Myanmar had a devastating impact all the way in Bangkok and Thailand. which shows you the power and scale of this earthquake. Let me once again explain to our viewers how powerful this earthquake was. On the Richter scale, which is the universally accepted scale to measure the power and intensity of an earthquake, this was at about 7.7. Now the Richter scale goes all the way up till 10, but in history there have been only few instances when an earthquake has crossed the 9-point mark. In fact, the latest one that we see, which was close to 9, was all the way back in the 1960s. So an earthquake which is close to the intensity of 7.7 on the Richter scale is one of the highest that we have seen in contemporary times. In fact, if I'm not wrong, it is one of the highest that we have seen in 2025 itself. So the scale and devastation of this earthquake, which takes to the limits and extremities of capabilities of human engineering, is truly a tragedy that buildings and infrastructure have not been able to hold on to their ground in such a powerful scale of an earthquake that has now hit almost the tremors, taking all the way across to Southeast Asia, hitting all the way back to Vietnam and Hanoi, and also having a devastating impact in Thailand and Bangkok. And clearly we see the devastation that has happened in Myanmar, which was the epicenter of this entire earthquake. The depth at which this earthquake took place was about 10 kilometers below the surface of the earth. A 7.7 Richter scale powerful earthquake at the depth of about 10 kilometers, which is not too deep if you consider the totality of the Earth's crust. And clearly we see the devastation that such an earthquake can have. Truly a biggest human tragedy and a natural disaster that we have seen in 2025 so far. Back to the studio.
Dramatic visuals coming in, viewers, as you see on your screens there from Bangkok, Thailand. You can see the buildings just demolishing. They are just collapsing like a pack of cards. You see the plumes of smoke coming out. And that is the intensity that is clearly visible now, that how dangerous this earthquake is, how intense this earthquake was. You can see that visual coming in on your screens from Thailand. Back-to-back earthquakes, in fact, what we understand, have hit Myanmar. Strong tremors felt in Thailand's Bangkok, and there's a state of emergency that has been also declared. In fact, in India, several northeastern states, that includes Meghalaya and Manipur also, they have felt the aftershocks of magnitude 4, but this is 7.7 and 6.4 back-to-back earthquakes that have struck Myanmar, and of course strong tremors and the impact you can see in Bangkok. That is the image coming in right now. The skyscraper collapsing is all on camera. High rises, they are just crumbling down like a pack of cards, and people have what we understand that many people are trapped in that in the debris, and many people are still trapped. We will try and get more updates as to the casualties, if there are any. But the jolts have been felt in Meghalaya and Manipur of India as well. And around 900 kilometers away, it's a high rise in the Thai capital that has collapsed. It is flattened, and 40 workers, we understand, are still trapped in that building that we just see collapsing. Tremors force people to run out of their homes and send water sloshing out of pools from the high rises. And those are the dramatic visuals. Kurtat, I believe, is still with us. Kurtat, this is, I think, a back-to-back earthquake, and we've seen that many a times that, mostly when there's one earthquake, there is another earthquake that follows. Not just the tremors, but there is always a possibility of that effect, that another earthquake could also come, and that is what has happened and has caused even further damage and the state of chaos. And this video we just showed, it's something that really, shows the impact that how this high-rise building collapses and the people also trapped under the debris.
Indeed, and the aftershock that happened after the initial earthquake of about 7.7 on the Richter scale was also high on the Richter scale. It was about 6.7, 6.9. More clear readings will be in some time, but these are the estimates. 7.7 and 6.4 are the numbers that we are looking at officially at the moment. So two very powerful jolts back after back, and we see Thailand is one of the worst hit countries in terms of visuals that are coming out at the moment. We clearly see some sort of a water leakage or an infinity pool over leaking from the top of the buildings, and we see clearly there's a lot of devastation. Thailand's Prime Minister, who was in fact on a special meeting to the island of Phuket, had to cut short her visit and was called in for an emergency meeting. So Thai Prime Minister Paetongtarn Shinawatra was also called for an emergency meeting after she had to cut short her visit. That was the scale of such an emergency that has now been declared in Thailand. We see high-rises collapsing under the pressure of the tremors. We see buildings and civilian infrastructure severely hit. We see obviously older structures having no chance of withstanding such a heavy toll and tremor of a powerful earthquake. But we also see that modern infrastructure also was pushed to the very limits of its engineering capabilities, because 7.7 on the Richter scale is obviously something that is factored in, but is always thought to be a very hypothetical sort of a situation when it comes to earthquake. And this is one of the worst kind of earthquakes that we have seen in Southeast Asia in recent memory. Obviously, we have seen that Japan is one of those countries which has a lot of tectonic movement and is often hit by frequent earthquakes and tsunamis as a result of this. We do not know whether there is an impact on the tsunami front because of these tremors so far. But what we clearly see is that the tremors were felt all the way across from Myanmar to Hanoi in Vietnam, and Thailand is one of those nations from which visuals are coming at the moment. We will assess on what is happening in other nations in Southeast Asia also, because clearly we felt the tremors all the way back here in India as well, in Meghalaya and Manipur. So more visuals expected and a clearer picture of what is the exact scale and extent of human life that is lost, and the public infrastructure and civilian infrastructure that has been damaged due to this unfortunate earthquake that has taken place 50 kilometers from the capital of Myanmar.
Absolutely. Latest pictures coming in on your screens, viewers. There you can see, I think it's a train that you see is shaking, it's moving due to the impact of that strong, intense earthquake. There you see, it's a train that in Bangkok, I believe, that visuals coming in from Bangkok, and that the train is moving. Before that, we showed you how the water was pouring onto the streets from a high-rise pool that poured onto the streets of Bangkok after this powerful 7.7 magnitude quake struck Myanmar. And it's sending tremors throughout the neighboring Thailand. You see visuals, the latest visual there from Thailand. From there you see this building crumbling down, and water spilling on the over the edge of the swimming pool, a high-rise swimming pool, cascading down the several floors onto the streets below. All filmed by people around and in the adjacent buildings, in the nearby buildings. And this is what you can see. You can understand the impact of this horrific earthquake that has hit Myanmar and has sent dangerous tremors across the neighboring areas, the neighboring countries, as my colleague Krutal was telling us, right from Vietnam to Thailand to even parts of India, the northeastern parts of India. And that's what you see on your screens. The impact is visible. There you have the high-rise pool, the water spilling onto the streets and cascading down there. And someone from the nearby building, the opposite building, filming it. And the bridges in Myanmar, one of the bridge has also collapsed following the strong earthquake in Myanmar's Ava and the Sagaing regions after this powerful earthquake. Old Sagaing bridge falling down into the river that runs from north to the south of the country. And they could, in fact, many people from China are saying, they're claiming from social media that their provinces, Yunnan and Guangxi, have also been affected by the tremors. And Thailand's leader now holding emergency meeting after the powerful earthquake hit neighboring Myanmar. And the Prime Minister was in the city of Phuket for a meeting at the time of the quake, but now he's holding an emergency meeting for this, for the next step of action, and of course deploying the country's disaster agency. And there you have those visuals of destruction, Krutat. If we understand, there are many people in Thailand. In Myanmar already is struggling because it's a strife-torn country. It's already facing the civil war, and even the medical agencies are not good enough. We talk about Myanmar, and it's of course a really big challenge for a country like Myanmar to handle this sort of a tragedy.
Indeed, and this is one of the worst hit earthquakes that has hit Myanmar. Of course, Myanmar has a history of very terrible seismic activities, and Myanmar in the past has also faced more than 6 earthquakes which have been stronger than 7.0 magnitude, but these were in between 1930 and 1956. So in recent contemporary history, this is one of the strongest ones. In fact, in 2016, Myanmar was hit with an earthquake with a Richter scale damage of about 6.8. So this is even higher to the unfortunate earthquake that happened in 2016. And the visuals of the bridge that I would like to go back to. As per reports, if I'm not wrong, it is the Eva Bridge, or also known as the Inva Bridge on the Irrawaddy River in Myanmar. And it was a British-era bridge that was constructed in the 1930s, which has now supposedly collapsed, awaiting confirmation now coming from Myanmar. But the Irrawaddy Bridge. This is on the Irrawaddy River. It's the Inwa Bridge in Myanmar. It is a British-era bridge, perhaps, which has collapsed in Myanmar. So it shows that even the British architecture of 1930s could not withstand this very powerful 7.7 Richter scale earthquake, which even stood all these earthquakes between 1930 and 1956 and even in 2016, which shows you that this is perhaps one of the most powerful earthquakes that has hit Myanmar in almost 100 years. And this shows the scale of extent to why such a damage is seen on such a wide scale all the way from Myanmar to Vietnam, and Bangkok, the neighboring nation to Myanmar, has also seen a very, very bad situation in terms of the infrastructure being hit and the infrastructure being taken to the limits of its engineering capabilities. We are also picking up news that at least 43 people, beg your pardon, have been missing under the collapsed structures in Bangkok and in Thailand that we have seen. The information is that the structure was under construction, so it was not a building that was occupied by residents at the moment, but perhaps construction workers were present on the site, and over 43 of them are supposedly missing as per the initial reports that are coming in. We are also waiting for more updates from the ministry in Bangkok and Thailand for official confirmation on the numbers that we are looking at in terms of human tragedy. But in 2016, when a 6.8 Richter scale earthquake had hit Myanmar, there were about 6 people that were reported dead in that unfortunate natural disaster of an earthquake. And this time we hope that the casualties are lower, but still no clear number coming from Myanmar or Thailand yet on the kind of casualties and the extent of damage that we are looking at. But initial visuals show of shock and horror as people were caught completely off guard, mostly on construction sites and on structures which are unstable or are pending construction. And we see how this earthquake has now taken everybody by a shock, and it was in fact the back-to-back aftershock, the first initial 7.7 magnitude earthquake followed by an aftershock which was equally strong, nearly about 6.4 on the Richter scale, that has caused this massive scale of damage. If the first wave did not do enough, the second scale completely wiped out a lot of structures.
Right. We will try and get inputs from Bangkok viewers, but as you see, we just had run that visual. There you have this visual. You can see the absolute terror amongst the people. You can see anybody will get terrorized in a state of panic, running there for their lives as this huge, humongous building, this mammoth building, how it collapsed in a jiffy. In just a matter of seconds, it was down like a pack of cards. And now you see the impact. You can understand the magnitude, the intensity of this earthquake. Viewers, you see the 7.7 magnitude earthquake, and you can clearly see that the buildings in Bangkok aren't usually designed to withstand the earthquakes. And we have Surjit Singh Yadav, Hindu Army chairperson, who's live from Bangkok. Mr. Yadav, well, we see absolute scenes of destruction, people running for life, and there are many people trapped in one of the buildings as well. So what are you picking up from, you are in Bangkok, what are you seeing around yourself? Mr. Yadav, can you hear me? All right, we'll try and reconnect with Mr. Surjit Singh Yadav of the Hindu Army. He's live from Bangkok, and we'll try and get more details from people who are there on ground. But buildings are crashing in Myanmar and Thailand, and you see how people... Surjit Singh Yadav ji, I think he's back with us. आप मुझे सुन सकते हैं, Surjit ji? All right, we'll try and reconnect with him again. But high rises are coming crashing down in Bangkok, and you know, Krutarth, clearly they aren't designed to withstand, earthquake, and the damage is indeed significant. That's what we can see there. You see the high-rise pools there pouring onto the streets. These mammoth buildings, they're all coming crashing down, and how? Krutarth.
Hit by this back-to-back tremors and shocks that we have seen. We see the buildings which are constructed have relatively taken it stronger because in the modern day engineering system, there is obviously a limit of testing in terms of that goes into design of infrastructural structures. But we have seen preliminarily in Myanmar, we saw a British-era bridge collapsing, and most of the structures that we see collapsing in Bangkok and Thailand are buildings that are under construction, which have little bit of room of error in terms of being completely solidified in terms of its engineering capacity of withstanding such earthquakes and jolts, and perhaps the back-to-back jolts. We see people running immediately as the building comes crashing. So clearly even they had not estimated or tested the extremities to the degrees to which they could handle the structures that they were building could handle the earthquake. But clearly in.
All right, just stay on with us, Gurtat. I'm being joined by Surjit Singh Yadav. Surjit Singh Yadav, what are you picking up? You're in Bangkok right now. What are you learning? What do you see around yourself? Because these are absolute destruction that is being witnessed.
हेलो
जी सर प्लीज गो अहेड सर।
हाँ मैडम, इधर अभी 1.5 घंटा पहले बहुत ज्यादा बड़ा भूकंप आया है। रोड्स पे जाम लगा हुआ है, सारी पब्लिक रोड पे आ गई है, सड़कों के किनारे बैठे हुए हैं खुले में, और बहुत अफरा तफरी का माहौल है। बिल्डिंग इधर 2-3 गिरी हैं बैंकॉक में भी। मेन बैंकॉक में सुखमित एरिया जो वीआईपी एरिया है उधर पर भी लोग बाहर बैठे हुए हैं, जाम लगा हुआ है, रोड पे जाम लगा हुआ है, दोनों तरफ सड़कों पे जाम है
जी
और सड़कों पे लोग बैठे हुए हैं, परेशान हैं, सारे अपना सामान लेके बच्चों को लेके भाग रहे हैं। अभी थोड़ा माहौल ठीक हुआ है, बहुत हालात खराब है, जाम लगा हुआ है, रोड बिल्कुल जाम है, कहीं पर भी आने जाने का कोई रास्ता नहीं है।
जी कौन कौन से शहरों में और कितने मतलब बिल्डिंग्स के बारे में आपको जानकारी मिल रही है कि मतलब किस लेवल तक, किस हद तक आपको लगता है यहाँ पर, जो कि हमें जो फोटोज दिखाई दे रही है वो बहुत ही खतरनाक है, बहुत ही भयावह स्थिति नजर आ रही है, लेकिन किस तरह से एजेंसीज का रिस्पॉन्ड कैसा है? और वी सीम टू हैव लॉस्ट दैट कनेक्शन, ट्राई एंड रिकनेक्ट, बट देयर यू सी अनदर विजुअल कमिंग इन, यू कैन सी दैट वाटर pouring down the high rise swimming pools as well, the high rise pools as well, and you can see people running for their life, their absolute state of panic, chaos, and people running onto the streets. Obviously it's that if there is an earthquake, one has to move out of the street, move out onto the streets and not stay inside any building they are, and people of course in a state of panic and trying to contact their loved ones as well. Surjit Singh Yadav, who was live from Bangkok, he showed that there was a lot of there was a traffic jam as well, because of course the disaster management agencies have been rushed in also, and absolute destruction being witnessed. You can see those dramatic scenes coming in from Bangkok, the high rise, one of the 30 stories.
इंटरनेट नहीं चल रहा था, तो बैंकॉक में इस वक्त बहुत डर का माहौल है और सब इस वक्त सिर्फ अपने नियर वंस के लिए प्रे कर रहे हैं कि वो सही और सुरक्षित रहे।
जी all right, that was Manvi Taneja, in fact, who was getting us those live inputs. She is in Bangkok right now, and she was telling us that the kind of destruction she has witnessed and the absolute chaos that people are in right now, the absolute state of...
सिर्फ हॉस्पिटल ले जाने के लिए, क्योंकि बहुत लोग गिरे हैं। मैंने अपनी आंखों से देखा है होटल के बाहर कितने लोग फिसल गए, क्योंकि देखिए जब बहुत ज्यादा रेक्टर स्केल पे अगर अर्थक्वेक आता है तो आप अपने पैर पे काबू में नहीं रखते, आप फिसल जाते हैं। तो इतने लोग उधर ही फिसल के गिर गए थे और उसी वक्त फिर उनको लेकर के गया, उनको फर्स्ट एड दी होटल वालों ने, कईयों को हॉस्पिटल लेके जाया गया। तो बिल्कुल बोल दिया है कि आप अंदर ना रहें, आप बाहर रहें, जब थोड़ा सा माहौल ठीक हो जाएगा फिर आप अंदर जाएं, अभी आप अंदर ना जाएं।
Right. That's what Manvi is telling us, that that the advisory that has been issued, the guidelines, of course, being followed. But we can only imagine by looking at these visuals. But imagine what people on the ground are actually experiencing, the terror that they're going through right now. Emergency has been declared in Bangkok post this quake. We just saw 30-story skyscraper also collapsing.
और इतना ज़्यादा स्विंग कर रही थी, अगर कोई चीज जो लटकी भी होती है वो पूरी तरीके से स्विंग कर रही थी, तो मेरे को तो खुद होश ही नहीं थी। हमें उस वक्त यही था कि जो फ्रेंड्स वगैरह भी हैं मेरे, हमें बस ये था कि होटल से बस बाहर निकल के सेफ जोन पे जाओ। वो तो हमें बस एक होता है, एक झलक आपको दिख जाती है कि कोई कहीं गिर रहा है, कोई कहीं गिर रहा है, लेकिन अगर आप मुझसे पूछे, मैं देख ही नहीं पाई, क्योंकि उस वक्त आपको होता है आप बाहर निकले कहीं। बट हाँ, डेफिनेटली जाने जरूर गई है, क्योंकि इतना भगदड़ मच गई है अचानक ही। क्योंकि आप देखिए जब होटल्स होते हैं या कोई रोड में जब सब लोग बाहर आ जाएंगे सड़कों पे, तो जब सड़कों पे सारा का सारा बैंकॉक आ जाएगा, तो फिर तो बहुत ही क्योस का माहौल बन जाएगा। तो लोग एक दूसरे पे गिर भी रहे थे, तो उस वक्त आपको इनिशियली क्या होता है कि आप सबसे पहले अपनी जान बचा करके थोड़ा सा साइड में और फिर दूसरों की मदद करें, क्योंकि पहले आप अपने आप को ठीक करेंगे फिर आप दूसरों की हेल्प करेंगे। तो बहुत लोगों की हेल्प भी करेंगे।
7.7 magnitude quake rocking Myanmar and Thailand. Republic TV getting you more updates from Bangkok, viewers, because it's of course a heavily populated city, and the skyscrapers have been collapsing there. 30-story skyscraper in the north of the Thai capital has been reduced to a tangle of rubble, twisting metal in seconds, and 43 workers are still trapped, viewers, what we understand. And we see that there are people that even I think there is a reaction coming in from an eyewitness. Listen in.
Well, this was an absolutely huge shock here. I was sitting at home and then I heard what sounded like ticking, and I thought maybe it was the washing machine, but I got up to have a look and the washing machine wasn't on, and it was then that I realized that I was swaying and I was becoming dizzy. And then I heard people shouting and it became clear what it was. So as you can see around me, even now, it's probably 45 minutes on from what happened. People are still out here. These are shop workers, restaurant workers, people from condos, residents. And nobody knows what's going on. No one really wants to go back in, not sure if the buildings are even safe. It went on for, it must have been 5 minutes, perhaps. It felt like it. And I'm still quite shaken by it. I mean, I've been in Bangkok nearly 30 years now. We've had aftershocks before from events in say, Myanmar, but I've never known one as big as this.
In fact, the Prime Minister has also tweeted concerned about the situation in wake of earthquake in Myanmar and Thailand. Narendra Modi tweeting saying that he has asked the MEA to remain in touch with governments of Myanmar and Thailand, and saying that we asked authorities to be on standby. India stands ready to offer all possible assistance. There prompt response coming in from the government of India, from the Prime Minister himself. Sujit Singh Yadav is back with us. Sujit ji, हम देख रहे हैं कि तमाम तरह की जो तस्वीरें आ रही हैं, तबाही जो है भारी भरकम तबाही देखने को मिल रही है। किस तरह का रिस्पांस है एजेंसीज की? अगर आप बात करें डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट एजेंसी जो है, उनका रिस्पांस किस तरह से रहा है? क्या कुछ आपको जानकारी हासिल हो रही है?
जी, यहाँ रिस्पांस वाली बात यही है, अफरा तफरी मची हुई है, लोग सड़कों पे निकले हैं, गाड़ियां निकाल के भाग रहे हैं, सब जगह जाम लगा हुआ है, लोगों को पैदल चलने का ही अब एक वो ठिकाना मिला है बस। रोड पे जाम लगा हुआ है, लोग अपने कुत्तों को, जानवरों को लेके रोड पे बैठे हुए हैं, कहीं से कहीं तक चलने का रास्ता नहीं है।
आप बताए थे जाम भी लगा हुआ है?
जाम लगा हुआ है, पूरा बहुत देर से जाम लगा हुआ है, 1 घंटे से ज्यादा हो गया है जाम लगे हुए। एकदम से लोग निकल के रोड पे भागे हैं, सड़कों पे भागे हैं, तो उसके बाद अफरा तफरी का माहौल है। यहाँ भी कुछ बिल्डिंग गिरी है, नुकसान हुआ है, ज्यादा नुकसान नहीं हुआ, लेकिन थोड़ा दूर क्षेत्र में, ये बैंकॉक का मेन सेंटर है, यहाँ पर बहुत बड़ी बड़ी बिल्डिंग्स है और नुकसान तो इनमें हुआ है, शीशे वगैरह टूटे हैं इनके, लेकिन ज्यादा नुकसान नहीं है।
जी, ओके। So there you have the visual coming in, people right on the sidewalks, they're sitting outside on the sidewalks, on the footpath, they are on the roads, onto the streets, and they only fear for their lives. And there is, of course, blockage of roads as well, because there's absolute state of chaos that can be witnessed. And viewers, you know, these with these visuals coming in, you can imagine the state of destruction, the condition, the situation there in Bangkok, in Myanmar, that is being witnessed. And as we speak, there is a reaction from the Prime Minister, as I was telling you, offering all possible assistance to the quake-struck countries. Krutarth continues to be with us. I believe Krutarth, of course, Narendra Modi, one of the first people to respond, and of course, India has always been there for the countries, any country which has been struck by a tragedy, and especially if we talk about the Act East policy, India has always, sent in aid to these countries that are more vulnerable, and he has once again asked the MEA to remain in touch with the governments in Myanmar and Thailand, and offering all possible assistance.
Indeed, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is the first global leader to react to this very unfortunate earthquake that has taken place in Myanmar, which has had an impact across Southeast Asia. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in classic India fashion, has once again extended an arm of friendship and assistance. As you know, India is known as the first responder of the entire world. Whenever it comes to earthquakes or human tragedies or tsunamis or any other tragedy that hits not just the Southeast Asia or South Asia region or the Indo-Pacific, even across the seas, India India has always been one of the first responders when it comes to any humanitarian tragedy. And once again, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has given clear instructions to the Ministry of External Affairs to remain in touch with the governments of Myanmar and Thailand and extend all possible assistance that India can give in this very critical time, which are the first initial hours after the shock. We are also looking at the situation on whether there will be any other following seismic activity, since this was a very, very powerful earthquake. So even in this critical hours, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is one of the first global leaders, not just to react to this unfortunate tragedy, but also extend an arm of friendship and assistance. And Prime Minister Modi at various, we have seen events whenever he goes abroad, hails this one promise of India, that India is one of the first responders of the entire world. So once again, India not just living up to its words, but walking the talk, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi extending the arm of assistance preliminarily to Myanmar and Thailand at the moment, as we see more visuals and information coming from these countries, and we are awaiting whether there have been any further loss of property or life in any of the other countries also, because this was a very, very big earthquake. As we saw in the graphic earlier, this has gone all the way up to the Yunnan province in China. It has come all the way to the west towards Manipur and even other parts of northeast, and in the east it has gone all the way up to Vietnam and hitting Thailand the worst in its path of devastation. So clearly a lot of Southeast Asian countries will be looking at the first responder situation. Clearly we had people on the ground from Bangkok saying that people are on the streets. The first responders are unable to reach the places because there's complete traffic jam. People are in chaos. They have vacated the buildings. They're sitting on the streets even hours after the initial earthquake, fearing following aftershocks or even subsequent seismic activity. So clearly people are on the streets. There is complete chaos. There's an emergency meeting going on right now in Thailand. The Prime Minister of Thailand has cancelled her meeting to the island of Phuket and has been brought back for an emergency meeting. There is possibility that Thailand will declare a state of emergency, considering the extent of damage and assessing what sort of damage has taken place. And in these initial hours, India stands firm with its allies and all its partner countries in Southeast Asia, extending an arm of help, being the first responder in the region. Back to the studio.
Absolutely, viewers. All those who are tuning in right now, viewers, well, this is absolute destruction in Bangkok, in Myanmar. This back-to-back earthquakes have hit Myanmar, the epicenter being in Myanmar, but you can see the destruction that has happened in Bangkok, that is a neighboring country of Myanmar. 43 people have been trapped in Bangkok in a building, in a high-rise building that collapsed in a jiffy there after this 7.7 magnitude strong earthquake rocked the Thai capital. And you can see alarms going off in buildings and high-rise buildings, hotels. They all came crumbling down, and there are at least 43 people who have been trapped. What we are understanding, the search operation is underway for them. And talking about Bangkok, well, viewers, there are a lot of visuals coming in from across several cities and several parts of Bangkok as well. There you have this huge building that just came down, and everybody, of course, running for their lives. This is another skyscraper where we understand that 43 people are still trapped. As you see the plumes of smoke that have been emanating, the dust and the smoke coming in. People going onto the streets, seeking shade from the sun minutes after the earthquake. In Myanmar, in Bangkok, even in Northeast Indian states have felt the impact. Meghalaya and Manipur have felt the tremors in a much lower intensity. Of course, there's no, there are no reports of any sort of destruction in Northeast India, thankfully. But yes, Bangkok, well, there are many people, there are many casualties suspected. It's a strong 7.7 magnitude earthquake rocking the Thai capital, and this is an area, Greater Bangkok, if we talk about, more than 17 million people in Bangkok. Also, of course, a tourist area. All living in high-rise flats. So you can see the impact it could have, the cause, the destruction it can have. And also, I'm being joined by Aryan Chatterjee, who's live from Bangkok. Mr. Chatterjee, what are you witnessing around you after this strong earthquake?
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Chatterjee, please go ahead. What are you witnessing? If you could show us around, and what are you learning?
Sure. I can just show you. You can see now, right now, I am in front of this Surawang Road, and people are panicking. You can see this. The people are panicking. People are outside, and they are going to vacate the area. You can see here, like, people never ever faced this kind of earthquake, never in Bangkok. it was really, really pathetic one. We have seen one of the houses got collapsed in Chatuchak area near the JJ Mall, and a few other buildings, different parts of Thailand got cracked. And this is a situation you can see people are so much in the panic. And this is a situation here now.
What is the response, because how do you see the agencies coming in? Because of people, young, old, women, children, everybody, of course, are in an absolute state of chaos. And there are some horrific visuals that have come in from several parts of Bangkok, high-rise buildings. The city is known for skyscrapers.
Absolutely.
And, scenes of destruction are really, really, really dangerous.
Yeah, things are now getting worse, and we are expecting that there should not be any more human loss. But the situation happened in JJ Mall. I am really scared because that was completely a construction site, and there will be possibly 200 people working. And I don't know that I really pray for them. I hope people are safe there. My prayers to the people.
Yes, sir. And have you learned about casualties anywhere in any part of Bangkok?
No, that we are hearing lots of things, but I don't have any proof that how many people, died in that collapse. People said there are 300 people who were working in the construction.
All right. Right. In fact, I'm told that Dr. Sukhani, and just stay on with us, Mr. Chatterjee. We also have Dr. Sukhanidhan Singh joining us from Bangkok. He's a researcher. Dr. Singh, what do you witness around you? What is the situation like right now?
No, actually, I'm not in Bangkok. I'm in Chiang Mai, another city in Thailand.
Okay.
Here also we felt this buildings are crumbling, and we got scared, and we ran away. Everybody is very scared here, and administration of Chiang Mai University has decided to go, or not to go inside the building for 2 days. And people are very scared here outside the building this time.
Okay, if you can just show us, sir. Yeah.
See, I am out just away from our room.
If you can pan the camera, sir, and show us around. What are you witnessing around you, in front of you, sir? Yes. So there you have visuals coming in. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead, Mr. Dr. Singh.
Yeah, you can see people are. Actually, I'm little bit separate area, so but people are the building mostly people. But here is the magnitude is 4.9, not like that in Bangkok.
Okay. So, in Bangkok, we talk about Greater Bangkok, you see more, of course, a huge impact and a massive impact there. And, of course, visuals coming in from two parts of Thailand, viewers, as are, you can see both visuals. If you just can walk around, gentlemen, Mr. Chatterjee and Dr. Singh, you can just walk us through the situation, show us more. If you can just go ahead from the area and show, and if you can ask the people also that, because it's absolutely, what we see is terrorizing. The visuals that have come in from different parts, we can only imagine what the people will be thinking like. Anybody in that situation, what sort of panic and, chaos that would be unfolding. If you can just walk around, sir, and please show us what's happening around and just talk us through.
Yes, Thai government has decided not to go inside the buildings for 2 more days because it may happen within 24 hours, its expectations. So government has decided to stop the people not to go inside the buildings, and particularly big buildings, institutions. And
if you could just interact with the people.
I must say, people are got scared.
If you can talk to the people, if they understand English, if they can speak, sir, and share with our viewers about the situation that...
Sorry?
If you can just speak to the people around you, sir, if they're willing to talk, they can speak in English, they can tell us how they're what is the situation like and how they're responding. There are many tourists also around.
Channel from India, they are documenting the earthquake. If you have something to say, is a news channel, like how people felt the tremors. Anyone speak English? You can say like how you felt. So if you can say like how you felt the tremor, the earthquake here. Like, okay. So they are scared. Still, you can see that they're shy. They are not talking about, but they are really scared. Think
Yeah, of
how
course,
things
everybody's
are
out on the
here.
streets. Yeah.
So you can see this is very unusual sight in Bangkok, Surawong Road. This area this time, it's really a very busy time, you see. But people are so scared. And you can see there are lots of Indians walking in this area.
Yes.
So now I am taking you to the JTC building, the tallest building. Let me show you guys how the situation is there. And if you can ask any people to talk.
Yes, absolutely. And visuals coming in from Bangkok, viewers, we are showing you live visuals from different locations. In Thailand, of course, the massive destruction being witnessed in Bangkok, the Thai capital, and strong tremors jolting the Thai capital, earthquake in Myanmar and Thailand, and 43 trapped in a building, in a skyscraper that went down, crumbling. And after this earthquake, and there are many such building, viewers. There's one visual that is going viral, but there's so many visuals coming in. In fact, Mr. Sunandan Singh, if you can show more of what are you witnessing around you. We see people out there. We see some security agencies, I believe, also, or I think there are some officers. If you can you can try talk to people and help us understand the situation there, sir, better. Dr. Singh.
1:28 p.m. in Thailand time. It is around 12 o'clock in Indian time when we felt the tremor. Initially, we thought that, okay, it is like a normal thing. Maybe people thought maybe they are feeling unwell, but later we discovered that it is an earthquake, and people panicked. The worst part is that people took the staircase while evacuating the building. But the lights were off, the entire staircase was narrow and dark.
Okay.
So we were really afraid of the stampede, because there are 700 people taking one exit.
Which floor were you there, Mr. Chatterjee?
So that time I was on the 20th floor.
Oh, okay.
So this is a 27th building.
Okay.
So entire 700 people took one exit, the staircase.
And
everybody was under panic. And actually it was the tremor became so high, we need a support to hold.
Well, of course,
So
I'm sure that it would have been...
This is the gemstone area. It's completely empty. It's empty. This is a very unusual site of Bangkok. A very unusual site of Bangkok.
And
this area is always populated because this is the gems hub of Thailand.
So are these buildings not really earthquake resistant, or?
Yeah, they are. So now I'm showing you one of the tallest gems tower. That is 84th floor. I think if I'm not wrong, 84th floor. You can still see from here. So when people were outside, they were seeing the building was shaking. The building was shaking from left to right. And then people understood that something serious happened. Because I want to tell you again, Bangkokians never ever experienced this kind of tremor before. They had, see here the area is closed. You can see this is the departmental store. It's completely empty. You can see.
Oh yes.
Everything is closed. Everything here is closed. People are panicking. People are outside. You can see.
Right.
So let me take you to the JTC. Let's see how is the situation there.
Live visuals coming in, viewers, from Bangkok. We were getting in inputs from Bangkok as Mr. I think you can unmute yourself. We can't hear you, Mr. Chatterjee.
This is a JTC building, the tallest.
Yes. Okay.
Tallest gems and jewelry tower. So that tower was really shaking around 1:30. I was not there. My friends, my colleagues who were outside in front of JTC, They called me that the JTC building is shaking. The earthquake is tremendous. Just run. Just run. This is one of the craziest roads. And see, the road is so empty. The road is so empty. It's one of the busiest locations in the heart of Bangkok.
If you could talk to people and, understand, because there are many tourists also, I'm sure it's completely a spoiler.
So,
it's a spoil spot.
Tourist people are like, okay, let me take to the people here. Let me ask anyone. Hello, anyone speak English? So I am with one of the leading news channels from India. They want to just talk like how you people felt, because Bangkok never felt this kind of tremor. So 1 second. Who can speak English? Like your experiences, how you felt. You can speak? Hello, anyone can speak English? Anyone good with English? I am with one of the leading news channels from India. They want to listen to you.
They can also speak
how
in Thai.
if you know,
if you can speak in the local language.
Can anyone?
They can speak in the local language. You can translate, sir.
They can't speak, or maybe they're shy.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm getting that.
Shy.
I'm getting that, of course. And it's an absolute state of chaos and terror. I mean, they're all worried that we can see on their face.
Yeah. See the other side of the road, the congestion. Just check the congestion. I'm taking you there to show you how is it. Like the roads are now blocked. Just say.
Right. So the roads.
A huge traffic here. So now let me take you to the JTC, the main building.
Yeah.
Where actually people have faced this kind of tremors.
And there you have your visuals coming in, viewers from Bangkok, and you can see that people outside on the streets, and all the streets are vacant. There's massive traffic jam. Mr. Chatterjee, the fact that there is traffic jam also could be an obstacle. It could come in way of the disaster management agencies, isn't it, to rush through the areas affected, because there are buildings where even people are trapped.
Is talk of the JTC. Usually very crowded, but after this earthquake, this entire area is so empty. The area is so empty. You can see people are so afraid. They're outside. People are outside here. You can see this is a very unusual sight about JTC.
Yes. Keep speaking.
Let me see if I can get some Indian people who can speak. Let me just see. Let me just talk to this guy, if he can speak English, Hindi, anything.
Yes.
Hi, you can speak English or Hindi? So right now I am with Republic TV. Republic TV. I am here from Bangkok. I am right now with Republic TV. I am showcasing the earthquake situation. And if you can say something, how you felt about this earthquake. How you felt about the earthquake. Yes. Afraid, like we all were afraid.
Come closer to the microphone of the camera, sir. You can hear him.
Yeah? Is he audible?
He can speak, sir. We'll like to
I think there's the ambulance. I think there is some severity. The ambulance is going.
Okay.
You can hear the sound of ambulance.
Yes. Right, sir. We'll just go back to the shots coming in from Bangkok. Yeah, there you have. Sorry for the interruption. You see there's that water on the high-rise pouring down. Mr. Chatterjee continues to get us more updates. As he was telling us, he could spot an ambulance rushing through the streets. Of course, it's an emergency situation there we're talking about, and he continues to show us, Aryan Chatterjee, showing us around. Sir, please continue speaking, and taking us through what you witness around.
See the traffic.
Yep.
It's pathetic and okay, I think some severe thing happened in that area. All the ambulances are there. Let me take you out there. This is the Holiday Inn Hotel, and you can see that all the guests are outside of the Holiday Inn. People are outside here. Guests are outside, no one is inside.
So,
this is the situation.
what sort of buildings have been affected more? Are these only commercial buildings or even the private ones? Because there are a lot of questions being raised also on their earthquake-resistant structures also there or not, because it's home to high-rise buildings. But only commercial offices that have been affected?
So people who are staying in SP City, they have sent me the photos and they told me that even the residential buildings, the high-rising apartments, they are also affected.
Okay.
They're also affected. And the lifts and the elevators all are closed. The residents are outside. And the building that got collapsed in the JJ Mall area in the Chatuchak market, that was under the construction.
Okay.
Under construction. No news yet. The moment I get some news of any casualties, I will update you.
Yeah. Absolutely. There are strong tremors and pictures coming in live from Bangkok, viewers, as Mr. Arvind Chatterjee is showing us there. People, of course, on the streets, all the tourists on the streets, and absolute destruction, scenes of destruction, horrific visuals coming in from Bangkok. We continue to track more live updates only on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
You know the case is sub judice and also it is central government has taken over. It is not with us. Please don't do politics here. It is not a political state that you can do it with me in my state, not here. And you know better than me the crowdfunding and all.
Because when we come and ask you questions in Kolkata, your ministers say we will break your finger. Yeah, you're going to break your fingers.
I don't. This is absolutely you are lying, brother. You don't do it, brother. Don't do it, brother. Don't do it. I have a special affection for you. We love all of you, but don't try to make it into a political platform. If you want to make it a political platform, go to Bengal and tell your party to be more strong and more strength to fight against the communal people. Don't fight with me. You just show me one photo. Yes, I will give you reply. Wait a minute. This is you here. This is you want to kill me. I was about to die. This is your atrocities. Just see. Just have a look. Have a look. How you. This is not a drama platform. This is a platform where you have to allow the people to listen. Don't behave like this. Don't behave like this. It is a misbehaving. Instead of insulting me, you are insulting your own institution. Don't disrespect your institution. You can disrespect me, but you cannot disrespect your institution. I am humble. You cannot disrespect. I am so happy. I am so happy.
Okay, you've had your say. You've had your say. Now let her speak. You've had your say. Please have the decency. Please, you've had your say. Now don't shout. Please.
Everywhere, this is their habit. They cannot change their habit.
Enough. You've had your say.
This is their habit everywhere. Wherever I go, I am for all. I am for all. I am for Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Isai. I am for all. I am for all. I am.
All right, live visual coming in from Bangkok. Aryan Chatterjee continues to be with us. Aryan, what do you see around as, it's being, if you could just tell us, narrate to our viewers, whoever just tuning in, what was the first response, what was the first reaction you saw, your own reaction also, the moment this earthquake hit Bangkok, this tremor hit Bangkok, as you show us around as well. Arun, can you hear me? Arun, can you hear me? Arun is showing us, Aryan Chatterjee is showing us around in Bangkok, the streets of Bangkok, and also I think he's entering a building there. And viewers, for all those tuning in, the epicenter was in Myanmar, back-to-back earthquakes, 7.7, the massive earthquake jolted Myanmar, and the impact in neighboring Thailand is immense. You see what's happened there, scenes of destruction. And viewers, this is something that is really scary. I think
So
Arun is back with us.
Now,
yes.
You can see now that all the guests are outside the hotel. This is a 5-star hotel in Bangkok, and all the people are outside. They are all scared. You can see. This is the situation. This is the situation. Like you asked me how we felt the first tremor. We did not believe it would be earthquake. People who stay in Bangkok have no idea how earthquake looks like because we never felt before. So initially I thought that maybe I have some blood pressure issues, so I am having this kind of, this kind of chakkar, this kind of head issue. But when everybody was going through that, and when, see, you can see the car here right now. That time the car was going to and fro. And then we understood something is wrong. Then I got a call from my colleague who was in from the JTC, and he confirmed that there was an earthquake that is very tremendous because the entire building was shaking, and we evacuated the building as soon as possible. At that moment, when we started to evacuate, everyone was alerted that there was an earthquake. So the situation became worsened because there's only one staircase and there are too many people.
Absolutely. There you see,
So this is
and
the thing.
yes,
This is the thing now. You can see. You can see all the people are outside, and all the people are scared. So.
Yeah. Well, it's a state of emergency in Bangkok, as we see in Thailand, of course. This is a state of affairs. Aryan Chatterjee getting us live inputs. People out on the streets, they're absolutely terrorized. Chaos unfolding, and several people trapped in one of the buildings that has collapsed as 7.7 magnitude has hit Myanmar and Thailand. We'll get you more updates from Ground Zero viewers. Republic TV reporting live. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
عاصمة صنعاء يا الله يا الله استرك بس
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे.
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. नए ओरिएंट फैंस. They are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले फैंस. I thought
क्रिकेट फैंस. यार तुम अपने पॉडकास्ट के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगे क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Indian markets are, they have recovered well on the basis of domestic factors. So we are seeing a recovering economy. We are seeing recovering corporate earnings growth. We are seeing recovering fiscal expenditure. Along with that, monetary policy has started easing. So the RBI cut rates, RBI injecting.
How is the practice of doing namaz on public roads and public streets and lanes and bylanes even being defended by some voices from the Muslim community and Muslim supporters? Are our roads secular? If the country is secular, are our roads secular? Are hospitals secular? Are our malls secular or not? Roads are for movement, not for prayers. And by doing namaz on a public road, the Muslims who are doing so are trying to strong-arm non-Muslims and others into submission by a show of numbers. Imagine, just imagine, viewers, if your road is blocked by hundreds of thousands of Muslims doing namaz, would you risk getting out of your car and asking them to give way even in an emergency? The obvious answer is no, because the group can come together and take you on and accuse you of being anti-Muslim, the standard anti-minority argument. Now, as the population of Muslims or the concentration of Muslims in certain areas of the country increases, and there are more and more cases of Muslim groups doing namaz on the roads, what is the right response in Uttar Pradesh, in Sambhal?
Welcome back, viewers. You're live and breaking on Republic TV, and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Two powerful earthquakes measuring at 7.7 and 6.4 in magnitude have hit Myanmar. The epicenter was in Myanmar, but the scenes of destruction coming in from Bangkok in Thailand on your screens right now. In fact, we're getting multiple visuals from several parts of Bangkok. There are skyscrapers that have collapsed. There are buildings. People are running out or rushing out of their own on the streets. You can see the chaos that is unfolding. And Aryan Chatterjee is live with us from Bangkok in Thailand. Aryan, take us through more what you see around, because we see that this is really infrastructural damage that is being witnessed. And we understand that maybe Bangkok has not experienced a lot of such earthquakes in recent times.
Absolutely correct. And good part is that this part of Bangkok has not seen much damages, because I cannot see any crack anywhere. But you can see that lots of people are outside. They're still scared. And this area, there are lots of Indians who are working here, traveling here, staying in this hotel. People are scared. There are no more in the hotels inside. And the traffic, you can see the traffic outside. Traffic is still pathetic. There's still pathetic. I am sure that something happened severe somewhere, and the road is packed. And let me see if I can get in touch with anyone else who can speak about their experiences. I can see someone. Let me ask. Hi. Hindi, English. Chal right? So this is a guy, he's in Bangkok. आप बोलिए आपका एक्सपीरियंस कैसा था जब हो रहा था? आपके घर वाले के बात हुआ है? आपका घर वाले यहाँ पर है? So you can see that people are really scared. They never ever experienced this kind of things in Bangkok. Like, I am here for the last 2 years. I have never ever experienced this kind of tremor before.
Right.
So people are really scared.
Yeah, absolutely.
भरी हुई थी, लेकिन उसके बाद से ये चौराहा जो देख रहे हैं आप, थोड़ा बहुत सन्नाटा यहाँ पे हो गया है। और अभी यहाँ पे काफी लोग डरे, कुछ लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश कर लेते हैं, शायद हिंदी में बात करने की मैं कंफर्टेबल हो लूं। आपने भूकंप महसूस किया था जब भूकंप आया था?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Okay. क्या हुआ था उस वक्त? What happened with you?
Like 2 or 3 minutes to get move off gate.
Okay.
2 और 3 मिनट से 2-3 मिनट तक जो लोग थे यहाँ पे वो यहाँ पे डरे हुए थे और काफी देर तक महसूस होता रहा। मुझे कुछ देर तक तो ये लगता रहा कि आखिर ये क्या हो रहा है, लेकिन जैसे ही मैंने देखा कि सिर्फ मुझे ही फील नहीं हो रहा है, बाकी जो आसपास के लोग हैं उन्हें भी कुछ ऐसा ही महसूस हो रहा है। तो फिर मैंने कुछ देर के बाद देखा कि जो आसपास के शॉप है, जो बिल्डिंग्स हैं, जो अपार्टमेंट है इसके आगे, वहाँ के लोग भागते हुए घरों से बाहर निकल रहे हैं, लोग गाड़ी खड़ी करके गाड़ी से बाहर निकल रहे हैं। शॉपकीपर्स जो अंदर मौजूद है, जो रेस्टोरेंट में जो लोग टूरिस्ट खाना खा रहे थे, वो भी बाहर निकल के जब आ गए, तब हमें ऐसा महसूस हुआ कि भूकंप काफी ज्यादा बड़ा है ये, और कुछ मिनटों तक हमने इसको महसूस किया है। हालांकि 2-3 मिनटों के बाद ऐसा हमें जानकारी मिली है कि इस चौराहे के आगे जैसे ही आप जाएंगे तो डैमेज जो है वो काफी ज्यादा हुआ है, और इसीलिए पुलिस की मौजूदगी वहां पर देख पा रहे हैं आप बैंकॉक में, और वहां से आगे जो गाड़ियां हैं वो मूवमेंट नहीं कर पा रही हैं। इसलिए जो टूरिस्ट यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं उन्हें गाड़ी यहाँ खड़ी करनी पड़ रही है आसपास, और यहाँ पे खड़ी करके अब वो आगे की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं। जो टूरिस्ट है उन्हें परमिशन नहीं दी जा रही आगे बढ़ने की, लेकिन जो वहाँ पे रहते हैं, जिनकी शॉप है, वो वहां पे जा पा रहे हैं सिर्फ देखने समझने के लिए कि डैमेज कितना हुआ है। धीरे चूंकि तो जिनकी शॉप सेफ है वो आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, और जो टूरिस्ट यहाँ पर आए हुए वो धीरे धीरे यहाँ से मूव कर, जैसे इन्हें पता चला कि अर्थक्वेक बहुत ज्यादा बड़ा है और ज्यादा खतरा है उनके लिए, तो आगे जो रास्ता जाता है वो जाता है द ग्रैंड पैलेस के लिए। तो ग्रैंड बंद कर दिया गया, लोगों को वहां से निकाला गया।
That's my colleague Anamika getting us.
I think there is something severe there because lots of ambulances are there. I'm heading towards that area so that I can show you what has happened actually. There's so many ambulances in that side.
Yes. There you have Republic TV, from different parts of Bangkok showing you. My colleague Anamika earlier was showing you what really transpired, what really unfolded. And the second visuals coming in is Harin Chatterjee showing us around in Bangkok, where he spotted the ambulance being rushed as well, and how people are out on the streets. Everybody out on the streets. The buildings mostly have been evacuated. And Aryan continues to show us around the big high-rise buildings affected.
Wow, there are so many ambulances.
It's a state of emergency in Bangkok. And you see there, viewers, ambulances being rushed, people outside.
The stores are closed. The buildings are closed. Everything now.
Yes. You
so okay, so
I
just came to hear that the bridge, the Bhumidol bridge, got cracked or something got collapsed. The bridge got collapsed or cracked.
Yes.
So people are taking a different route now.
You mean a bridge in Bangkok?
Bhumidol bridge in Bangkok got collapsed or cracked, something like that. I just got just a message. Okay. And that's why I think all the ambulances and, the police cars are all here.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm taking you to that area.
Yeah. Continue talking to us. We're listening to you, Aryan. Tell us whatever you're learning, whatever you're observing around.
Yeah. Oh, okay. There are lots of other news channels who have come here. Wow. Something big.
बाहर आ चुके थे, बिल्डिंग से बाहर आ चुके थे, बहुत सारे बच्चे
स्कूल के बच्चे बाहर आ गए थे बिल्डिंग, यानी कि बड़ा भूकंप लोगों ने काफी देर तक महसूस किया
है। तो रेंज 7.7 है, वो तो रेंज महसूस तो हुआ है।
तो देखिए जो टूरिस्ट यहाँ पर आए हुए मैं उनसे बात कर रही हूँ और इन लोगों का कहना है कि इन लोगों ने भूकंप को महसूस किया है। और हालांकि देखिए अभी थोड़ा बहुत आपको जो जहाँ पे मेरी मौजूदगी है मैं सेफ जोन में हूँ क्योंकि मैं सेंट्रल बैंकॉक में हूँ, लेकिन जो डैमेज सबसे ज्यादा हुआ है वो इस रास्ते से जब आप आगे बढ़ेंगे तो उसके आगे जाएंगे तो एक ऐसा मार्केट है जो वीक में एक बार लगता है और बहुत बड़ी मार्केट है और बैंकॉक की सबसे बड़ी मार्केट में इसकी गिनती होती है। सबसे ज्यादा जो इमारतें हैं डैमेज वहां पर हुई हैं, कुछ हाई राइज बिल्डिंग जिनके ऊपर स्विमिंग पूल बने थे वो तक शेक कर रहे थे, बहुत देर तक हमने ये भी देखा है। तो
All right, I think Aryan is also getting us this visual. Aryan, what's happening? People have been injured. There are people outside on the hospital bed on the streets.
See the situation. The situation is really, really bad here. All the ambulances are here. The roads are blocked in both the sides.
So are they being treated outside, you're saying? You're showing us they are being treated outside on the roads. Hospitals have been damaged.
News channel.
I think they don't want you to be loud there.
You can see. So they are restricting the videos. They're not allowing any videos here for the security purpose.
Yeah.
As you can see. Things are very critical in this area.
So, many hospitals also must be, experience damage. That the fact that they are outside, or is it precautionary that they are being treated outside on the streets, or it was emergency service, ambulances?
So no, it is a mix. I feel that it is just for the security of the building. They have pulled out all the emergency patients outside for the treatment.
Okay.
Because people are not feeling safe inside any building.
Okay. Okay, so that's the situation, viewers.
Yeah. And yeah, lots of, you can see the medical vans outside. You can see lots of medical vans outside here for treatment, and the police is very active here. They're not allowing any kind of photographs, any kind of videographs here. You can see.
Yeah, continue speaking.
I just...
There you have visuals coming in. Aryan is taking us through the streets of Bangkok, where you just saw the emergency patients being moved out. He was telling us because...
Any kind of photos?
Of course.
Because I don't have any media badge, so they will definitely seize my phone if they see me capturing. This is the situation.
Yeah. All right, we are cutting across to my colleague Anamika, who's also live, Republic TV reporting live.
हुई है, लेकिन डैमेज बहुत हद तक हुई है। तो एहतियात के तौर पे फिलहाल एयरपोर्ट को बंद करने की बात निकल के सामने आ रही है। फिलहाल कंफर्मेशन के लिए इंतजार करना होगा। लेकिन ये जरूर कहा जा रहा है दरअसल कि बैंकॉक के कुछ इलाके ऐसे जरूर हैं, हालांकि जहां मेरी मौजूदगी सेंट्रल बैंकॉक में, वहां पर फिर भी चीजें थोड़ी बहुत कम मुश्किल है। लोग थोड़ा सा बैक टू नॉर्मल की ओर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। कुछ घंटों में शायद चीजें ठीक हो जाएंगी, लेकिन अगर सेंट्रल बैंकॉक से आप आगे बढ़ेंगे कुछ अलग अलग हिस्सों में, तो वहां पे ज्यादा डेंजर दिखाई दे रहा है, क्योंकि वहां पे बिल्डिंग्स में ज्यादा नुकसान हुआ है। सबसे ज्यादा अपार्टमेंट्स जो है वो यहाँ पे खतरे में दिखाई दे रहे हैं, क्योंकि हाई राइज बिल्डिंग है यहाँ पे 65 फ्लोर तक की बिल्डिंग यहाँ पे बनी हुई है। इसके अलावा कुछ स्कूल ऐसे हैं जो काफी ऊंचाई वाले बने हुए हैं, तो उन बिल्डिंग को सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान हुआ है। इसके अलावा देखिए कि जो सबसे ज्यादा बड़ी बिल्डिंग्स है जिस इलाके में है, चाहे हम एम्बेसी के पास के इलाके कहें या फिर रहायशी इलाकों की बात करें, जहाँ पे एक ही बिल्डिंग में हजारों की संख्या में लोग रहते हैं, तो वहां पर सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान हुआ है। और इसीलिए एहतियात के तौर पर अगर बात की जाए तो फिलहाल एयरपोर्ट को बंद करने की बात निकल के सामने आ रही है, लेकिन कितने दिनों के लिए, कितने घंटों के लिए इंतजार करना होगा इंफॉर्मेशन के लिए। लेकिन यहाँ पर अगर बात करें जहाँ पर मेरी मौजूदगी है, यहाँ पर जो टूरिस्ट आए हुए सबसे ज्यादा डरे हुए हैं, क्योंकि टूरिस्ट अलग अलग कंट्री से यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं, और एयरपोर्ट का बंद होना उनके लिए सबसे ज्यादा झटका होगा, क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग जो यहाँ पर हैं वो अलग अलग कंट्री से आए हुए, सबके अपने अपने काम है, कुछ की मीटिंग्स है, कुछ फैमिली हॉलिडे पर आए हुए हैं, तो उनके घर वापसी के रास्ते जो है बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएंगे। दूसरी बड़ी बात ये कि सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान अगर बात की जाए तो थाईलैंड के अलग अलग हिस्सों में हुआ है, जो सबसे ज्यादा जो रिहायशी इलाके हैं, कुछ बड़े होटल्स हैं जिनको नुकसान हुआ है। इसके अलावा जो वीकली मार्केट लगती है यहाँ पे, उस वीकली मार्केट में जो बड़ी सी इमारत बनी हुई है जिसमें सबसे ज्यादा दुनिया भर से लोग शॉपिंग करने के नाम पे वहां पर पहुंचते हैं, सिर्फ और सिर्फ पूरी दुनिया में वो शॉपिंग के लिए मशहूर है, उस बिल्डिंग में सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान पहुंचा हुआ है। तो फिलहाल यहाँ पर जो है नुकसान बहुत ज्यादा हुआ है। भगवान का शुक्रगुजार हम लोग सभी हैं कि जो लोग यहाँ पे सेफ हैं, टूरिस्ट हो चाहे हम अपने परिवार के साथ, हम यहाँ पर सेफ है। लेकिन थाईलैंड के बाकी इलाके जरूर ऐसे हैं, जो रिहायशी इलाके हो, चाहे वो बड़ी मार्केट हो, चाहे वो एम्बेसी का इलाका भी हो, जहाँ पे कहा जा रहा है दरअसल कि वहां पे भी कुछ इमारतें ऐसी हैं जिनको नुकसान पहुंचा हुआ है। लोग काफी ज्यादा डरे हुए हैं। स्कूली बच्चों को फिलहाल स्कूल बंद कर दिया गया। जो टूरिस्ट प्लेस शाम 6 बजे तक खुले रहते हैं उन्हें 2-2:30 बजे के आसपास जैसे ही भूकंप आया उसके आधे घंटे के बाद सारे टूरिस्ट प्लेस खाली करवा दिए गए, बंद करवा दिए गए, ताकि टूरिस्ट जो वहाँ पे आते हैं आज शाम 6 बजे तक आमतौर पे खुले रहते हैं, सूरज डूबने के बाद ही बंद होते हैं, लेकिन वो सब बंद कर दिया गया है।
Anamika there reporting live, Republic TV reporting live from Bangkok, from different vantage points. We're showing you the updates, showing you the visuals and getting you the latest updates. 43 feet trapped under a collapsed building in Bangkok. The high rises came crumbling down after the strong, intense tremors. We also have Aryan continuing to show you those visuals to the right side of his screens. Aryan, we are understanding there have been casualties somewhere as well. The rescue efforts are underway.
And I want to tell you here one thing, that here the police security is very tight and they are not allowing anyone to record. It will be a bit tough for me because I don't have any media card, okay, and they won't allow me to do much documentation. So this what I can show it to you. You can see both sides of the roads. It has now become a temporary hospital. Maybe due to some casualties, or maybe the existing patients from the hospital, they have been taken out. But whatever it is very severe. You can see there are lots of securities. There is fire ban. There is everything here, everything. Again, I'm trying to show you that area, if it's possible. You can see the doctors are here. And this is the Latsin hospital. You can see this. Currently, this area of Bangkok is very severe, very severe. I see there are lots of patients coming from outside. I think there are really some casualties.
Absolutely. There you have visuals coming in live from Bangkok. Aryan Chatterjee showing us those visuals, and there have been reports of multiple casualties. Also, you see visuals coming in, emergency services being rushed in, and high-rise buildings collapsing after the jolt. There you can see the high-rise pools also pouring onto the streets, and this is another latest visuals to the left side of your screens that was witnessed on ground. There you have those splashes of water coming in, and it's entering the building premises. It's entering inside. It's dangerous, viewers. It's absolutely something that would terrorize anybody there, because this is a 7.7 earthquake that has hit. That has the epicenter, of course, being Myanmar, and Bangkok, of course, in a state of panic. That is the neighboring country, neighboring city, capital city of the neighboring country, and high-rise buildings collapsing. Emergency declared in Thailand, and Republic TV continues to show us more.
Lots of ambulances are coming in. Okay, there was something happening in the other two ambulances. There were some patients. They're from outsiders. I think that we can now see the casualties. The situations are really, really high now. You can see the situations are very high now. I'm taking you to the other side of the road. You can see the situations like the other side of the road. It has now become a temporary hospital here.
Yes. Yes, we show this. We're showing this coming in on that story. Viewers, Republic reporting live, and all these visuals. There are emergency services are being shifted outside, and many people who have been affected also. They're all being treated outside. That's what we understand, and Arun continues to show us more. And
what the measurements the Prime Minister of Thailand is taking to deal with these situations. I will update you from time to time. And yes, you can see. There are many such young people.
So he's taking us through to the streets of Bangkok, where you see patients there outside, people being treated outside. Some of the emergency services have also been shifted outside because of the danger.
This is very scary picture of Bangkok.
No,
I want to tell you that this is a very scary picture of Bangkok. We do not ever see Bangkok in this situation. We never saw Bangkok in this situation. People are so scared. People are going through the treatments. It's really scary.
Right, two earthquakes hitting Myanmar and Thailand back to back, and this is what you see, absolute destruction being witnessed, and you see that emergency services right now on their toes, and
see the situations. See the situations. There are people from the hotels. You can see the hotel people are there. Hoteliers are here outside. People are scared. Residential place where I do stay, and let me see how people are reacting who are residing in the high-rising apartments.
All right, Republic TV continues to get you all the latest from Bangkok. There's absolute state of absolute panic unfolding, and buildings have been crumbling down. Emergency declared in Thailand. People have also lost their lives. At least one of the building rescue teams, what we are learning, 2 people have lost their lives. More coming up on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
عاصمة صنعاء يا الله يا الله استرك بس.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
When same thing can be repeated when your leaders will visit. Please remember this. It is not proper. You are my brother and sister. Don't do politics here. It is very easy to do the politics here, to do the narrative work here, to see the negative work here. But please, my ultra-left friends and the left friends and some communal forces, don't behave like this. It don't be proper. But I love that your agenda you have fulfilled. I love.
Welcome back, viewers. We shift our focus to the other story that we're tracking for you. It's an unprecedented scene, viewers. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee was heckled and chanted at and grilled by a wound-up crowd during her address at the seminar room of Kellogg College at the prestigious Oxford University campus on Thursday in the United Kingdom. Now, visibly taken aback by full-throat chanting and questions that she has seldom faced on camera, Mamata Banerjee lost her cool as she accused the dissenters in the crowd of peddling an agenda. Take a look at this report.
Did you kill Abhaya? Any word for Hindus? How many Hindus tortured? How many Hindus killed?
This is not Calcutta.
These were some of the straight questions thrown at Mamata as a furious crowd, largely made up of non-resident Bengali Hindus, cornered and grilled her at the Oxford University campus yesterday. Interrupting her speech at the seminar hall of the Kellogg College on the prestigious campus, a crowd of wound-up dissenters fired scathing questions, the likes of which she has seldom faced back home. Not mincing words, a member in the crowd invoked the alleged Arjikar rape and murder case cover-up, asking Mamata if she killed Abhaya.
You killed Abhaya!
Even as a visibly flustered Mamata fumbled for an answer, another member in the audience chanted, "You killed Abhaya."
You killed Abhaya! You killed Abhaya!
Another protesting member in the audience asked Mamata to come clean on how many Hindus were tortured and killed on her watch as a chief minister.
I am for Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Keizai. I am for unity. You people are not.
Another member in the audience accused the Bengal chief minister of selling human body parts. Republic earlier blew the lid off a thriving racket at Arjikar, which was into selling unclaimed corpses. A placard in Bengali went up in the crowd saying, "Your hands are smeared with Abhaya's blood." Another placard demanded former Indian cricket captain and Bengal's brand ambassador Sourav Ganguly to come clean on what became on his promised steel project on 30,000 acres that Mamata gave him for 1 rupee. Struggling to defend a volley of tough questions, Mamata accused the dissenters of peddling an agenda.
I am for all. I am for all. I am for Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Keizai. I am for unity. You people are not. Don't mention only one caste. Mention all the castes together. That's your agenda you have fulfilled. I love that. My best wishes to all of you.
As questions continue to hound Mamata even in faraway Oxford, can she hide behind her narratives and dubious claims?
All right, big breaking news coming in. Verdict in the Punjab pastor sexual assault case. And the latest update we have is that he has been declared guilty. The Punjab pastor Bajinder Singh has been declared guilty of the offence by a court. The fraudster, the Punjab pastor, has been declared guilty of the complaint against him. And remember, this is the case that Republic TV has been closely tracking. Republic TV brought you the accounts of several of the victims, and he's been exposed on camera, and now the court has also declared him guilty. Punjab pastor Bajinder declared guilty. Republic TV's relentless coverage on this fraudster, and you can see that finally we see an action not by the police but by the court at least. And we have my colleague Akhil joining us on the broadcast. From Akhil, tell us more details. Punjab pastor Bajinder Singh has been declared guilty.
Well, Rashida, if you see at this point in time, the big breaking development that is coming on Republic TV is that Pastor Bajinder Singh has been declared guilty in 2018 rape case matter in Punjab. So here you can see right now the verdict has been announced by the judge, and we are just standing outside the very court here. You can see, but in the next few moments we can expect basically the announcement of the details of that judgment, that how much the quantum of the sentence is going to be given to the Pastor Bajinder Singh. So at this point in time, the big breaking development that we have got, that he has been pronounced guilty in 2018 rape case, because if you see, there have been several FIRs filed against Pastor Bajinder Singh. Earlier, what we have seen, that in the month of February, there was another case of sexual assault in which he was also accused. Apart from him, there were 6 to 7 other individuals who were also part of that case. Here you can see some visuals just coming out from the Mohali district court at this point in time. But here you can see the development over here at this point in time. What we are learning from our sources, that earlier while we have been covering this story in this case, several victims have come out in the foray, and they have said that he's a repeat offender. Earlier, if you see, in 2010, he was basically part of a murder case in which he was charged, and then later on we have seen that in several other cases of sexual harassment and physical assault as well. Because if you see, in the month of March, another case has been.
All right, just stay on with us, Akhil. We have my colleague Lalit also joining us with one of the lawyers. Lalit, tell us, what are you picking up? What are the reactions coming in? This man, Bajinder Singh, has been convicted of rape.
Well, right now, Republic TV have the exclusive advocate who have been the counsel of the victim. What has happened inside the court? Let me take across to the advocate Anil K. Sagar, who is exclusively right now with Republic TV. Anil ji, जानना चाहेंगे आज क्या कुछ कोर्ट में अंदर हुआ है?
Everything happened within the accordance of law, and this is the real victory of justice. And it is, good news for those who are really thriving and fighting for justice. And we should always have faith in law and order and courts. हमारी जो हिंदुस्तान की courts हैं,
All right, we are speaking live with one of the advocates and viewers. These are the scenes outside the court. These are the scenes outside the court. And this fraud pastor has been convicted of rape in the 2018 case. Republic TV has spoken to multiple victims, one after the other. I believe that an individual has fainted, a woman has fainted. We'll try and ascertain the identity and what has happened. But the survivors, viewers, have told Republic TV that they were getting death threats. Once they came out, they registered complaint against him, this Punjab pastor, the so-called pastor and self-proclaimed Godman, claiming to heal people. And now he has been convicted of rape in a Mohali court, and it's a local court in Punjab. And this is the verdict in the rape case, rape allegations against him in 2018. The case dates back to 2018. Akhil, I'm told, is still with us. Okay, Lalit is also still with us. Lalit, please continue speaking to the lawyer.
Well, right now, Republic TV exclusively has the advocate, Mr. Anil K. Sagar. These are the exclusive visuals. After the verdict has been announced, advocate Anil K. Sagar is with us. क्या कुछ आज कोर्ट के अंदर हुआ है?
आज कोर्ट में सही में न्याय हुआ है और बजिंदर पास्टर, जिसको अपने एक तरह से ऑफेंस जो उसने कमिट किया था, उसकी सही से सजा मिल गई है, सुना दी गई है और क्वांटम के लिए जो है 1 तारीख रखी गई है। पर यह है कि मैं इसे उस लड़की की जिसके अगेंस्ट ये एट्रोसिटीज हुई थी, उसकी 7 साल की लड़ाई की जीत मानता हूं, उसके हौसले की, और उन लड़कियों की जो लड़कियां अपनी कभी आवाज नहीं उठा पाई, मैं उनके लिए भी ये मानता हूं कि ये उनकी भी जीत है एक तरह से।
सेंटेंस जो 1 अप्रैल को है जी, वो 1 अप्रैल में होगा, जो जज साहब सजा सुनाएंगे 1 अप्रैल को हिरासत में ले लेगा। जो कपूरथला में इसको पॉक्सो एक्ट लगी, एक बलात्कारी था ये, उसको आज अदालत ने न्याय दिया है कि इसको अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है। और दूसरा, उसमें पॉक्सो एक्ट भी लग चुका है जो कि कपूरथला में है, वो पॉक्सो एक्ट भी दर्ज है, कम से कम अभी जेल से बाहर नहीं, और बहुत सारे मुकदमे वो सामने लेके आएंगे, बहुत सारी लड़कियां जो
ये जो लड़ाई है वो पिछले आप 7 सालों से लड़ रहे थे, कैसे महसूस हो रहा है?
अभी बहुत खुशी है, आज बहुत रिलैक्स फील हुआ, जो हमारे देखो कितनी खुशी की लहर है, बहुत खुशी है आज हमारे को कि हमारे को न्याय मिला है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जी, मैं बहुत खुश हूँ आज।
You see, he is part of the victims team and is saying that at this point in time he is feeling very relaxed and jubilant because for the last 7 years they have been fighting this case against Pastor Bajinder Singh, and for if you see, Pastor Bajinder Singh was not only involved in Zirakpur case.
Yes, Akhil, in fact we are also being joined by VHP National Spokesperson Vinod Bansal. Mr. Bansal, we were talking about this man yesterday, about this fraudster, and now today the Mohali court has pronounced him guilty. Rape केस में दोषी पाए गए हैं बजिंदर सिंह, जो अपने आप को पास्टर बोलते आए हैं, और एक के बाद एक रिपब्लिक टीवी ने तमाम लोगों की जो सच्चाई है उनको बोलने का उनकी सच्चाई सामने लाए हैं। और आज कोर्ट ने उनको अभी तक जो भगवान मान की गवर्नमेंट की जो पुलिस है उन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया, लेकिन कोर्ट ने जरूर आज उनको दोषी करार दिया है। सर, आपका रिएक्शन?
Definitely, I would like to appreciate the way the Republic TV network has exposed that pastor. And the Christian missionaries, how they are exploiting the Indian women and the girls is also got exposed. After the 7-year fight by the girl and the other victims is the victory today actually. And we hope that the severe punishment will be given, and he will be hanged for this the severe case of criminality. एक्चुअली क्या है कि ये सिर्फ कोई धर्मांतरण वाला मामला नहीं था, जिस तरह से मॉलेस्टेशन उसने किया, बच्चों को फंसाया और बाल अपराध करके, और जिस तरह से वो लगातार लोगों का चीरहरण कर रहा था, ये तो केसेस हैं जो को बेचारी महिलाएं किस तरह से वो आ पाई कोर्ट तक। ऐसे लेकिन सैकड़ों केसेस हैं जहां पर कि इस तरह के जो तत्व हैं जो भारत की महिलाओं के साथ में, भारतीय धर्म के साथ में, भारतीय मान्यताओं के साथ में खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं। और हमने इनको एक्सपोज भी किया है। कई जगह इनकी जो पास्टर बजिंदर की जो चंगाई सभा होती थी उनको रुकवाया भी है।
Right, विनोद जी, बहुत शुक्रिया जुड़ने के लिए। We have some more breaking inputs coming in. We have some more voices also coming in, viewers, as Bajinder Singh, the pastor, the so-called pastor, has been pronounced guilty in Mohali court. Lalit is joining us with some more live inputs. Over to you, Lalit.
देखिए, रिपब्लिक टीवी के पास इस वक्त एक्सक्लूसिव जो विक्टिम है, जिसको 2018 का जो मामला है, जिसने ये केस फाइल किया था, वो इस वक्त हमारे साथ, उन्हीं से बात कर लेते हैं। मैडम, आज कोर्ट में क्या मानते हैं, जीत हुई है?
हाँ जी, मेरी पूरे 7 साल बाद जीत हुई है। अगले महीने 8वां साल लग जाना था अगर मुझे सुमित सर वकील और सागर सानी ना मिले होते, क्योंकि मेरा तो मतलब कि ऐसे दिखाया गया था कि जैसे मैं केस हार चुकी हूँ, पर मेरी आज 7 साल बाद जीत हुई है। 7 साल बाद इतने FIR को बीच निकल के इतने मेरे ऊपर हमले हुए, इतने मेरे ऊपर पर्चे दर्ज हुए, पर मैंने हिम्मत नहीं आ रही। मेरे ऊपर कॉम्प्रोमाइज का बहुत ज्यादा दबाव था, लेकिन आज मैं खुश हूँ। जज साहब ने जो भी फैसला किया है मैं बहुत खुश हूँ, लेकिन जिनको बरी करा है उनके लिए मैं ऑर्डर तक वेट करूंगी और मैं उनकी अपील जो हाई कोर्ट में लगाऊंगी।
क्या क्या आपके साथ हुआ था? क्योंकि अगर हम बात करें 2018 का ये पूरा मामला है, किस तरह से आपको प्रताड़ित किया था, एक बार थोड़ा सा दर्शकों को बताएं।
नहीं, उसके बारे में मैं
नहीं, मतलब खुश है
मैं आज बहुत खुश हूँ। और मैं एक चीज कहना चाहती हूँ कि और भी जिन लड़कियों के साथ हुआ है, प्लीज बाहर आए। जो कपूरथला में भी हुआ है, उसमें भी हम ऐसे ही जीत प्राप्त करेंगे। ये बंदा गुंडागर्दी करता है और इस बंदे को जेल में रहना बहुत जरूरी है। ये एक साइको टाइप का आदमी है।
किस तरह से प्रताड़ित करता था? अगर महिलाओं की बात करें, आप कह रहे हैं कि और भी महिलाएं सामने आए, क्या और भी महिलाएं जिसका ये शोषण करता था, यौन उत्पीड़न करता था?
बहुत सर खुद निकल के आएंगी बाहर। अब उनको पता लग गया, क्योंकि इनसे वो डरती थी, अब वो बाहर निकल के आएंगी। अब वो पता लगेगा आपको कि किस किस के साथ क्या क्या हुआ था। जो महिलाएं, मैं एक बार कहना चाहती हूँ, जो महिलाएं दबी हुई हैं, प्लीज बाहर आए। मैंने 7 साल संघर्ष किया है, मुझे पता है मेरे ऊपर पर्चे दर्ज हुए हैं, मैंने बेले करवाई हैं, कैसे करवाई हैं, कैसे नहीं करवाई हैं। इस बंदे से बिल्कुल डरने की जरूरत नहीं है किसी भी औरत को।
अब आपने बताया कि 7 साल में आपने बहुत संघर्ष किया, क्या आपके ऊपर क्रॉस FIR भी की थी? आपको डराया गया था, कॉम्प्रोमाइज करने?
मेरे ऊपर और मेरे हस्बैंड सरबजीत सिंह के ऊपर क्रॉस FIR हुई थी। जो बजिंदर की पत्नी, उसने छेड़छाड़ का मामला मेरे और मेरे हस्बैंड के ऊपर, सरबजीत सिंह के ऊपर करवाया था कि ताकि हम इसके केस में कॉम्प्रोमाइज कर सकें।
अच्छा, कितनी बार आपके ऊपर दबाव डालने की कोशिश है वो की गई थी?
टू मच टाइम, बहुत ज्यादा, बहुत बार ऐसा हुआ, बहुत बार हमारे घर तक पहुंचे, जहां जहां हमने मकान लिया रेंट पे वहां तक पहुंचे।
आपके पति के ऊपर भी FIR की गई थी,
उनको भी थ्रेट्स, धमकियां, हमें सिक्योरिटी मिली हुई है। मैं पंजाब पुलिस का बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ, SP सिक्योरिटी का बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ, SSP साहब का बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ। सबसे ज्यादा धन्यवाद मैं अपने वकीलों का करती हूँ, जिनकी बदौलत आज मुझे केस में जीत प्राप्त हुई है, और मैं जज साहब का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ। उन्होंने मेरी बातें सुनी, मेरी बातों को पॉइंट पे रखा। मैं बहुत बहुत थैंकफुल हूँ, बहुत बहुत थैंकफुल।
हमारे साथ दूसरे वकील है जो काउंसिल, वो भी है। जानना चाहेंगे क्या कुछ आज कोर्ट के अंदर हुआ और आज के इस फैसले को किस तरह से देखते हैं?
आज फैसला बहुत अच्छा है, हम वेलकम करते हैं और जस्टिस पे विश्वास लोगों का बड़ा है। इस फैसले से हमें उम्मीद है आने वाले समय में इंसाफ बाकी लड़कियों को भी जरूर मिले।
कोर्ट के अंदर हम स्पेसिफिकली बात करें, क्या अंदर कहा गया जब पास्टर अंदर आया, पास्टर बजिंदर सिंह, क्या कुछ जज की तरफ से कहा गया?
पास्टर बजिंदर सिंह को गिल्टी होल्ड किया गया है जज साहब द्वारा, और कोर्ट सजा का ऐलान 1 अप्रैल को करेगी।
बिल्कुल जी। तो यानी सीधे तौर पर अगर हम बात करें, एक्सक्लूसिवली जो विक्टिम है उसके साथ साथ जिन वकीलों ने इस पीड़िता का केस लड़ा है वो रिपब्लिक टीवी के साथ है। सीधे तौर पर उन्होंने कहा है कि कोर्ट ने उन्हें गिल्टी है वो ठहराया है, और अब 1 अप्रैल को इस मामले में जो सजा का ऐलान है वो होगा। फिलहाल सीधे तौर पर ये 2018 का मामला है, जब पीड़िता को यौन उत्पीड़न है पीड़िता का किया गया, तो उसके साथ साथ कई धाराएं हैं वो इस मामले में लगी थी। 7 साल से पीड़िता है वो संघर्ष कर रही थी, और आज उस केस में पीड़िता को एक बड़ी जीत मिली है। सीधे तौर पर अगर हम बात करें, भारी सुरक्षा इस वक्त कोर्ट के बाहर लगाई गई है, लेकिन सीधे तौर पर आज जो ये फैसला आया है कि एक बड़ी जीत कहीं ना कहीं पीड़िता के लिए।
Absolutely, of course, it's of course a big development in this case. Justice for those victims. Republic TV has brought forward the voices. Akhil also joins us from outside the Mohali court. Akhil, what inputs are you gathering on this story?
Well, Rakshita, if you see the team which has fought this case for the last 7 years is here. I'm going to speak to one of the victims known. अच्छा, मुझे ये बताइए, अभी जो फैसला आया उसमें जो पास्टर है उनको सजा सुनाई गई, उनको गिल्टी पाया गया है, कैसा महसूस हो रहा है?
सर बहुत बढ़िया महसूस हो रहा है, सच में कह रही हूँ। हम लोग कई बार गुस्से में बोल देते हैं कि पंजाब पुलिस ने ये काम नहीं किया। मैं कहती हूँ पंजाब पुलिस का हम साथ देंगे। अगर रात को भी कहते कोई भी, जैसे आजकल दौर चला आ रहा है कि ड्रग्स वगैरह के लिए, तो हम चाहते हैं कि हम पुलिस का हर वक्त, शिवसेना पंजाब मोहाली, हम उनके साथ खड़े हैं। हमें बहुत बड़ी खुशी हुई कि जज साहब ने बहुत बढ़िया फैसला सुनाया। पर
So here you see, we were speaking to victims, Ken, and they are saying that they are very happy that the pastor has been found guilty in connection with the case, in connection with the 2018 rape case, in which what we have been seeing that several other women have come forward after this incident. Because if you see, another case has been filed in the month of February 2025, in which another woman who has identified herself and said that for the last 7 to 8 years, that person, Pastor Bajinder Singh, has been sexually exploiting her, and this is what we have seen.
And clearly, Akhil, he has been protected by people who was behind him all this while, protecting him and hiding his deeds, because there were multiple people who came out, and there was FIR also, but there was no action. And we see there are so many people from Bollywood, there are so many people from the film industry, from the TV industry. They have also shared the stage with this man who's now exposed and convicted of rape. This, in fact, is something that should, set the ball rolling, because there are many such people who collude with people who are from the showbiz, and they, promote their own businesses, and they hide their deeds with their own connections. And there's so many people who are victims, be it the drug racket, the conversion racket, and exploitation of women, the crimes against women. They continue for years and years.
Well, Rakshakta, if you see, there have been different cases of molestation, there have been different cases of rape, there have been different cases of sexual harassment, and even if you see physical harassment case, one of the physical harassment case was just happened this month itself when a woman who used to work for the last 12 to 13 years came out in the front and she said that Pastor Bajinder Singh basically physically assaulted her, and we have seen that in the viral video where that person basically slapped that woman twice, and after that he basically thrown a bunch of paper on her face, and after that what we have seen that FIR has been filed in connection with the case in Mulanpur police station. So in that part I was spoken to the senior SSP in this regard, and he has said that the investigation is on. So there have been several other cases in which it is very likely that action is going to be taken against Pastor Bajinder Singh. But in this very case, if you see, in 2018 a rape case which happened in Zikapur, in this very case the person who has been identified as Bajinder Singh has been found guilty by this Mohali court, and the quantum of sentence is going to be decided on April 1st. Back to you in the studio.
Quantum of sentence to be pronounced. To be announced on in April, that as my colleague was telling you, viewers, and there you have this man who claims to miraculously heal and makes a spectacle out of it. There are viral videos of his, and not just how he so-called miraculously heals people, but he shares the stage with people from Bollywood, some really big names, very well-known names from the film industry, from the TV industry, felicitated by him, them felicitating them, holding his hand, and attending his functions there. You see, viewers, this kind of the kind of reach this man has had, and what has been going on, in his so-called ministry, how he has been using women, abusing women. And my colleague Lalit is still with us, speaking to the people who have come forward and complained against this man, had the courage, despite the connections he had, exposing him. The advocates also fighting for justice for these women. Lalit, tell us more, because this is one case. This is the 2018 case. There are cases that has, there are visuals that have come in of recent times. This man assaulting a woman, slapping a woman while a toddler looks on. And, his own employees, male employees, he charges at him. There's so many visuals where he is assaulting. That has been caught on camera, and thank God that he has been exposed. Republic TV has been at the forefront to show and expose him, while others are not really interested in showing this, because the common man is affected by such people, and they get exploited, and there's so many more victims who are still waiting for justice.
Definitely, if we talk about this is the case which Republic TV is taking aggressively from the past couple of weeks, and the way now pronouncement has been held in this case in which the Pastor Bajinder Singh has been found guilty. The victim is still with us and saying that it's a big victory, and it's a victory of the justice. Finally, they have got justice from the judiciary, and for which they have been waiting and fighting from the past 7 years. So it's a big win, big victory for the victim. Apart from that, if we talk about in the recently the purported video which got viral recently, in that case also the FIR has been filed against Pastor Bajinder Singh, in which under section 74, that is the assault or the use of criminal force against women. Apart from that, 126 to wrongful restraint, and 115/2 voluntarily causing hurt to someone, and 351 to criminal intimidation. So these are the cases in which he has been filed against that. Apart from that, if you talk about the 2018 rape case under sections of IPC, section 376 rape, 420 cheating, 354 outraging the modesty of a woman, 294 obscenity, 323 causing hurt, and 506 of criminal intimidation, and section 67 of transmitting sexually explicit content of the information technology. These were the cases which were being filed against the self-styled Pastor Bajinder Singh in the Zirakpur police station. So she has been struggling from the past 7 years waiting for justice, and finally now in that case justice has been given, in which now the self-styled pastor of Punjab, Bajinder Singh, has been found guilty. Now on 1st April there would be a pronouncement of the guilt which the court has found. So it's a big update from the Mohali District Court. Back to the studio.
Absolutely, of course. Akhil also continues to be with us. Akhil, indeed, it is a moment for many people as taking a sigh of relief. Of course, this is the lower court that has given this, this verdict. But indeed, that it restores faith in justice. And there are many people. There are multiple cases. If you just help our viewers go through his entire history, the background of this man, and there are multiple cases that he has been named in.
Well, Rakshita, if you see, there have been multiple cases, multiple FIRs filed, not only in this very city, in Mohali city, apart from, if you see, apart from this very Mohali city, what we have seen that another case was filed in Chandigarh as well. Another case was filed in Kapurthala as well. And two of the victims have come out from Kapurthala. What we have seen that in Kapurthala district, there was a FIR which has been filed for the sexual harassment. So this person is a repeat offender. This person has been a history sheeter. And what we have seen that he has been basically using his aura. He has been using his basically the kind of methodology which he used at that point in time since the very beginning. He has been telling this to his followers, those who have been, because if you just go by his social media fan following, he has got more than 1 million followers on Instagram and YouTube as well. So he has got a large fan base. And apart from that, if you go and talk to the victims, they are saying that that person, that pastor Bajinder Singh, used to have different kind of used to basically provide different kind of services. He was not a pastor basically. He was basically a person who used to provide different businesses, because if you see, he has got 3 different cards issued for their followers. One was a silver card which is of approximately 25,000, and the second card which he used to issue was of 50,000, which was of the gold card, and the third card which he used to issue was of the diamond card. So there were 3 different cards, 3 different basically hierarchy being created by this so-called self-styled pastor, Mr. Bajinder Singh, where if you want to get access to this very pasture, then you have to pay accordingly. So this is what we have seen. We also went to his church, which is commonly known as Church of the Wisdom and Glory. So there has been no glory or wisdom, something like that. But he has used this name in the name of religion, and he basically abused the religion by using the name of church. And this is what he has been doing for the last 6 to 7 years. Because if you see, one of the victims have come forward in the month of July 2016, and if you talk about this very case in which the proofs have been found, the videos have been found, the text messages and the call CDR details have been found by the court. And in this case, in 2018 rape case which took place in Zikarpur, in this very case he has been found guilty by the court, and the quantum of death sentence will be pronounced on April 1st. So this is one of the cases out of so many cases.
Right.
This is one of the cases.
Just stay on with us, Akhil. I'm told that Lalit is joined by one of the victims there. He's speaking to her. Listen in, viewers.
Well, right now with us is the victim of the 2018 whose case has been here in the District Court Mohali, in which the self-styled pastor has been found guilty. मैडम, पहला आप रिपब्लिक टीवी पे इस वक्त लाइव है, पहला रिएक्शन आपका?
मैं रिपब्लिक टीवी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ। मैं बहुत खुश हूँ, मुझे 7 साल के बाद इंसाफ मिला है। मैं बहुत ज्यादा खुश हूँ, मुझे जज साहब को मैं बहुत बहुत थैंक यू कहना चाहती हूँ, और मैं अपने वकीलों का बहुत ज्यादा थैंक यू कहना चाहती हूँ।
आज क्या कुछ कोर्ट के अंदर हुआ? जैसे ही सजा सुनाई गई, आप कोर्ट के अंदर थे, आपने देखा क्या रिएक्शन था पास्टर का? अच्छा, नहीं थे उस समय?
मैं चैम्बर में थी, क्योंकि उस पर बहुत ज्यादा भारी मात्रा में मातहत आ रहे थे। वो कोई तेजाब फेंक सकता था, कोई कुछ भी कर सकता था।
अच्छा, नहीं, आप घबराए हुए थे क्या? आपको डराने और धमकाने की कोशिश की गई थी?
हमारे ऊपर बहुत ज्यादा थ्रेट थे, और हमारे ऊपर कॉम्प्रोमाइज के लिए बहुत ज्यादा प्रेशर था, पर हमने कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करना था। हमने इस दरिंदे को, ये एक धर्म की आड़ में जो छोटी बच्चियों को, जो बड़ियों औरतों के ऊपर नजर रखता है ना, इसको हमने अंदर भेजना बहुत जरूरी था। ये एक साइको टाइप का आदमी है, ये कोई पास्टर या प्रॉफिट नहीं है। इसने धर्म के नाम पर एक धंधा चला रखा था पैसे कमाने का।
आप बार बार कह रहे हो कि धर्म के नाम पर धंधा चला रखा था, किस तरह का धंधा चला रखा था?
ये सिर्फ बाइबल को यूज करता था, करता तो ये तांत्रिक विद्या था।
अच्छा।
बाइबल को सिर्फ यूज करता था। बाइबल एक शांति का प्रतीक है, जैसे कि मैंने पहले भी बताया है। ये सिर्फ औरतों को यूज करने के लिए, बस इसको ये सुंदर औरत कौन सी है उसको स्टेज पे खड़ा करता था, बाद में उसके ऊपर आंख रखता था, फिर उनके नंबर लेके उनको प्राइवेट मीटिंग के लिए बुलाता था।
ये जो आप बार बार कहते हैं प्राइवेट मीटिंग, थोड़ा सा समझाए, क्या प्राइवेट मीटिंग क्या होती थी, कैसे बुलाता था, कैसे उसका शोषण होता था?
बस प्राइवेट मीटिंग में उसने यही बताना होता है, गोल्डन पैकेज ले लो, सिल्वर पैकेज ले लो और डायमंड पैकेज ले लो। तुम लोग जो अमीर अमीर बंदे आते हैं उनको अपनी तरफ अट्रैक्ट करना है और उनको बोलना है कि हमारे प्रॉफिट जी आपके लिए स्पेशल प्रेयर करेंगे। बस ये पैसे हेरने का एक तरीका था।
अच्छा एक चीज बताइए, क्या ये धर्म रिलीजन के नाम पे, धर्म के नाम पर कन्वर्जन भी कराता था?
बहुत बहुत करवाता था, बट ये कोई सर्टिफिकेट नहीं दे सकता, ना ही इसने आज तक कोई भी सर्टिफिकेट दिया है। विजडम ग्लोरी जो चर्च है इसका, मुझे नहीं लगता वो रजिस्टर्ड भी हुए।
नहीं, कैसे? आपने खुद देखा है, क्या आपने देखा है कि जब ये कोई भी दूसरे धर्म के लोग हैं उनको कन्वर्ट करते थे, कैसे करते थे?
मैं सर 7 साल से ये लड़ाई लड़ रही हूँ, मैं 2 साल वहां रही हूँ, मैंने सब कुछ देखा है। ये जो लोगों का धर्म परिवर्तन करवाते हैं मैंने सब देखा हुआ है। मुझे भी काफी बार फोर्स किया था धर्म परिवर्तन के लिए, पर मैंने नहीं किया।
अच्छा, एक और चीज बताइए, क्योंकि आप कह रहे हो कि फंडिंग आती है, फंडिंग कहाँ से आती है? क्या बाहर से फंडिंग आती है? कौन लोग हैं जो फंड करते हैं इन्हें?
फॉरेन से फंडिंग आती है और जो मिनिस्टर्स लोग हैं वो भी फंडिंग करते हैं। वो क्यों करते हैं? क्योंकि उनको जो गरीब लोग आते हैं उनको वोट, उनकी वोटर्स मिलती हैं। वोटों के लिए मंत्री लोग कहीं भी चले जाते हैं, कहीं की स्टेज पे भी चले जाते हैं।
मतलब आप ये कह रहे हो कि बाहर से हवाला का पैसा आता है इनके पास?
हवाला का पैसा आता है बाहर से इनके पास, मैंने बहुत बार देखा हुआ है। इतनी घड्डियां देखी हुई है मैंने इनके पास और खुद मैंने रखी हुई है इनके पास।
ठीक है। अच्छा ये बताइए, क्या जो महिलाओं का जो आप बार बार कह रहे हैं कि उत्पीड़न होता है, और भी वहां पे महिलाएं थी जिनका उत्पीड़न इसी तरह से होता है?
अभी 3 महिलाएं सामने और आई हैं। मैं चाहती हूँ अब तुम लड़कियों को कोई डरने की जरूरत नहीं है बहनों, तुम बाहर निकलो। इस दरिंदे को सजा होनी और भी सजा होएगी। अभी तो कुछ नहीं, ये तो 10 साल इसके लिए कुछ नहीं है, इसका हौसला तो और बढ़ेगा। मैं इसको अच्छे तरीके से जानती हूँ, 10 साल इसके लिए कुछ नहीं है। अभी जो कपूरथले वाले में भी हम विक्ट्री प्राप्त करेंगे, उसमें भी हम जीत प्राप्त करेंगे।
यानी सीधे तौर पे आप कह रहे हैं कि बहुत सारी महिलाओं को डरा धमका रखा है, और भी लोग आएंगे, मतलब और भी महिलाओं का शोषण हुआ है।
अब लोगों के मन से डर खत्म हो जाएगा कि हाँ बजिंदर हमें मरवा देगा, जब बजिंदर हमारे घर में पुलिस भेजेगा, जब, क्योंकि बहुत सारी ऐसी चीजें होती हैं जो पैसों के लिए की जाती हैं कि ये पैसा देके कोई भी काम है। बजिंदर तुझे आज टीवी चैनल के माध्यम के राही बोलना चाहती हूँ। तू कहता था पैसे के साथ मैं जो मर्जी खरीद सकता हूँ, तू मेरा कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ सकती है। आज मैं तुझे बजिंदर आज तुझे बताती हूँ, आज तूने अपने पैसों से अपने लिए जेल की कैद खरीदी है।
अच्छा मुझे एक चीज और बताइए, क्या इसके साथ और भी लोग जुड़े हुए हैं जो इस तरह की चीजें करते हैं, धमकाते हैं? और भी क्या बड़े लोग जुड़े हुए हैं?
नहीं, उसका मुझे कोई आइडिया नहीं है। जुड़े होंगे तभी तो उसका हौसला इतना बुलंद है।
अच्छा, तो यानी आज जो आप ये जीत मान रहे हो, अपनी सच्चाई की जीत मान रहे हो?
आज ये सच्चाई की जीत है। पूरे 7 साल बाद, अगले महीने 8वां साल लग जाना था। अगर आज भी वो ना पहुंचता, आज भी उसने जज को गुमराह किया था। मैं तो जज साहब का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ। और जो 5 बंदे बरी हुए हैं वो टेंशन ना ले, मैं ऑर्डर का वेट करूंगी। तुम लोगों को भी सजा दिलवा के छोड़ूंगी, मैं हाई कोर्ट तक अपील लगाऊंगी।
ठीक है, तो यानी इट्स अ बिग विक्ट्री for the 2018 victim, as she has been struggling, she has been fighting from court to court from the past 7 years, and in that case now a big justice has been delivered.
Yes, right. Republic TV reporting every aspect of this. Thank you so much for the moment. We have swim to a short break. Thank you so much, Akhil and Lalit, for joining us. It's, of course, a big development coming in as this fraud pastor has now been convicted in the rape case dating back to 2018. We'll be continuing with more updates on that and a lot more, especially what's happening in Bangkok as in Myanmar, in Bangkok, destruction is happening. We were scenes of absolute destruction on your screens right now as 7.7 earthquake jolts Myanmar. Will get you more updates from Ground Zero and much more. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते, and they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans. They are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले फैंस I thought
Cricket fans. यार तुम अपने पॉडकास्ट के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगे क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Oh my. Oh my.
This week on Get Me Right, facing a Trump wrecking ball a day is a sideline Europe pivoting to China. Is America making a mistake by swinging the pendulum the other extreme, having landed Moscow in the lap of Beijing under Biden? Second, what's this land deal that's being talked about between Russia and the United States that has got Ukraine worried? Is it going to be a Akhand Rus at the expense of modern Ukraine? And finally, the Dalai Lama makes it clear that his successor would be born outside of China, making it next to impossible for Beijing to fully control Tibetan Buddhism. This weekend on a favorite deep dive show, Get Me Right, only on Republic TV.
Mamta faces huge embarrassment in the UK. Mamta confronted on her misgovernance. Time for Mamta to answer to the people, debating tonight at 8:30 p.m. Justice Verma appears before in-house panel. Demands for FIR against Justice Verma increase. Should Supreme Court allow an FIR in the Justice Verma case? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
This week on Get Me Right, facing a Trump wrecking ball a day is a sideline Europe pivoting to China. Is America making a mistake by swinging the pendulum the other extreme, having landed Moscow in the lap of Beijing under Biden? Second, what's this land deal that's being talked about between Russia and the United States that has got Ukraine worried? Is it going to be Akhand Rus at the expense of modern Ukraine? And finally, the Dalai Lama makes it clear that his successor would be born outside of China, making it next to impossible for Beijing to fully control Tibetan Buddhism. This weekend on a favorite deep dive show, Get Me Right, only on Republic TV.
Massive earthquake hits Myanmar, panic and chaos in Bangkok.
Major Republic impact, Bollywood-backed pastor Bajinder Singh has been declared guilty by a court in Punjab. Plea seeking FIR against Justice Yashwant Verma disposed of by Supreme Court. Major controversy after Mamata Banerjee rejects India's growth on foreign soil. Bengal CM also confronted and questioned by crowd at Oxford. Hello and good afternoon. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Sucharita Kukreti, and the big story that we're tracking, Myanmar declares an emergency in its capital and its second largest city after a 7.7 earthquake that hit the country. The tremors were so strong that they were felt in Thailand's capital, Bangkok as well. An under construction building in Bangkok and a bridge in Myanmar collapsed due to the massive quakes. So a national emergency declared in Myanmar, a 7.7 earthquake that hit the country, and the earthquake impacts Thailand as well. Those are the visuals on your screen. You see a building being impacted, and those visuals where this entire building comes down to the ground. You can see the quake impacting. You can see the cars being jolted, buildings being brought down by this massive earthquake in Myanmar. I have with me Ayan Chattopadhyay joining us live from Bangkok. Ayan, if you could tell us, because we are seeing these visuals, but you are there, and what really was it like? Because this seems devastating, buildings just crumbling down.
So currently I want to tell you the situations are under control. And now I am standing in front of the iconic Lebua Hotel, Lebua State Tower. And you can see that, now the tourists are getting checked in smoothly. Everything is under control. People are, getting nervousness, are getting down. Things are in better situations. But what is scary is to see so many ambulances, so many police vehicles are arriving from the Larsen Hotel, Larsen Hospital. So this is the situation here now. You can see. But again, I want to tell you, there's nothing to panic. Now things are better. People are returning back to home smoothly and safely. Things are taking good shape. And I will definitely update you what Prime Minister of Thailand is taking necessary steps to fight with the situation. I'll update you. Again, I'm going back, taking you back to the hospital. I will try to give you the sneak peek as much as possible. Just, I hope they don't stop me. Okay, you can see now that the hospital staffs are now going back to the hospital. Things are getting normalized. You can see.
Those are the visuals that Ayan is showing us from Bangkok, from Thailand's capital, and Myanmar being jolted by this extreme earthquake, a 7.7 earthquake, and those visuals that are on your screen from Myanmar and Bangkok. It's been devastating in Myanmar. Ayan, if you could tell us, how are things in Bangkok? We are looking at those visuals. You told us that when the city felt the tremors, everyone began to run. They could guess, they could presume it is an earthquake. But what have been
under control?
Yes,
things are in better situations, are under control. You can see now.
Yes.
So now the patients are getting slowly shifted into the hospital. You can see. So things like that, they are not allowing to shoot. They're not allowing to take any photographs. And this is, I want to tell you, things are under better situations. Things are under better situations. And things are doing really good. You can see situations are good. And this is the thing happening. They are not allowing. There is no permission. There is nothing to panic. There is nothing to panic. Everything is going well. Everything is really going well.
All right, Ayan. So the scene seems better in Bangkok because Ayan is showing us those visuals from the city. And there was panic when the earthquake hit the country, but things seem to be getting back to normalcy in Bangkok, but devastating visuals there from Thailand. And the Kathua encounter, 5 weapons of cops are missing. Forces suspect that terrorists have taken away weapons of the cops. Weapons missing since yesterday afternoon. 4 cops have been killed in action in the ongoing encounter in Kathua. 3 terrorists also gunned down. And my colleague Gursimran joins us from Kathua. Gursimran, tell us more. 4 cops been martyred is what we are hearing, and what is the on-ground situation right now?
See, what we are picking up from the sources in the Jammu and Kashmir police, that 5 weapons of the cops have gone missing and probably they have been taken by the terrorists. That is what the sources are telling us. These 3 are of those cops who have attained martyrdom in the ongoing operation, while 2 weapons are of those who had a close escape in the ongoing encounter. That also includes one of the officer who was taken as missing in action for more than 7 to 8 hours yesterday, and one other officer is from that very group of the SOG from the local police. And these 5 weapons have gone missing. Yesterday we are told that via drone footage that was accessed by the security forces, their weapons were lying next to them. But today morning when the area was scanned again, they had their weapons not next to them. That raised a suspicion that the terrorists might have taken their weapons, and in all likelihood there is a possibility of the same. Reason being that the terrorists are retaliating to every fire that is going from the security forces side. And as you speak, the loud bangs that are being heard in the background, they are the rocket launchers being used at the location of the terrorists, because the terrorists are continuously firing, and it cannot be possible that carrying 5 to 6 odd magazines of the M4 carbine or of any rifle, they can continue the operation for 2 long days. So this shows that they have got the weapons of the security forces in all likelihood, and the 5 weapons that are missing, they are with the terrorists. Now the security forces are trying to ensure that all 5 terrorists are neutralized at an earliest, so that the operation can be concluded at an earliest.
Yeah. As you're saying, Gursimran, there is intermittent firing that is continuing in Kathua. What is the latest, the information that you're gaining? Because it was being said that there could be more terrorists on ground. So what's the latest on that?
See, three terrorists have been neutralized, but there are reports that 2 terrorists could be there that are having a shot at the security forces, and they are retaliating to every fire that is being done from the forces side, and that's why it is taking time for the operation to wind up. But because it's late afternoon now, the security forces, they are trying to ensure that this area is cleared at an earliest, because they only have 3 hours times left for now to conduct the operation in the full light. And then it will be only the darkness that will make it very helpful for the terrorists to escape from the area, and that is why the security forces are trying to ensure that very soon this operation is wind up with the killing of all the terrorists that are active in the area. 4 cops have attained martyrdom in the ongoing operations.
Right. Thank you so much for all that information, Gursimran. And moving on, during her visit to Oxford University's Kellogg College, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee faced intense protests and tough questions from the audience while delivering a speech. The Chief Minister was confronted with critical queries about the lack of development in West Bengal, the suffering of Hindus and the controversial handling of the Abhaya case at Arjikar Hospital under her leadership. In fact, the BJP has hit out now, calling out the CM after she brazenly rejected the India growth story on foreign soil.
India has already overtaken the UK. We are now the 6th largest economy. India is the 5th largest economy. Soon it will be the 3rd largest economy in the world. By 2060, I predict it will be the #1 economy in the world. And
where you have to allow the people to lose.
You kill Abhaya.
Don't behave like this.
You kill Abhaya.
Don't behave like this. It is a misbehaving.
This is not Calcutta.
You are insulting your own institution. Don't disrespect your institution. You can disrespect me, but you cannot disrespect your institution. I am humbled. You cannot disrespect.
For inviting a rape of you kill Abhaya. You kill Abhaya. You kill Abhaya.
Anything for them to talk annually? Anything for them to talk annually? Any word for Hindus? Any word for Hindus?
Wherever I go,
Mamta ji, any word for Hindus?
I am for all. I am for all. I am for Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Islam.
Any word? Any word? How many Hindus talk here?
Mention only one caste. Mention all the castes together.
Also,
lies.
How many Hindu killed?
You killed.
Mamta ji, how many Hindus got killed here?
Abhaya, the young girl killed under your leadership. You are selling the human body parts. You came to give lectures. Don't show fingers. Don't show fingers. Abhaya got killed under your leadership. You have corrupted every day. And the people here
See the negative words here. See the negative words here. But please, my it won't be forward. That your agenda, your policy, I love that. My best wishes to all of you. Please have a good sleep.
We don't want your best wishes.
Now, Mamta Banerjee was also confronted by local Bengali Hindus in the UK who questioned her on her stance in the Arjikar rape and murder case and the rights of Hindus.
You know the case is sub judice and also it is central government has taken over. It is not with us. Please don't do politics here. It is not a political state. That you can do it with me in my state, not here. And you know better than me, the crowd funding and all.
Come and ask you questions in Kolkata. Your ministers say we will break your finger. Yeah, you're going to break your fingers.
I don't. This is absolutely you are lying. Brother, you don't do it, brother. Don't do it, brother. Don't do it. I have a special affection for you. We love all of you. But don't try to make it into a political platform. If you want to make it a political platform, go to Bengal and tell your party to be more strong and more stable. I am for all. I am for all. I am for Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Keizai. I am for unity. You people are not. Don't mention only one caste. Mention all the castes together.
And tracking more reactions from the BJP, which is hit out at Mamta Banerjee over the Arjikar case. Listen in.
देखिए, ये तो पहले से मालूम था. मैंने भी बोला था कि ममता बनर्जी लंदन जा रहे हैं, भाषण देंगे तो वहाँ के लोग पूछेंगे आरजीकर में क्या हुआ. आज आरजीकर जैसा घटना तो पूरा बंगाल में हो रही है. महिलाओं की कोई सुरक्षा नहीं. सबसे नाबालिग का शादी लड़कियों की बंगाल में हो रही है. हजारों लड़कियां प्रेग्नेंट है. अंडर एज क्यों हो रहा है, कि क्या चल रहा है समाज में, ये सबको मालूम है। तो वो अगर प्रश्नों कोई करेगा उत्तर देना है, आप बिगड़ जाएंगे, नाराज हो जाएंगे, कौन छोड़ेगा आपको।
India has already overtaken the UK. We are now the 6th largest economy. India is the 5th largest economy. Soon it will be the 3rd largest economy in the world. By 2060, I predict it will be the number 1 economy in the world. And
Who?
India as a country.
So I will defer that. I will defer that.
India has already overtaken the UK. We are now the 6th largest economy. India is the 5th largest economy. Soon it will be the 3rd largest economy in the world. By 2060, I predict it will be the number 1 economy in the world. And
Who?
India as a country.
So I will defer that. So I will defer that.
An earthquake of magnitude 4 jolted the East Garo Hills district of Meghalaya today. According to National Centre of Seismology, the earthquake took place at 1:30 p.m. at a depth of 5 kilometers. AAP MLA and leader of opposition in Delhi Assembly, Atishi, along with other AAP MLAs, staged a protest in the Delhi Assembly against the BJP on the issue of Mahila Samriddhi Yojana 2025. Delhi LOP Atishi accused the BJP government of not fulfilling the promises they had made during the elections, adding that they don't even intend to give 2,500 rupees in the future.
देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने दिल्ली की महिलाओं को वादा किया कि 8 मार्च तक उनके खाते में 2500 रुपए की राशि आ जाएगी, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने, दिल्ली सरकार ने ये वादा पूरा नहीं किया और देश के सामने साबित हो गया कि मोदी जी ने झूठ बोला।
People in Patna were seen sitting on the roads wearing black armbands as appealed by the All India Muslim Personal Law Board to mark a protest against the Waqf Amendment Bill. The AIMPLB expressed its concerns over the bill, describing it as a sinister conspiracy that aims to deprive Muslims of their religious and charitable institutions. The Punjab government told the Supreme Court that it had cleared the protesting farmers from the Shambhu and Kanori borders near Haryana, and farmers leader Jagjit Singh Daliwal, who was on fast unto death, also broke his fast. The Delhi government will organize a cultural program in the Delhi Assembly on March 30th on the auspicious occasion of the Hindu New Year, Vikram Samvat 2082. Delhi Assembly Speaker Vijinder Gupta said that the entire assembly would be decorated for the auspicious event. Media Republic Impact Bollywood-backed pastor Bajinder Singh has been declared guilty by a court in Punjab. On the other side,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
This week on Get Me Right, facing a Trump wrecking ball a day is a sideline Europe pivoting to China. Is America making a mistake by swinging the pendulum the other extreme, having landed Moscow in the lap of Beijing under Biden? Second, what's this land deal that's being talked about between Russia and the United States that has got Ukraine worried? Is it going to be Akhand Rus at the expense of modern Ukraine? And finally, the Dalai Lama makes it clear that his successor would be born outside of China, making it next to impossible for Beijing to fully control Tibetan Buddhism. This weekend on a favorite deep dive show, Get Me Right, only on Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Oh my
Mamta faces huge embarrassment in the UK. Mamta confronted on her misgovernance. Time for Mamta to answer to the people, debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे.
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans, they are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले फैंस. I thought
Cricket fans. यार तुम अपने पॉडकास्ट के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगे क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Oh my
Fraud faster. Focus. Mamta faces huge embarrassment. No action taken against Pastor Bajinder. Why is Pastor Bajinder not being arrested? Justice Verma appears before in-house panel. Demands for FIR against Justice Verma increase. Should Supreme Court allow an FIR in the Justice Verma case? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Oh my
ขายแล้วให้ขายอ่ะโอ้โหนั่นเราจะดูยังไงดิปิดร้านอ่ะငလင်ကြောင့်ဒါငလင်ကြီးကျဲလုတ်ပြီးတော့မန်လေးစက်ကူကြီးလောက်နေဖြစ်ပါတယ်။မိသက်ကားရကလာနေဖြစ်တယ်ဟိုဘက်တော့ရအောင်မဟုတ်လား吃饭吃饭
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, welcome to Republic TV. We have a jam-packed bulletin, but first up, we're going to get you details about the FIR that had been asked for in the Justice Verma case, that plea that has been disposed of, but even more developments where Justice Verma himself is going to appear before the in-house committee. First up, a look at our top headlines. Plea is seeking FIR against Justice Verma. Cash disposal asking for an FIR disposed of by the Supreme Court.
You kill Abaya! You kill Abaya!
Major controversy after Mamata Banerjee, TMC and West Bengal Chief Minister rejects India's growth on foreign soil. Bengal Chief Minister is confronted, questioned, heckled by the crowd at Oxford. Punjab pastor declared guilty of rape case that's been registered against him in 2018. Massive earthquake hits Myanmar. There's panic, there's chaos in Bangkok. And panic in Myanmar and Bangkok as buildings, bridges collapse in the big earthquake. Ladies and gentlemen, there are so many differences that are now coming out. The autopsy report that now states that 26-year-old OpenAI whistleblower Suchir Balaji died by suicide allegedly. The San Francisco County Medical Examiner, breaking news coming in, determines that he died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound in a San Francisco apartment on November 26 last year. While Balaji's parents have consistently alleged the lapses in the investigation, they've even filed a lawsuit in San Francisco for the lack of transparency. Now there are fresh reports that have been conducted on the request of his mother that put the spotlight on the differences. The latest finding confirms the presence of a second mystery bullet when the forensic report earlier suggested only one. I want to go across to Soumya, who's joining us. Soumya, Suchir Balaji death mystery continues. There are glaring lapses in the probe. Give us more details.
Yes, well, on the one side, we had the autopsy reports that was filed by the OCME and with a 4-page joint statement by San Francisco Police Department that suggested that it was a suicide despite the claims made by the family suggesting a foul play and a murder conspiracy in this. Now, on one side, we have the autopsy report that suggests that only one bullet wound that was found. Now, on request of Suchir Balaji's mother, we have two new reports which suggest major deviations from the original autopsy report that was filed by OCME and San Francisco Police Department. Now, one of them being the bullet wounds. Now, if we go through the autopsy reports, it suggests just one bullet wound entering through the mouth. Now, if we go through the radiology reports that have now surfaced in the public domain, it suggests that there were two bullet wounds. First one entering through the left eye and the second wound entering through the mouth. So this is one of the major deviation from the autopsy report that was filed by the OCME and the San Francisco Police Department. Now the another major deviation being the new toxicology report that suggests the presence of a high level of sedative. Remember a few weeks back there was a major claim made by Suchir Balaji's mother. She had also took this to social media platform X, wherein she posted a picture of Suchir Balaji from the day he died, suggesting that he was under sedatives. Now, there is a major deviation there as well. If we go through the autopsy reports that were filed by the OCME, that suggests moderate level of sedatives and it cannot be linked to the actual cause of murder. And now, if we go through the toxicology reports that have just surfaced, it suggests a presence of a combination of ethanol and GHB, and it can be directly linked to the cause of a death. Back to you.
In fact, there is a lot that suggests that there was foul play here, because it's also said, Soumya, that in October, Balaji told certain people, ChatGPT, others are destroying the commercial viability of the individuals. It's not fundamentally novel, generative model analysis. He said a lot, which was as a whistleblower on the Open AI. There was a lawsuit that he was speaking about when it came to copyright. But I only wanted to look into, like you said, the allegations of the sedatives, about how the CCTV footage had been tampered with. In fact, the last seen footage of Suchir Balaji at that particular place where it was there, the CCTV footage, including the one covering the secondary entrance, have mysteriously been disconnected around the time he died.
Yes, well, the CCTV footage is one angle that is raising serious concerns here, and that has been put into questions even by Suchir Balaji's family. If we talk about the particular CCTV footage that has just been mentioned, in that particular CCTV footage was questioned by Suchir Balaji's mother. She took to the social media platform X and talked about this particular CCTV footage and went on to say that OCME very comfortably ignored the CCTV footage and went on to say that here he can be seen depressed and talk nothing about him being under the control of sedatives. So there are multiple discrepancies, and time and again Suchir Balaji's family have maintained their stance that there is a foul play and the investigations are not being done properly. Back to you.
All right, thank you for giving us more details. It's the top focus. We'll continue tracking and come back to you to get more details on that. Thank you, Soumya. Viewers, our top focus: a special POSCO court in Mohali convicted controversial pastor Bajinder Singh, self-claimed pastor, in the 2018 Zirakpur sexual assault and rape case. The court is going to announce the sentencing on the 1st of April, but they've held him guilty. The case dates back to 2018 when a woman from Zirakpur accused Bajinder of sexual assault. He was arrested in July at Delhi airport while attempting to board a flight to London. According to the charge sheet, the pastor of the Church of Glory and Wisdom in Tajpur, look at how they call themselves and the names they take on, sexually harassed a minor girl in Jalandhar. He took her phone number, shared obscene messages, made her sit in the cabin where he misbehaved with her. And yet, he was not arrested at that time. I want to go across first to that confrontation that we had by my colleague Akhil. Take a look at that.
भजिंदर सिंह आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? भजिंदर सिंह भजिंदर सिंह आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? भजिंदर सिंह आपको कोर्ट ने जो है वो गिल्टी करार दिया। भजिंदर सिंह आपको कोर्ट ने गिल्टी करार दिया, क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप? विंडो फैन साहब गाड़ी के नीचे करें। भजिंदर सिंह क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप? आपको कोर्ट ने गिल्टी करार दिया 2018 रेप के अंदर। भजिंदर सिंह आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? भजिंदर सिंह भजिंदर सिंह आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? भजिंदर सिंह आपको कोर्ट ने जो है वो गिल्टी करार दिया। भजिंदर सिंह आपको कोर्ट ने गिल्टी करार दिया, क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप? विंडो फैन साहब गाड़ी के नीचे करें। भजिंदर सिंह क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप? आपको कोर्ट ने गिल्टी करार दिया 2018 रेप के अंदर।
Akhil joined us live from Mohali. Akhil, I want to ask you, what is the kind of treatment that Bhajinder Singh is given in Mohali? What were the charges that were put against him? And is he treated with this godlike sentiment that he's mightier and celebrated than others?
Well, Rhythm, if you see, this is what the victims' family members and the victims have been claiming. Because earlier what we have seen that if you just go to the area where Bhajinder Singh, basically his complex, the entire complex of the Church of Glory and Wisdom, I went over there. I did, while I was there, I was trying to speak to some of the people over there. They were not allowing us to stand over there. They are saying that it's a very restricted zone. You cannot stand over here and you cannot do any interview or give live from there. So certainly if you see, he is a very influential person. Apart from that, if you just go through his social media profile, you'll find that he has got millions of followers on Instagram as well and YouTube as well. So at that point in time, when that incident took place, this is not a first time that this incident has come forward. He's a repeat offender. He's a history sheeter. Earlier, what we have seen that he has been charged in the murder case also in 2010, and since then he has changed his basically aura, and then he has told everyone that he has got some God-given talent of basically persuading, and divine force has been given by someone. And after that, he basically started his initiative, Church of Glory and Wisdom. So what has happened that in the year 2016, another case of sexual assault was filed. And in this case, if you talk about 2018 Zikarpur rape case, in which the judgment has been pronounced today, in this very case, he has been found guilty. In this case, what has happened that a woman who used to work with him for a very long time, if you see, that person, Pastor Bhajinder Singh, sexually assaulted that person. And if you see, in the month of February itself, another case was filed in connection with the case where for the last 12 to 13 years, a woman was working with that pastor, Mr. Bhajinder Singh, and she has basically felt several times to come out from that Church of Glory, but he was basically relentless. He was not allowing her to move out from that church. So after that, at one point in time, she basically refused and just left the job over there. So there were 5 to 6 victims who have come out in the front, and what we have seen that three cases have been highlighted. In a recent case, if you see, a CCTV footage has gone viral on social media of February, on the intervening night of February 14th and 15th, in which it's very clear that person, self-styled pastor, Mr. Bhajinder Singh, was seen slapping a woman, and he has thrown a bunch of sheets of the paper on her face. So in that video, it's pretty obvious, very clear that he's a repeat offender. So at this point in time, Mohali court has basically found him guilty, and the pronouncement of the quantum of sentence is going to be on April 1st. Back to you in the studio.
You know, Akhil, we've been at the forefront of getting these self-styled godmen to justice, whether it was Ram Rahim or whether it's in this case this self-styled so-called pastor. In fact, Akhil, if you remember, Republic exposed the testimonies of many victims in other cases, and this too, viewers, we're going to show you how there were victims whom he harassed, this fraud pastor. They spoke to us after the court verdict came out. Listen to this and then we go back to Akhil.
देखिए, रिपब्लिक टीवी के पास इस वक्त एक्सक्लूसिव जो विक्टिम है
जिसको 2018 का जो मामला है, जिसने ये केस फाइल किया था, वो इस वक्त हमारे साथ, उन्हीं से बात कर लेते हैं। मैडम, आज कोर्ट में क्या मानते हैं, जीत हुई है?
हाँ जी, मेरी पूरी 7 साल बाद जीत हुई है। अगले महीने 8वां साल लग जाना था अगर मुझे सुमित सर वकील और सागर सर ने ना मिले होते, क्योंकि मेरा तो मतलब कि ऐसे दिखाया गया था कि जैसे मैं केस हार चुकी हूँ, पर मेरी आज 7 साल बाद जीत हुई है। 7 साल बाद इतने FIR को बीच निकल के इतने मेरे ऊपर हमले हुए, इतने मेरे ऊपर पर्चे दर्ज हुए, पर मैंने हिम्मत नहीं आ रही। मेरे ऊपर कॉम्प्रोमाइज का बहुत ज्यादा दबाव था, लेकिन आज मैं खुश हूँ। जज साहब ने जो भी फैसला किया है, मैं बहुत खुश हूँ। लेकिन जो जिनको बरी करा है, उनके लिए मैं ऑर्डर तक वेट करूंगी और मैं उनकी अपील जो हाई कोर्ट में लगाऊंगी।
क्या क्या आपके साथ हुआ था? क्योंकि अगर हम बात करें 2018 का ये पूरा मामला है, किस तरह से आपको प्रताड़ित किया था, एक बार थोड़ा सा दर्शकों को बताएं।
नहीं, उसके बारे में मैं सुबह
नहीं, मतलब खुश है
मैं आज बहुत खुश हूँ। और मैं एक चीज कहना चाहती हूँ कि और भी जिन लड़कियों के साथ हुआ है, प्लीज बाहर आए। जो कपूरथला में भी हुआ है, उसमें भी हम ऐसे ही जीत प्राप्त करेंगे। ये बंदा गुंडागर्दी करता है और ये इस बंदे को जेल में रहना बहुत जरूरी है। ये एक साइको टाइप का आदमी है।
किस तरह से प्रताड़ित करता था? अगर महिलाओं की बात करें, आप कह रहे हैं कि और भी महिलाएं सामने आए, क्या और भी महिलाएं हैं जिसका ये शोषण करता था, यौन उत्पीड़न करता था?
वो सर खुद निकल के आएंगी बाहर। अब उनको पता लग गया, क्योंकि इनसे वो डरती थी। अब वो बाहर निकल के आएंगी। अब वो पता लगेगा आपको कि किस किस के साथ क्या क्या हुआ था। जो महिलाएं, मैं एक बार कहना चाहती हूँ, जो महिलाएं दबी हुई हैं, प्लीज बाहर आए। मैंने 7 साल संघर्ष किया है, मुझे पता है। मेरे ऊपर पर्चे दर्ज हुए हैं, मैंने बेलें करवाई हैं, कैसे करवाई हैं, कैसे नहीं करवाई हैं। इस बंदे से बिल्कुल डरने की जरूरत नहीं है किसी भी औरत को।
अब आपने बताया कि 7 साल में आपने बहुत संघर्ष किया, क्या आपके ऊपर क्रॉस FIR भी की थी? आपको डराया गया था कॉम्प्रोमाइज करने की?
मेरे ऊपर और मेरे हस्बैंड सरबजीत सिंह के ऊपर क्रॉस FIR हुई थी। जो बजिंदर की पत्नी, उसने छेड़छाड़ का मामला मेरे और मेरे हस्बैंड के ऊपर, सरबजीत सिंह के ऊपर करवाया था कि ताकि हम इसके केस में कॉम्प्रोमाइज कर सके।
अच्छा, कितनी बार आपके ऊपर दबाव डालने की कोशिश है वो की गई थी?
टू मच टाइम, बहुत ज्यादा, बहुत बार ऐसा हुआ। बहुत बार हमारे घर तक पहुंचे, जहां जहां हमने मकान लिया रेंट पे, वहां वहां तक पहुंचे हम।
आपके पति के ऊपर भी FIR की गई थी?
उनको भी थ्रेट्स, धमकियां, हमें सिक्योरिटी मिली हुई है। मैं पंजाब पुलिस का बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ, SP सिक्योरिटी का बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ, SSP साहब का बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ। सबसे ज्यादा धन्यवाद मैं अपने वकीलों का करती हूँ, जिनकी बदौलत आज मुझे केस में जीत प्राप्त हुई है। और मैं जज साहब का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ। उन्होंने मेरी बातें सुनी, मेरी बातों को पॉइंट पे रखा। मैं बहुत बहुत थैंकफुल हूँ, बहुत बहुत थैंकफुल।
Right now, Republic TV exclusively has the advocate Mr. Anil K. Sagar. These are the exclusive visuals. After the verdict has been announced, advocate Anil K. Sagar is with us. क्या कुछ आज कोर्ट के अंदर हुआ है?
आज कोर्ट में सही में न्याय हुआ है और बजिंदर पास्टर, जिसको अपने एक तरह से ऑफेंस जो उसने कमिट किया था, उसकी सही से सजा मिल गई है, सुना दी गई है। और क्वांटम के लिए जो है 1 तारीख रखी गई है। पर यह है कि मैं इसे उस लड़की की जिसके अगेंस्ट ये एट्रोसिटीज हुई थी, उसकी 7 साल की लड़ाई की जीत मानता हूं, उसके हौसले की। और उन लड़कियों की जो लड़कियां अपनी कभी आवाज नहीं उठा पाई, मैं उनके लिए भी ये मानता हूं कि ये उनकी भी जीत है एक तरह से। कहीं ना कहीं उन लड़कियों की दुआएं, कहीं ना कहीं उन लड़कियों की वेल विशेज इस लड़की के साथ थी। और जो टीम NGOs ने साथ दिया, मेरे साथ सानी ठाकुर साहब और सबने, इन्होंने बहुत मेहनत की इस चीज को तैयार करने के लिए और करने के लिए, और सारी हमारी कानूनी लड़ाई में उन सब बेस्ट विशेष दूंगा, क्योंकि अक्सर तो न्याय की जीत होनी थी और वो हुई है, इसलिए मैं बहुत खुश थी।
Akhil, I come back to you. The victim here has earlier alleged on Republic TV he raped her after sedating her and recorded the video of the act. He later blackmailed her using the video, raped her on multiple occasions. The victim said she came in touch with him during 2016-17. She said she went to visit his church for the first time after hearing about his miraculous healing powers, hoping her husband could be cured. But since then, she faced a lot of addiction. She faced a lot of troubles at home because she had done this case. Even her lawyer said the same. Akhil, now you've tried to get in touch with this fraud pastor. 1st April is when this thing is going to be coming out, the quantum of punishment. What are you picking up after speaking to her, after getting in touch with our other colleagues there, are there more victims who are going to come forward?
Well, absolutely, that's right, Rhythm. If you see at this point in time, there are several other victims who are underground. They are basically getting threatening calls from the followers and the close confidants of Pastor Bajinder Singh. Because at this point in time, if you see, I was spoken to one of the victims, and off camera in an interview to me, she has said that basically if you want to meet Pastor Bajinder Singh, at this point in time, what you will have to do, you will have to take basically kind of a business service, basically which he serves. So there are 3 different categories which he basically provides. If you want a short period of basically notice of a short period in time, then you will have to pay 25,000 rupees, which is known as the silver card. And if you can pay a little bit higher, then you can go for a gold card. And then there is another card which is known as a diamond card. So there are 3 different card services which basically pastors, if you see, his Church of Glory and Wisdom provides. So I basically tried to penetrate that church and glory at that point in time while I was speaking to one of the victims. So after that, when I went over there at his Church of Glory and Wisdom, no one basically allowed us without paying any money over there. So that's the kind of basically infrastructure. If you'll go, that's in several acres of plot, he has basically built that empire. So what we have seen that in this very case, there are several other women who have basically been fearful of their life. That's why they have been at the back estate. But some have basically took the courage and came forward. And if you see, in a recent case which has been filed in the month of February 2025, I was spoken to that victim. She has said that initially when that incident happened, then it took her approximately 5 years to file that FIR. Because if you see, in 2020, when she was 17 years old, at that point in time, that molestation incident took place. And now, in the year 2025, she basically lost an FIR in connection with the case. And today itself, what we have seen that POCSO Act has also been added in that case. And now the Punjab police will act further in that direction. Back to you in the studio, Rhythm.
All right, thank you for giving us those details. We're going to continue tracking this fraud pastor and ensure he's brought to justice. The other big news that we're going to be tracking is also more news across India as the residents of Jagatpur village in Burari staged a protest against Delhi's electricity department. They faced prolonged power cuts. AAP's chief Keijriwal slammed the BJP-led government for making the power situation worse in the national capital. The Indian Army's Rising Star Corps has reported the death of police personnel of the JK police in the ongoing encounter between security forces and terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua district. Delhi LG condoled the loss of lives while bowing to the valorous martyrs of Jammu and Kashmir police. AAP leader of opposition in Delhi Assembly, Atashi, raised concerns over economic projections in the absence of a pre-budget economic survey and said Delhi government budget is hawa-hawai.
ही शुरू कर दी है। 1 लाख करोड़ निराधार हवा हवाई जुमला है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की दिल्ली सरकार के पास 1 लाख करोड़ की आय ना है ना हो सकती है।
Delhi police informed the Rose Avenue court they've registered an FIR on a complaint against AAP convener Keijriwal and others. The complainant had alleged violation of Defacement of Public Property Act in the Dwarka area. Shiv Sena leader Manisha Kainande accused Shiv Sena UBT of indulging in appeasement politics to gain votes and drew a parallel between how Modi in his tenure never oppressed any Muslims. Kainande even attacked Samajwadi Party MLA Abu Azmi over his remarks praising Aurangzeb.
I think that what Mr. Uddhav Thackeray says, I think totally refuting it, because Mr. Modi in his rule, even in the complete rule of the NDA, has never oppressed any Muslims. nor any Muslims have been troubled. In fact, he has tried to do justice with everybody. So, in fact, when the MVA government, all the time they were trying to appease Muslims and trying to gain votes by fake narrative.
And there's breaking news that's coming in. As per the notification by the central government has now cleared the path for the repatriation of Justice Yashwant Verma, who's now been transferred to the Allahabad High Court. Remember, this is coming on the back heels of a controversial order from the Supreme Court Collegium on the 20th of March and the 24th of March, on which Justice Verma had been transferred to the Allahabad High Court. Now, after that collegium order, the process of the law is that the centre has to notify it. The centre has merely notified what the collegium had sent to them to notify, and therefore the central government now confirms the transfer of Justice Yashwant Verma as per what the collegium had stated to the Allahabad High Court. Also, remember what's happening in the investigation, viewers. Today, Justice Yashwant Verma has presented himself before the 3-judge inquiry committee to be giving his defences. He's had a lot of lawyers visiting him, has called a lot of lawyers to be presenting his arguments. But the big question currently continues to be, will an FIR in this case be filed? How long will that process take? Republic TV continues asking the big questions that were even asked today in a PIL that has been disposed of in the Supreme Court. Why did it take 6 days for this case to be brought to the attention of the public? Why was there no FIR that was registered right in the start? And we've all seen those cash bundles that were burnt, which were there, which had been uploaded later on the site of the Supreme Court. Justice Yashwant Verma now officially transferred to the Allahabad High Court. Remember, this is also quite surprising as it comes on the back heels of what the bar associations had said. They are united in solidarity that Justice Yashwant Verma should not be at the Allahabad High Court. Yesterday, when Anil Tiwari met the Supreme Court Chief Justices, the collegium, he said that even if he is transferred to the Allahabad High Court, no judicial work shall be given to him. Will that really happen? Has to be seen. Will there be no work that is given to Justice Yashwant Verma in the Allahabad High Court? Remains to be seen. For the time being, the big news that's coming in, the central government has now confirmed the collegium notification and transferred him to the Allahabad High Court. More updates on that as we get them. Also coming up after a short break, we get you all the details on the panic in Myanmar and Bangkok as buildings, bridges collapse in the big earthquake. Stay on with us.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे.
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans, they are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले फैंस. I thought
Cricket fans. यार तुम अपने पॉडकास्ट के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगे क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
This week on Get Me Right, facing a Trump wrecking ball a day is a sideline Europe pivoting to China. Is America making a mistake by swinging the pendulum the other extreme, having landed Moscow in the lap of Beijing under Biden? Second, what's this land deal that's being talked about between Russia and the United States that has got Ukraine worried? Is it going to be Akhand Rus at the expense of modern Ukraine? And finally, the Dalai Lama makes it clear that his successor would be born outside of China, making it next to impossible for Beijing to fully control Tibetan Buddhism. This weekend on a favorite deep dive show, Get Me Right, only on Republic TV.
A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Dr. Mishra, Republic TV, tracking each and every update coming in from Myanmar and Thailand, where back-to-back earthquakes of high intensity have struck several cities. Many people have been injured. Many people are trapped under debris, and some casualties also reported. We'll first go to the headlines at 4:30 and then details. Plea seeking FIR against Justice Yashwant Verma disposed of by the Supreme Court.
You killed Abhaya! You killed Abhaya!
Major controversy after Mamata Banerjee rejects India's growth on foreign soil. Bengal Chief Minister confronted and questioned by crowd at Oxford. Punjab pastor declared guilty of rape case registered against him in 2018. Massive earthquake hit Myanmar, panic and chaos and destruction in Bangkok. The San Francisco County medical examiner determines that Suchir Balaji died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, officially closing the case after weeks of investigation. All right, we are getting in breaking news updates regarding that powerful earthquake that struck Bangkok. Now, Indian Embassy has issued a statement on the disaster, and it says that it is the Indian Embassy in Thailand closely monitoring the situation in coordination with the Thai authorities. No incidents involving Indian citizens have been reported so far, says the Indian Embassy. And all members of the Indian Embassy in Bangkok and the consulate in Chiang Mai are reported safe. So that's the breaking news we have right now. Remember, Republic TV getting you every detail from ground zero as well. The embassy of Indian Embassy there in Thailand says they're in touch with the authorities, and as of now, they haven't got any report of any Indian suffering any injury because, of course, there are many Indians there in Bangkok, many tourists also there. Rescue operations underway. We're showing you multiple visuals, viewers, from different vantage points, how the buildings have collapsed, the high-rise buildings, the skyscrapers, and still many people, more than 40 people are trapped under the debris. And you see how it was into ashes in a jiffy. We are getting visuals from the Mandalay University of Myanmar. The epicenter was in Myanmar, viewers. So Myanmar also suffering big time, and multiple casualties reported from Myanmar and the neighboring country of Thailand. Bangkok being one of the busiest cities of the world, and you see high-rise buildings collapsing after the jolt in Bangkok. And there are several people are reported trapped under the debris. people rushing out of the buildings, absolute state of chaos and panic unfolding. You can see, you can imagine what sort of a disaster and how intense this earthquake was, as the pools on top of these high-rise buildings also, the water oozing out of the the high-rise pools as well, and the buildings destroyed, collapsing. There are millions of people, of course, living in Bangkok, touring Bangkok as well. And in fact, the Indian Prime Minister was one of the first world leaders to respond and raise concerns, also offering all possible help to Myanmar and Thailand. And now we have the statement from the Indian embassy saying that they are in touch with the authorities in Thailand and taking care of the Indians if they are affected by the tremors, by this 7.7 magnitude earthquake that has hit. And there were two earthquakes, viewers, with the epicenter being in Myanmar. One was 7.7 and then followed by a 6.4 magnitude earthquake. And the tremors, of course, reached China. It reached northeastern parts of India, even Kolkata, what we're learning. So there is an absolute state of destruction. You see the scenes that unfolded, dramatic scenes, to say the least, that unfolded. We also got voices from Ground Zero also that showed us how the ambulances were rushing in. People were being treated on the streets because the hospitals have also been affected, and there was all the disaster management agencies were rushed. The medical aid was rushed right onto the screens. So people screaming and rushing out of the buildings and sitting by the side, sitting on the sidewalks. Everybody in an absolute state of terror. And we still do not know the exact number of casualties because it's a developing story, and at least 7 people have been rescued from that skyscraper that collapsed. 2 people were reported dead. All right, viewers, we will keep a track of more updates from there. Now we shift our focus to the other big story that we're tracking for you. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, currently on a week-long visit to the United Kingdom, was confronted by an audience during her address at the Kellogg College of Oxford University. Now, about 33 minutes into her speech, members of the audience interrupted her, demanding answers about why the Tatars left Bengal, her stance on Hindus, and her government's handling of the R.J. Kaur hospital case. The exchange grew, it became more and more heated, with Mamata trying to respond, but she was being repeatedly interrupted. There were constant questions that were being raised. Atmosphere turned chaotic, forcing her to defend her record amid a barrage of criticism. Listen in.
Where you have to allow the people to lose sleep.
You kill Abhaya.
Don't behave like this.
You kill Abhaya.
Don't behave like this. It is a misbehaving.
This is not Calcutta.
You are insulting your own institution. Don't disrespect your institution. You can disrespect me, but you cannot disrespect your institution. I am humbled. You cannot disrespect.
For inviting a rape of you kill Abhaya. You kill Abhaya. You kill Abhaya.
Anything for the Kellogg Annually? Huh? Anything for the Kellogg Annually? Any word for Hindus? Any word for Hindus?
Wherever I go,
Mamta ji, any word for Hindus?
I am for all. I am for all. I am for Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Islam.
Any word? How many Hindus got killed?
Mention only one caste. Mention all the castes together.
So, how many Hindus killed?
You killed
Mamta ji, how many Hindus got killed here?
Abhaya, the young girl killed under your leadership. You are selling the human body parts. You came to kill that person. Don't show fingers. Don't show fingers. Abhaya got killed under your leadership. And you have corrupted every day. And the people here with the negative words here. See the negative words here. But please, my answer.
That your agenda is fulfilled. I love that. My best wishes to all of you. Please have a good sleep.
We don't want your best
Have a good sleep.
So viewers, as you can see, Mamata Banerjee in Bengal tries to quell every protest possible. There she was completely helpless. Now she was also confronted by local Bengali Hindus in the United Kingdom who questioned her on her stance in the RG Kaur rape and murder case and the rights of Sanatanis. Listen in.
You know the case is sub judice and also it is central government has taken over. It is not with us. Please don't do politics here. It is not a political state. That you can do it with me in my state, not here. And you know better than me, the crowd funding and all.
Because when we come and ask you questions in Kolkata, your ministers say we will break your finger. Yeah, you're going to break your fingers.
I don't, this is absolutely, you are lying. Brother, you don't do it, brother. Don't do it, brother. Don't do it. I have a special affection for you. We love all of you. But don't try to make it into a political platform. If you want to make it a political platform, go to Bengal and tell your party to be more strong and more stable. I am for all. I am for all. I am for Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Keizai. I am for unity. You people are not. Don't mention only one caste. Mention all the castes together.
So reactions also coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party, which has hit out at Mamata Banerjee over the RG Kaur case and what happened in Oxford. Listen in.
मालूम था, मैंने भी बोला था कि ममता बनर्जी लंदन जा रहे हैं, भाषण देंगे तो वहाँ के लोग पूछेंगे आरजीकर में क्या हुआ। आज आरजीकर जैसा घटना तो पूरा बंगाल में हो रही है, महिलाओं की कोई सुरक्षा नहीं, सबसे नाबालिग का शादी लड़कियों की बंगाल में हो रही है, हजारों लड़कियां प्रेग्नेंट है, अंडर एज। क्यों हो रहा है, ये क्या चल रहा है समाज में, ये सबको मालूम है। तो वो अगर प्रश्नों कोई करेगा उत्तर देना है, आप बिगड़ जाएंगे, नाराज हो जाएंगे, कौन छोड़ेगा आपको।
So not only this, but Mamata has also brazenly rejected the India's growth story, the growth story of India on foreign soil. Listen into that.
India has already overtaken the UK. We are now the 6th largest economy. India is the 5th largest economy. Soon it will be the 3rd largest economy in the world. By 2060, I predict it will be the #1 economy in the world. And India as a country.
So I will defer that.
We've seen Rahul Gandhi doing the same and in on foreign soil in UK, US, and now we have another Indian leader, Mamata Banerjee, the West Bengal Chief Minister, stoking massive controversy. BJP calling out Mamata part of Bharat Badnami Brigade now.
Mamata Banerjee's behavior on foreign soil, and that too somebody who holds a constitutional position of Chief Minister, is disgraceful to say the least. When the moderator tells her that India has overtaken the UK economy, is the 5th largest economy and will become the largest economy, she has a problem with that. She says, I differ with that. Imagine a Chief Minister of India, Indian state, saying on foreign soil that she has a problem with India becoming the largest economy. Who does that? This is called the Bharat Berating Brigade. They go on foreign soil and they berate Bharat, Bharat's institutions, Bharat's economy, Bharat's Loktantra. Only because they have a problem with one party, they will do virod of the entire country. And when she had to face tough questions from many people, youngsters especially, on the Arjikar case, the way Bengal government handled it, Bengal police did a cover-up. When she had to handle questions on the post-poll violence, the atrocities on Hindus, the kind of corruption that is taking place under her watch, the entire collapse of West Bengal under her governance, then instead of addressing those questions, she started saying it's political protest. She started accusing the youngsters themselves. This is the intolerance of Mamata Banerjee. Anytime she is asked a difficult question, the police is unleashed on them, because this time they could not unleash the West Bengal police or they could not unleash the goons of TMC. Now she is coloring the questions itself with political motive. But the fact of the matter is that even India's achievements were undermined by her on foreign soil.
Mamata Banerjee should understand that people across the world, the students of Oxford University, not only students of Oxford University, but the entire world are questioning her real love for this nation. In fact, this type of attitude shows that the leaders who are in opposition party, especially the members of the India Alliance, have developed so much of hatred towards BJP and Modi that they also started hating India. And they don't acknowledge the progress and the growth India has so far made. I think Susri Mamata Banerjee has to be condemned. But anyhow, people of Bengal are seeing this. They will definitely bring the Bharatiya Janata Party to power next time.
All right, and some more news from across the country now. Mild tremors were felt in Kolkata, Imphal and Meghalaya's East Garo Hills district after a powerful 7.7 magnitude earthquake struck Thai capital Bangkok. The epicenter was in central Myanmar, about 50 kilometers east of the city of Monva. Tremors were reported from Kolkata and adjoining areas. According to official sources, there were no reports of damage to property or loss of life due to the tremors in India. In Manipur, the tremors caused panic among the residents of Thangal Bazaar in Imphal, where many old multi-story buildings are located. No damage reported so far. Delhi police arrested 6 illegal Bangladeshis from cities Jahangir, Puri. The arrested Bangladeshi nationals were active in the area as transgenders. 6 mobile phones have been recovered from these accused, and via phones, these infiltrators were contacting their families in Bangladesh. The illegal Bangladeshi nationals had entered India illegally by presenting themselves as transgenders in order to avoid the police. All 6 accused have been handed over to the Foreigners Registration Office for deportation. Samajwadi Party MP from Sambal, Ziaur Rahman Barq, opposes the Waqf Amendment Bill and comes out in all support of All India Muslim Personal Law Board's black armband protest against the bill. Barq also reacted sharply to the guidelines issued by the administration prohibiting namaz on roads and public places. Listen.
खुद पहले से जो वक्फ संशोधन बिल लाया जा रहा है उसके मुखालफत में है और सदन से सड़क से लेकर सदन तक उसकी मुखालफत कर रहे हैं। ऑल इंडिया मुस्लिम पर्सनल बोर्ड ने जो मांग की है या एक गुजारिश की है कि काली पट्टी बांध कर नमाज अदा करें, तो यकीनन ये हमारा हक़ है संवैधानिक कि हम किसी चीज़ के लिए अगर हम किसी के ख़िलाफ़ हैं तो विरोध प्रदर्शन कर सकते हैं।
Karnataka leader of opposition R. Ashok has slammed the Siddaramaiah government over the milk price hike. Ashok says that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has played a trick by increasing the milk prices instead of taxes. R. Ashok also highlighted that this is the 3rd price hike in the last 20 months with a total of ₹9 in milk so far. Attacking the Karnataka government, Ashok said the price hike festival is taking place in the state and it is happening because of the Congress party's guarantee schemes. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit Sri Lanka for a state visit from the 4th of April to the 6th of April. During the visit, a number of MOUs are expected to be inked between the two nations. Now, during the visit, Prime Minister Modi is expected to hold bilateral talks with Sri Lankan President Anura Kumara Dissanayaka and Prime Minister Amarasuriya before visiting Sri Lanka. Prime Minister Modi will conclude his visit to Thailand and will visit Bangkok from the 3rd to 4th of April, participating in the 6th BIMSTEC Summit. And we have some breaking news coming in right now, viewers. There are protests happening in Nepal. The pro-monarchy protests happening, violent protests. The protests are turning violent in Kathmandu. Protests in Nepal over king's return and the pro-monarchists there. There are demands that have been raised by the pro-monarchy groups, and they have in fact given Nepal government a week to agree to the demands. And these are the visuals. You can see the clashes with the security forces there happening on ground zero. These are the visuals from Kathmandu, the capital city. And this is the update. We have pro-monarchists clashing with the cops. Curfew imposed in Kathmandu. That's the latest update that we're getting in right now. Vehicles have been torched as the pro-monarchists clash with cops in Nepal. Curfew, in fact, in 3 areas. And the pro-monarchy activists are demanding the restoration of the monarchy and the Hindu kingdom status. Several police personnel and protesters have been injured in the pro-monarchy clashes. And multiple buildings have been torched, vehicles set on fire, and henceforth curfew has been imposed several locations, at least in 3 areas what we know. curfew in 3 areas. And these are the latest visuals. You can see people turning up in thousands supporting the return of King Gyanendra. And after his return, we see these protests amplifying. Several houses, buildings now set on fire. Police fired multiple rounds of tear gas and rubber bullets as well. And we are being... Surendra Puyal is joining us live on the broadcast from Kathmandu. Surendra Puyal, we see that there are dramatic scenes coming in. The protests have turned violent. What are the demands? Because this is happening right after King Gyanendra returned. Tell us more details, please.
Showdown, show of force again, planned, demanding restoration of 1991 Constitution, which, secures constitutional monarchy. So that was the demand, and it turned absolutely, Kathmandu turned into absolutely chaotic situation right now in Kathmandu. And you can literally see from what you see, it is absolute anarchy with, crowds absolutely going berserk and rampaging and vandalizing public property, forcing the authorities to clamp down curfew in the area. So the Home Ministry is meeting right now, and an emergency meeting is underway to take the situation under control because the protests turned quite violent, and it cannot be called peaceful at all. The situation is still volatile now, tense now, and authorities are working hard to contain it and take some measures. First of all, they have definitely announced curfew in the most affected area, which is eastern part of Kathmandu.
Suresh, these pro-monarchist, protests are only gaining momentum now. And yesterday we saw that they, in fact, gave an ultimatum to the Nepal government that, in 1 week they must be agreeing to the demands. Surendra, I beg your pardon, I correct your name there, I stand corrected. What is the demand? What are if you can spell out those demands put up by these pro-monarchy groups, and what is the stance of the ruling government?
There are actually 2 separate demonstrations. There are 2 separate demonstrations happening in Kathmandu today. One by pro-Republican forces, a front of the what is called Socialist Front, and the other by the royalist monarchist political parties and groups. So apparently the protest organized by the pro-monarchist group turned absolutely violent, and one of their demands, the key demand that they have put forth, is that restore the 1991 Constitution, and that simply looks absolutely, tough. This is a tough one for the Prime Minister and the government to, even consider, because Nepal was, converted into a republic in 2008. So, and then after 16 years, you have suddenly this demand, and looks like the authorities are really in trouble, and they are, really in a difficult situation, and they can't do much, to address this demand. But then this crowd has turned really, violent, and the situation is, as you can see, is out of control.
Surendra Puyal, thanks so much for joining us on Republic TV with those live inputs coming in. Viewers, the protest demanding the return and restoration of the Hindu kingdom and monarchy, of course, now turning violent there, and curfew imposed in at least 3 areas. Visuals coming in from Kathmandu as the pro-monarchy activists now demanding the return of the kingdom, as Nepal had abolished its 240-year-old monarchy in 2008 through a parliamentary declaration. But there is frustration, of course, amongst the people of Nepal, these pro-monarchy groups, as there is rampant corruption and economic decline as well. So we'll keep a close track of those details and updates from Kathmandu.